Chapter 276 Bulma is not with Vegeta. With Big's attack without hesitation, the combat power of 180 million points exploded. Big rushed past like a thunder and quickly rushed into Dr. Gro. It seems like a frontal attack, but it is actually just a feint. The moment Dr. Gro raised his hand and planned to face it, Big used a super high speed movement and quietly came behind him. He swept out with a whip leg and hit the square. Dr. Luo's waist pounds. There was a muffled sound. Dr. Gro, who was hit hard, flew out hundreds of meters and smashed dozens of huge rocks one after another to stabilize his body. Big's attack did not end there. He took advantage of the victory to pursue, waved his hands quickly, and launched fatal attacks on Dr. Gro. The powerful energy bomb bombarded Dr. Gro's position like a storm. Faced with this intensive energy bombing, Dr. Gro's face changed drastically. He had no time to take into account his image. He was blown up and down and fled continuously. He wanted to absorb this energy, but he couldn't do it at all. After finally avoiding all the bombings, Big sprinted again, hitting Dr. Gro strongly, and a rapid and thunderous offensive continued to be launched. With the information he collected, Dr. Gro barely resisted Big's attack. However, as Big's moves became more and more fierce, his response completely lost his effect. The difference between this guy's combat ability and the records in the data is too big. Hateful. What is going on? Why do they seem to know everything? Dr. Gro kept roaring in his heart. He knew that his database was completely behind. The data collected in the past is no longer enough to view. These guys have changed so much in the past few years. Not to mention that Sun Wukong and Vegeta's Super Saiyan are completely beyond his record. The combat power shown by Big in front of him is far from his ability to compete with him. Dr. Gro even came up with an idea that if this guy knew the strength of him and Man number 19 from the beginning, I'm afraid that there is no need for Sun Wukong to take action, and he can destroy him and number 19 alone. Dr. Gro was completely at a disadvantage, but his brain was running rapidly, and the capture device located in the retina was quickly collecting Big's combat data. Big also noticed something strange. Dr. Gro's defense gradually changed compared to his previous helplessness. This is the optimal response method for intelligence in computing. So that's it. Is this guy entering my combat ability? Big suddenly realized, but soon a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Even if this guy enters the battle data, it doesn't matter. The flesh and blood body has infinite possibilities, but the developability of the mechanical body has been limited. Although you can improve your combat skills by entering data, the foundation is here, and his upper limit cannot be changed. Big wanted to see how much combat data can Dr. Gro, an old guy, enter his old battle data. If it can bring some pressure to him, it will be a disguised temper for him. It's now. Dr. Gro seemed to seize the opportunity and waved his right hand hard to pinch Big's neck. Unfortunately, this slow movement is not even qualified to touch Big. At the moment Dr. Gross acted, Big launched a counterattack at a faster speed. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Big's right hand tightly pinched Dr. Gro's wrist. What? His wrist was locked and he could not be pulled back. Dr. Gro's face changed drastically. He had already had a premonition that what would happen next. The next second, his ominous premonition was fulfilled. Big's other hand turned into a sharp hand knife and slashed it down suddenly. Crack! The electric light burst, and Dr. Gro's left hand was directly cut off by Big's knife. Sir! Blood similar to engine oil shot out from the backbone of the robotic arm. Dr. Gro, whose arm was cut off, retreated back in fear. Although he could not feel the pain, the look of fear was fully displayed on his face. I can't win. You can't win at all. The gap in strength is no longer something that data can make up for. This guy's strength is enough to beat two of himself. He began to regret that he shouldn't act without permission from the beginning. He should have brought number 17 and number 18 with him. After becoming an artificial human, he mastered strong enough strength and thought he was invincible in the world and could take revenge on these guys. Now, do you still think I'm easy to deal with? Big threw away Dr. Gro's broken arm as garbage without expression. He twisted his neck carelessly and made a crackling sound. At this moment he was not in a hurry to take action, because Dr. Gro was already a lamb to be slaughtered, and under the gaze of so many people he was already unable to fly. Damn it, hateful. Am I really going to explain here? I'm not willing to give up. The plan to revenge against Sun Wukong has not been completed, and the Red Ribbon Legion has not been revived. I must never die in this place. Dr. Gro roared in resentment in his heart, but now, no matter how angry he is, it will be useless. He was no match for Big in his heyday, let alone now that he has one arm missing. If this old guy dies, will it affect the appearance of the 17th and 18th? At this time, Vegeta, as a bystander, suddenly thought of a possibility. Although the old guy in front of him was an artificial human, he looked like he ran away before and was obviously going back to his lair. This old guy is the key to releasing Man 17 and Man 18. If he died like this, wouldn't he have no chance to fight those two humans? Just as Vegeta was was thinking about whether to let this old thing go on purpose. Suddenly a jet rushed in the sky. The driver in this jet is nothing but Bulma. She came here with important information. In addition to Bulma, there is another person in the driver's seat behind the jet, Achilobe. It's now Drgro, whose survival instinct was overwhelmed, immediately seized the opportunity to leave, raised his hand and released an energy bomb to attack the jet. Hey. Bulma, who had just arrived here, was stunned when he saw the oncoming energy bomb. No, I just came over and took a look. Is this going to die? The one who was frightened the most was Achilobe. He was just here to go through the motions, and the crisis of death is right in front of him, which made him stunned. Don't give me a crow's mouth. Bulma quickly controlled the jet to change direction. Although he avoided the attack of this energy bomb without any danger, the jet flank was still destroyed. The jet lost control and crashed towards a huge rock. Mom! When Tenek, who was eager to save his mother, his heart twitched suddenly when he saw this scene. He was the first to react and rushed out violently. When the jet was about to hit the boulder, he saved Bulma. Bulma is fine, and Yachirobe is not so lucky. When the jet exploded, he was also injured by the explosion. Fortunately, he also had some strength and was different from ordinary people. Otherwise, he would have died. Everyone's attention was shifted to this side, until Big suddenly came to his senses and found that Dr. Gro had escaped afterward. Anger rose in his heart. Not good. That guy ran away. Big cursed Bulma in his heart. This woman is really the time to come. However, Vegeta felt so happy. He was worried about not knowing how to stop Big from killing this old guy. So Bulma, the stupid woman, came to help him. Nak, you can follow the clues, find out all the artificial humans and kill them all. At the same time, Talat, who was hiding in the dark, breathed a sigh of relief. He almost couldn't help but save Bulma from this time and space world. Thanks to the future, Tenex did not hesitate. After all, even though this time and space are the original time and space, in his time and space world, Bulma is his wife and can't ignore it. Actually, I feel very uncomfortable, but there is nothing we can do about it. Hey, I was really scared to death just now. Thank you, Tenek. Bulma, who was rescued, thanked the future Tenex. You know me. Tenex was stunned when he heard Bulma know his name. No, he has not yet exposed his identity, and Uncle Wukong should also help him keep it a secret. How could the mother of this time and space know his name? Could it be Thathay has been exposed? It's a long story, probably, but I really didn't expect that you will come back from the future. With Bulma's IQ, it's hard not to guess what Tenex is thinking now, so I explained it in a few simple sentences. In fact, after learning about Tenex's life experience, she was a little unacceptable. She didn't expect that she would come with Vegeta's cold and arrogant guy. It is precisely because of this that in this time and space she deliberately avoided Vegeta and the two of them did not get together. In the future, Tenex was in chaos and was a little lost. He understood what happened in this space-time world. Because his identity was exposed, the mother in this world may not have been with her father. The self in this world may no longer exist. That it's okay, Tennock. Although it's a different time and space world, I can treat you like a son. Bulma didn't know how to face it, but she didn't want to hurt Tennock, so he comforted. She didn't know that the more this would make Tenex sadder in the future. It doesn't matter, I'm fine. In the future, Tenex said that he was not seriously injured. Now that things have come to this point, I can only accept it. At this moment, Yakuro, located in a rock, was feeling in tears. He shouldn't have come here. Wouldn't it be good to stay in Kailantat? Not only did he almost die, no one cared about his life or death. Because of Bulma's arrival, others surrounded him and asked about the situation. Bulma also immediately revealed the reason why he came here and told them about Dr. Gro's identity and the specific location of Dr. Gro's laboratory. After learning the whole story, everyone suddenly realized that the artificial human number 20 they had just fought against was really Dr. Grot himself. Interesting, so the old guy left to release the remaining artificial human. Then I have to go and have a good look. After learning about the general location of Dr. Grot's research institute, Vegeta grinned and smiled, the first to explode and fly towards the distance. Seeing this, the others followed Vegeta without hesitation. Because of the lessons of Bic, they did not separate but acted at the same time to prevent Dr. Gro from being caught by orders and absorbing energy. As for Son Gohan, he was responsible for taking Bulma back. Wei and me. Just as Son Gohan was about to leave with Bulma, Achilobe hurriedly shouted, he can't fly. If he was left in this ghost place, he wouldn't know how long it would take to return to Kalan Tower. Soon, Son Gohan carried Achirobe on his back and left the desolate area together and returned to Zidu. At this moment, Talat, who was hiding in the dark, finally discovered something strange. Not Little Trunk. The plot development of this time and space seems to be different from the original time and space. Moreover, what did Bulma and the future Tenex just said? The anger changed suddenly. Talakeen Insight discovered these strange things. In the original work, Bulma was attacked by Dr. Gro, but there was Trunks Little, but there wasn't. This world is different from what he thought, not the original time and space. After thinking about it for a while, Talat decided to help Bulma and the others soldiers returned to Zidu. After all, in that situation it was really difficult for Son Gohan to fly back with Achirobe on his back, and even with Bulma. Although your own strength cannot be fully utilized, it is still easy to transfer space. As for the future, go to Zidu and Bulma to learn about the situation in this world. If Vegeta had not been with Bulma, he would not have watched them come together. A snap of his fingers gave Son. After Gohan and the others had a journey, Talat came to his senses, quickly set off and disappeared from the spot. The plot is continuing to advance. Because of the information provided by Bulma, all the Z soldiers began to conduct a carpet-style search of Dr. Gro's research institute. This situation was also noticed by Dr. Gro, who was hiding in the dark. While he was shocked, he suddenly thought of something. He had an impression of the woman in the jet just now. Damn it, the woman just now was the daughter of Brive, the Universal Capsule Group. No wonder I have such an accurate grasp of my research institute location. Dr. Gro was full of resentment. Fortunately, I know a shortcut, so I must wake up number 17 and number 18 before them. Dr. Gro quickly turned around and rushed towards a fork in the distance. Dr. Gro did not know that his every move was actually being monitored by Talat, but Talat didn't have much interest in stopping him. On the contrary, I hope he is faster and plan to help him. With his perception ability, he has covered 1,000 miles of radius, and all the movements cannot escape his perception. He has also discovered Dr. Gro's institute long ago. Thank you very much. The corners of his mouth undulated. Talat snapped his fingers again, used the space transfer to help Dr. Gro return to the institute. Chapter 277, Awakening from the 17th 18th. An angry big guy. What's going on? This is my institute, right? But what happened? Dr. Gro could not understand, and he looked around with horror. The environment, familiar equipment, and everything is familiar, and it is definitely not a dream. It exceeded his cognition and made him feel dizzy. Is it because I was thinking too much that I didn't know that I was back? Or was it because I was fighting with Big that caused the nerve conduction function to be damaged and my memory was missing? Dr. Gro said to himself. It's no wonder he is called a mad scientist now. It's really crazy. The most incredible thing is that Dr. Gro quickly accepted the current situation. He did not continue to struggle, but thought of starting the artificial human 17 and artificial human 18 in the sleeping device as soon as possible. Otherwise, when those guys come to him, he will die. Dr. Gro quickly walked to the console, picked up the controller, but hesitated for a while when he was about to turn on the sleeping device. Do you really want to wake them up? This is a question that Dr. Gro will ask himself every time he wakes up the 17th and 18th. The power of number 17 and number 18 is too powerful, so powerful that you cannot listen to his orders. The first 2 times it was because he had the remote control that forced them to turn off. After pondering for a while, Dr. Gro shook his head hard and threw away all the messy thoughts in his mind. Now is not the time to think about these things at all. Dr. Gro gritted his teeth and pressed the start button. The dormant sleep carriage belonging to the artificial man number 17 was first opened, and then number 17 suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. The consciousness returned, and he walked out of the dormant warehouse calmly and saw Dr. Gro at first sight. Without feeling, he naturally noticed the controller on Dr. Gro's right hand. He and number 18 had intentionally rioted and almost killed Dr. Gro several times, but this old guy always hid his skill. Through the controller, he could easily block his and no 18's ability to move. Last time I almost got rid of control, but now I have been able to see the light of day again. Although he was very upset to see Dr. Gro, he could only bear it now. This time, he didn't want to fail again and was locked in the dark dormant warehouse again. Dr. Gro. Number 17 hid his emotions and greeted Dr. Gro respectfully. As soon as these words were spoken, Dr. Gro was extremely surprised, and then a strong look of joy appeared on his face. What did you call me just now? No, 17. Dr. Gro confirmed repeatedly in disbelief. Dr. Gro, what's wrong with you? Number 17 asked in a concerned tone. Hearing this, Dr. Gro was not calm and said excitedly, okay, it's great. It seems that the fault has been automatically repaired. Not only have I become obedient, but I also know that I care about me. Dr. Gro saw that number 17 was respectful to him, but he had no doubt at all. He was extremely happy and determined that he was dominating number 17. As long as the help of number 17, those guys who chased him would be nothing more than a native chicken and a tile dog. Dr. Gro even thought about how to use the power of number 17 to kill everyone, complete revenge, and finally rule the earth. It seems that you have transformed yourself into an artificial human, but this looks like an old-fashioned energy absorption type. Why don't you transform into the latest eternal energy furnace like us? And you don't look hurt. Light. What kind of enemy can hurt you like this? On the 17th, a wave of soul questions came to divert Dr. Gro's attention. It seems that he is very respectful to Dr. Gro, but in fact he is just looking for the right right opportunity to take away the controller from Dr. Gro. You have just woken up and it's too late to explain many things now. When those guys come, you will know naturally. Dr. Gro did not want to explain so much. Vic cut off one of his arms, which was a shame, and he couldn't say it out. As for not taking it, the artificial human who has been transformed into an eternal energy furnace state is also because his body is too fragile and cannot withstand the intensity of the transformation, so he has to come up with this worst. Otherwise, how could he put the latest and stronger technology without using the oldest technology? Yes, Dr. Gro. On the 17th, he no longer asked. With his IQ, he had probably guessed that Dr. Gro should have been to take revenge. Not only did he fail, he was killed by someone. Now, he must be more obedient so that his sister will be released on the 18th. At that time, we could plan with our sister and kill Dr. Gro. Because of his superb acting skills, after giving a simple order, Dr. Gro completely believed that number 17 would no longer be disobedient, so he liberated number 18 of the man-made man from the dormant warehouse. On the 18th, who was liberated, consciousness returned and walked out of the dormant warehouse. At the moment of seeing the 17th, the tacit understanding between the siblings was just a simple look which made the other party understand it. Dr. Gro. Number 18 suppressed his hatred for Dr. Gro and said respectfully. Seeing this, Dr. Gro was ecstatic. Very good. It seems that you both have repaired it by themselves. My original design is indeed correct. Number 17 and number 18, and the next is the time for you to be loyal to me. Dr. Gro laughed wildly and almost lost his wisdom. At this moment, it is located outside the gate of the institute. The Z warriors had gathered here, and because of Dr. Gro's excited shout, they heard the conversation. He mentioned no 17 and number 18. So, have you been liberated? Flynn was nervous and sweating profusely, and his bald head was covered with dense cold sweat. It seems that the guy has awakened the artificial humans named number 17 and number 18, so we are still one step late. Tianjin Fan was as heavy as hell. Missed the last chance, and now they will face two artificial humans who have destroyed the future world. Vic remained silent and subconsciously clenched his fist. He did not waver, but was just serious. As a warrior, he won't be afraid easily. In particular, both Man 19 and 20 seem to be invincible in confrontation. In his opinion, perhaps this era is already different from the future. After all, their strength is no longer comparable to those of the past because 10 Nox told them about the harm of artificial humans in the future. Damn it, still couldn't stop the guy from awakening number 17 and number 18. Future 10X clenched his fist angrily, and he roared in his heart, and the dusty and painful memories appeared again. Just as everyone was in panic and at a loss, Vegeta, who was overwhelmed with confidence, walked out. Get out of here, Vegeta said domineeringly, then raised his hand and released an energy wave hitting the steel gate in front of him. Boom! The sound of a loud bang. Under the bombardment of a wave of energy released by Vegeta, the thick steel gate in front of him was instantly blown to pieces. This sudden explosion made Dr. Gro in the interior confused. After seeing the visitor clearly, Dr. Gro was shocked at first, but soon he calmed down. After seeing clearly Dr. Gro, number 17 and number 18 in the laboratory, all the Z soldiers present were stunned. A handsome brunette man and a beautiful blonde girl. So these two are mentioned? It seems that there is no harm. It's them. It's them. After seeing these two humans, the anger in 10 Nox's heart completely exploded. The anger surged, causing the energy in his body to riot. It seems that this time is right. Vegeta smiled evilly. At this moment he couldn't wait to try it out, how strong these two humans are. After mastering the transformation of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta's self-confidence was overwhelming and he considered himself the number one warrior in the universe. He did not think that these artificial humans could defeat him. You guys are late, and next is your doomsday. As soon as Dr. Gro finished speaking, the artificial human number 17 behind him seized the opportunity and penetrated his chest. This situation shocked everyone present. For the Z warriors, it is even more incredible. Shouldn't they be in the same group? Why did you start fighting in the nest? Taking advantage of the moment when Dr. Gro was in a stalemate, man-made man number 18 made a decisive attack and immediately cut off Dr. Gro's other arm. The controller that could stop them from operating also fell to the ground at this moment and was picked up by number 18. Understatement. You haven't you guys automatically fixed it? Why do you want to betray me? A strong look of horror flashed in Dr. Gro's eyes. With his IQ, it is not difficult to guess that the 17th and 18th were just acting for him, but he was unwilling to accept that his ambition was shattered. Automatic repair? Old guy, we just cooperated with you to act in a play. I didn't expect you to believe it. We have never been loyal to you, so how can it be considered betrayal? Number 18 finished speaking expressionlessly. Directly crushed the controller on your hand. On the 17th, he also pulled his arm back and did not rush to kill Dr. Gro, but admired Dr. Gro's fearful expression. Seeing this, the soldiers of Z 180 were silent and kept waiting and watching. Without a controller they have no worries when they are restrained. Number 18 wandered casually in the surrounding rooms and finally his eyes were fixed on the dormant warehouse marked number 16. Where is there an artificial human here? It looks like a product of pure mechanized manufacturing. Number 18 developed a very strong interest in the artificial human number 16 in this dormant warehouse. These purely mechanized artificial humans are very different from their human bodies transformed. No, stop it quickly. Do you know what you are doing? You can't wake up number 16 no matter what. If he wakes up, the entire earth and the whole world will be destroyed. Dr. Gro saw that he quickly stopped shouting. He knew very well the terribleness of number 16, which was the strongest mechanical artificial human created with his own emotions. In the 16th man, there is also the ultimate power that can destroy everything. The soldiers outside the door were also shocked after hearing Dr. Gro's harsh warning. Judging from Dr. Gro's attitude, this artificial human named number 16 seems to be more threatening than number 17 and number 18. The atmosphere became extremely heavy and no one dared to act rashly. Only Vegeta was ready to move. For him, the stronger the enemy, the better, and it is best to make his Super Saiyan fight happily. However, the more nervous Dr. Gro is, the more curious he is to number 18 and number 16 are. She really wanted to see how powerful this purely mechanical artificial human has. Stop it! Dr. Gro shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to stop number 18, but the next second he was about to take action. On the 17, he took a step ahead of him and kicked Dr. Gro's head off. Dr. Gro's head rolled down the ground to the door. Seeing this, everyone showed horror on their faces. This artificial human named number 17 is too cruel. In a sense, Dr. Gro should be the benefactor who created them. Not until it was over, under the surprised eyes of everyone, number 17 casually walked to Dr. Gro's head and stepped on it in the unwilling and angry eyes of the other party. Bang! Drive! Gro's head exploded. His whole body died completely and his soul went to the underworld to report. After dealing with Dr. Gro, No 17's gaze turned to the Z warriors present. He retrieved all the information about these people in the database and developed a strong interest. Number 17 raised his lip and said with a smile, "Hello, there is information about all of you in my database, but I didn't expect to see it so soon." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was extremely surprised. This number 17 seemed to be even more different from what they thought. This man-made man does not seem hostile, unlike Dr. Gro and number 19. However, everyone did not notice that Ten Nox's eyes changed again and again, because the greeting number 17 directly evoked the dusty memory deep in his heart. That anger that can only be erased by killing all humans exploded at this moment. Crazy! The future Tenek, whose anger surged into his heart, turned directly into a Super Saiyan and directly gathered his strength. "Everyone, get out of here!" Future Ten Nox pushed forward with both hands, and powerful energy continued to gather in the palms of his hands. In an instant, the golden energy ball condensed into shape in his palm. Number 17 and number 18 in the institute frowned slightly after seeing the crazy behavior of the future Ten Nox. Vegeta, Tianjin fried. Clint did not stay at the first time. He quickly evacuated a second before 10x's complete outbreak and retreated 100 meters away. The energy waves that had tried their best were shot out loud. The golden energy beam bombed the institute like a roaring dragon. Boom! The explosion of fire rushed straight into the sky, and the terrifying storm hit all directions. Chapter 278 Vegeta, who is trying to die. Talit comes forward. The pillar of flames that rushed straight into the sky made everyone hold their breath. The power of this energy wave from 10x in the future shocked everyone present, and even Vegeta was slightly shocked. After all, it was sent by 10x in the Super League. Even though the Super League at this time is not very strong, time passes minute by minute. As the thick flames produced by the explosion dissipated, the scene that caught everyone's eyes made everyone's body tremble, and the shock feeling spread from their heart. Man 17 and Man 18, after suffering the full strength blow from future 10x in front, were not only safe and unharmed, but also the dormant compartment of Man 16 was also protected by the two. How possible? This scene completely made the future 10x frightened. In the future world, although his full strength attack could not kill humans, it would definitely cause them to suffer some damage. But now a sudden wave not only did the man number 17 and 18, but also obviously didn't take his attack seriously. Suddenly, future 10x took a breath, and he suddenly thought whether it was because of his reason that the strength of these two artificial humans in the past was even stronger than that of the future number 17 and number 18. It's just a waste of energy. What do you think the attack of this level can play? If you are afraid, please dodge me and leave them to me to deal with it. Vegeta Vegeta's eyes were arrogant and his words were emitting a sense of silent, strong murderous intent. After waiting for so long, it was finally time to take action. Next, he would let his cheap son from the future know how strong he is now. When the others saw this scene, they were silent. Even Trunks, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, could not hurt number 17 and number 18. At least they could not compare. Even Big Round, he knew that he was not a match for number 17 and number 18, and he also confirmed that what Ten Nok said in the future was right. These two artificial humans were indeed powerful enough to kill them. Now, we can only place all hope on Vegeta. If even Vegeta is defeated, they can't survive. The ending cannot be changed. On the top of that mountain, what a group of rude guys. Number 17 casually slapped off the dust on his body and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry about them for the time being. I really want to see how special this artificial human number 16, which was particularly popular by Dr. Gro, is." After the words fell, number 18 kicked the dormant compartment of artificial human number 16 with one kick. Open. The dormant compartment was forcibly opened and the sleeping artificial human number 16 also woke up at this moment. "According to the data, it seems that it is not above us," number 17 said casually. Number 18 nodded slightly. The two of them just watched the tall and mighty number 16 come out of the dormant warehouse, but they just stood there, and they did have a unique sense of courage and oppression. However, the 17th and 18th did not care about it, nor were they afraid. After all, they are a new generation of artificial humans equipped with an eternal energy furnace. How could it be compared to the products of the old era? "We let you out, shouldn't you thank us?" "No 16, number 18 said a little arrogantly. "However, what I got was the indifferent treatment of number 16. Number 18 and number 17 rolled their eyes and shook their heads helplessly. They regarded this as the reason number 16 was a purely mechanical artificial human. Before he could communicate a few words, Vegeta took the initiative to come over. That arrogance should not be too obvious. Feeling Vegeta's provocation, number 17 and number 18 were speechless. They didn't plan to fight against these people. At least they just woke up and didn't want to fight. But this does not mean that they can be bullied. Since you want to fight, then fight. Just vent my unhappy mood. I'll leave the others to you." "No 17. After number 18 finished speaking expressionlessly, he took the initiative to speed forward. "She doesn't want to fight Vegeta here, so I walked Vegeta and headed far away." Vegeta was not in a hurry to see number 18 voluntarily die, so he followed number 18 and let him choose the cemetery. For him, even though his opponent is a woman, he will not show mercy. Because Vegeta was led away by number 18, everyone's hearts tightened. In the future, 10x gritted his teeth and did not dare to act rashly. At this time, the man-made man number 17 was sweeping over them with his casual gaze. For number 17, the data in the database had already told him all the data of these people in front of him, except for the same blonde man. "Hey, on the 16th, do you want to move? How about half of us dealing with each other?" Number 17 put his hands on his hips and said in a relaxed tone. Judging from his attitude, he didn't take anyone seriously. "I have only one goal to create. Kill Sun Wukong. Except for Sun Wukong, I will not kill any innocent person." No 16's answer surprised number 17. It seems that the 16, like them, was implanted with the instructions to kill Sun Wukong by Dr. Gro. "Okay, since you don't plan to deal with them, let me play with them." Number 17 didn't force it and glanced at Baek Tianjin Fan, and Klin present provocatively hooked his index finger. Emotionally they can attack him. This extremely arrogant attitude regards everyone as an ant, which greatly stimulates Baek Tianjin Fan and Klin's self-esteem, but they dare not act rashly. Seeing this on the 17th, he saw through the thoughts of several people at a glance, looked at the direction of number 18 and Vegeta, and said, "If you plan to wait first, it's okay, but I have to explain some things first. Your opponent is me. You can only attack me, not against no 18. Everyone was shocked when these words were said. How could I have thought that the 17th would say such a thing? In the future, 10x was even more surprised. This was different from the number 17 he knew. At the same time, Vegeta on the other side finally couldn't help it. He was so angry that he exceeded number 18 in one breath, then glared at number 18 and shouted, "Where are you going? I think this is good. Okay, since you're so anxious, then here." Number 18 slowly landed and happened to stand on the winding mountain road. Seeing this, Vegeta landed on the ground immediately, and at the same time, a shout erupted from Vegeta's mouth. Vegeta directly liberated the energy in his body, opened fire, and launched an attack on the man-made man number 18. His offensive was so fierce that he directly hit number 18. Because the distance is not very far, everyone can see the battle situation. It was even more surprising to witness the future of this kind of battle situation. The artificial humans in this era are undoubtedly stronger than the artificial humans in the future world, but now they are suppressed by their father Vegeta. In his heart, a bold idea was born. Can history really be changed by his father? In the future, the big specialty will still be too young and have not not experienced any greater storms. How could they know that there is still hidden strength? Moreover, he didn't know his father Vegeta at all. Vegeta was indeed able to burst out unimaginable power at the beginning of the battle every time, but his prince's tactics consumed a lot and he was always handsome every time. After the wave, it will be quickly crushed. With fierce hand-to-hand combat, Vegeta continued to force number 18 to retreat. The two of them fought on the road, which made a driver who was driving a truck towards him. On the 18th, I deliberately stopped in front of the truck, wanting to see how Vegeta would deal with it. She didn't expect that Vegeta would blow the truck driver and the car away in one wave. Therefore, number 18 also recognized what type of person Vegeta was. She didn't plan to be polite to such a cold-blooded and ruthless guy. Her original plan was enough to just teach her a lesson and exhale her anger, until Vegeta's attack broke No 18's coat, which made No 18's heart even more angry. Although she is a woman, the strength gap is here. The combat effectiveness of number 18 is much higher than that of Vegeta. As her counterattack begins, the situation changes. Vegeta showed signs of defeat, but fortunately, with his strong physical fitness, resisted the first few waves of offensives of number 18 and seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. For a moment, the two sides fought hard and were equally matched. However, as the battle took longer, Vegeta's physical strength was getting more and more expensive. From being able to barely resist No 18's attack at the beginning to being directly hit by number 18, it seems that you are just a guy who can only speak big things. Sun Wukong must be better than you, right? Number 18 said with disappointment after finding Vegeta's strength. These words stimulated Vegeta's self-esteem. Stop being proud. Damn the stinky woman. Vegeta, whose self-esteem was damaged, endured the pain on his body and swung his fist and shot straight into the face of number 18. Obviously, on the 18th, he became even more angry after hearing Vegeta insult him. Number 18 avoided Vegeta's heavy punch and swept out with a whip leg. Bang! There was a muffled sound. A powerful blow fell firmly on Vegeta's left arm. This terrifying force caused irreversible huge damage to the internal joints through the tough muscle tissue. Just one blow made Vegeta's left arm completely dislocate and lose his power of movement. At this moment the winner has been decided. Although Vegeta still maintains the transformation of the Super Saiyan, he is no longer able to fight against number 18. At this time, number 18 didn't plan to let Vegeta go. She walked to Vegeta, kicked it out again, kicking Vegeta away for nearly 100 meters and overturned several times. The rest barely stopped. The battle situation has undergone an absolute reversal. How can you bear the future of being a bystander at this time? He wouldn't watch his father die in front of him like this. Stop it! Future 10X roared angrily, pulled out the sword of bravery in a state of explosiveness and rushed straight to No 18's head. On the 17th, I planned to stop it, but I didn't take action as soon as possible. Anyway, Vegeta, who has the highest data, is no longer able to do it. Even if this kid is at it, it doesn't matter. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Ding! The Future 10X's sword collapsed. This scene made Future Trunks' pupils shrink suddenly. Irregular guy, I'm looking for death. Number 18 raised his hand and grabbed Future 10X's neck and threw him directly beside Vegeta. The next second, number 18 released another energy bomb when he raised his hand, attacking the Future 10X. Future 10X, who could have dodged, gritted his teeth after seeing Vegeta, who was seriously injured behind him, and had no choice but to bite his teeth and resist. Boom! A blast! The energy bomb exploded violently, and the aftermath swept across the world, instantly blew Vegeta and Future Trunks away. The father and son, who were backfired by the energy bounds, were directly bombed and lost their combat ability. In fact, Vegeta has indeed lost his combat ability, but in the future, it is because of fear caused trouble and lost confidence, so I fell to the ground. Bick Tianjin fried and Klin. Can you still watch quietly now? He forced his move but was stopped directly by number 17. Without surprise, on the 17th, he just took Bick and Tianjin fried down. As for Klin, he was stunned and stood there. After the battle ended, number 17 and number 18 stood together. Is it a bit too heavy for us to start? Number 17 joked at number 18. Heavy? They are still alive. This is already our kind enough. Number 18 replied disdainfully. Hearing this on the 17th, he didn't dare to touch his sister's brow. My sister is not so easy to comfort her. This battle seems to have ended successfully at this point, just like the original work. It's just that Klin was completely ignored. But at this moment, an accident happened. Vegeta, who had been beaten to death, was unwilling to accept this cruel fact. In his concept, the Super Saiyan should be invincible in the universe, but now he is beaten so miserably by a woman. He would rather die than accept this cruel reality, so he endured the common transmuted pain on his body and slowly stood up. The pair of sharp and murderous eyes locked on number 18 and forced a provocative smile on their faces. Is this the only skill in artificial humans? Is this the only skill? I am not dead yet. As soon as these words came out, number 17 and number 18, who were planning to leave, were stunned at the same time. Number 18 felt Vegeta's murderous intent, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Bic and Tianjin Fan, who were seriously injured, thought they had escaped, so they cursed in their heart. Vegeta's trying to die. It seems that you met a thorn this time. Are you going to kill him? Number 17 was speechless at Vegeta. He was let go of him, and he was still looking for death. Since he is asking for death on his own initiative, I will satisfy him. Number 18 did not want to talk nonsense, so he raised his right hand, and powerful energy condensed in the palm of his right hand. Then just kill the weeds and kill them all. Number 17 said the same. Everyone's heartbeat increased at this moment, and time seemed to be frozen at this moment. This scene made Talat, who was hiding in the dark, speechless. I originally planned to continue hiding and see what will happen next. If everyone is killed on the 17th and 18th, the plot will be completely chaotic. However, these 17th and 18th should be the two I know. I can't continue watching the show anymore. I just took this opportunity to intervene. After Talat murmured, he disappeared into the darkness. The next second place. Chapter 279, Kill in One Finger. This farce is almost over here. Why bother to make a big fuss because of a conflict of 1 or 2 sentences? Moreover, you don't want to go on another road in the future because of the killing. As a sound rang out, number 18, who was about to take action, his hands stopped and the condensed energy light waves also stagnated. Everyone present looked at the source of the sound at this moment. A person who had no impression appeared in their sight. Who is him? The future 10X's eyes turned to Talat, his eyes full of confusion. How much has this world been changed? Not only was he not born in this world, but now there is a person whom he does not know at all. Who is this guy? When did such a person appear on Earth? Have he watched the battle secretly from the beginning? None of us noticed it. Bic was shocked and felt incredible by Talat's appearance. His intuition told him that this person's identity is not simple. He tried to feel Talat's breath but found that there was no slight fluctuation of breath on the other party's body. But Bic was sure that his instinct also told him that the person in front of him was not only not an artificial human but also an extremely powerful existence. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. The ability to appear silently and the ability to hide aura of 100% is enough to show how powerful he is. Who is he? Are you here to help us? As a bystander, Clin was still stunned in the distance. In this kind of occasion, he can't interfere at all, and he is not qualified to come forward. I can only hope that the person in front of me has the ability to stop human beings. Tianjin Fan was also very surprised by Talat's sudden appearance. He judged with his own judgment, and the conclusion he got was almost the same as Bic's idea. Only Vegeta discovered something strange. In his eyes he saw the tail wrapped around Talat's waist. How could he be unfamiliar with tail? This is a symbol of Scion status. Can you say this guy is a Scion? No. Impossible. Apart from me and Kakarot, there are no pure blood Scion. Vegeta's heart was shocked and his thoughts were floating. The appearance of the person in front of him made him feel a little overwhelmed. Recalling the time when I met the future 10 Nok 3 years ago, the other party directly transformed into a Super Scion. At that time, he was a little suspicious of life. Now, this guy who suddenly appeared and is most likely a Scion guy, could he also come from other time and space that he didn't know? That young man is cheating on the nephew, Huan Feng, the teenager. Likewise, there is no record of him in the database. No 17 showed great interest in Talat, who suddenly appeared. He mobilized the energy detector in his body to detect Talat's energy intensity, but found that his energy detector had no reaction at all. It seemed that in front of him was a person who was so ordinary that he could not be more ordinary. But is this possible? Not far from the battlefield, number 16, who had been silent and indifferent to everything, raised his head slightly because of Talat's appearance. His special detection device in his retina began to analyze various indicators on Talat, but he also failed to obtain any data. There is only one possibility in this situation. The other party's strength has reached the point where they are so powerful that they can't analyze it. Because of Talat's appearance, the atmosphere present changed subtly and became heavier. Everyone was extremely curious about this mysterious man who suddenly appeared. What is his origin? Why should I listen to you? Since you asked me to let them go, you might as well take this move. If you can resolve my blow, I will let them go as you wish. 18. The person was not happy at all, and someone came out to stop him, just like adding fuel to the fire. I just woke up and was not in a good mood and was very depressed. Now that these broken things happen one after another, I am constantly being provoked. It is unbearable. Okay. Talat smiled indifferently and accepted the request of number 18 without hesitation. To him, this is nothing, but this result shocked everyone present. They were even more curious about Talat's identity and at the same time began to guess how strong he was Vegeta and the future Tenek who can transform into a Super Saiyan, both lost. Can he resolve the attack of man-made man 18? Very good, you are a man, but I won't calm down because of this. This is your own choice. Don't blame me if you die. After the words came, number 18 turned around and locked in Talat. The powerful energy condensed in his hand. The cannon turned into a golden energy beam carrying unparalleled destructive power and rushed straight to Talat. The distance was not far away. When this energy light appeared, everyone present gasped and their hearts twitched violently at this moment. Even though he was as strong as Vegeta, he held his breath and concentrated at this moment. He could feel the destructive power of this blow, even if he could not see him in his heyday. Can this unknown guy stop him? The golden energy cannon was getting closer, but Talat didn't agree. At this level of attack he couldn't even break his breath defense. Boom! There was a loud bang. When Talat was less than half a meter away, the golden energy light of number 18 was decomposed into the light of the Taoist energy by an invisible force scattered in all directions. Seeing his killing attack quietly resolved by Talat, a look of surprise flashed in the cold eyes of number 18. In the move just now, she did not show mercy but instead released it with her holding Talat. But this person resolved it motionlessly and it was still so relaxed. Similarly, everyone who witnessed this scene with his own eyes also showed a shocked expression at this moment. Others can't see it but they can see it clearly. When this golden energy cannon was about to bomb Talat, the invisible aura turned into an invisible air wall. It was this invisible air wall that blocked No 18's attack. Can the attack of man-made man 18 be resolved by breath suppression alone? What is this person original origin? This kind of strength is not the same as ours. Spike seemed even more frightened and nervous inside. Talat only made a slight move which subverted his perception of power. The artificial humans who just now pressed them down so much that they were so breathless seemed so small in front of this man. The ones who were most stimulated were Vegeta, who was beaten by number 18 just now, and the future Tenek. In Vegeta's view, the power of the Super Saiyan is the most powerful in the universe and is invincible. But the appearance of artificial humans brought him back to reality, and the appearance of this unknown person in front of him made him begin to doubt his life. The Super Saiyans who finally transformed into were as fragile as children in front of these guys. He only felt that his face was gone. The arrogant he was before, the pain he felt now. Damn it, what is going on? Vegeta could only roar in her heart and vent her anger. At this moment he felt like a clown. The attack of the artificial human is completely invalid to him. Who is he? This person has never appeared in the future world. What has my appearance changed this world into? Tenanx's brain will be running rapidly in the future because this past world is no longer the world he is familiar with. The trajectory of fate has a series of chain effects due to his arrival. Everything changed quietly at this moment. He blocked. He really blocked. Lin, not far away. My heart was filled with ecstasy. He understood that this person had the ability to compete with artificial humans. If he could use his hand to kill all artificial humans, he could avoid the crisis of the future world repeating itself in this world. According to the agreement, I resolved your attack. Can you let them go now? Talat's mouth raised slightly and he said with a smile on his face and looked at number 18. I have to say that number 18 is really beautiful, not losing to Solari and Bulma. Hearing this, number 18 pondered for a moment, did not refute but just snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Since it's something I promised, I will naturally abide by the agreement. She promised Talat to let these rude guys go. Everyone present felt very uncomfortable when they heard the words of number 18. As a warrior, the dignity of being trampled into pieces at this moment, but it is already a blessing in disgrace to be able to save one's life. In fact, if Vegeta hadn't been seeking death, they wouldn't have to be so miserable, and they still need this person to save him. It's interesting. There is no record of you in my database, but it doesn't matter. You seem to be much better than these guys. On the 17th, he suddenly interrupted at this moment, and he had a great deal of Talat's experience in the face of the 17th. Strong interest. When I was dealing with Bic and Tianjin Fan just now, I was just a move by him, and there was no fun. Now that Talat's appearance has brought him a thought to discuss with him. Thank you for your compliment. Talat replied politely without any surprise. Hey, number 17, you want to fight him, right? Number 18, who was standing next to guess No 17's little thoughts, and asked. Of course, you played with them very much, but I just dealt with Bic and Tianjin Fried, who were weak. I have been sleeping in the dormant warehouse for too long, and my body is almost rusted. How are you doing now? It is easy to meet someone with good strength, and you can exercise your muscles and bones before dealing with Sun Wukong. Number 17 said. He was very pure and wanted to have a fight with Talat, although he mentioned Sun Wukong. You'd better give up this idea. No 17. At this time, the artificial man number 16, who had been silent for a long time, walked into the crowd with heavy steps and persuaded number 17 to give up challenging Talat. Even he couldn't see through Talat's strength, and he could only be beaten on number 17. Oh, you mean I'm not his opponent? No 16. Number 17 turned turned around and asked when he heard this. He is the strongest artificial man who considers himself to be the strongest and is full of confidence in his strength. Now he questioned him on the 16. Although I don't want to say that, judging from the data, yes. Number 16 answered truthfully. As soon as these words were spoken, No 17's competitive spirit was aroused. I feel that you don't know much about my strength, so you underestimate me. Number 17 did not care about number 16 anymore and turned to look at Talat with a high fighting spirit in his eyes, as if he was going to compete with Talat. Number 16, who was standing aside, did not say much, and he had warned number 17 that it was his business to listen or not. Feeling the fighting spirit ignited in No 17's eyes, Talat didn't want to fight him, but since he was so proactive, he seemed to have to fight if he didn't fight with his strength. Even if it is not in his heyday, even if he does not transform, there is no problem in walking sideways in this era. Not to mention walking sideways, it should be absolutely invincible. The man-made number 17 in front of him is not that he is weak, and he has a combat power of 1 billion yuan at all costs. He is indeed at the top level in this era. The anxious atmosphere cheered everyone present up. Vegeta, who was seriously injured, closed his mouth at this moment and stared at Talat and the man-made number 17. Although I don't know how strong number 17 is, I have already realized the strength of number 18. This number 17 is even stronger than number 18. How will this unknown guy deal with it? Everyone's thoughts are different, but they hope that Talat really has the strength to solve the artificial people in front of him. Otherwise they will be the ones who will suffer later. Since you want to fight, then come on, but I have to remind you that you only have one chance to take action, because I'm not particularly interested in you, Talat said. Arrogance and absolute strength make people unable to imagine how confident Talat is. Number 17 looked at Talat with all his attention, and anger arose in his heart. I was actually underestimated to this extent. Looking for the opportunity to take action, number 17 is also constantly accumulating strength. At this moment Talat kept calm and composed, watching number 17 looking for his flaws, and felt very helpless. A thought in my heart revealed a flaw to him. So how can I end this duel soon? Good opportunity. Number 17 seized this opportunity. His eyes suddenly changed. His body was like a gust of wind, crossing the distance to Talu, and the unstoppable iron fist also hit Talu in front of Talu. This scene shocked everyone. However, what is even more shocking is still behind. As a violent energy spread, number 17 stopped. All the power dissipated, and his eyes stood in front of Talat with a dull look. His fist was only 10 centimeters away from Talat, and one of Talat's fingers was pressed against his forehead. Kill in one finger. On the 17th, I just felt dizzy and my body was not under control. After falling down, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. At the last moment he couldn't believe that he had lost like this. Seeing this, number 18, who was standing aside, quickly shouted worriedly, No 17. Chapter 280. I also come from another time and space. Don't worry, he's fine, he just fainted. Since he challenged me, he would have to pay some price, otherwise wouldn't I be too easy to bully? Hearing number 18 exclaimed, wanting to get close but not daring, Talat smiled. Immediately afterward the scrutinized eyes kept looking at her, and her beauty was even more attractive. Of course Talat would not look much, and soon followed his eyes and saw Klin not far away. Stunned, not daring to take any action, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Although it is from this time and space, there is indeed not much difference between the two time and space Klin. However, in terms of strength, his time and space Klin is much stronger than this man-made Klin. Just talking about the time he left, Klin not only improved his cultivation level and his combat power reached 70 million points because of his martial arts conference, but also mastered the King of Realm Fist, which could make his own strength exceed 200 million. Now, I don't know how long it has passed in his world. If nothing unexpected happens, the node where Badak returns should be at most a year in which he left. Talat thought about it in his mind, and soon there was no excessive entanglement. At this time, Talat would not know that Badak returned 10 years after he left, and when he returns to his time and space world, it will only last longer. Staring at Talat, number 18 still dared not act rashly. She wanted to get close, but her inner uneasiness made her retreat. This man is so powerful that she can't fight against him. Number 17 was killed by a finger. If she made excessive actions that angered the other party, she might be knocked unconscious by a finger. Originally, she faced this person with a cynical attitude, so how could she dare to do this now? She was even glad that this person didn't take action against her, because she didn't hold back just now. A bitter feeling arose in her heart. For her, she finally got out of trouble this time, and without Dr. Gross' constraint they will start a new life. But now things have developed to this point, and the powerful force they are proud of is simply that they think they are self-righteous. Take your brother away from here. Seeing that number 18 had not moved, Talat probably guessed that she was afraid, so he reminded her. As soon as these words came out, number 18 looked shocked and puzzled. How did you know that number 17 is my younger brother? Also, don't you kill us. How I know doesn't matter. As for why I don't kill you, because I don't treat you as enemies, Talit said. But shouldn't we be enemies? We've taken action against you, number 18 asked in a strange way. Hearing this, Talit shook his head speechlessly. You have thought too much. It is never me who treats you as enemies, and you have not regarded these people as enemies. If you have murderous intentions from the beginning, these guys have been killed by you long ago. The straightforward words made number 18 open his mouth, and he didn't know how to answer the conversation, and the injured soldiers were even more stunned. They thought that since this person had already taken action to kill number 17 in seconds, these man-made people would undoubtedly die. As a result, I was disappointed. Although I don't know who you are, I hope you can listen to me because I am from the next 20 years later, and I can tell you clearly that if you let these artificial people go, then the future world will be they will destroy it. Future Te endured the pain and took a step forward and shouted. These words made Vegeta, Bic, and Tianjin Fan silent. They had the idea that Ten Nox would be too immature in the future. How could such a thing be said directly in front of the enemy? The most important thing is that they cannot be sure whether this person is an enemy or a friend. I know you are from another time and space. There is a breath of time and space entangled in you. He did not say bluntly that he knew the plot of the original work, but Talit used another way to confess that he knew the identity of this. This sentence surprised everyone again, and at the same time, Talit's words were incredible. The breath of time and space is entangled. Why can't they feel it? Future Te was also a little confused and was stunned at this time. Silly and cute. You don't have to be nervous. I have no malice. In fact, in my time and space world, you and I are friends and comrades in arms. You can call me Talit. I guess you have already seen Vegeta. It's also a scion, but I have long died with Vegeta Planet. In fact, I shouldn't have come to this time and space node, but I just encountered a huge space-time storm on the way back across time and space. I had no choice but to. It has arrived in this time and space. Talit also revealed his identity so as not to be troublesome to explain it later. What? You are also from the future? No, it's impossible. Since you were dead in the past, how could you exist? How could you still have you in the future? Future Date could not accept it. He was very smart but was restricted to in his own worldview. Your understanding of time and space does not seem to be comprehensive. Let me guess whether you are to travel through time and space. Is it to travel through the past and the future? Talit said. Isn't it? Asked the future Te. Talit shook his head and turned on the teaching mode. Of course not. What you are here is just another parallel space of time, but the time in which this space of time is currently in is the past of your space of time. To be strict, the past of your time and space has happened and cannot be changed. You have come to the past present, that is, this time and space, and seem to be back to the past, but it has nothing to do with your future time and space. I think you have also discovered some changes in this time and space because of your existence. After saying that, Talit raised his hand and waved it. Suddenly, a huge power of time and space burst out, and the void was torn apart by Talit. This scene shocked everyone. Future Te was stunned and gasped. I'll take you to the time and space tunnel so you will know. As he said that, Talit's mouth undulates lightly and he teleports directly to the side of the future Dat, bringing him to the new development out of the space-time tunnel. The future major can no longer describe his emotions at this time. This outrageous experience and this unimaginable supernatural power completely subverted his past worldview. Until Talit brought him back to his original place, everyone stared blankly, not daring to talk too much. Even Vegeta was so tactful that he didn't speak at this time. He knew that the scion named Talit in front of him was far more powerful than he imagined. So, everything I did was actually futile. Even if I changed the future of this time and space so that this time and space would not be destroyed by artificial people, there would still be countless parallel time and space which would still develop according to the original trajectory. 10x will have difficulty breathing in the future. Seeing this, Talit smiled faintly. You have thought too much. Whether you come or not, the development of each time and space is different. Perhaps because of your arrival, this time and space will become better naturally, or maybe no. It just depends on how you view these changes. The words were heard, and Wuda Te took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly became brighter. I understand. Thank you for your advice, but even so, I shouldn't let them go. After all, before he finished speaking, Talit shook his head slightly. Don't be too rigid. As I said, maybe they are evil people in your time and space, but they are not in this time and space. At least you took the initiative to do it from the beginning. Come and provoke them, aren't you? People are trying to let you go, but someone is still trying to save face. Tisk. Vegeta spat when he heard Talit's word. This also made everyone look at him, and they were very helpless. It is true, as Talit said, if it weren't for Vegeta, things would not have developed to this point. Behind Talit, number 18 asked number 16 to help pick number 17, and felt grateful to Talit. Nowadays so much information makes it difficult for her to digest quickly, but she probably already knows what's going on. The boy and this person all came from other parallel spaces and spaces. Then the boy's future spaces and spaces seemed to be destroyed because of their relationship, so he specially crossed the time and space to eliminate them. Talat comes from a higher level of parallel space and time because his strength is strong enough and he knows more. 10x was silent and he was in a dead end again for a moment and could not extricate himself. Talat knew that to get rid of him completely he could only let him experience it, or to help him eliminate the artificial humans in his time and space world. Of course, as the original plot develops slowly, everything will be solved after he is strong enough. All fear are the source of one's own lack of strength. Aren't you leaving? Without saying anything to Tenek, Talat looked at number 18 and number 16 behind him again. It is better for them to leave here quickly now. After all, although the situation has eased a lot because of his relationship, there will still be conflicts due to the inconsistency between words. As for where they will go after they leave, what will you do? Talat didn't care. Even if they are artificial humans, their existence will lead to the future Shuru. After all, Talat was quite interested, but since he was here, it would be different. In his opinion, there is no need for Shuru to become a complete body. Thank you. Number 18 sincerely thanked him, and then nodded to number 16. The two left here with number 17, who was still in a coma. Because Talat is here, everyone here can only watch and can do nothing. Until he could no longer see the shadow of artificial humans, Big took the initiative to step forward and ask, I don't know why, but I always feel that you deliberately let them go. I have to say that Big's IQ is really high. Taro nodded and replied, yes, but I don't have much intention. I just think about it since I have come to this time and space, so I will slightly change some of your time and space. Big nodded. This in the times. He is obviously no longer the Bigs of the past. Compared to the time and space of Talat, Big is much more mature. After all, his time and space were actually 10 years ago when he created human. Eat the fairy beans first to recover. After all, there is something to let you know next and participate. Talat waved his hand and took out the fairy beans from his portable space and gave it to everyone. Actually, there is no need to waste because Clint has already trotted over now and he has fairy beans on his body. But these few fairy beans are just a drop in the bucket for Talat. Everyone was only a little surprised that Talat had fairy beans and accepted it. After all, this person's strength is so powerful that it is beyond their imagination, and it is not surprising that there are Zyandu. Now, what they care more about is that what Talat wants to do next must also participate. Only after several people ate the fairy beans and completely recovered from their injuries did Talat tell the secrets he knew. While explaining, he naturally led everyone into the ruins of Dr. Grodd Institute again, and then went to the secret laboratory hidden underground. I thought it was just a threat to man 17 and 18, but now it has risen to another level, and everyone is shocked, especially for the future data. He suddenly felt that this was the change brought about by him. Talat did not refute it. After all, it was indeed because of his arrival that these changes occurred in this time and space. Of course, Shuru who came to this time and space did not come from this future time and space, so it can also be said that it was not caused by his reasons. Talat also told the future dead in disguise that his future should also have Shuru's existence. Therefore, the future crisis is not just about the 17th and 18th man. After knowing everything and understanding the whole truth, everyone suddenly realized it. This feeling of transparency suddenly solved the mystery in everyone's hearts and was no longer depressed. So, you let those two people go away in order to lead to this Shuru? Big asked again. Now no one dares to ask questions, that is, Big dares to take the initiative to talk. Of course, except for Tenek. He communicated with Talat in another aspect. Talat shook his head again. With my strength, it is easy to kill any existence in your era. Even if this Shuru devours number 17 and number 18, his strength will be greatly improved into a complete body. It will not be me, the opponent. The words were not too much, and Talat did not have the habit of pretending to be act. After hearing his word, everyone became even more puzzled. Then do you want Shuru to devour number 17 and number 18 to complete the evolution and then solve them all in one breath? Vegeta couldn't help but interrupted. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, they are all very cautious people, and letting the enemy grow up is the stupidest behavior in their eyes. Chapter 281. The scar has healed and forgets the pain. Talat's advice. After hearing Vegeta's word, Talat smiled at him and shook his head again. This made Vegeta a little angry. I have already guessed this and I haven't said it yet. It is impossible not to be irritated. I just said that even if Shuru becomes a complete body, I can kill easily. The reason why I have told you so much is to learn about Shuru, just to let you know who is it's just a real enemy, Talat said. After receiving Talat's reply, everyone fell into silence. If they were not scheming, they thought too much. So how should we find that man-made man named Shuru? After all, if you don't take action, we have to take action. Big spoke first. He already understood what Talat meant. Number 17 and number 18 were not their enemies. The huge trouble they had to solve now was the monster named Shiru. According to Talat's previous description, Shiru's potential is immeasurable. Before he becomes a complete body, he has extremely powerful combat power and can also help himself grow by absorbing the essence of human life. Such monsters are full of threat. If they are not eliminated, they will inevitably become a disaster in the future. But they didn't even know what Shiru looked like and where they were, so how would they eliminate it? Don't worry, Bic. Actually, when I came to your time and space, my perception had already covered the earth and I had found that guy, and I could take you there at any time, but before this, you'd better. I won't do it if I get rid of this lab, Talat said with a smile. All the words have come to this point, and it is no longer necessary to understand them. Smart people are not stupid. Hearing this, the people present looked at each other. Things have developed to this point, and now they can only rush forward and cannot retreat. Just as everyone was pondering, Talat turned around and walked out of the secret laboratory. As he left, everyone also began to act. In fact, it is enough to destroy everything here, especially the embryo of Shiru. However, in order to be more accurate to avoid leaving any disasters, it was carefully destroyed. Until all the hidden dangers were cleared, everyone left the underground institute, and Bic added another golden energy at the end. Light wave. Boom. The dazzling fires soared into the sky, and the gravel was flying all over the sky. After completely destroying Dr. Gro's secret institute, Bic turned his gaze to Talat, waiting for his next command. Talat did not talk nonsense and raised his hand to perform space teleportation. A wave of invisible spatial power emerged, cleverly surrounding everyone present. Ha! As Talat's crisp snap of his fingers fell, everyone felt a moment of dizziness and disappeared into this area the next second. Screen conversion. Located in a small town in the southern islands, a humanoid reptile who is all green is searching for his prey. This reptile is nothing else, it is Shiru. Around him, dozens of humans had been sucked dry by him, leaving only his clothes falling to the ground. It seems that there are no living people in this small town. In such a remote place, the essence of life can be absorbed is pitifully small. Next, I have to go around the big city. The huge number of human beings will provide me with a continuous stream of life energy. Even if those guys discover it, it will be irrelevant. Shiru smiled sinisterly. He had already conspired to make his next plan, but he didn't know that his death was approaching. Swoosh! Abruptly, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. After sensing several auras that appeared out of thin air, Shiru's whole body trembled violently. He turned around subconsciously, and the person who came into his eyes immediately made him widen his eyes and look horrified. Vegeta, Bic, Tianjin, Fried, Lin, and Tenek. Who is that guy? How did they know I'm here? Shiru was at a loss when he saw so many people all at once. Judging from this situation, it was obviously coming to him. How did these guys discover him? At this moment, everyone also recovered from the wonderful feeling of space teleportation. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shiru. It's okay if you don't feel it, but as soon as you feel it, you're shocked. The aura on this monster was very strange, like the product of the aura of all of them. And it's not just them, but even the anger of Frisia and his son. As you see, he is Shiru. After Talat explained to everyone, his playful gaze also looked back and forth on Shiru, but in just a few seconds he saw Shiru's current strength. During this period of time, Shiru has not absorbed too much life energy and has not grown to the point where he can compare with the artificial human number 17 and 18, as well as the complete Tibet. But despite this, his combat effectiveness is high enough, reaching more than 700 million points. Is this guy Shiru? He actually has my breath. What a monster. It's simply a combination of all of us. The moment Klin and Tianjin fans saw Shiru, they were shocked by the stitched aura on each other's body. Dr. Gro, a madman, actually created such a monster. Bic's expression became extremely ugly, and his anger surged in his heart because he also felt his anger from Shiru. There is no doubt that this guy must have his own cells on him. What a joke. This prince's aura actually appeared on such an ugly ghost thing. Vegeta, who was excited, had already burst out of anger when he felt the breath of Shiru. Not only did he directly enter the first level state of the Super Saiyan, but his strength also broke through the previous limit. This is because his serious injury was cured by Xiandu. His potential was released to a certain extent. After transforming into the first level of the Super Saiyan, his combat power reached 500 million points and 50 million points, which was very close to Shiru. Such an outbreak undoubtedly surprised Bic, Tianjin Fan, and Klin. In the future, 10X was reluctant to speak, looked at Talat and calmed down. He now knows that this senior, who also comes from other time and space, belongs to their side, so no matter whether his father can beat Shiru or not, Talat should take action in the end. Vegeta, don't be impulsive. Isn't the blow just now enough? Bike said to stop. Hearing this, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Do you think I am you? I couldn't beat the man-made number 18 before, but it may not be true now. Don't forget the characteristics of our Saiyan. You will recover after serious injury, and strength, it will increase greatly. Moreover, the aura of this green-skinned bedbug is not very strong. After saying that, the golden aura around around Vegeta was even stronger. It exploded to its peak in one breath, and the terrifying pressure also expanded, turning into a hurricane and sweeping towards Shiryu. Faced with this sudden crushing momentum, Shiryu was obviously affected and his body retreated several meters away. "You are still just a green bed bug," Vegeta sarcastically mocked him coldly. After healing, the scar has forgotten the pain. He has just suffered a crushing defeat and is now starting to be proud again. But this is Vegeta. Compared with Vegeta in Talat's time and space, although this Vegeta is 10 years older, he has experienced too little and has not yet begun to transform. Vegeta is finished. A cold sweat broke out on Big's forehead and sighed in his heart. In Big's opinion, this Shiryu is definitely strong, at least stronger than Vegeta, the Super Saiyan. After sighing, Big looked at Talat, who was watching the show on the side and could only sigh. He also probably knew Talat's intention. Tianjin Fan and Klin looked at Vegeta and Shiryu and just watched quietly. They could not express any opinions, and it was even more impossible to deal with Shiryu. After enduring the oppression of Vegeta's momentum, Shiryu's mood was particularly intense at this time. It has come to this era through time and space. It can have gone directly to these guys to swallow them. Just in case, I was worried that I was wrongly estimating the strength of this group of people and that I would be killed before I could grow up, so I should steadily and absorb ordinary people first to improve my strength. Shiryu can no longer bear the situation now. He didn't go to find them so that they could live for a longer time. The result was good. These people came to die first. Vegeta, you are indeed as arrogant and conceited as the rumor. Listen to your conversation just now. Number 17 and number 18 should have awakened, right? You can still live after being defeated by number 18. Don't hide, and you still have to do so. Do you really think that you are the prince of the Saiyan? Shiryu's provocation is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The sharp words made Vegeta blush. Looking for death. Without hesitation, Vegeta rushed towards Shiryu directly. The terrifying iron fist hit Shiryu's face. This attack is impossible for ordinary people to avoid, especially between the same level. Vegeta's fist is so sharp that it can be called the first. However, this punch was nothing in front of killing Shiryu. On the one hand, the gap in strength is too big, and on the other hand, Shiryu has Vegeta's cells in his body, and he knows Vegeta's fighting style very well. Without choosing to avoid or give in, Shiryu rolled Vegeta's arm with his tail, making Vegeta unable to move. His full strength attack was easily cracked, and Vegeta transformed into the tragedy tower again. Before she could react and resist, Vegeta felt dizzy. Shiryu took him straight into the sky and then smashed him hard into a tall building. Bang! There was a loud bang. The tall building collapsed and Vegeta was buried in ruin. Is that all? It's really a waste. No wonder you, as a prince, have been pressed down by Sun Wukong. Shiryu continued to sarcastically, his tone full of joking. Not long after the sound fell, the ruins suddenly exploded. Vegeta gritted his teeth and golden flames appeared all over his body. Damn it! Damn the green-skinned bedbug! I want to tear you into pieces. After the words came to an end, Vegeta's hands were pressed together, and with his loud shout, the terrifying energy quickly gathered. Gallic Cannon. The violent lavender energy bombarded out and attacked Shiryu in the air. This attack is indeed powerful and poses a threat to Shiryu, but Shiryu is not stupid. He will not stay where he is waiting to be hit. With a wicked smile, Shiryu quickly hovered, avoiding this devastating blow at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Vegeta ended the energy attack angrily and rushed forward. The fierce hand-to-hand chase began. On the ground, everyone was stunned, especially Tianjin Fan and Klin. Their strength is too weak to analyze the current situation. The passengers have a serious expression, and Trunks will look even more solemn in the future. Dad, he is too anxious. Shiryu's strength is no less than that of the man-made man number 17 and 18. 10x Ed, remember your father's shortcomings. Don't be like him in the future. Vegeta underestimates the strength of this monster too much. Although he doesn't want to admit it, we are not the opponents of this monster. After Big said that, he looked at the tower again. He was sure that Talat knew how strong this Shiryu was, but he still brought them to the door, and undoubtedly intended to let them face Shiryu's strength first, know their weakness, and finally take action. Don't look at me, just continue watching the battle. But there is one thing I still think it is necessary to tell you. I think you should feel it yourself. As your strength improves and your realm rises, you have already walked a path. The end point. It's hard to make progress. Talat started to guide Big. This is intentional. If Big knows in advance how to become stronger in the future, then how strong will Big in this time and space future be? In fact, he had done this in his time and space, and he took Big directly to the planet Mech for Rhaegar to train him. Big took a breath and looked at Talat seriously. Talat's words came to his heart. You mean, I should go find my other half? Big said bluntly. These words made 10x curious, while Tianjin Pai and Klin widened their eyes. Did you think of the key points through my words? Indeed, this is a method. What is certain is that after assimilation, you have the strength of being at least 10 times more than now. Artificial man number 17 and 18, and with this Shiryu, he will no longer be your opponent. Of course, there are other ways to go besides this, but I still recommend that you assimilate into one, because the lifespan of the god Big is not much. Talat wrote. Hearing this, Big fell into his imagination. I don't know when I started to have this idea, assimilation with the god Big. In short, this idea is very strong now. If Talat had not appeared, if he had not died now, he would have gone to find him. It was not until a long time ago that Big came to his senses, and his eyes were full of desire when he looked at Talat. If you want to become stronger, you are unwilling to be crushed by the Super Saiyan. Please teach me. Biker's words shocked Tianjin Fan and Klin even more. Is this the same Big they know? Chapter 282 Destruction. There is more than one Saiyan. Talat looked at Big with a calm expression. If you have time, go back to your hometown. The answer you want is on that mixed star. Talat said after pondering for a moment. He did not directly speak out the power of the dragon god, but only pointed out a path for Big that might. After learning that the answer to becoming stronger was in his hometown, Big's brain ran rapidly and fell into deep thought. Yes, remember to return to the god of the god. Be shy before going back. After all, there is not much left in his life. If he dies, you will die. Talat reminded him again. This is imperative and cannot be changed easily, unless you will force your life to be extended. After hearing this, Big opened his mouth and became silent again. He was very resistant to reunite with the god Big, but as Talat said, if he didn't do it, then all he could wait for was death. In today's era, what is needed are more powerful warriors. If he slows to move forward, he will be completely eliminated. I understand. I'm grateful. Big took a deep breath and calmed down his restless heart. Then his eyes turned and he looked at the battle between Vegeta and Shuru ahead. Tianjin Fan, Klin, and future Te all had special emotions because of this conversation. Unexpectedly, the lifespan of the gods is not much and they are about to die. In this way, there is indeed no choice but to integrate into one. On the battlefield at this moment, the hand-to-hand combat between Shuru and Vegeta became more and more intense, and the passionate collision of the two burst into thunder and muffled sounds in the space. Vegeta's strong attacks continued, but compared with the attacks he launched before, the attack strength and speed have obviously been weakened, and he can no longer compete with Shuru head-on. Under the great explosion, Vegeta did gain advantage with the prince's tactic, but the consumption was too high to last. Now Shuru completely plays Vegeta in his palm, and his expression on his face is full of sinister smiles. It seems that this is the limit of this guy Vegeta. If I can completely eat up the essence of this guy's life, my strength will surely usher in a qualitative leap, and there will even be unexpected surprises. Shuru had the idea of almost ending the battle and eating Vegeta. Moreover, his intuition told him that after eating Vegeta, he might not evolve, but he would definitely greatly improve his strength. He can even take this opportunity to usher in a new transformation, then absorb number 17 and number 18, and he can evolve more perfectly and powerfully. Damn it, die me! Vegeta let out an angry roar. His angry fist wrapped in golden aura was swung out vigorously, carrying the ultimate destructive power to shatter all things towards Shuru as the face slammed away. Shuru did not dodge, and crossed his arms to forcibly block the powerful attack. Bang! There was a burst of explosion. Shuru's body flew backward, and his whole body slid for more than 10 meters in the air before barely stabilizing his body. Vegeta's fist was very heavy. Although Shuru blocked the blow, the remaining force still shocked his arms. He Vegeta, you will be a good material. Shuru licked the corner of his mouth greedily, and a bloodthirsty halo flashed in his eyes. He was brewing how to swallow Vegeta. He kept gathering his own energy, and judging by this situation, he was going to have a sure kill. Go to die, Shuru. After a roar, Vegeta waved his hands quickly, and the dense energy bomb poured down towards Shuru's position like a storm. Faced with this dense rain of energy bombing, even if he is as strong as Shuru, he can only avoid his sharp edge. What an amazing madman! Once you enter the state of combat, you will completely defeat your opponent without any room until you are exhausted. But this also happens to be your fatal weakness, Vegeta. As Vegeta cell holder, Shuru knew Vegeta's weaknesses very well. So what if you are strong? As long as you survive the strong period of your guy, it will be the same in the future. I can only let me slaughter it. As long as those guys don't make trouble, Vegeta's fate will be destined. Shuru's ghostly figure shuttled around the space, and his evil posture cleverly and freely avoided all the energy bombings of Vegeta. These attacks seem to make people feel numb from the scalp, but in fact they have no use. No matter how powerful an attack is, it is useless if it fails to hit the opponent. Vegeta also discovered this. Damn it, since you can run so well, I will tear you to pieces. All the attacks were invalid, and Vegeta's heart was filled with anger. He stopped the energy bomb attack and turned into a golden ball of light again, crossing the space and colliding towards Shiro. How long can you last, Vegeta? I have played enough in this game. Shiro smiled gloomily and burst into explosive power to crash towards Vegeta. Boom! The moment the two sides collided, the whole world trembled violently. At this moment, the powerful storm caused by the hot war between the two swept across the world and impacted the surrounding space. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles was destroyed under this devastating force, and the entire town had long been turned into ruin. On the surface, the strength between the two seems to be comparable, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that Vegeta has actually reached the limit of the explosion. The previous high-intensity battles have exhausted most of his physical strength. In a short while, when Vegeta was completely exhausted, it was time for Shiro to launch a counterattack. Several people outside the battlefield saw this scene, but they could do nothing. Vegeta's personality, Big Tianjin Fan Plin, and Dato knew everything about the future. Even if he died in battle, he would never accept anyone's help. If they suddenly help Vegeta deal with Shiro at this time, the other party will not only not be grateful, but will even go crazy, but will also fight with them helplessly. I could only wait until Vegeta lost before making a decision. This hand-to-hand combat lasted for more than half a minute. As Shiro's counterattack began, the situation reversed and the balance of victory began to fall towards Shiro. What's wrong? Is your power only at this level? It seems that I still have too high expectations for you, Vegeta. Shiro's counterattack was extremely fierce, and every attack was extremely strange, specifically targeting him. He launched an attack with Vegeta's weakness. Vegeta, who has always been strong, has never suffered such humiliation. He immediately changed his way of fighting and chose to exchange injuries with Shiro for his life. But just as Vegeta planned to launch another attack, Sara disappeared from the spot like a phantom. What? The attack failed. Vegeta's mind trembled violently. Before he could expand his breath sense to lock Shiro's position, a chill swept through behind him. Pounds. There was a muffled sound. Shiro took no room to hit Vegeta's back. An irresistible force swept through Vegeta's whole body. In just a moment, his body was bombarded 1,000 meters above the altitude of like a cannonball. But damn it, a heart-wrenching pain came from his back, causing Vegeta's facial features to twist, and his whole body grinned in pain. Fortunately, he has been exercising his body with high loads for many years, and this time he was seriously injured and recovered, and his strength has increased greatly. Otherwise, Shiro's blow would be enough to hit him hemiplegia. Ensuring the severe pain on his back, Vegeta burst out and forced his control over his body. His sharp eyes swept around and searched for Shiro's whereabouts. However, Shiro had quietly come behind him. Where are you looking at, idiot? Shiro's sneer came from behind Vegeta. Not good. A strong sense of crisis swept across his body. Vegeta's face changed drastically, and he turned his head instinctively, but what greeted him was Shiro's fist. Bang! A thrilling muffled sound rang out. This unstoppable blow hit Vegeta's back neck hard. Vegeta, who was once again devastating, crashed into the earth like a meteorite. In an instant, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and rocks were flying all over the sky. A large pit has been formed at the location where Vegeta hit. Vegeta, who was seriously injured, was already dying at this moment, exhaling more energy and inlet less energy. The transformation state of the first level Super Saiyan can no longer be maintained. Jahahaha. Your energy. It's my turn, Vegeta. Shiro quickly dived from the sky towards Vegeta's position in a burst of crazy laughter. Seeing this, everyone suddenly felt that something was wrong. At their speed, it was too late. Vegeta, it's over. Dad. 10X was eager to save his father in the future. He did not hesitate anymore and immediately transformed into the first level Super Saiyan state, exploded at full speed, and rushed towards Shiro. But with his speed, there was no time to stop Shiro. At this moment, Shiro was only 1 meter away from Vegeta. The tail behind him was like a poisonous needle, dabbing Vegeta's heart. At this critical moment, Talot moved. He just took a step forward, and the invisible power of space teleported him to Vegeta's side, grabbing Shiro's tail used to absorb energy with one hand. What? The sudden appearance of Talot caught Shiro off guard. Before he could react, Talot pulled him over and smashed him to the ground. You. Shiro, who was lying on the ground, looked at Talot with horror on his face. There is no information about this person, but the other party just showed his ability. The power, and the overbearing power, made him doubt his life. As a last resort, Shiro planned to escape from here, but how could Talot do what he wanted? Talot stepped on Shiro's tail with one foot and looked down at Shiro with condescending eyes. I'll fight, but if you want to absorb Vegeta, I can't help it, Talot said. The next second, he raised his right hand and pointed it at Shiro, who was struggling under his feet. The invisible destructive power gathered in the palm of the palm. At this moment, Shiro's insect instinct felt a fatal threat and began to wriggle violently as if he was crazy. No, let me go. Please let me go. The sense of crisis of death was so strong that Shiro couldn't take care of his face and began to beg for mercy to Talat. However, Talat ignored his begging for mercy, and the destructive power condensed in his palm was also formed at this moment. Destruction. The invisible destructive power began to act on Chiru's body. His body was shrouded in a burst of purple light, and his whole body collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into purple lights all over the sky and dissipating into the space. Under the power of destruction, there was no cell that Chiru had destroyed. It is precisely because of this guy's special nature that Talat used destruction and completely erased the possibility of Chiru's life. In the future, 10x and several others arrived late. After witnessing Talat killing Chiru so easily, he felt a chill. This is too powerful, especially the move just now. What is it? All terrifying existences as powerful as Chiru were solved with one move. Vegeta, who was dying in the deep pit at this moment, was the one who was most stimulated. Although he was beaten to death, his consciousness still exists and he can feel the surrounding war situation through his perception. Chiru's breath disappeared and he can also feel it. This guy who defiled the blood of the Scion was not executed by him, who was the Scion Prince, but was killed by Talat, a Scion from other time and space world. As a Scion Prince, he suddenly felt ashamed. After killing Chiru, Talat's eyes turned and looked at Vegeta, who was struggling to get up in the deep pit. With his eyesight, it can naturally be seen that Vegeta's emotional fluctuations were at this time. Did he hate himself? No. There was still jealousy in the eyes. It's so embarrassing. If you were from my world, you could poke Chiru to death with just one finger, and you have just reached the first stage of the first level of the Super Saiyan. Lot's careless words hit Vegeta's heart. However, Vegeta and 10x heard crucial news. Super Saiyan first stage? Could it be that there is a stronger transformation above the Super Saiyan? Talat did not speak anymore, but looked up at the sky, observing mental power has been coming from the direction of the heavenly temple. Of course he won't care, because Vegeta was seriously injured. Talat did not take out the fairy beans this time, but Klin took out the fairy beans on his body and gave it to Vegeta. As the fairy beans entered his stomach, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes. He was resurrected again with full blood. The Scion characteristics exploded again. Although they did not improve much, they were still improved a little. At least Vegeta's normal reached 12 million points. Chapter 283 Talat. In my time and space, you are my wife. After his injuries recovered again and his strength improved again, Vegeta hurriedly rushed to Talat. I originally said something to my mouth, but I didn't know how to speak for a while. What do you want to say, Vegeta? Talat had guessed what Vegeta was thinking and raised his lips and chuckled. After all, it was the information he intended to disclose. Hearing this, Vegeta tried his best to calm down his restless heart. After pondering for a moment, he asked, is there a new transformation above the Super Saiyan? Right, we in your time and space world have mastered it. As soon as the word came out, everyone present also raised their ears. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Tenek, who can transform into a Super Saiyan, are all strong enough, but if they can transform again on this basis, their strength will increase to a point. Of course, the first level of the Super Saiyan is just the beginning. At present, the state you and 10x are in is just an ordinary Super Saiyan. Above this, there is also the second level, or even the third level, even the fourth level. Each of these hierarchies is divided into several small stages. Talat did not hide it and told Vegeta the truth. I am not afraid of him asking, but I am afraid of him not asking. After learning about the infinite possibility of the Super Saiyan transformation, Vegeta's mind trembled and a deep surprise appeared in his eyes. After he mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan, he thought that the Super Saiyan was the most powerful existence in the universe, but his successive failures severely suffocated his aura. Originally, he thought this was his limit, but now after Talat's reminder, he found a brand new path, as if he was suddenly enlightened. The Super Saiyans are just the beginning. They have infinite possibilities. Super Saiyan's second level, or even the third level, and the fourth level his. Unbelievable, it turns out that there are so many realms above the Super Saiyan. Future 10x was surprised by the explosive news. Talat's appearance and the news like this made him understand a truth. Even if artificial humans are powerful, they are not invincible. However, they have not tempered themselves enough and have not mastered the Super Saiyans to the extreme. They just initially touched the power of the Super Saiyans and thought they had reached their limit. If you master the perfect Super Saiyan power, you wouldn't have lost so badly. Just like Talat, you can ravage and kill humans without transforming. After thinking through all this, Vegeta and the future 10x have a new direction. Seeing their expressions change, a mysterious smile appeared on Talat's face. This is what you want, otherwise they will be very useless in the future. Okay, Chiru is dead, and the biggest hidden dangers of your era have been eliminated. Next, let's go back to Zeta first. After the words came, Talat used his power power of space again while talking and laughing. In an instant the invisible power of space expanded with Talat as the center and soon enveloped Vegeta, Tenak Bik, Tianjin Fan and Klin. The next second everyone disappeared. Zidu, luxury manor in the backyard of Universal Capsule Company. Bulma, Son Gohan, and Achi Lobe have just returned shortly. The wonderful feeling of being teleported over in an instant was still enveloped in their hearts at this moment, causing them to fall into deep thought. I wonder what was going on. It's very similar to moving instantly, but if you move instantly you can't get such a simple teleportation. Just as the three of them were drifting, a rippling ripples suddenly appeared in the space, but in the blink of an eye Talat brought Vegeta, future Tenak Bik, Tianjin Fan and Klin and his group teleported over. He noticed that a familiar aura suddenly appeared, and Son Gohan, who was floating in his thought, quickly returned and his eyes turned to the source of the aura. Located in the center of the luxury manor there is a big guy standing. Uncle Bik and Uncle Fan from Tianjin and Uncle Klin. Everyone is back. Son Gohan stepped forward anxiously to ask, I thought this action would be a life and death situation, but now Uncle Bik and the others are back, which has also put down the big hanging stone in Son Gohan's heart. Hearing Son Gohan's concern and inquiries, Akiro and Bulma, who were originally on the other end, also saw the situation here and rushed over quickly. That's great, you're all back. It seems that the human creating matter has been dealt with. Right, Yakilobe said very for granted. Who is he? Bulma's eyes were locked in Talat, but she didn't say it. This person has a new face and has never seen her before, but for some reason it seems to give her a very friendly feeling. Hearing the inquiry, Talat said nothing and the commentary was handed over to Bik and future Tenek. While talking, the crowd came to the rooftop on the second floor of the main house. After learning everything, Bulma, Son Gohan, Yakilobe from Dr. Gro was killed by number 17 and number 18 to their nearly dead at number 17 and number 18. They were finally rescued by Talat, who also came from other time and space worlds. So in the end that Churu was killed and the crisis was completely resolved. Thank you very much, Mr. Talat from another time and space. Things were so twists and turns, but fortunately Talat from another time and space helped him. Bulma's eyes on Talat were different. Talat nodded slightly and did not answer. His feelings for Bulma are also very complicated now. After all, Bulma in this time and space have nothing to do with him. Those artificial people are really strong like monsters. Even the power of the Super Science is no match for them. Fortunately they were solved. Yachirobe was creepy, so when I escorted Aunt Bulma back before was the power that suddenly teleported us back to Zidu. Is this uncle helping? Son Gohan's eyes turned and looked at Talat beside him. Talat smiled and nodded, holding the drink taken out of the freezer beside him. I have to say that after staying for more than a year 5 million years ago, his supplies in this area had long been looted by the guy Barut. Talat didn't know that his sudden action attracted the attention of Bulma in this time and space. Why do you feel that he is so familiar with my family? Women's intuition has always been very accurate. Bulma vaguely realized that Talat was very strange. According to the description of the future 10x and Talat's self-report, he is a scion from another world of time and space. Moreover, the development of the space-time world in which the other party is located is different. A strange premonition arose in Bulma's heart. Thank you for helping me, otherwise something will happen to Uncle Bik and the others. Son Gohan continued to be grateful. This good performance in etiquette really shocked Talat. What Kikai taught is really good. Don't be so polite. Speaking of which, I am your uncle. In my time and space world I also grew up watching your father, Talat said to Son Gohan. Son Gohan in the original work performed very well. Not only did the cultivation talent shown far surpass everyone, but he was also the first to master the second level of the Super Saiyan. Although Son Gohan of this era has not yet been cultivated by the spiritual time house to stimulate himself and deeply develop his potential, Talat has already felt the extreme weight contained in Son Gohan's body with his huge mental power, perception, great potential. Unfortunately, after he left his time and space world, Gohan was not born yet, so there was no way to compare the two time and space. However, Talat felt that Son Gohan, who was born in that time and space, would definitely be stronger. After all, the difference in achievements between fathers is a world of difference. You really know my dad. Son Gohan guessed it, so he became even more enthusiastic. I said, no wonder you are so familiar with my home. It seems that in another world are you, like Goku, my friends. A light of inspiration flashed through Bulma's mind, as if she understood something. She would not guess that Talat's relationship with her in another time and space world is not as simple as a friend. Talat gradually opened up about Bulma's question. In this time and space world, Bulma was not with Vegeta. Perhaps because of his time, he led to the changes in other time and space worlds in disguise. Talat showed a mysterious smile on his face and said to Bulma, yes, not. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused Bulma's strong curiosity. Since I'm a friend from another time and space, there's no need to speak silly. Anyway, theories that differ different time and space have been confirmed. Even if I know the truth, it won't have any impact. Just tell me the truth," Bulma asked relentlessly. The people present also raised their ears and cheered up at this moment. Judging from Talat performance, it should be a big deal. They also want to hear how different the space-time world of Talat is from their world. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Talat smiled and shook his head. He originally planned to avoid talking about this aspect, but now it seems that he doesn't need to hide it. Anyway, it has changed to this point, so what's the point of changing a little more? In my time and space world, you are my wife. Talat looked at Bulma seriously and told her the truth truthfully. As soon as these words came out, a bolt from the blue suddenly exploded in everyone present's mind. This explosive information has brought too much impact. Even the cold Vegeta showed an incredible look at this moment. After all, future 10x said before that Bulma was his future wife. It is precisely because of this news that they still try to take the initiative to contact. But in the end he became more and more distant, so his fate changed, and 10x was not born in this era. Who would have thought that in Talat's time and space, Bulma was Talat's wife? What is this? Isn't this a complete mess? Of course, no matter how shocked, no one has experienced what happened in other time and space world. After all, let's understand it differently. If it wasn't for the future 10x first, but Talat first, then wouldn't the time and space world of 10x be incredible? As the prince of the Scion, Vegeta was not ordinary wise when he calmed down. He is cold and arrogant and never hangs himself on a tree for a woman. For others, the news is indeed very explosive, but after thinking about it carefully, it has nothing to do with him. At least he wouldn't accept this woman. After learning the news, Bulma also widened her eyes in surprise and kept looking at Talat. From the appearance, it's indeed the type I like. After a closer look, she found that Talat completely meets her aesthetic standard. He is close and easygoing, and does not have that kind of particularly cold air. He is very handsome and is a perfect dream male god. I have to admit that if Talat met her in this time and space, I am afraid she would really make the same choice as herself in another time and space world. Everyone figured it out, but there is one person who would not accept it. Even if Talat saved everyone, he was extremely powerful. In the future, 10x will go wild. What a joke. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. You are lying. The unacceptable future 10x shouted at Talat. The self in this time and space world was not born, and this was because of his influence, so he could accept it. But in another time and space world, his mother became someone else's wife, which he could not accept. This is his mother. Despite the different time and space, he will never allow his mother to become someone else's woman. Tenant, don't be impulsive. Beak wanted to stop the future Tenant, but the future Tenants in front of him was emotional and turned into the first level of the Super Saiyan. This power is not something he can resist. This also made Beak more sure which path he wanted to take. It's urgent. You are so excited. Tenek, actually after you go to the time tunnel, you should be able to understand. It's just that you don't want to accept this reality. Talat said with a plain expression. You lie to me less. Although what happens between time and space is different, I will never admit that my mother will become your wife, and it must be you who twisted the truth. Tell me, the truth is what? 10x is already blinded by anger in the future, and he must let Talat tell the truth no matter what. Because of his excessive excitement, the breath of 10 Nox in the future turned into a storm and swept through, causing the entire luxury manor to start to shake violently. Talat blocked Bulma to prevent him from being hurt. Even your emotions cannot be controlled. Do you think it is appropriate for you to burst out your breath here? Can your mother in time and space block your breath from crushing? There are infinite possibilities in this world, and even in a world we don't understand, something even more outrageous will happen. For example, Bulma may also come together with that boy Kakarot. Lot's words were another bolt from the blue, which made the future 10x tremble unbearably. This kid is crazy. In fact, if it weren't for the time traveler, Talat would probably be unacceptable. There are many completely different things in the parallel space and time he knows. Chapter 284 Different Time and Space. No regret. Use the simplest way to let 10 Nox understand the concept of time and space. Talat was not angry at 10x's rampage and insult. However, the more he persuaded him, the worse the effect. No, I will never accept it. From the beginning, you were deliberately making up lies. In the future, 10x continued to do his own thing. He could not accept this cruel reality. Not only could he not accept what Talat said, but he could not accept that Talat's time and space at all. He also began to feel resentment. Why his time and space world was a tragic development. Forget it. It's useless to say more to you. You need to calm down and have a nap. When you wake up, you may have different ideas. The words came out and a sperm flashed in Talat's eyes. Mang. In fact, the reason why Talat said this is because Bulma has been holding his hand. It should be because he was afraid that he would take action. That's why I said a few more words to Tenek, hoping to guide him with the help of words. After all, he can accept him, so what should he question him? In an instant, an invisible force was released with Talat as the center. Only at this moment, everyone present felt their minds tremble. This invisible force force swept across their bodies and impacted their souls, especially 10x. The sound of echoed in the space. In just a blink of an eye, 10x was hit in the chest by this invisible force in the future. In an instant, 10x's eyes turned white and a stream of sour water spit out of his mouth. He completely lost control and flew backwards out of the rooftop on the second floor. Just one blow made 10x lose his sense of self and fall into a coma. This situation caused everyone present to silence. After seeing Talat's strength, everyone knows that even if 10x transforms into a Super Saiyan, it is impossible to block Talat's attack. No one would stop Talat from taking action. Not to mention whether he has the strength or not, he would say that Trunks did go wild. If he didn't calm down, everything here might be destroyed. Vegeta was a little disappointed with her cheap son from the future time and space. In the final analysis, it is still not mature enough. In his opinion, it is a good thing that 10x has learned this lesson. He just hopes that this setback will awaken this kid. After all, the truth is very obvious. This time and space world is not the past world he is familiar with. Big shook his head helplessly. He expected this situation at the moment when 10x ran away. Through breath perception, he was relieved after roughly confirming that 10x was not seriously injured in the future. After all, this child is good, and he is also their junior. 10, is he okay? Son Gohan said in a low voice. Looking at the future 10x, who had fallen on the ground in the distance, was still very worried. Isn't this too much? Actually, he is not right. Bulma felt uncomfortable in this life. She was actually very confused now. Looking at the unconscious future 10x, she finally sighed. Although she has no connection with Vegeta in this world and has not given birth to the child of 10x, the future 10x is indeed her son. Talat shook his head slightly, looked at Bulma, and said, "You arrange a room and let him have a good sleep. I just made him lose consciousness temporarily. When he wakes up, he should understand some truth." Okay. Bulma nodded and made arrangements immediately. In just a short while, at her instructions, the servants under her command sent 10x, who was unconscious, to the guest room. After 10x was carried away in the future, Talat simply took this opportunity to reveal the situation in his time and space world. Of course, this complete escape was the situation of his time and space. For example, because of him, the development of the Earth as well as Latais and Naba, they are still alive and they all settled on the Earth. And finally there are different changes in other people. After listening to what happened in Talat's time and space world, everyone present showed incredible expressions. There is such a big difference between different time and space world. The reason why the world of 10x will be accepted by them without objection is that it comes from 20 years later. Now it is naturally incredible to hear the situation in Talat's time and space. The most important thing is that Latais and Naba are both alive and have mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta was in a very excited mood after learning that he was in another time and space world, and after mastering the transformation of the Super Saiyan, his strength was completely beyond Kakarot's ability to compare with. The most important thing is that Talat's time and space have already broken through the second level of the Super Saiyan. This is great news for him and the greatest encouragement for him. So, in the future, he can completely crush Kakarot. He wouldn't know that it would be very difficult for him to completely overcome Kakarot in this time and space world, unless, after Talat's guidance, make rapid progress. In other words, the reason why Vegeta in Talat's time and space can suppress Kakarot was entirely because Vegeta was much older than Kakarot, and he also woke up early because Talat's awakening. Stabilize your strength and position. After a long chat, the conversation ended. Because Son Gohan was going back to Bayazishan to confirm his father's condition, he was already anxious to leave. He was going back, and Talat was also very interested in Kakarot in this time and space. Anyway, it was just a matter of a moment for him. Son Gohan did not refuse to Talat's initiative to go, and no one else stopped him or thought about it. Even the people present did not cause trouble and went there together. Talat used the power of space to use space teleportation and took Son Gohan to disappear from the spot and headed to Bayazai Mountain. After the two left, everyone present made their own decisions. Talat was there before, so they didn't know how to make a decision for a while, and now they have time to think. Lin and Tianjin Fan decided to stay here and practice with the help of the gravity training room made by Bulma. Talat gave them guidance in the martial arts realm and also taught them some methods of cultivation. They actually couldn't wait to verify. Bic immediately set off, left Zidu without looking back, and headed towards the Temple of Heaven. Everyone knows what Bic is going to do. No one stopped it. After all, this was the matter between Bic and the god Bic. Vegeta also left here. He learned more from Talat, and now he also wants to practice quickly and make breakthroughs. As for the future 10x, he doesn't care at all. After this kid wakes up, he has to understand it himself. If he really can't figure it out, he will educate him well. After all, he is indeed his son in another time and space. When Talat met Kakarot Kikai in this time and space, and Yamcha, who took care of Kakarot after returning from Bayazai Mountain, only Bulma was left here. Yachirobe had already quickly left and returned to Kalen Tat. Seeing Talat appearing in front of him again, Bulma, who was already imagining, suddenly stood up and almost took the initiative to go too far because of his excitement. Why are you back? Bulma said with a hint of blush on her cheeks. Talat was a little embarrassed. He did ignore that he was not a person from this time and space, and this was not his home. I'm sorry, after all, in my time and space you are my wife and this is my home, so I came back naturally. Talat simply said bluntly. Anyway, the matter has been said so clearly, there is no need to hide it anymore. Because of Talat's word, Bulma became even more bold. Everyone was here just now. I'm embarrassed to ask. Now we are two of us. Can you tell me, how did you stay with you in your time and space? Bulma asked. Hearing this, Talat was slightly stunned. Seeing his curious baby's appearance, he naturally laughed. Then I'm going to say it's a long story. I remember that I was only 6 years old at that time because the planet Vegeta was furred. Lisa was destroyed. Aunt Jin and Solari. I took a spaceship to the Earth to find Kakarot. I remember when I first met you held my hand and asked me to play with you. Since then, we have gradually become familiar with each other. By the way, we have a son named Taros, but his hair color is a little different from the lilac of Tenek. He is the same as you, very beautiful blue hair. P.S. Here, the future big special is a lilac hair setting, and Bulma is pure blue, like the Super Era version. After listening to Talat's story, Bulma was fascinated. Although many things are unexpected, and even she is a little incredible, she is willing to share this husband with others in another time and space world. However, after hearing about Solari's story and the experience of that world, she gradually understood. It means that he has an emotional foundation since childhood, and Talat is excellent enough, so she delivered it to her door. Not to mention the self in that world, but to say that he is inexplicably attracted by this man. If she hadn't had a mature mind and had self-knowledge, she would probably not be able to help it. I long for a good marriage and I long for meeting the Prince Charming I want. After walking in this road, Bulma is no longer the little girl he used to be. It's great. If you were there in this time and space, I think I would consider being with you. Bulma's boldness was something Talat had never seen before. It should be said that such a mature Bulma is also very different from the Bulma in Talat's time and space. Even though Bulma in that time and space had already given birth to a child for Talat, he was 10 years younger after all. Hearing Bulma's inner self report, Talat was a little impulsive, especially looking at Bulma's very touching appearance. In his eyes, Bulma is his wife, which is a fact that cannot be changed. Although it is different from time to time, Bulma's past has nothing to do with him, but now he is here. Bulma in this time and space has not come together with Vegeta. It is impossible to say that you don't have any thoughts in your heart. At this moment, Talat also thought of a sentence in his mind. So what about different time and space? He doesn't want to leave any regret. He has come to this time and space. If he just treats it as an outsider, what is he? 2 steps forward, Talat hugged Bulma from this time and space into his arms. Since you said you wanted to be with me, you made a choice between me and Vegeta. Do you mind being my wife with you in my world? Talat said. Bulma was already shocked by Talat's actions and struggled unexpectedly. At this time, when he heard Talat's word, his mind was blank. This is a very complicated question, but she was really moved by feeling the feeling that Talat conveyed to her. You're wrong. I just said I'm considering. Bulma's heartbeat was a little bit faster. Before she could finish her word, Talat interrupted her. But your heartbeat can't deceive people. Your eyes have already told me the answer. Talat grabbed Bulma's shoulder, looked at Bulma's flushed cheek, and went straight up. If Bulma doesn't refuse, that's to accept it. Although he was very stupid in terms of emotions, Bulma in his world said he more or less understood Bulma's temper. Bulma was completely stunned by this sudden frivolity. He never thought that he would be successful so easily. Holding Bulma, Talat directly used the power of space to transfer. This home is the same as his time and space home, but the decoration is different from the interior decoration. When the dry firewood is ignited, the flames will burst out uncontrollably. A long time has passed. After taking down Bulma in this time and space, Talat began to become numb. If Bulma and Solari in his time and space world knew that he was messing around in this time and space, I wonder what he would feel. Although Bulma accepted him, will they accept her? Looking at Bulma, who was already asleep with a smile on his face, Talat shook his head with a headache. In fact, he was also very tired. Time and space shuttle was a huge consumption. Now his strength has not been fully restored, and the power of time and space in his body has not been completely digested. He needs to rest, and even more need to be digested in the days to come. Otherwise, there is no way to travel through time and space for a long time, and there is no way to return to your own time and space. Lying down, Talat just hugged Bulma and fell asleep. Naturally, it is impossible to fall asleep in seconds. I have been thinking about it for a long time before I can fall asleep. Maybe it was because I thought about it day and dreamed about it at night. After falling asleep this time, Talat had a long dream. In his dream, he returned to his time and space. There was a lot of friction between the two Bulmas. In order to ease it, Talat was very difficult to get get stuck in the middle. Finally he became tough and took the two together. It was late at night and it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Talat woke up in a serene voice, opening his eyes in a daze. Bulma got up cautiously. Seeing Talat wake up, Bulma still had a blush on her face. You're awake. Well, is it already evening? Talat stood up, reached out and rubbed his forehead slightly. It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Are you hungry? I'll ask the butler robot to prepare some food, Bulma said shyly. So, she was hungry, so she woke up and prepared to go to eat. Okay, let me go down with you. Talat stood up and revealed his almost perfect figure. Bulma exclaimed and hurriedly reached out to cover his eyes. Talat was embarrassed to expose her. The gap between her fingers was so big. Chapter 285 The Freshman Piccolo. The future direction. Time flies in a flash. Before we knew it, it was the second day. Temple of Heaven. Since I arrived here yesterday, Bic has been staying here, meditating cross-legged. He was waiting for the old guy, God Bic, to make a decision. For the God Bic, his emotions are very complicated at this moment. Although this idea had already grown in his mind, he had never had the chance to say it. As the god of the earth, he knows very well that the current earth what the ball needs is not a superficial god like him, but a powerful warrior. After a day of contemplation, the God Bic finally made up his mind. The old body slowly walked out of the heavenly temple and headed towards Bic's position. Anyway, there is not much time to live. Instead of such a humiliating death, it is better to reunite with Bic and become a complete body. In this way, Bic can continue to protect the earth. Feeling the approaching of the god Bic, Bic seemed to feel something, opened his eyes and slowly turned around. It seems you have figured it out. Bic's expression was cold and he didn't look like he was asking for help. If I sacrificed myself to make the future of the earth better, then I, the god of heaven, would be considered dead. The god of heaven, Bic said earnestly. Immediately afterward, his eyes turned and looked at the Bobo beside him. Thank you for your care over the years, Bobo. In the future, the temple of heaven will be maintained by you. Choose a junior who is suitable to become the new god. The god of heaven, Bic said to Bobo. God Bobo was sad at this moment. He was reluctant to leave the god Bic, about to leave, but he was only a divine servant and he could not stop it and could not change anything. Since you have decided, don't waste your time. After assimilation, you will completely disappear. At that time, I will be the only one of Bic in this world, Bic said coldly. In fact, there must be feelings, but he will not show it in front of the god Bic. I know, I just hope that after you assimilate me, you can better protect the earth and the temple of heaven, then start. After the words fell, the god Bic was waiting for Bic to take action. Bic just raised her hand and placed her palm on the shoulder of the god Bic. Exercise the ability of assimilation. The old body of the god Bic is emitting dazzling white light. Buzz, accompanied by a dazzling white light, Bic and the god Bic became one. After the light dissipated, Bic's posture did not change at all, but he ushered in a leap in terms of energy and spirit. He felt the powerful energy after he was intact. This power was much stronger than he used to be, and even made him feel like he could defeat everything and be able to do anything in his heart. But this idea was just born in his heart and was ruthlessly extinguished by him. The road to becoming stronger is endless. Now that he has returned to complete, his strength has indeed increased greatly, but there are people outside of people and heaven outside of heaven. There are people who are stronger than him, and there may be many existences that are stronger than him. Just say that Talat from another time and space world is so powerful that he faces it now. It is even less than in case. But no matter what, the power after being complete is stronger than imagined. Now I at least don't need to be afraid of making human, Bic whispered in a deep voice. Bobo wiped his tears aside, looked at the freshman Bic, but did not dare to say hello. Seeing this, Bic smiled slightly at him. Although assimilation is mainly based on Bic's consciousness, it is still somewhat affected by the memory of the god Bic. Sir, you are still here. Bobo was very excited to see this smile. Bic shook his head slightly. No, I am not Bic nor a god from now on. Just call me Piccolo. This is also a farewell to the past. After saying that, Piccolo took heavy steps and slowly walked towards the edge of the temple of heaven. After assimilating the god, he also gained the power of the god, and his eyes could observe anything that happened in the lower realm as he wished. There is something I think I need to do to ensure that the earth will not have a big chaos in the future because of them. Although there is no threat from Shiru, the artificial humans are still there. Piccolo locked the position of the man-made man in the lower realm and planned to go there and tell them all the truth. Mr. Bobo, for the next period of time, I will need to worry about taking care of the temple of heaven. Soon, I think there will be a suitable person to inherit the position of the god of heaven. As he said that, Piccolo jumped and flew down the temple of heaven. Watching the Piccolo go away, Bobo continues to wipe his tears. At this moment, Piccolo had not realized that when he and the gods became one, the Dragon Ball on the earth became a stone, and those who were absorbed by Shiru had no chance of resurrection. Not long after, located on the road in the southern suburb, the 17th car was driving, while the 18th and 16th were sitting in the car. As humans, they finally woke up, but now they feel extremely confused. I had various ideas, but for a moment I didn't know what to do or where to go. Go and find Sun Wukong? They also thought that after all, Dr. Gro had implanted instructions in their minds to kill Sun Wukong and take revenge. But now they were all given a second by Talat. They understood what it means to have someone outside of people and there is a heaven beyond them. Now I'm looking for Sun Wukong to see the other party's skills. I'm more or less overestimating my abilities. They sleep in the dormant warehouse for too long and they cannot integrate into modern human society in a short time. Next, where should we go? Unlike number 17 and number 18, number 16 has a very peaceful mentality. For him, being able to contact nature and living in peace with the creatures in nature is his dream life. As for dealing with Sun Wukong, although it was the order issued by Dr. Gro, it had long been modified by the kind-hearted him. Just as the car was about to enter Nandu on the 17th, the energy detector in the three people suddenly had a violent reaction. Seeing this, number 17 quickly parked the car next to the highway. The three of them also got out of the car one after another and looked into the sky. The person who came was the Piccolo. It's him, the mic man I defeated. Number 17 recognized Piccolo at a glance. That guy suddenly came to us. Could it be for revenge? Number 18 frowned and said, but when she thought about it carefully, she felt that there was no possibility. After all, the gap in strength was there, and that guy was no match for them at all. If he really wanted to fight, it would be just one move. As long as it is not that man, no one else is worth mentioning. On the side, the burly man made number 16 seemed to have detected something strange. This pic seems to be different from what they saw a day ago. Soon, the Piccolo, located in the sky, accelerated and quickly descended to the three of them. I came to see us all the way, probably not to reminisce about the past, so what's the point? Asked on the 17th. Then I'll tell you a long story. Piccolo told them everything about Chiru without hesitation. After learning about the ultimate artificial human Chiru, the expressions of number 17 and number 18 were extremely exciting. Even the man-made man number 16, who was indifferent to everything, had a subtle change in his expression at this moment. So that Chiru has died in that person's hands? Cut. It's really boring. If I'm still alive, I would like to give it a try. How strong is the so-called ultimate artificial human? Number 17 asked. Chiru was very interested. It's just a pity that he didn't have the chance to fight with him. I didn't expect that the old thing Dr. Gro also created an artificial human like Chiru to deal with us, wanting to devour us. Since we are dead, we don't have to worry. Number 18 spoke. The incident happened a little suddenly, but now she learned the good news and she quickly let it go. I have told you this, so I should talk about the reminder I have given you. Although you are not doing anything like the 17th and 18th time and space in the future, I still have to remind you. You guys say a few words. Don't kill innocent people indiscriminately, otherwise conflicts between us will be inevitable. Piccolo said again. Hearing this, number 17 raised his lips and smiled contemptuously. You seem to have forgotten how you lost to me yesterday. Now you are ruthless in front of me. Isn't it not appropriate to say harsh words in front of me? I'm not here to fight you. This is a kind reminder. Moreover, you defeated only half of my body before, and now I am complete. I am no longer the me of yesterday. If I knew you were messing around on the earth, he will definitely come to you. Piccolo doesn't plan to talk nonsense to number 17, and he doesn't want to avenge yesterday if he is strong, because there is no need. Seeing a wider world, artificial humans have become a past. Just like the universe, Emperor Frisia appears in front of him again. He will not face it with a teasing attitude. Set off and flew towards Zidu. Before the 17th and 18th could react, there were questions on the head. A guy who only knows how to talk big. Even if you are complete, it is no different from before. Number 17 said with an unhappy look on his face. In his opinion, Piccolo is just talking big and is obviously not as good as him, so he can only speak loudly here. If it weren't for that person, he wouldn't have just let it go. Obviously, the Piccolo did not see any changes on number 17, and so was number 18. The 16th next to it is different. What he said may not be false. As soon as these words came out, number 17 and number 18 were a little surprised. What do you mean? Is that he has indeed become different, and he is even more powerful than me? Number 17 asked without believing in evil. According to my analysis, Big's data has changed a lot compared to yesterday. As for who is stronger than your strength, I don't know. You two need to fight to know. Number 16 answered truthfully. On the 16th, you always speak mysteriously. I'm really wondering how Dr. Gro created you, and your detector is even more advanced than ours. On the 17th, I don't want to accept it, but on the 16th, I don't want to accept it. There was no intention of joking, and he could only complain. If he has a chance next time, he wants to fight Zidu. Universal Capsule Company. After Talat took Bulma yesterday, the relationship between the two quickly heated up and almost reached a close point. Mainly, Talat knew Bulma so well. Bulma is like a newlywed, all kinds of nuisance sticking to Talat's side, wanting to know more. Bulma was happy, and Tenek, who came from the future time and space, completely collapse since he offended Talat yesterday and fainted by Talat's momentum. 10x has been in autism in the future. The knot in his heart could not be opened, which also made him look extremely haggard. Vegeta in this world suddenly burst into anger after seeing that his future cheap son was so fragile inside. As his son of Vegeta, he is so fragile inside. He was always indulged in love like a woman, making his face hurt. Vegeta, who could not bear it, ignored it and directly grabbed the awakened 10x and practiced hard. If the words are ineffective, then use your fists and feet to wake up your son. It is also effective. After Vegeta's care, 10x seemed to have indirectly figured it out in the future. This time and space world is destined to be different from his original time and space world. He is just a passerby, so there is no need to pay too much attention to the changes in the time and space world. In other words, the changes are actually large enough so he avoids the tragic ending that will evolve into the future. When he came to this time and space world, he should consider acquiring stronger power and then protect his original world. 10x, who had thought it through, came to Talat and apologized for his impulse yesterday. Talat didn't care about this, just smiled. If you really care about a child, it would seem too naive. Bulma made a decision that shocked Talat. If Tnanks is willing in the future, he can also call her mother. Although she is not his mother in this time and space, he will not be born. Talat originally thought 10x would refuse, but he still accepted it with a thick skin. Now that things have come to this, that's all. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly flew from the sky and an extremely powerful aura came towards me. Talat and the future 10x were attracted by the eyes. Is it Bik? It seems that he has successfully convinced the gods and has become a complete self. Talat confirmed through breath perception that the current Bik is no longer the previous Bik. This anger is Uncle Bik. 10x was shocked. After a while, the Piccolo landed in front of them. He came here to find Talat. After experiencing Talat's method, he knew that Talat had a way to send him to the planet Mech. Congratulations Bik for taking the most critical step. How does it feel to have a complete body? Talat's lips raised and he chuckled. Thank you for your blessing. I convinced the gods to get back their original power. Now, don't call me Bik anymore. Call me Piccolo. Piccolo smiled slightly and thanked Talat. Chapter 286. Stay young forever. The new god. Has it changed its name to Piccolo? Well, say goodbye to the past and welcome a new future. Talat smiled indifferently and understood Piccolo's idea. After getting complete, this is a good start. Immediately afterward, Piccolo explained his purpose of coming here to find Talat. Now that he has recovered his complete body, he hopes that Talat can send him to the planet Mech. He wants to find a new path and start practicing again. Talat would not refuse such a request and agreed to Piccolo. As the two communicated, Bulma seemed to have thought of something. Wait a minute, I heard you say yesterday that the monster named Churu seems to have killed many humans. Now that Bik and the gods are integrated, can the Dragon Ball be used? Bulma asked. Key issues. This question made Piccolo react after a long time. It seemed too early to merge with one another. Talat also suddenly realized and completely ignored this. I'm sorry, I was negligent. The Dragon Ball has become a stone with my fusion with the god. Piccolo said apologetically. He was not careful and had known that Churu had been absorbing humans everywhere. He should first collect Dragon Balls to resurrect all the dead people and then merge with the god. It's not your fault. No one is perfect. Even God will make some mistake. Even I didn't think of this. It seems that when we go to the Mikian, we have to borrow the Dragon Ball there. By the way, bring back Inami Kian to serve as the new god on Earth. Talat said. The development of the plot is very similar to the original work, but they were the ones who went to Mike this time. Well, this is indeed a good idea. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Although they met for a short time, Piccolo trusted Talat very much. Just as the two reached a consensus and were about to set off, Bulma, who was standing beside him, interrupted again. Wait, don't leave me. I'll go together. Bulma took the initiative to ask, but Talat did not refuse. Since we wanted to come together, let's go together. For him who has mastered the power of space, there is not much difference between one more person and one less person. I'll look for the coordinates of the mixed star in this world first and wait for a moment. Talat finished speaking, expanding his mental power perception and expanding towards the four directions with the Earth as the center. Huge mental power quickly swept across the universe and the galaxy. The breath of all living things poured into Talat's mind like a torrent, but these were not the aura of the Mechites he knew. There are also futures in Piccolo and Bulma with Nanx's gaze. Time passed for a long time. Talat finally found the coordinates of the new Namek star in this vast universe. We found it. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, with Talat as the center, the invisible power of space swept across Bulma and Piccolo's bodies, but in a flash, the three of them disappeared from the spot. 10 Nox will not be together in the future. He watched the three of them leave with a complicated look flashing in his eyes. He didn't speak, thinking he would be taken with him, but he was completely ignored. On that mech, since the simple and kind nature of Namek people have returned to their previous lives, farming day after day to improve the planet's environment. At the same time, they were not content with the status quo quo and were confused by their peaceful appearance. Only by experiencing the feeling of despair like hell can they understand the value of peace. Although this brand new Namek is located in an area in the universe that no one cares about, no one knows whether there will be foreign enemies in the future. If you want to maintain the status quo, powerful warriors are indispensable, and this is also the conclusion they came to after Frisia's disaster, that Mike must grow stronger or be protected by powerful soldiers. Therefore, in addition to daily farming, other Nameks will also begin to exercise and improve their strength. At this moment, a strange movement came from the space. Tala, Piccolo, and Bulma came from the distant Earth and appeared near the residence of the current Great Elder. Their sudden appearance made the mechs around them feel extremely surprised. Although they didn't know Tala, they knew Piccolo and Bulma. After all, their mech star was destroyed and they spent a long time at Bulma's house. The hospitality of Namek people rushed forward and greeted Bulma and Piccolo one after another. At this moment, the Great Elder located in the residence also noticed something strange and walked out of the residence. After seeing Bulma and Piccolo, he smiled happily and hurriedly came up to say hello to him. Although I haven't seen it for several years, the Mechites have never forgotten the kindness of living in the Bulma family. After seeing the Great Elder, Bulma quickly explained his purpose. They need to borrow the Dragon Balls from Namek to resurrect the dead people on Earth and bring an excellent Namek back to Earth to serve as the new god. After learning about the purpose of the few people, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the Elder. This was a transaction that only made money but not lost. Send an excellent descendant of Namek to the Earth as the god of the sky. If Namek encounters some crises that they cannot cope with in the future, they can also send information through their fellow tribes on the Earth to seek help. I understand. I have a good candidate for going to the Earth to serve as the god of heaven. You should all know him. After saying that, the Great Elder turned his eyes and looked at a position behind him. Dandy, come here, the Great Elder ordered. Dandy immediately stepped forward and walked politely to Tala, Piccolo and Bulma. Is it Dandy? If it were him, he would have become a good god. Piccolo was very happy to see Dandy. Since assimilating Niru, his feelings for Dandy are like treating his younger brother. He is simple and kind in his heart, and he is the only choice to become a god. I'm very happy to meet you again, Uncle Bic, Sister Bulma, and this uncle. Dandy greeted the people very politely. I haven't seen you for several years. You are still as well behaved and sensible as before. Dandy. Bulma smiled on her face, and she was no stranger to Dandy. I had a lot of contact with him and received a lot of help from Dandy. Seeing this, Talat just smiled and said nothing. Dandy, my name is Piccolo now. You can call me Uncle Piccolo in the future. Piccolo reminded. I get it, Uncle Piccolo. Dandy nodded and replied. Dandy is an excellent descendant of the Dragon clan. I believe he can hold the position of good god, and perhaps he can upgrade the Dragon Ball of the Earth. The Great Elder was very confident in Dandy, and Dandy is actually very excited to go to Earth at this moment. He missed two friends who had been away for a long time, Flynn and Son Gohan. This is how the candidate for the position of the Earth god is decided. Next, Dragon Ball made a wish. Regarding Dragon Ball, because the current management model of the mics is different from the previous one, it has been stored together. After the Great Elder ordered people to take it, he began to summon the dragon. As he recited the spell, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated. The sky of Mick became dark at this moment, and darkness came, but the golden light became even more dazzling. Crack! In the center of the 7 Dragon Balls, a golden pillar of light soared into the sky. The huge power of wishes emanated from the 7 Dragon Balls, and the majestic dragon power caused the space to storm, covering a range of hundreds of miles. Soon, the golden light formed the appearance of the Dragon Bolunga, the person who has collected 7 Dragon Balls. Tell me your wish. No matter what wish, I can achieve 3. As soon as he appeared, Shenlong Bolunga said his classic line. Palanga has appeared. If you have any wishes, you can say it now, said the Great Elder. I remember. The dragon on mic made a wish, as if only one person could be resurrected at one time, which was a bit difficult to deal with. At this time, Bulma recalled the past and said in a tangled manner, you don't have to worry about this. Since the Frisia incident ended, I have upgraded Polenga once. Now Polenga can realize the desire to resurrect multiple people. The Great Elder explained. Upon hearing this, Bulma was very surprised. It would be great if this is the case. Soon, Piccolo expressed its first wish. Resurrected the people on Earth who were killed by Shiru. Is this your first wish? I understand. Bolunga's heavy voice echoed in the space, and as a fishy light flashed in his eyes, a huge power of wish was exerted. Those on Earth whose lives were taken away by Shiru were resurrected and looked around with a confused look on their faces. They have clearly gone to the underworld to report, but why have they suddenly returned to the world? The first wish has been realized. Please express the second wish. Palunga continued to speak. The second wish was to restore all the damage caused by the artificial human incident on the Earth. After all, people are resurrected, but the city is destroyed. There are also other parts of the Earth that have been destroyed by the battle of artificial humans. Of course, the only thing that cannot be restored is Dr. Gross Institute. Otherwise Shuru would be resurrected in disguise. As the second wish was realized, Piccolo's eyes turned to Talat. If he wanted to make a wish, it would be fine now. I don't need to leave it to Bulma for making a wish. Talat directly gave Bulma the opportunity to make a wish. Hearing this, Bulma's smile became even brighter, and she happened to have a wish to come true. The third wish is to keep her young appearance without aging. Bulma said his wish without hesitation, which made Piccolo twitch. Such a simple thing is too much to do with the Shenlong Bolunga, but there is no way. Who asked Talat to give up his wish to Bulma. In fact, Piccolo also saw that Bulma and Talat in their world are together. Piccolo translated Bulma's wish into Namk and told Polenga buzz. As the fishy light in Bolunga's eyes flashed again, the huge will of power was acting on Bulma. At this moment, Bulma obviously felt his body changes and was incredibly happy. No woman does not want to remain young forever. Your wish has come true, so goodbye. The mission has been completed, and the dragon Bolunga did not stay for a moment. His body dissipated, and the 7 huge dragon balls lost their luster and turned back into stone. Unlike the dragon balls on Earth, the dragon balls of Mix will not fly away. The sky of Mix also returned to light at this moment. The wish has ended, and the candidates for gods on Earth have been found, so it is not very meaningful to continue to stay. After some exchange, Talat and Piccolo looked at each other and taught him the practice of instant movement. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to return to Earth in the future. Talat would definitely leave and would not come to pick him up. Although Sun Wukong can use instant movement to pick up the Piccolo back in the future, it is better to rely on others than to rely on yourself. Temple of Heaven. Since the gods Bik and Bik became Piccolo, the god servant Bobo has been waiting here with sadness. Without the god of heaven, what is the meaning of his divine servant? Just as Bobo was doubting his life, a ripples appeared in the space in front of him. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Talat and Bulma returned from Namek with Dandy. After noticing the appearance of the 3 people, Bobo's expression stopped and he quickly cheered up. Let me introduce first. He is the attendant of the gods of all dynasties on Earth. Bobo. Talat introduced to Dandy. Dandy walked to Bobo very friendly and said, please give me more advice in the future. My name is Dandy. Hey, yet. Bobo nodded in confusion. Talat explained the reason for Bobo. From now on, Dandy will become the new god on Earth, and Bobo will still need to be guided. Bobo was surprised by the arrival of the new god, but soon, a strong sense of joy arose in his heart. He no longer has to be alone like before. Although it was a child, at this point Dandy was appointed as the new god of the Earth, and his primary task was to restore the Dragon Ball on the Earth. However, in order to restore the Dragon Ball on Earth, you still need the model of the Earth's dragon. The last Lord Tianchen left behind a model about the dragon, which is in the depths of the Temple of Heaven. I'll get it now. Bobo immediately set off and trotted towards the depths of the Temple of Heaven. After a while, a huge dragon model was carried by Bobo from the heavenly temple to outside the hall. As long as Dandy displays his abilities on this model, he can restore the Dragon Ball of the Earth. Without hesitation, Dandy began to act, aiming his hands at the dragon's model, chanting a special spell. As an excellent descendant of the Dragon clan, his abilities are fully demonstrated at this moment. Looking at this scene, Talat and Bulma felt extremely incredible. Chapter 28 Chapter 7 Meet number 18 again. As the special power exerted by Dandy poured into the Shenlong's model, the model of the dragon shines with golden light, and then the entire model seems to come alive and turns into a golden dragon and rises into the sky. The dragon's power was stirring, and the space continued to ripples, and the entire Tianshan temple was shaking under the amazing dragon's power. At this moment, the model of the dragon god turned into a golden dragon appearance and then split into pieces, turning into 7 golden lights and spreading towards different corners of the earth. Not long after, the Temple of Heaven returned to its previous piece. Just that's it. Will the Dragon Ball be restored? Bulma came up and asked Dandy. Theoretically, it should have been restored, and I also made a small upgrade to the dragon. After collecting the Dragon Balls, I need to summon the dragon to determine whether my upgrade has been successful. Dandy answered well-behavedly wrote. Hearing this, Bulma blinked even more curiously. What would Dandy's upgrade be? Is the upper limit of Shenlong's wish to realize his wishes has been increased, or the number of wishes to realize them has been increased? After all, the Polenga from the planet Mech can realize 3 wishes. Since that's the case, it's not too late. Let's go back to Zeta to get the Dragon Ball radar first, and then find the Dragon Ball to summon the dragon to test it. Talat said he was also very interested. After all, the Earth's dragon had not yet been strengthened in his time and space. Then let's go. As soon as Bulma said, Talat shook his head slightly. You wait for me here and tell me where the Dragon Ball radar is. I will find the Dragon Ball as fast as possible so that I can save the most time. When Bulma heard this, she thought it made sense. Anyway, the place where she made her wish would be in the Temple of Heaven. Instead of going to work hard together, it would be better to stay in the Temple of Heaven and Heaven waiting slowly. Anyway, with Talat's ability, it shouldn't be long since I collected all the Dragon Balls, so I said the Dragon Ball ball radar is in the desk drawer in the laboratory next to the master bedroom. You should know, right? If the habit is the same and the layout has not changed, I should know where you put it. Then I will take a step first and see you later. After Talat and Bulma said, nodding to Popo and Dandy. Immediately afterward the space teleportation was activated again and he returned directly from the heavenly temple to Zidu's house. Future 10X is sitting on the sofa at this moment waiting for the return of Talat and Bulma. After feeling Talat's breath, Future 10X's expression shook and quickly stood up and looked at the source of the breath. After confirming that Talat returned, he smiled. Mr. Talat, you're back. Future 10X said to Talat, well, you're waiting for me here. I guess there are other things. You can confess everything you want to say directly without hiding it. Talat saw the entanglement of 10X in the future. Hearing this, 10X expressed his thoughts in his heart in one go and even bowed respectfully to Talat to express his determination. To be honest, I would like to ask you to teach me how to practice and gain the power beyond the Super Saiyan. So that's it. I thought it was something big. You can see that you were very worried. You were worried that you were rude to me yesterday, so you were afraid that I wouldn't teach you, right? You don't have to think so, because to me, you're always just a matter of being a rude person, a junior, and if you have this determination, it means that you already have the idea of becoming stronger and going back to end the future troubled times. This is very good. At least you will become extremely powerful with the awareness of being the only one. Seeing that the future 10X was very sincere, Talat did not make things difficult for him and planned to help. After all, the fragmented future world is really cruel. It is not easy for 10X to support it until now. In the future, I can teach you, but what I can teach you is just a method. In my opinion, your best teacher should be your dad, Vegeta. Seeing 10X excited, Talat said again, you mean let my dad and I follow you to practice surpass the Super Saiyan? Future 10X asked. These words made Talat's expression slightly surprised, but he could do it so well. After all, he could really give Vegeta some advice in the future. If you practice with Vegeta, the effect will be twice the result with half the effort. With the method I provide, you can enter the spiritual time house to practice. In it, the outside world has been a day and it is a year inside. If you want to become stronger quickly, that place is the best place for you and Vegeta to practice. Talat revealed the information about the spirit time house. After hearing the mention, 10X was shocked. In the future, 1 day outside, 1 year inside. For people like them who desire to become stronger quickly, it is a treasure land for cultivation. Completely make up for the time issue. As long as you can improve your strength in a very short time, and after returning to the future world, kill the man-made man and Churu, the crisis in the future world can be resolved. Don't be too happy too early. The spiritual time house is not as simple as you think. Not to mention the harsh environment inside. A person can only practice in it for 2 years in his life. Once this time exceeds this time, the exit will disappear and you will also being locked in a different dimension forever, unless force the amount is strong enough to tear the gap in the alien dimension world. Otherwise it will never come out. Talat said. Hearing this, 10X was slightly stunned. He did not expect that there were such restrictions. Thank you for your guidance. What should I do next, Uncle Talat? Future 10X thanked Talat and then asked again, and the name changed from a gentleman to an uncle. This kid knows the appearance and knows how to be a human being. Go and find your dad Vegeta and then go to the temple of heaven where I will show you how to break through, and then you will enter the spiritual time house. Leave a sentence. Talat turned and headed towards the laboratory. When 10X heard this, he couldn't wait to feel the breath. He must share this news with his father as soon as possible. After 10X left, Talat found the Dragon Ball radar and also learned the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls scattered through the Dragon Ball radar. If it were someone else, it would take at least several small time to collect all the Dragon Balls in a short period of time. Just like Sun Wukong in the original work is looking for Dragon Balls. But for Talat, who has mastered the power of space, it is simple to find 7 Dragon Balls in a short time. After determining the direction and distance of the closest Dragon Ball, Talat immediately used space teleportation and disappeared into the room. At this moment, it is a suburban park located in Nandu. The artificial trio wandering aimlessly in the human city happened to come here as a place to settle down. The sleeping time is too long and the development of today's society is so fast that it makes them feel uncomfortable. If they want to integrate into it, they are out of place. It takes a long time to settle down to fully adapt. Just as the 3 of them were about to set off again to the next town, a golden light fell from the sky and landed in a corner of the park. The 3 of them were attracted at the same time. After getting closer, number 18 was the first to see the glowing bead. It is a ball with orange volume and 7 orange 5-pointed stars embedded inside. This ball is the 7-star Dragon Ball. This ball looks very special. On the 18th, he bent down and picked up the 7-star Dragon Ball, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Intuition told her that this bead was not simple. Number 17, who was standing beside him, was also watching, just about to speak. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came came from the two of them. Talat happened to appear. The few people looked at each other with big eyes and stared at each other. It's you. Number 17 was full of vigilance. Number 16 seemed to be quiet, but in fact he had made the worst plan. It's you three. It's such a coincidence, Talat said with a little surprise. According to the location of the Dragon Ball, the space teleportation was used to come here. I didn't expect to meet the three people number 18 here. It was indeed a bit too coincidental. The most important thing is that Dragon Ball is being grabbed by number 18. Number 18 blinked her beautiful eyes. Although she was extremely surprised by Talat's sudden arrival, she noticed that Talat's eyes were focused on the beads in her hand. Before she could ask questions, Talat said bluntly, "Can you give me the Dragon Ball in your hand?" "So this thing is called a Dragon Ball? I knew this bead was not simple." Number 18 looked at the 7-star Dragon Ball in his hand and said, "Talat appeared here not for them but for the Dragon Ball. Although I don't know what the Dragon Ball is since it is in her hands, it's a different matter. Although Talat is very powerful, you can't just grab it openly, right?" She picked it up first. "Is this Dragon Ball useful? It can make a big shot like you. Come and find it," Number 18 asked boldly. These words made number 16 and number 17 look more cautious. "I was afraid that Talat would get angry because he asked too much on the 18. Other people's strength is definitely overwhelming them." Talat did not shy away from the inquiry on number 18, so he simply told the origin and function of the Dragon Ball. "Collect 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon to make a wish. He is now looking for the Dragon Ball and then conducting a test. By the way, it is naturally mentioned that the former 10th god and Pic merged into a Piccolo, so the Dragon Ball was resurrected by the new 10th god." When talking about Piccolo, the three of them quickly remembered what they had experienced before and said it. Talat was surprised that Piccolo had actually found them. "That guy actually did such a thing. I don't know if it's good or bad. So, can you make a wish after getting 7 Dragon Balls? I didn't expect there was such a magical thing in this world." After learning about the function of the Dragon Ball, number 18 was particularly shocked. The same is true for number 17. On the 16th there was information about Dragon Ball in his database, so he knew, but before he could say it, Talat appeared. "Can you give it to me now? You can't use this Dragon Ball if you keep it alone," Talat said, suddenly thinking of something, and said, "After collecting 7 Dragon Balls, the dragon can achieve at least one wish. I remember Dr. Gro installed a super bomb in your body. You can take advantage of this opportunity to make a wish and let the dragon help you remove the bomb." The words were spoken, and the three of them were shocked at the same time. They couldn't understand for a moment that Talat would actually give them a chance to make a wish. "Are you not afraid? Are we going around?" asked number 17. Talat shook his head slightly. "Even if you do something random, you can. Where did you go in chaos? Times are constantly changing, and I can tell you clearly that the big guys now cannot beat you, but in a few days your strength will be nothing in front of them. It is just 8 or 900 million combat power. Even if the actual combat power of number 16 exceeds 1 billion, as long as he is under his guidance, all the warriors in this time and space will become stronger. By then, their strength will not be worth mentioning. Is it that exaggerated? Although we can't beat you." Before the 18th sentence was finished, Talat interrupted her. "Actually, Piccolo now has the strength to beat you and no 17. Regarding Talat's blunt statement, number 17 and number 18 were unbelievable. They had no time to refute and said on the 16th, "It is true that as he said, the data I have investigated will not go wrong. You really can't defeat the Bic after the fusion." Number 17 and number 18 were silent. For a moment I felt that the worldview collapsed. If Talat hadn't said this, they would have been hard to accept. "At least you have to fight for one match before you are willing to admit it. Dragon Ball, give it to you. But what you said shouldn't be a lie, right? Help us remove the bomb." Number 18 thought for a while, handed the Dragon Ball to Talat and said. Taro nodded. "Of course, this is just a trivial matter. As long as you don't make trouble on the Earth in the future, I think you will not kill innocent people like 10X's future time and space 17 and 18 just to satisfy one's own desires." Hearing Talat mentions the future of 10X, number 17 and number 18 looked at each other. "We don't know why the future will become like that. At least my brother and I never thought of destroying the Earth." Number 18 was a little angry, which was inexplicable for them. Although no 17's face was very cold, he was not the kind of person to kill. "I think it is necessary to talk to the future 10X and also understand us in the future time and space," number 17 said. "Since that's the case, then let's just go with me. It's just a matter of making a wish later. By the way, you can also communicate with 10X. As for the 16th, your target is Sun Wukong, and that kid will go to heaven soon. The temple, then you can resolve your destiny and start a new life," Talat suggested. With Talat's word, the three of them looked at each other and made decisions one after another. They did not doubt Talat because they had enough strength to kill them in seconds, so there was no need to play with conspiracy. After obtaining the consent of the three, Talat took them to teleport in space to find the remaining remaining Dragon Balls. Because of the new goal, the 3 artificial humans no longer know what to do like before. In short, with what to do, they become motivated. Chapter 288 Just 1. There are 4 stages. Temple of Heaven. Bulma, Dandy, and Bobo have been waiting for nearly half an hour. At this moment, a ripples of space appeared on the platform located in the Temple of Heaven. Talat brought number 16, 17, and 18 to the Temple of Heaven. After arriving at the Temple of Heaven, the 3 artificial people first looked around seriously. They didn't know that there was such a place on Earth. According to Talat, this is the temple where the gods live. Bulma, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Talat return and quickly approached. Seeing number 16 and number 17, Bulma was not hostile and even sighed that Dr. Gro is really a genius. But when she saw number 18, she suddenly had a bad premonition. Bulma was very smart. She didn't ask, but Talat explained the cause and effect of the matter. After learning the whole story, Bulma's expression relaxed a little, but anger arose in her heart. Unexpectedly, Dr. Gro was so inhumane that in order to control them, he actually installed that kind of super bomb. Now that the Dragon Ball has been collected, it just so happens to use this desire to remove the bomb to test the ability of the new Dragon Ball. The 7 Dragon Balls are placed in an orderly manner in the center of the Temple of Heaven. Come out and realize my wish. As Dandy recited the spell, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated. In an instant, the world changed color and darkness swept the world. A golden beam of light burst out from the 7 Dragon Balls and finally formed into the posture of the Earth's dragon. Is this a dragon? When I saw the dragon for the first time on the 18th, I was startled by the threat of the sudden arrival of the dragon. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it was true. The person who has collected all 7 Dragon Balls, tell me your wish. No matter what wish it is, I can achieve 2. As soon as the dragon appeared, he spoke classic lines. However, it is no longer 1 wish, but 2 wishes. 2 wishes? It seems that after you upgraded the dragon, there is 1 more wish that can be realized. It's amazing, Dandy. Bulma clapped his hands and finally understood what Dandy's upgrade means. My current ability is still very limited and I can only expand my wishes to 2. If I want to realize 3 wishes like Palunga, I can only wait until my skills are deeper before upgrading. Dandy was I was a little shy about praising it. You are already very fussy. Bulma continued to praise Dandy in doting. Okay, let's make a wish next. I promised you before. Number 18, come and make a wish. Talat turned his gaze to number 18, which was shocked by the dragon, and said. Hearing this, on the 18th he came to his senses, sorted out his thought, looked at each other with the 16th and 17th, and expressed his wish. The wish is very simple, which is to remove the bombs in the 3 people's bodies. Regarding such a simple wish, Shenlong just said something simple. Buzz, as accompanied the fishy light flashed in the dragon's eyes. It seemed that nothing happened, but it was true that the super bombs in the 3 of them were removed. Your first wish has come true. Please express your second wish, Shenlong urged. The next second wish. Do you have anything else to want? Bulma. Talat turned to look at Bulma and asked. After reaching his level of strength, it is difficult for ordinary things to arouse his interest. Even if he has ideas, it should not be possible according to the limits of the ability of the Earth's dragon. So instead of wasting a wish, it is better to give this wish to Bulma and let her think about it. But I have no wish to come true now. As the richest man in the world, Bulma, in addition to her lifespan and eternal youth, she actually gets anything she wants. Before this, she had already made a wish through the Mikian dragon Palunga. Bulma fell into deep thought and then a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. Thinking of Sun Wukong, who was still suffering from viral heart disease in Bayesian. You said, how about this second wish? How about recovering Goku's viral heart disease? Bulma suggested. It's indeed a good wish, but it will be a bit wasteful. Kakarot already has special medicines brought by the future time and space world, and it will be a complete recovery in the past 1 or 2 days. And after this wish is over, Dragon Ball needs to. If you don't want to cool down in 1 year, the cooling time of Dragon Ball can be shortened to half a year. What do you think? Talat said. Upon hearing this, Bulma thought for a while, and indeed what Talat said made sense. It took only a few days for Sun Wukong to recover, but the cooling time of the dragon has been long. If this second wish is not used, the cooling time will be only half a year, which can prevent emergencies and be prepared for any accident. Since that's the case, then we won't allow this second wish. You go, Shenlong. After the words fell, the dragon heard it in his ears. Since you no longer have the wish to fulfill, then goodbye. The huge body of the dragon dissipated and 7 Dragon Balls rose into the air. Seeing that it was about to scatter all over the earth, Talat used the power of space to lock the 7 Dragon Balls that were about to be dispersed. After completely offsetting all the impact, he pulled the 7 petrified Dragon Balls closer. The sky shrouded in darkness has returned to the bright and clear sky it was before. From the future, just seal these Dragon Balls in the heavenly temple. Don't use them casually unless you have to. Talat said to everyone present. There is another deep meaning in this sentence. Dragon Ball has its advantages and disadvantages. is. Once it is abused more often, the next time it comes out it will not be a divine dragon that can realize its wish, but an evil dragon that drags everything into destruction. Although with his strength he is not a person from this time and space world, and he will have to leave sooner or later. After all, this world has to be protected by them. When everyone heard this, they nodded one after another. The god servant Bobo quickly picked up the 7 dragon balls that turned into stone. He would seal these dragon balls in the deepest part of the heavenly temple and take them out when needed. At this moment 2 white auras were coming towards the temple of heaven. These 2 people were no one else, Vegeta and the future 10X. The energy detectors in the body of number 16, number 17, and number 18 also detected 2 powerful energy fluctuations. After feeling the anger of the 2 of them, Talat turned around and said, "It's very fast. I thought I needed to wait a little longer." The moment the words were spoken, Vegeta and the future 10X landed in the temple of heaven. Number 16, number 17, no 18. Artificial human. The newly arrived future 10X and Vegeta were surprised to see the 3 artificial humans behind the temple of heaven, and were also extremely confused. What are these artificial people doing here? Vegeta, is there any future 10X? No wonder the values are so similar. Number 17 said casually with his hands crossed his chest. It just so happens that there is something about the future world, so I can tell it clearly. Number 18 spoke immediately and walked towards the future 10X. When they came here before, they had this idea after they learned the truth, so they came here with Talat. Seeing number 18 approaching, 10X seemed to be stimulated in the future. His instinctive reaction made him subconsciously transform into a Super Saiyan and put on a fighting posture. Although the energy is a little bit higher than the last meeting, this insignificant improvement is not enough to make number 18 feel threatened. Vegeta, who was standing beside him, frowned, and there was no burst of energy. He could feel that number 18 was not here to make trouble. Relax, 10X, Vegeta reminded one sentence. Hearing this, 10X's tense nerves relaxed a little in the future, but just in case, he still maintained a Super Saiyan state. At this moment, number 18 came to the future 10X and ignored Vegeta, who was standing aside. "Don't panic. If I really attack you, you can't hold on even if you transform. And with Talat here, even if I want to kill you, I can't do it." After explaining, "I'll explain." Number 18 directly stated the purpose. What do they look like when they figure out the future world? They really become big devils who kill without blinking? The calm future 10X looked at Talat and only began to answer the question number 18 after he was confirmed. He told him about the disaster that happened in the future world from beginning to end. After learning that the future world and number 17 brought a catastrophe to the earth, almost killing all the people on earth and even destroying all the warriors, number 18 is really unbelievable. Neither she nor number 17 are evil in nature, but why did it eventually evolve into this? What must have happened in this? Or in other words, the old thing, Dr. Gross installed something in her and no 17's mind, which greatly distorted their original personality. So that's it, then I know. Number 18, who learned the truth, turned around and returned to number 17 and number 16. In the future, 10X would stare at no 18's back, and his mood became more and more entangled. The artificial humans in this world have changed a lot compared to the future world. At least it is certain that the artificial humans in this world are not bad, and the 18th and 17th in the future world, let alone communication, basically meeting each other, is an energy wave which belongs to the type of killing without blinking. Watching the artificial threesome communicate internally, 10X looked at Talat again. In the future, the most urgent task at the moment is to enter the spiritual time house with Vegeta to practice, gain the power beyond the Super Saiyan, and then return to the future world and save your own world. Dad and I have decided to enter the spiritual time house to practice. Uncle Talat, please teach us a way to go further, said Tanak. Spiritual time house? Do you actually know the spiritual time house? Bobo, who had just returned from sending the Dragon Ball, exclaimed in surprise. I told them, let them go in and practice. They will become stronger and the earth in this time and space will be safer in the future, Talat said to Bobo. Hearing this, Bobo understood it very smartly and didn't ask again. So, now can you tell me how to surpass the Super Saiyan? Vegeta looked cold. Despite feeling like he deserves a beating, Talat didn't care. This is how Vegeta of this era. It will not be until the future that Vegeta will slowly change. In fact, Talat likes Vegeta, the future time patrolman, mature, stable, and responsible. According to what I said before, I will teach you the method, but how much I can understand depends on your understanding. After that, Talat said to Bulma and asked her and Dandy to stay as far away as possible, and then walked around. Arrived in an empty place. In a moment, the super energy pool in the body was activated. The golden aura swept across the body from the solace of the feet, and the black hair turned into golden vertical hair. The momentum was restrained in the body, which was extremely powerful. This is Talat's first level Super Saiyan. It only takes a moment to transform and does not consume any energy. This is Talat's performance after controlling his own power to the extreme. Is this Uncle Talat's Super Saiyan first level? It's simply unfathomable in the future. Tanak was shocked by the terrifying aura released by Talat's transformation. Although Talat has tried his best to suppress the aura after his transformation, he will still release part of the aura pressure. Only this small part of the aura impact is enough to make 10x and Vegeta doubt their lives in the future. The intensity of the chi is beyond imagination. Vegeta seemed to have a dull expression, but in fact there were already storm waves in his heart. With his eyesight it is not difficult to see the difference between Talat's Super Saiyans and them. This is an ordinary Super Saiyan, and it is the realm you are now. Next, I will transform into an advanced version of the first stage, also called the second stage of the Super Saiyan. After Talat said that, his breath was rhythmic, his muscles swelled, and his whole body seemed stronger. This change made Vegeta and the future 10x cheer up. Is this the second stage of the first and second stage of the Super Saiyan? The next level I and my father will reach. In the future, 10x looked at Talat, whose form changed drastically in front of him, and fell into deep thought. I don't know why, but I always feel it's strange. Tisk, isn't this a purely power-enhancing form? If I guess correctly, this form should be able to evolve again and greatly improve its strength, but it will sacrifice speed. Vegeta's keen insight power can be seen at a glance that the key to the second stage of the Super Saiyan first stage, strengthening its own strength without affecting speed. It seems that I underestimated you. You are right, there is indeed a transformation above this form called the third stage of the first stage of the Super Saiyan, but that transformation can be increase energy, but it will also affect yourself. The speed of the body is therefore defined by me as a failed transformation. Since Vegeta has guessed it, I don't need to show it anymore. Next is the strongest state of the Super Saiyan level 1, and I call it full power. Talat finished speaking. The originally expanded muscles contracted, and the speed of the breath flowed became more intense, but in the blink of an eye he completed the transformation of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, and his strength control was perfect, so he could easily concentrate and release whatever he wanted. In the future, 10x was a little confused when he saw this scene, but Vegeta was different. His vicious eyes had already discovered the difference between the first level full power of the Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan. Speed and strength have been greatly improved. This is a full-scale sublimation, and it is also the true power of the Super Saiyan. Damn it, is the road I want to take so long? But the first level of the Super Saiyans has 4 stages. Chapter 289. 2 days later, Sun Wukong is healed. The power of the first level Super Saiyan is indeed beneficial, but you should know that what I want is not this. You should not hide the second level Super Saiyan and the third level Super Saiyan you mentioned before. It's tucked away, Vegeta urged. Although the Super Saiyan's first level full power state has opened his eyes, this level of improvement is nothing to Vegeta. The only thing he cares about is the second level of the Super Saiyan and the third level of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's reminder also made 10x quickly come back from surprises in the future. Yes, the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan is just the beginning. What they really should pursue is the second level Super Saiyan, or even the higher level Super Saiyan. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Talat's lips raised slightly. Since you have told them about the existence of these realms in advance, you will naturally tell them. The S cells in the body were rhythmic, and while the golden aura was restless, an astonishing blue and white light appeared on the edge of Talat's body. Crack! The harsh thunder and lightning sounded, and dozens of lightning bursts suddenly burst around Talat's body. Its golden thunderous hair turned into a thicker golden thunderous hair. Everyone in the Temple of Heaven was swept by this terrifying force and retreated one after another. Even though Talat had deliberately restrained his own breath, the small part of the breath leaked was enough to make them feel horrified. The artificial trio was shocked by the terrifying energy that Talat burst out, because the energy detector in their bodies had reached its limit and could not detect how strong the energy that Talat burst out was. As for Vegeta and future 10x, after witnessing Talat's transformation into the second level of the Super Saiyan, an unbelievable look flashed in his eyes. The huge momentum that had been expanded invisibly almost made their minds lose their minds, and even their breathing became difficult and rapid. As you see, this is the second level of the Super Saiyan, Talat said with a smile, deliberately showing his current posture and strength in front of the two of them. Is this the power of the second level of the Super Saiyan? Unbelievable, so strong. It's too strong, but the strength of the aura has reached this level. If I can also master this transformation, then in the future the world crisis can be easily resolved. Tenang said with a thrill of heart. In the future, the appearance of the second level of the Super Saiyan made him see hope. He had a premonition that as long as he could master this transformation in the future, artificial humans were not worth mentioning at all. Even if there were more powerful enemies, he can defeat it. Speed and power have ushered in explosive growth, and the form has changed. So that's it. Is this the second level of the Super Saiyan? Vegeta suppressed his restless heart, and his keen insight saw the Tower Lot's Super Saiyan Scion's second level is different from the previous Super Scion's first level full power. The combat index in all aspects has ushered in explosive growth and its energy intensity has become stronger. Its combat power is far from comparable to that of the first level Super Scion. However, this transformation may have a significant increase in physical strength compared to the first level Super Scion full power. However, it should be within acceptable limit. This change was remembered by Vegeta. He had found the right direction. Next, he only needed to enter the spiritual time house to exercise. He had absolute confidence and could complete the second level transformation of the Super Scion. Okay, you have finished watching the second level of Super Scion, and next it's the third level of Super Scion. Remember not to blink. Talit smiled wickedly. The next second, a light flashed in Talit's eyes. The S cells in the body move with his thought, and the third level energy pool of the Super Scion is mobilized. When the third level energy pool of the Super Scion was mobilized, the storm was raging, the sky was dim and the earth was dark, and the entire temple of heaven, no, it should be said that the entire earth was in a violent sway at this moment. Vegeta and the future 10X were forced back by this amazing momentum. The ultimate aura impact and the oppression brought by blood made the father and son feel strong uneasy. This breath is so strong me body can't move. In the future, 10X was greatly affected and tried his best to regain control of his body, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, under the pressure of the breath released during Talit's transformation, his body could not move at all. Even breathing becomes extremely difficult. This is no longer a dimension. Vegeta, who was standing beside him, was also frightened by this devastating momentum. As the Scion Prince, if he hadn't had enough concentration, he would have collapsed physically and mentally under the pressure of this aura. The artificial threesome on the other side also changed their faces due to Talit's bursting energy. The intensity of this energy is far more terrifying than before. Even if the data is not visible, their bodies can detect it. Bobo, Dandy, and Bulma were almost blown away by this amazing aura. Fortunately, Talit reacted and closed his strength in time and released a protective cover for Bulma, Dandy, and others. Talit's breath swept the world, causing horror to the others on the earth, especially Tianjin Fan and Klin, who were practicing in the gravity training room, and Yamcha, who left Baizai Mountain to join the gravity training together. So strong that it is unimaginable. Soon, Talit Super Scion's third level state was completed. The eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrows were pulled down, and the golden anger erupted to the waist, with a cold expression and a face like death. At this moment, the third level of the Super Scion is coming. After witnessing Talit's transformation with his own eyes, everyone present had different expressions on their faces. Among the three artificial humans, number 16 and number 17 have a new understanding of Talit's terrifying power, and at the same time they have further understood how small they are. Although they are artificial humans transformed by Dr. Gro and have powerful power beyond imagination, their power is not worth mentioning in front of a powerful man like Talit. As for number 18, I was already deeply attracted by Talit without realizing it, and was fascinated by it for a while. So awesome, Dandy said, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Even if you don't have much power, you can know how terrible it is if you can perceive. This is the first time in Bobo's life that he has felt such an amazing aura. Bobo sighed at the same time. So handsome. Bulma covered her mouth, and at this moment she also became a slut. This is his man. Not only does he have the strongest power, but he is so handsome after transformation, which is far from comparable to other people. 10X and Vegeta were shocked and stimulated even more. This is a Super Scion who surpasses the second level of the Super Scion, a Super Scion's third level. What a terrifying anger! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there are so many of us Scion. Future 10X took a breath of cold air in disbelief and sighed in horror. The power of the second level Super Scion is so strong that he looks up to him, let alone the third level Super Scion in front of him. The absolute sense of oppression brought by this form made his body and soul tremble. Super Scion level 3 Vegeta's eyelids were pounding wildly, and there were already storm waves in his heart. Not only his body but also his soul were trembling under this extreme force. His Scion blood trembled under the power that Talit burst out. Vegeta tried hard to control his heart, stared at Talit with great seriousness, and asked again, the power of the third level Super Scion is indeed shocking. I remember correctly, you said it before. There is a higher realm. Is there a Super Scion level 4? Compared with the third level of the Super Scion, Vegeta developed an obsession with the fourth level of the Super Scion. Talit was not in a hurry to give Vegeta an answer to his curious question. It's true, but it may not be a good thing for you to get into the fourth level of the Super Scion too early. The third level of the Super Scion is enough. Sometimes, when practicing to become stronger, it is important to progress step by step, and it is too much. The pursuit of powerful transformation without consolidating every realm will backfire. Talit finished speaking, directly removed the transformation of the third level Super Scion peak and returned to normal state. Wait for you to reach the point where you reach the point of after the third level of the Super Saiyan, they will find their own way to go further. Talat did everything he should do, showing 10x and Vegeta the first level of the Super Saiyan to the third level of the Super Saiyan. As for how much you can understand, it depends on themselves. Hearing this, Vegeta could not force her, so she nodded in agreement. He didn't say much and was ready to go to the spiritual time house to practice. Talat also gave Bobo a look. Just a message conveyed by a look of eyes immediately let Bobo understand it. Next, I will guide you into the spiritual time house to practice, but before that I need some time to prepare the materials you need for your practice. After all, 1 day outside and 1 year inside, so please wait for a while, Bobo explained. Vegeta nodded when he heard this. It's now, so there's no need to worry. Then I'll give you my luck, Mr. Popo. In the future, Tenek thanked him respectfully. One sentence. Well, there is another thing that you may already know, but Bobo still needs to remind you that although the spiritual time house is magical, everyone can only stay for no more than 2 years after entering. If it exceeds it, the exit will disappear, Bobo said to everyone. After getting Vegeta and future 10x nods to show his understanding, he turned around and left and began to prepare the supplies Vegeta and future 10x needed. The dragon's wish has been completed, and the purpose of demonstrating the transformation of 10 Nox and Vegeta for the future transformation has also been completed. Next, there is no need to continue to stay in the Temple of Heaven. Just as Talat was planning to take Bulma back to Zidu, his eyes turned and he thought of number 16, number 17, and number 18. They have just woken up for a while and they think they have nowhere to go, and it is difficult for them to integrate into the current human society. Perhaps it was for sympathy that Talat discussed with Bulma whether to help them. Talat thought Bulma would refuse, but unexpectedly, Bulma agreed to help them. Anyway, the family is big enough, she can contain the homeless mech, let alone these 3 people who created humans. However, we must ensure that we do not act randomly. With Bulma's consent, Talat walked to the 3 artificial people and offered to provide them with temporary residence and help them integrate into this era. The 3 of them were a little surprised when they learned that Talat and Bulma could take them in, but they were more moved. Unexpectedly, as humans they will get help from others one day. The 3 of them happily agreed to the invitation from Talat and Bulma. Finally, Talat used the ability of space teleportation, took Bulma, and the 3 of them to leave the Temple of Heaven and return to Zidu. In this way, time flies and 2 days pass quietly. During these 2 days, the earth was extremely calm. Under the arrangement of Bulma, there is temporarily residence on the 16, 17, and 18. Man-made man number 16 prefers to have close contact with nature, so Bulma arranged him to the outdoor ecological park managed by Dr. Brive. Not to mention, number 16 is very grateful for this arrangement. On the 17th and 18th, Bulma arranged 2 separate rooms for them, with all the daily living facilities. During the contact between these 2 days, their relationship with Talat and Bulma has been changing constantly, and their relationship has become increasingly close. To them, Bulma and Talat were not only friends but also benefactors. The relationship between Bulma and Talat is also getting warmer. In just a few days, Bulma has made him more familiar with and reliant on Talat, because no matter what she is thinking, Talat will be in the first place. I guessed for a moment that I could always provide her with full emotional value. Time is noon. Talat, who was chatting with Bulma and the man-made man number 17 and 18 in the living room, suddenly felt 2 familiar auras. Without guessing, we can tell who the owner of these 2 auras is at once. I'm finally here. It seems that I'm cured, which is almost the same as what I've calculated. Talat's eyes looked out the window. Oh, you said who is here? On the sofa beside Talat, the lazy Bulma asked curiously. On the side, there were also a few eyes on the 17th and 18th, which were authentic T. It Kakarot and Gohan, Talat explained. Does Goku and Gohan? That's great. It seems that the heart disease has been cured. Bulma smiled happily and was about to go out immediately. Talat also stood up immediately, but soon noticed the changes in expressions of number 17 and number 18, and said, didn't you always be curious about what kind of person Sun Wukong is? You will have the chance to meet him next. After saying that, Talat smiled and caught up with Bulma's pace. Chapter 290. Sun Wukong was shocked, and Vegeta took the initiative to invite the battle. When they arrived outside the house, Talat and Bulma met Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Yo, Bulma. As soon as he came up, Sun Wukong made his signature greeting gesture. Sun Gohan, who was standing beside him, also greeted him politely until he noticed that the 17th and 18th came out. He was slightly stunned for a moment, then thought of something and smiled politely. It's been well recovered. I thought there would be some sequelae. From this point of view, the effect of the special medicine in the future world is indeed quite good. You can recover so quickly. Bulma saw that Sun Wukong had a good look and quipped. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong showed a honest smile on his face, and then his eyes turned to Talat, number 17 and number 18. I have heard Gohan say anything about you. I didn't expect that the difference between time and space is so big. Thanks to you, I solved the real real enemy dormant in the dark. Sun Wukong friendly towards the tower lot greet. It's just a slight effort, Kakarot. Talit smiled and said. The first time the two communicated, number 17 and number 18 took this opportunity to take a good look at Sun Wukong. When the siblings looked at each other, the thoughts in their hearts were conveyed to each other. The rough meaning is that Sun Wukong, who had always wanted to take revenge, did not seem to be that strong by judging from the analytical data, and was not even as strong as Vegeta they defeated at that time. Although I really want to challenge you with my current strength, I'm afraid even the two artificial people over there can't beat. Sun Wukong naturally felt the doubts and contempts of number 17 and number 18. He expressed his thoughts without hiding them. Although he was a little hit, he was even more excited inside. The artificial human beings are strong enough, which proves that they still have more room for improvement. Don't worry, I'll stay in this world for a long time. If you feel that your strength is enough, it's not too late to challenge me. And there is something I have to remind you. Vegeta and Tenax, I had already gone to the Spirit Time House to practice more than a day ago, and the time was about to come out. If you don't want to be left behind by them, it's better to go in and practice and break through the realm of the Super Saiyan. Remind. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes widened and exclaimed, What? Have Vegeta and Tenax gone to the Spirit Time House to practice? I was thinking about telling everyone when I recover the existence of the Spiritual Time House. Since that's the case, I'll set out to the Temple of Heaven. The Spiritual Time House is a treasure land used to quickly practice and become stronger. One day outside, 1 year inside. He believed that with the character of Vegeta, he could pay any price to become stronger. In other words, in 2 years, this guy's strength will definitely increase to a level that even he cannot imagine. If he wants not to be thrown away, he must go in. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong hurriedly exchanged a few greetings with Talit and Bulma, and then took Sun Wuhan away. Talit watched them leave, and the corners of his mouth fluttered slightly. I don't know what Sun Wukong would feel when he saw Vegeta and Tenax, who were completely refreshed. Vegeta and future Tenax have not yet come out of the spiritual time room. It is not too late for the father and son to come out. How is it? What do you think of Sun Wukong? Talit turned around and looked at number 17 and number 18 and asked. Although the data analyzed is a bit bad, it does not differ much from what is recorded in the information we have. It is worth mentioning that Sun Wukong is indeed a good person, and it is a bit different from what is said in the information. Number 17 exclaimed. A huge part of the data that Dr. Grodd implanted on us is false, used to distort our memories. It is estimated that we in the future world are affected by these false memories and have been deeply transformed, so he destroyed it everywhere. Number 18 said. Listening to the two of them, Talit nodded slightly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this moment, it is located outside the Temple of Heaven. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan have been waiting here for a long time. During this period, Sun Wukong learned about Bic and the God, and also learned about the impact of Dandy's arrival on the earth and the transformation and upgrading of the Divine Dragon. Sun Gohan learned about Dandy's arrival the day before yesterday at Bulma's notice, and the two had a lot of fun chatting. Time is just waiting. The moment the gate of the Spirit Time Room opened, the stable and strong aura of Vegeta and future Tenax came out. This fierce aura instantly attracted the attention of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Vegeta and the future Tenax, who had finished their practice, walked to the platform of the Temple of Heaven and met Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. The 2-year practice has greatly damaged the martial arts uniforms on the father and son. If Bobo hadn't prepared a lot of clothes inside, they would have no clothes to wear at this time. The destined opponent Sun Wukong and Vegeta had their eyes intersected. At this moment, Vegeta undoubtedly had an absolute advantage in terms of momentum. After 2 years of cruel training, Vegeta's strength has long been different from what he used to be. It can even be said that his current strength has reached his own time in the Magi Bu chapter 7 years later. Even the complete Shuru in the original work, no. Even if the lightning Shuru appeared in front of Vegeta, he could not last for a few rounds. It seems that you have recovered well, Kakarot. After looking at each other for a few seconds, Vegeta smiled magically and took the lead in breaking the heavy atmosphere. With his eyesight, he has already seen Sun Wukong's current level. Too weak. It seems that you have improved a lot in the training in the spiritual time room, Vegeta. Sun Wukong could feel how strong Vegeta was in front of him was no longer comparable to that of him. Whether it is momentum, physical strength, energy, spirit, etc., Vegeta is much stronger than he is now. If you want to enter the spiritual time house to practice, go. But before that, I have to remind you that I have surpassed the limit of the Super Saiyan. Even if you finish your practice, you may not be my opponent, Vegeta said arrogantly. From this sentence, we can tell how confident Vegeta is now. With absolutely powerful strength, he regained his dignity as a Saiyan prince. Sun Wukong could no longer catch his eye. Even though the other party's cultivation strength increased greatly through the spiritual time house, he still had the confidence to crush Sun Wukong. He is the prince of the Saiyan. Once he is overtaken mistaken. Don't think about overtaking it, easily come over. It seems that your skills have improved more than I thought, but it's too early to draw conclusions now. Vegeta. Sun Wukong knew that Vegeta was very strong at present, but he would not admit defeat. I hope so. Vegeta did not intend to have too much entanglement with Sun Wukong, and now he has more important things to do. Vegeta turned around and looked at the Fuku 10x beside him, signaling through his eyes. During the 2 years of companionship practice, the father and son have become very familiar with each other. They do not need any verbal communication, and a look can make the other party understand it. Future 10x turned around and asked the universal capsule that he had handed to the other party in advance before practicing. What they contain is their clothing and supplies. This was also prepared by Bulma. I left some spares outside, otherwise I would spend all of it inside and there would be nothing left. Vegeta and Future 10x changed into battle clothes in front of everyone. At this time, Sun Wukong could not wait, but before entering the practice I have to wait a little longer. The supplies in the spiritual time house have been consumed and Bobo has to be rearranged first. Zidu. Talat sighed. Talat, who was undergoing meditation recovery, sensed the aura of Vegeta in the Future 10x and woke up from the meditation state. Are you finally calculated it? It's interesting. It's good to reach this level under my tips. Talat's lips raised and he had a judgment on the strength of Vegeta in the Future 10x at this moment. Under his deliberate guidance, Vegeta and 10x's future progress was much greater than the original work. After getting up, greeting Bulma, number 17 and number 18, Talat used the ability of space teleportation to arrive at the platform of the Temple of Heaven. His sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Vegeta and the Future 10x have already changed their clothes and are just facing each other. Uncle Talat, you are here. After seeing Talat, 10x respectfully walked forward to say hello. Thanks to Talat's guidance, he and his father were able to transform themselves and master the power beyond the Super Saiyan. It seems that you and Vegeta's cultivation achievements are good, and the power of the second level Super Saiyan has been mastered. Talat's eyes looked at the Future 10x and said, the combat effectiveness under normal circumstances has reached 1 billion. With this strength, it is enough to defeat number 17 and number 18, and there is no need to transform. As for Vegeta, this guy's progress exceeded Talat's expectations. His aura is much stronger than 10x in terms of strength and strength. What I felt before was a little wrong, and my close-up experience reached at least about 2 billion. It seems that the impact I had on him 2 days ago was far greater than I thought. At this moment, Vegeta's eyes looked at Talat were filled with scorching flames. His strength has indeed improved a lot, but what he wants to know more is how big the gap between him and Talat. Although he knew he was not an opponent, he still wanted to confront Talat. After feeling Vegeta's fighting spirit, Talat looked at Vegeta. The two people's eyes collided, and the momentum that spread invisibly made the atmosphere of the heavenly temple extremely depressing. Do you want to fight with me, Vegeta? Talat said with a calm smile. Vegeta clenched his fist and told Talat his answer with his actions. It seems to be. Talat did not refuse and accepted Vegeta's challenge. The two reached a consensus, slowly took off, arrived at the altitude of the heavenly temple and stopped. Dad is indeed going to challenge Uncle Talat. Future 10x looked over the sky above the temple of heaven and took a deep breath. Although he knew that his father could not win, he was still looking forward to the outcome of this battle. It is not an opponent at all, and it is two different concepts to be able to fight against Talat. I don't know how much Vegeta's skill has improved. Sun Wukong's expression also became excited. Before entering the spiritual time house to practice, witnessing Vegeta and Talat's battle with his own eyes will give him more insight. It is of great benefit to him entering the spiritual time house to practice next. It's just right to take this opportunity to see what the power that surpasses the Super Saiyans looks like. Over the temple of heaven, Talat and Vegeta have 4 eyes facing each other. At this moment, Talat took out his virtual glasses from the storage space and put them on, detecting Vegeta's combat power in real time. Vegeta didn't say anything and directly unscrupulously burst out all the combat power under normal circumstances. At this moment, his fierce aura swept across the sky like a torrent. Is this your full strength now? It's really good, and your combat effectiveness is 2.2 billion. Talat said as he looked at the data displayed on his virtual glasses. Is it 2.2 billion? I didn't expect that a guy like you would still care about numbers. However, you'd better not believe in numbers too much. How can we Saiyans measure the strength of us? Just numbers. Vegeta, he said with a cold and arrogant look, and also gave Talat a reminder in disguise. Hearing this, Talat smiled, took off his virtual glasses and put them in the storage space again. He just looked at the values specifically and then made a more accurate judgment. Use countless experiences to determine whether your perception is accurate enough. You are right. Things like numbers have long been eliminated. The combat effectiveness will continue to change with the situation of the battle. It is useless to say so much. Take Vegeta, Talat said. This is what Vegeta waited for. Almost the moment Talat finished finished speaking, Vegeta directly mobilized the first level energy pool of the Super Saiyan in his body. Crazy golden aura swept across Vegeta's body from the solace of her feet. In an instant, a terrifying momentum tore through the sky and enveloped the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta transformed into the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. The entire transformation process was completed in one go, which shows how proficient he has mastered this transformation. But, in Talat's opinion, he still has many flaws in his control of power. Although the amount of breath leaked when he transformed was not large, it was not small. The Super Saiyan's first level full power state is not bad, but this should not be your full strength. Talat said, "Don't worry, you have to give me time to adapt and you will soon see my true abilities." Vegeta smiled confidently, and then a light flashed in his eyes. The first level full power state of Super Saiyan. The majestic momentum underneath pressed down on Talat. Faced with the oppression of this magnificent aura, if Sun Wukong was below, he would be afraid that he would lose his combat ability directly. But for Talat, this level of breath impact is just a breeze blowing, not worth mentioning. Chapter 291 Super Second Peak. Have fun. After ignoring Vegeta's breath impact, Talat hooked his hand in Vegeta's direction, indicating that Vegeta could attack. Seeing this, how could Vegeta be polite, and immediately launched an attack on Talat. The first level Super Saiyan firepower was fully opened. His hands merged, and he quickly released a roaring energy cannon to kill Talat. Boom! There was a shocking sound. The terrifying storm hit the surrounding space. But what is incredible is that the powerful energy cannon with full firepower in Vegeta was cut into several energy waves by an extremely powerful air wall scattered in the surrounding space when it hit Talat. This scene deeply scared everyone watching the battle in the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta's attack can't even break through his breath defense. Sun Wukong had already felt how terrifying Vegeta's power was. Now seeing this scene, he couldn't help but take a breath. Vegeta in the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan, but the strength of his breath reached the level that could crush him to death. But with such a full strength attack, even the invisible air wall released by Talat's body could not be broken through, which was enough to show how big the gap in strength was. Also, Uncle Talat has not transformed yet. I wonder if Uncle Vegeta can transform Uncle Talat into a Super Saiyan. An expectant look flashed in Son Gohan's eyes. His words also resonated with the future Tenek. Although he had seen Talat's transformation, he did not see it in battle, so it was too concept. Recalling the suffocating sense of oppression, he still remembers it fresh even after practicing in the spiritual time room for 2 years. He will never forget that scene in his life. If it is just the full power of the Super Saiyan level 1, he is not an opponent of Uncle Talat at all. If his father wants to force Uncle Talat to transform, he can only take out the power of the Super Saiyan level 2. The future Tenek thought secretly in his heart. Battlefield in the air. Vegeta continued to output energy, intending to break Talat's invisible air wall defense from the front. Damn it, I am so strong that I am still far inferior. Just the breath of normality is so tenacious. How strong is he? Vegeta gritted his teeth and decisively dissipated the released energy, choosing to use hand-to-hand combat to feel Talat's power more clearly. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Vegeta rushed to Talat like a golden aurora, and his powerful punch drove all his strength to hit Talat's face. Bang! There was a burst of explosion, and even a ripples in the space. Vegeta's fist seemed to hit Talat from his sight, but it was not. 2 or 3 centimeters away from Talat's face, an invisible air wall firmly blocked Vegeta's fist. A golden aura gushed out from all over his body, and a rapid and thunderous attack burst towards Talat like a storm. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! There were a series of dull explosions echoing in the space. Vegeta attacked like a crazy attack, sweeping Talat's body from all directions. He tried his best to find the weakness of Talat's defense, but the result disappointed him very much. Talat's defense is airtight, and the invisible air wall is so tough that he can enter. Even the attack cannot cause any sensation, let alone break it. This situation made Vegeta feel extremely angry. Unwillingness and anger made Vegeta's attack more powerful and fierce. Are you only at this level, Vegeta? Talat, who was deeply bored, suddenly said. The moment the words fell, Talat took the initiative to release part of the power of the god. This feeling, Vegeta's combat instinct felt extremely strong. Red flag. He quickly stopped and immediately set off to distance himself from Talat. After coming to his senses, he found that his face was covered with a dense layer of sweat. After setting aside, Vegeta maintained a fighting posture and did not dare to act rashly. He He carefully recalled what was going on with the special feeling just now. His intuition told him that that power was not chi. If it's not angry, what is that? I have a good intuition. At that moment just now, I planned to attack you, but I didn't expect it to be Vegeta. Talat's lips raised and he joked. Vegeta snorted unhappily, then again showed off his energy release posture and shouted loudly, I don't believe that your defense is really so indestructible. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, a white and purple aura ignited around him. His aura expanded and his majestic aura formed, causing violent spatial shock. Super Gallic Cannon. The energy condensed to the extreme, and Vegeta directly released a killing attack. The white and purple energy beam opened its bloody mouth like a roaring dragon and attacked Talat. Talat looked at the white energy beam coming towards him in front of him and waved his palm casually. Bang! There was a burst of explosion. Talat made a space explosion with just a casual palm. Vegeta's Super Gallic Cannon exploded, turning into white and purple particles in the sky floating on the platform of the Temple of Heaven. The ultimate move was easily resolved, which made Vegeta's face extremely shocked. Although he had not yet put out his full strength, he easily resolved his attack at the first level full power state of Super Saiyan. Even if he was arrogant, he understood the current situation between him and Talat. How big is the gap? However, it is precisely because of this powerful sense of oppression that Vegeta is even more excited. It's almost time to end the warm-up exercise, Vegeta. Talat reminded. Hearing this, Vegeta's face kept changing and his aura was shrinking rapidly. Obviously he was going to take action seriously. The next thing is different from before. You'd better be careful. Before the war started, Vegeta said a harsh sentence. The next second, the blue veins on his forehead swelled. The S cells in his body were rhythmic and the majestic aura was like a torrent gushed out of his body. With Vegeta's full strength erupting, the huge Temple of Heaven and the entire Earth were swept by its terrifying power. Distinctive phenomena have occurred around the world to varying degrees. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, water tornadoes form on the sea surface, and various natural disasters emerge one after another. The Z-warriors from every corner of the Earth immediately showed a look of horror after feeling the terrifying aura that Vegeta burst out. Is this breath really Vegeta? Compared to Vegeta a few days ago, the difference is too big. It is completely different. Everyone in the Temple of Heaven except for the future 10X was frightened by the terrifying aura that Vegeta burst out. Dad finally transformed into the second level Super Saiyan. I wonder if the power of the second level Super Saiyan can make Uncle Talat serious. The future 10X thought secretly in his heart. As a person who has practiced with Vegeta for 2 years, he knows very well that the second level state of the Super Saiyan is Vegeta's full strength at present. If even the second level of the Super Saiyan cannot force Talat to transform, there is really nothing we can do. Dad, Uncle Vegeta's appearance seems to have changed again. Is this the power that surpasses the ordinary Super Saiyan? Son Gohan, who was carefully watching the situation on the battlefield, keenly discovered Vegeta changes. Although the changes are not very big, there is still a gap compared to the Super Saiyan's first level full power state. For example, the blue and white arc surrounding the whole body is the best example. Well, Gohan, you're right. Vegeta's transformation now is probably a Super Saiyan who has surpassed the limits of the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong pressed his restless heart and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt very uncomfortable after feeling Vegeta's terrifying aura that was strong enough to crush him to death. The distance that was pulled apart was too far. He could imagine what cruel practice Vegeta had experienced in the spiritual time room. To catch up with Vegeta or even surpass the other party, he has to put in more effort and sweat. According to Uncle Talat's statement, Dad's current transformation is the second level Super Saiyan. Future 10X explained, the second level of the real Super Saiyan. Hearing this, Sun Wukong seemed to think of more things, turned his head to face the future 10 Nox with a face he asked in confusion. According to this point, is there any higher transformation above this? For example, the third level of the Super Saiyan or the fourth level of the Super Saiyan? Yes, before my dad and I entered the spiritual time house, Uncle Talat had shown us the transformation of the Saiyan, which also included the third level of the Super Saiyan. My dad and I entered the spiritual time house. The subsequent cultivation goal is the third level of the Super Saiyan, but he has never found a breakthrough trick. In the end, he only practiced to become the second level of the Super Saiyan. As for the fourth level of the Super Saiyan at a higher level, although Uncle Talat has not shown it, he has clearly stated that this form exists. The future 10X explained to Sun Wukong with great sincerity. A large amount of sudden news hit Sun Wukong's brain when he learned that the Saiyans could constantly sublimate their transformation to improve their strength. Even Sun Wukong took a breath in disbelief. Their vision vision is so narrow and the transformation of the Super Scions is endless. I am afraid that even the so-called Super Scion level 4 is far from the limit of the Scion. But soon, Sun Wukong, who came to his senses, threw away all his worries. He raised his head and continued to look at the battle in the sky. No matter how much he sighs at the moment, it is useless. Instead of wasting time, it is better to make full use of the existing time, absorb the experience of Vegeta and Talat's battle, and transform it into the knowledge he needs so that he can practice in the spiritual time house. It has better result. He will definitely reach the realm that Vegeta can reach, or even surpass Vegeta. Sky battlefield. At this moment Vegeta's aura stabilized and his golden vertical hair turned into a golden angry hair, and his body was filled with lightning and his whole body was sublimated. This is his all-out effort. The peak date of the second level of the Super Scion. As I expected, the second level of the Super Scion, but unfortunately it has not reached the third level of the Super Scion. Talat's eyes casually swept across Vegeta's body. After a few short eyes it was determined how strong Vegeta was. In this era, it must have surpassed the strength of the time, but in front of him, it is still not enough to see it. This level of combat power still cannot reach the level that allows him to transform. Vegeta naturally noticed Talat's change in his eyes, and the indifferent gaze also determined what he was thinking. Even the second level transformation of the Super Saiyan cannot force Talat to transform on his own initiative. He still has a long way to go. Vegeta did not attack again. He seemed to be thinking about some kind of problem. After pondering for a moment, he asked Talat, "Who is stronger than Vegeta in your world?" Vegeta's question surprised Talat. "I have been away from my original world for a while. I can't be sure what it is now. However, you are already very strong now," Talat replied. "Is this true?" "I understand." Although there was no accurate answer, Vegeta was not affected. He began to concentrate and put on a fighting posture. "Very good. Even if you understand the gap in strength, you are still full of fighting spirit. Since you have already produced the results of your cultivation, I will have fun with you." Talat also put on a battle posture. Although Vegeta now doesn't even have 1/10,000 combat power under his normal state, it's still a bit fun to control his power and fight it well. The auras of both sides were released at the same time and collided over the Temple of Heaven. The powerful aura made the sky darker, as if the end of the world was coming, and the momentum became extremely depressing. Crack! In the dark cloud, golden light burst after golden light burst, setting off the fighting atmosphere between the two. All the people watching the game were very nervous and dared not relax at all. Almost the next moment, Talat and Vegeta acted at the same time. The two rushed towards each other at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Boom! Space is turbulent and aftermaths are everywhere. The dazzling light is blooming in the center of the battlefield. Talat and Vegeta were shrouded in light at the same time. The final contest between the two broke out completely at this moment. Chapter 292. Being broadened again. Super 4 arrived. Vegeta launched a strong attack on Talat without leaving any room for anything. The destructive power contained in each attack is extremely strong. If it is a strong man of the same level, he must be treated with caution, but for Talat, this level as the attack is not worth mentioning. Talat can easily block Vegeta's fist and foot attack and perfectly resolve all his trick. Talat, who was very entertained, did not end the battle in a hurry, but instead competed against Vegeta, fighting back and forth. The two of them were disillusioned and they were moving quickly in the sky like an aurora. Vegeta's offensive was as fast as thunder, fatal and fierce. Talat's defense was airtight and had no flaws. The two sides attacked and defended, and the sparks of collision were extremely enthusiastic. But in just 1 minute, the two sides fought hundreds of ways. Talat had completely seen through Vegeta's fighting style and also figured out where Vegeta's limits were. On the other hand, Vegeta took out speed and power that exceeded the limit every time, resulting in excessive consumption. Gradually, his offensive speed and the explosive power began to weaken. Although each attack was still fierce, it was full of flaws and was easily caught by Talat and fought back in detail. Talat would move faster than him every time at his high speed. His attack could not break Talat's defense. His defense could not stop Talat's attack. From all aspects, Vegeta is losing more and more. But as the proud Scion Prince, Vegeta will never admit defeat. His dignity and arrogance must be persisted to the end, even if he gives his life. Bang! Pound! 2 consecutive bangs. Talat and Vegeta confronted each other in the sky. The two sides held each other's fingers and their forces kept pressing down on each other. However, the collision of auras generated during the pure battle of power caused the space around the entire temple to turmoil. Vegeta roared repeatedly. His strength continued to increase and his breath continued to explode as the battle continued. His potential was also released under the pressure brought by Talat and the destruction of his self-esteem. Forcibly release one's potential. This is not necessarily a good thing. Talat reminded Vegeta kindly. He could see what Vegeta did. In order to compete with yourself at a higher level, this guy overdraws himself at any cost in exchange for strength. You should know that he has been practicing in the spiritual time room for 2 years and his accumulated potential has been almost released. This kind of forced overdrawing behavior will be extremely harmful to his future. In the future, I am afraid that it will be difficult to practice. You don't need to remind me that I will bear all the consequences for my choice. Vegeta shouted loudly, and the dense lights all over his body exploded. He suddenly exerted force, shaking his arms and forcibly tying Taro's special force to retreat. After seizing the opportunity, Vegeta accumulated energy with both hands and accumulated energy. In the next second, he waved his hands quickly, and the continuous energy bombs poured down towards Talat like a rainy rain. Faced with this airtight covering energy bombing, Talat's face remained unchanged, and a light flashed in his eyes, and the invisible power of space was released in his thought room. All the energy bombs were crushed by the power of space in an instant, and their deafening shock waves vibrated and tore through the sky and shaking the sky. The vast fire was overwhelming, forming an extremely thick wall of flames that separate Talat and Vegeta. But this result was obviously not something Vegeta was willing to accept. He didn't care about his own energy consumption and rushed out again, rushing forward through the explosion's flame, and once again engaged in a hand-to-hand battle with Talat. Your heart is in chaos, Vegeta. Talat began to take the initiative. The invisible power of space was exerted, and he disappeared from the spot like a ray of light. Wah! Talat in front of him suddenly disappeared, causing Vegeta to feel unexpected. Immediately afterward, a biting chill came from behind. Without having time to think about it, he quickly turned around and put on a defensive posture. Bang! There was a burst of explosion. Vegeta was swept by a huge force and was bombarded thousands of meters away. The scorching pain on his arms made Vegeta's face look ferocious, but it further stimulated his Saiyan blood. Big Bang attack! Vegeta endured the pain on his arms and condensed an energy bomb at the fastest speed, attacking Talat. However, Talat didn't care about this. After shattering the attack of the big explosion, he quickly rushed to Vegeta and punched him. Bang! A heavy blow hit Vegeta's cheek firmly. The irresistible force made Vegeta fly backwards like a cannonball. Talat had already held back this punch, otherwise just a casual blow would be enough to completely defeat Vegeta. But even if he held on, Vegeta felt uncomfortable. He was almost disintegrated by Talat's punch and lost himself. The good show has just begun. Talat, who no longer intends to continue playing, was swiftly moving through space like a ghost. His attack was fast and fierce. Every attack would cause Vegeta to suffer extremely severe trauma. Bang, bang, bang. There were a series of dull sounds of flesh entering the flesh. Talat's fist was very heavy, and every attack would make Vegeta feel extremely painful. Fortunately, Vegeta, who was at the peak of the second-level Super Saiyan, became extremely capable of resisting strike. With his strong physical fitness and tenacious willpower, he resisted Talat's the first round of fist attack. At this moment, Vegeta maintained a defensive posture. The surface of his combat suit, his clothes and muscles were sunken, and there was boiling white smoke. These are all masterpieces caused by Talat's attack. Have you taken it? It seems to be more tenacious than I thought, but this is your limit. Do you still have to continue playing, Vegeta? Talat was not in a hurry to attack, but wanted to see Veg instead. Tower choice. From the previous battle, he felt Vegeta's heart. Vegeta is eager to get more from him, not only the third level of the Super Saiyan, but even the fourth level of the Super Saiyan, but also the other one's power that I don't know. This guy's desire for power has reached its peak. Vegeta tried hard to adjust his breathing rhythm and wiped off the sweat beads on his face, and his eyes suddenly became firm. He didn't say anything, but told Talat with practical actions that he had made his decision. The next second, Vegeta flew out quickly and came to a height of 10,000 meters above the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta, who passed through the cloud, was bathed in the sunlight and seemed so majestic and domineering. He closed his eyes, and after all the energy in his body was restrained into his body, he suddenly opened his eyes, burst out with a burst of roar, and his hands quickly opened. Talat is not unfamiliar with this posture. Are you going to use your ultimate move? Interesting, let me see it. Talat looked at Vegeta, who was constantly exploding in the sky, and had already guessed the other party's intention. We must end this contest with the final ultimate skill. Vegeta's determination also touched him, making him consider whether to let Vegeta see the realm above the third level of the Super Saiyan. Anyway, it has affected so much, and Vegeta has now reached the peak of the second level Super Saiyan and is qualified to see a brand new transformation above this. I just don't know what kind of expression this guy will look like when he sees the fourth level Super Saiyan form. At this moment, as Vegeta's breath continued to expand, the entire earth began to turbulently. Everyone in the Temple of Heaven held their breath and concentrated their minds at this moment and cheered up their spirit. Dad is going to use that move, is it really okay? Future 10X said with a worried look on his face. He practiced with Vegeta in the spiritual time house for 2 years, and he is not unfamiliar with Vegeta's new tricks and ultimately flashing. On the contrary, he was still a little worried that such a rash move would cause some uncontrollable consequences. He has witnessed the power of the final flash in the spiritual time quantum room with his own eyes, almost exploded the world of the different dimensions. If he hadn't taken action in time, the aftermath of Vegeta's final flash would be enough to destroy the exit of the spirit time house. What an amazing aura! Uncle Vegeta's aura has expanded to an unimaginable level, Son Gohan said in horror. Judging from the breath, the aura that Vegeta burst out at this moment had reached a peak state far beyond its previous peak. It's not Galax Gun, it seems that Vegeta has developed a new trick. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, who condensed the final kill, and couldn't help but wiped a cold sweat. With his eyesight he could naturally see the horror of this move. The power is far superior to the same level in this aspect, but the weakness is also clear at a glance. The energy condenses for a long time and cannot be interrupted during this journey, otherwise it will fail. I just don't know if this move can have an impact on Talat. In the sky above the Temple of Heaven, because Vegeta's energy condensed becomes stronger and stronger, the aftermath expands, tearing the atmosphere and vibrating the space. This situation is as thrilling as the end of the world. If it were someone else, I was afraid that I would have lost the courage to resist in the power of destruction released by Vegeta. After all the energy was condensed, Vegeta's hands merged, his body expanded visible to the naked eye, and the destructive energy bomb wrapped around the blue and white electric light condensed into shape, and it kept beating in his hands. This is Vegeta's ultimate killing move in this world. Come on, this is my last. Let me see if you can block my final flash. With a hysterical shout, Vegeta's final flash turned into a roaring golden thunder dragon. He whistled out and headed straight for Talat to kill. Once Talat does not block this move, this violent energy will destroy the Temple of Heaven in an instant. Everyone except 10x will die in the future, and even the remaining aftermath is enough to turn the entire Earth into dust in the universe. Time and space seemed to have stagnated at this moment. The final flash was only less than half a meter away from Talat, but at this moment the blood power in Talat's body was liberated, and an ancient blood power erupted from his body. Just the aftermath blocked the final flash of the person, and in an instant it directly crashed into countless pieces. Moreover, as this bloodline power continues to expand, Talat's appearance has undergone a huge change. The strong muscles were covered with fiery red hair, and the long dark hair reached the waist, and the whole person turned into a red-haired monkey. This scene was seen by everyone. Emotions such as fear, horror, and disbelief were shrouded in everyone's heart. This is these. Vegeta was stunned by the new form of Talat at this moment. In the end, the flash was resolved, was expected, so he was not surprised. But this is completely different from what he thought. He had thought that Talat would transform, but it was only limited to transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan. The current state of Talat's transformation is something he has never seen before. Not only that, the moment this form appeared, Vegeta clearly felt that his body seemed to become uncontrollable. The Saiyan blood in his body was no longer surging, and even fear appeared. Can it be this is? Vegeta had guessed the answer in his heart, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes, releasing the huge consumption brought by the final flash. As if it had been forgotten, he looked at Talat, whose form had changed drastically at this moment. The wild body and the extremely powerful power perfectly match his understanding of the power of the Saiyan. It won't be wrong. This is Super Saiyan level 4. While he was watching Talat, Talat was also watching him. All the thoughts in Vegeta's mind could not be hidden from Talat's eyes. As you can see, this is the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Talat affirmed what Vegeta was thinking. It turns out that is this the 4th level form of the Super Saiyan. After receiving Talat's affirmative answer, Vegeta's transformation also disappeared at this moment. He was exhausted and lost weight, falling downward. Seeing this, Talat casually split up some of the energy and integrated into Vegeta's body, allowing him to restore some of his movement ability. The two landed again on the Temple of Heaven. The eyes of everyone looking at Talat had undergone a huge change, exuding strong curiosity and a hint of fear that appeared faintly. The form of this red-haired monkey reminds them a lot. If the transformation of the Saiyans continues to evolve in the future, wouldn't that mean that they will eventually become a form similar to this beast? Uncle Talat, is this the 4th level of the Super Saiyan? Future 10X stepped up to confirm, pressing his restless heart. That's right, as you can see, this is the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, but this is just the initial stage of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. While Talat explained, he deliberately revealed to everyone that even though it's this form, and it's just the beginning, the 4th level of the Super Saiyan can continue to evolve. Chapter 293 over 5 also exists. The initial stage of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Could it be that there is still above this? Sun Wukong's pupils shrank. A look of horror flashed in his eyes, and his face was full of disbelief. The transformation of the 4th level Super Saiyan is already so strong that it is amazing. In his opinion, it is almost the limit of the Saiyan. But what he didn't expect was that this was not the 4th level of the fully body Super Saiyan. You're right, what's next? As soon as he finished speaking, a sacred light flashed in Talat's eyes. The next second, a deep and mysterious divine power surged out of his body and rotated around his body. This power is the feeling I had before. What exactly is the method? As a bystander, Vegeta directly recalled the time he was fighting against Talat just now. The invisible power released by Talat's eyes before was the power released now. It turned out that it was not his illusion. This invisible power was the key to completing the 4th level of the full-body Super Saiyan. Buzz! The power of the god quickly retracted and Talat's Super 4 forms undergo a change that is visible to the naked eye. The body became stronger, with bright red waist-length hair, wild appearance and a gorgeous divine light emitting all over his body, which was a perfect combination of divinity and wildness. This is the 4th level Super Saiyan breakthrough. Everyone stared at Talat current Super Saiyan 4th level and boundary breakthrough state, and his breathing rhythm became heavier and he was stunned for a moment. At this moment their bodies and souls were swept by an invisible divine power, and it would be difficult for them to come back to their senses for a while. This is the complete body of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, which is called the 4th level of the Super Saiyan with the boundary breakthrough. Talat explained. Everyone came to their senses when they heard the sound. The 4th level full body of the Super Saiyan is the boundary breakthrough. I can't feel the breath. What's going on? Vegeta, who came back to his senses, looked at Talat in front of him with a sharp look in front of him. Don't want to miss any details, and deeply imprinted the state of the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of Talat Super Saiyan in his mind. At the same time, his mind became even more excited, and the 4th level Super Saiyan complete body was his next goal. This form is the form that they reached after the power of the Saiyan bloodline reached its peak. As the prince of the Saiyan, he was filled with royal blood and noble bloodline, and he must embark on the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. There is no transformation. It is more suitable for him than the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. The breath is completely unaware, but it has a suffocating sense of oppression. Is this the power of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan? Unbelievable. Future 10x swallowed a mouthful of saliva secretly, his face full of disbelief. The way he had also fantasized about what the 4th level of the Super Saiyan was like, but when he really witnessed the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, the difference between the previous and subsequent ones was much greater than what he guessed. Therefore, in the future, a bold idea even arose in 10x's heart. Is the 4th level of the Super Saiyans the way they look after they return to their ancestors? If it is the form of an ancestral rebirth, can you complete this transformation yourself? After all, he is a mixed blood Saiyan, not a purely blooded Saiyan. It turns out that we Saiyans can grow to this terrifying realm through continuous transformation. If we had not seen it with our own eyes, I would not believe it. The power of the Super Saiyans is endless, and we still need to develop it deeply. Sun Wukong is kissing after witnessing Talat's transformation. I felt a lot of touch. The power of the 4th level Super Saiyan really refreshed his understanding of the Super Saiyan. As long as he continues to practice and deeply develop his own bloodline, he can become stronger to this level. If he had never dared to think about it before, but now it's different. The emergence of the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan changed his mind and made Sun Wukong begin to believe that Saiyans have no limit. Even above the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, there are also the 5th level of the Super Saiyan. Uncle Talat, may I ask, since the 4th level of the Super Saiyan exists, is there a 5th level of the Super Saiyan, or is it that the 4th level of the Super Saiyan is the limit of our Saiyan? Son Gohan faced Talat and expressed his curiosity. This happened to be something that everyone else wanted to know but didn't dare to ask. Everyone stood up and waited for Talat's answer. Is the 4th level Super Saiyan's boundary breakthrough the limits of their Saiyan, or is this just the beginning? This is a very good question. Whether the Super Saiyan's 5th level transformation exists has not been confirmed yet, and even I have not touched it, but what I can tell you is that we Saiyan are there is no limit. When your future growth reaches a certain level, perhaps the 5th level of the Super Saiyan will appear in you. Talat attaches great importance to Son Gohan. As long as this kid does not give up on his cultivation, he will always be able to do so. To maintain exercise with the accumulation of time, with his talent and potential, it will not take long to become the strongest person in the Z Warrior group. Son Gohan was very surprised by Talat's attention. Not only him, but even others were surprised by this. No one expected that Talat would attach so much importance to Son Gohan, but Sun Wukong seemed to have recalled something, but he wanted to say something. Can I do it? Super Saiyan level 5. Son Gohan suppressed his restless heart. Talat's attention gave him great excitement and made him full of confidence. Of course, in my opinion, each of you has the potential to master the 5th level of the Super Saiyan, Talat explained. Hearing this, Son Gohan pondered for a moment and nodded seriously. Not to mention mastering the 5th level of the Super Saiyan, he must at least surpass himself and reach a stronger level, ensuring that he can also help a lot when the enemy appears one day in the future. Immediately afterward, Talat removed the transformation of the 4th level Super Saiyan and the boundary breakthrough. His purpose of coming here has been completed and it is time to go back. At the same time, he also hopes how much combat effectiveness effectiveness can be improved after the father and son Sun Wukong and Gohan come out of the spiritual time room? Is it possible to directly surpass Vegeta and complete the third level transformation of the Super Saiyan? After all, Sun Wukong is also the protagonist, even though he didn't see him Super 3. After a few greetings with everyone, Talat said goodbye on his own initiative and teleported his space back to Zidu. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan were waiting for Bobo to prepare the materials for practice. As long as everything was ready, they would set off to practice in the spiritual time room. In the future, 10X also set off to return to Zidu after talking to Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan for a few words. Not being with Talat, that was his deliberate avoidance. For him, this crisis of time and space has been resolved, but the future time and space world he lives in is still suffering from disasters brought by artificial humans. Now his strength is strong enough, and it is time to go back and calm the turmoil in the future world and erase the Shiru. Only by completely calming down the disasters that occur in the future world can he feel relieved. As for Vegeta, he was not in a hurry to leave, but said to Sun Wukong provocatively, "Kakarot, I hope your strength after you come out will not disappoint me. Of course, maybe after Gohan and I finish practicing, our combat effectiveness will surpass you," Sun Wukong said with a chubby smile. Hearing this, Vegeta's mouth rose evilly and didn't care about it. Now he has surpassed Kakarot, and at the same time he has full confidence. Even if Sun Wukong enters the spiritual time room to practice, he will definitely not be able to surpass himself. Once he overtakes, don't think about catching it back easily. I'll wait and see, Vegeta said, turning around arrogantly. The high-intensity 2-year practice in the spiritual time house has a huge burden on the body. Even as a Saiyan Prince, he has been affected by some degree. Now he also needs to rest, feel, and absorb the battle with Talat. Time flies. More than a day passed quietly in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, nothing special happened. If you have to say anything, it is that in the future, 10X was sent back to his future time and space world by Talat using the power of time and space. The reason why I am so anxious is that on the one hand, I am worried about the future time and space world Bulma, and on the other hand, I believe that he is an outsider and does not belong to this time and space. It is not appropriate to stay in this world. Because of the future 10X, after leaving, Talat has been shopping with Bulma for the past 2 days and also brought him number 18 during this period. It should be said that Bulma has brought him number 18. Talat experienced how terrifying the two women were shopping. However, because he accompanied Bulma and Sarari in his time and space shopping, he had a strong ability to accept. During the flirting with Bulma, he would tease number 18 from time to time. I have to say that number 18 is really indifferent. After shopping, I went home on the 18th with Bulma. As soon as I arrived home, 2 extremely strong auras came from the distant horizon. There is no doubt that it was Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, the father and son, who came out of seclusion. At the same time, another unmanned land on the earth. Vegeta, who was in a state of enlightenment, stopped practicing and looked up at the sky. "You finally got out of seclusion. This breath is worth it. I have been waiting for so long, Kakarot." After saying that, Vegeta, who was excited, burst out his breath and rushed straight to the Temple of Heaven. Talat naturally felt Vegeta's breath. This guy burst out his breath and rushed towards the Temple of Heaven. He didn't have to think about what he was going to do. Next, there will be a good show, and he also plans to watch it. If he missed it, it would be a pity. With an idea and thought, Talat came directly to the Temple of Heaven. Temple of Heaven. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, who had just left the seclusion, were changing their clothes with Bobo's help. After 1 year and 4 months of high-intensity practice, even if Bobo deliberately prepared a lot of replaced clothes for them, he was almost consumed. After so long of cruel practice, both Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong have undergone tremendous changes. The one who changed the most was naturally Sun Gohan, because he really grew a lot taller. As for strength, he not only mastered the transformation of the first and second level of the Super Saiyan, but also reached a very skilled level. What he is currently maintaining is the full power of the Super Saiyan, and more, it's extremely natural. This kind of skilled control is even better than Vegeta, who came out before. As for Sun Wukong, his progress must be very huge. Especially before practicing, he was inspired by Talat's transformation and stimulated by Vegeta, which made him continue to cross his own limits over the past year. Now, he is not inferior to Vegeta by judging from the normal combat power alone. As for transformation, there is no doubt that it will not be worse than his own son. Soon, the father and son changed into new martial arts uniforms, relaxed for a while, and were about to eat the food prepared by Bobo. Suddenly, buzz! The space was rippling. Talat appeared in front of them across the space. "Talat, Uncle Talat." After seeing Talat arrive, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan greeted each other. It seems that the cultivation progress is very good. Talat's eyes hovered on the two of them. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan undoubtedly have mastered the second-level transformation of the Super Saiyan, and judged their strength through their breath. Although Sun Gohan's normal combat power has not reached 2 billion points it is almost the same. As for Sun Wukong, his normal combat power should be similar to that of Vegetan's guy, both exceeding 2 billion points. Haha, be sloppy. Compared to you, Gohan and I still have a long way to go, Sun Wukong said incredibly modestly. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was stunned and he became serious. During the breath perception, Vegeta's breath was approaching at an extremely fast speed. The Vegetana guy is indeed here. After Sun Wukong confirmed that it was Vegeta's breath, he had already guessed the purpose of Vegetana guy. Just so happened that he was a little itchy. Although he was very serious in practicing with Gohan in the spiritual time room, he was his son after all and could not let go. Vegeta is different. They are old enemies and he can fight without any scruples, otherwise the unlucky person will be himself. Vegeta doesn't care about that much. Talat didn't say anything, just stayed quietly. In fact, compared to Vegeta, Sun Wukong's performance really shocked Talat. I originally thought that Sun Wukong would be eager to challenge him, just like Vegeta 2 days ago. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong would be so calm and even had no idea of fighting. It was Sun Wukong who knew how big the gap was. Compared to fighting with him, it was better to fight with Vegeta. Not long after, a white aura rushed into the sky below the heavenly god, and then it fell steadily on the platform of the heavenly god's temple. Chapter 294, a destiny battle that has been separated by several years. With Vegeta's arrival, the atmosphere on the court changed rapidly. Bobo and Dandy subconsciously retreated aside. They had vaguely guessed what would happen next. Sun Wukong took a step forward and maintained the full power of the first level Super Saiyan, with his green eyes staring at Vegeta directly in front. Vegeta looked at him without fear at all, and the corners of his mouth lightly opened. The two people's eyes collided, and the pressure spreading invisibly enveloped the entire heavenly temple, causing the atmosphere of the huge heavenly temple to become heavier. The two sides were in a confrontation, and neither of them took the lead in breaking the calm. It was not until a long time later that Vegeta took the lead in breaking this dead silence. Is the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. It seems that your practice is going well. Kakarot, with his current eyesight and a few short observations, he could see how strong Sun Wukong, who had the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, was. Very strong, but that's all, and it has not reached a level that can surpass yourself. After a battle with Talat, he had a deeper understanding of the second level of the Super Saiyan, and his combat effectiveness under normal conditions has been improved. Kakarot is at most comparable to his self 2 days ago. It seems that you have not been idle in the past 2 days. Compared to the last time we met, there has been a lot of changes in your body. However, you have been forceful to exercise your body, which can sometimes lead to Vegeta, who has not advanced but retreated. Sun Wukong naturally saw Vegeta's changes. Although there is no difference on the surface, he knows Vegeta, and this guy must have been exercising all the time during these 2 days. I don't need you to remind me, Kakarot, Vegeta replied domineeringly. Immediately afterward, Vegeta moved his body and posed for combat. In a moment, the S-cells in his body moved rhythmically, accompanied by golden aura swept across his body, and he entered the first level full power state of Super Saiyan in an instant. Let's decide the winner, Kakarot. I've been waiting for too long at this moment, Vegeta shouted with high fighting spirit. He has never fought with Kakarot since he came to Earth to fight with him, and since then, he seemed to have been given a spell on his body, and Kakarot could always walk in front of him, and even snatched before him, completing the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Now, fate is destined to fight again. The strength has been improved, and the ending will be changed compared to the first battle. I have been waiting for this battle for a long time, Vegeta. Sun Wukong was infected by Vegeta's fighting spirit, and his eyes began to burn with raging fire, and his whole body became extremely excited. When he was practicing in the spiritual time room, he had already simulated this battle many times through meditation. To be honest, he was really not sure to defeat Vegeta. After all, this guy's combat power and fighting style are here. If you match it, you must pay a heavy price to win. At this moment, an accident happened. Gilu. A continuous loud noise came from Sun Wukong's belly. This loud noise broke the solemn atmosphere of the Temple of Heaven. When Vegeta heard the sound, he looked confused and a little angry, but he couldn't say anything. I feel like this, but I ended up with this one. Seeing this, Sun Wukong smiled embarrassedly and said that Vegeta, why don't we delay the battle for a while? I'll fill my stomach first and then fight you. Vegeta's mouth twitched and she felt speechless. What else can he say at this time? Hurry up. Vegeta snorted coldly, directly removed the transformation of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, and stood aside with his hands on his chest. After getting Vegeta's consent, Sun Wukong hurriedly ran to Bobo and asked Bobo to prepare some food for him quickly. Hearing this, Bobo nodded. He was actually ready. Under Bobo's operation, plates of food were brought out. Seeing this, Sun Wukong stopped hesitating and started eating quickly. The same is true for Sun Gohan on the side. Since he started practicing, his stomach has become more edible. The two of them swept the food like a storm. storm, making Dandy and Bobo on the side ashamed. Dandy was so scared that she didn't dare to speak, while Bobo took out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. This is more edible than he thought. He remembered that the food reserves he prepared for Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan were more than those prepared for Vegeta in the future 10x. It's only been 1 year and 4 months now, and I feel like the two of them have been hungry for a long time, just like a starving ghost reincarnated. Vegeta, his eyes swept across Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan from time to time. Of course, what he cares about is not the way the two of them eat, but during the meal, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan did not reveal any breath in the first level Super Saiyan state. This is a complete mastery of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan. They are far more skillful in controlling power than I thought. It seems that Kakarot and his son have put a lot of effort into practicing in the spiritual time room. However, only this small gap is still can't win me, Vegeta thought in his heart. Not long after, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan finally wiped out all the food in front of them. Sun Wukong, who had eaten and drunk enough, finally returned to his heyday. He got up and moved to digest it slightly. After feeling that all the food in his stomach had been digested, he left and walked to Vegeta with a very smile on his face. It disappears soon, replaced by a strong seriousness. Let you wait for a long time, Vegeta. We can start. Sun Wukong changed his previous attitude, which shows that he was fully prepared for the battle. The next battle is not as simple as a small fight. He will do his best to come up with all the results of his cultivation. I have been waiting for this moment, Kakarot. This time, don't have any more accident. After the words fell, Vegeta slowly rose up in the air, and Sun Wukong followed closely behind. The two of them took off at the same time, left the platform of the heavenly temple, and stopped after reaching the sky 100 meters high. Both sides are at the same height, and Vegeta has once again transformed into the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. However, compared with the previous transformation, Vegeta's current transformation did not restrain his breath at all. At the moment of transformation, the violent momentum swept across the entire sky like a torrent, and the fierce storm overturned everything and impacted all directions. The reason why he released his breath without hesitation is just a way Vegeta used to highlight his powerful power and to give Sun Wukong a small means to exert his power. Although the effect was minimal and it consumed a little energy, the energy consumed was almost negligible for Vegeta. You can't lose in battles, and you must be full of force. It's amazing, but there's no need to use this trick on me, Vegeta. After Sun Wukong said that, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. The powerful aura gushed out from his body like a tornado that swept across the world. The aura of destruction that erupted from the two bodies collided with each other, tearing the sky and vibrating the space. It was not until 10 seconds passed that the smoke disappeared and the calm returned to life. After the first round of momentum clashes, both of them had a rough understanding of each other's strength. Vegeta has been looking forward to this battle for a long time and has been preparing for it for too many years. So is Sun Wukong. Today's battle will not end until one side completely falls. Everyone located on the platform of the heavenly temple watched this scene and cheered up. They were also very curious about how this battle would end. Will the winner be Sun Wukong or Vegeta? Take Kakarot. This time I will take advantage of my previous shame. With a hysterical shout, Vegeta took the lead in attacking, and his whole body entered a state of explosive momentum, sprinting like thunder. In front of Sun Wukong, the domineering iron fist that was filled with all his strength rushed straight to Sun Wukong's face. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately made a countermeasure and raised his hand and punched him hard to confront him. Boom! There was a loud noise. The moment the two fists collided, the strong fist hit the four directions, causing waves of space to stimulate. Both sides punched each other, and at the same time, they were flew backwards by the force. Vegeta, who quickly stabilized his body, launched an attack again. His hands merged and released energy bombs to cover the bombs on Sun Wukong. Faced with the oncoming continuous energy bombing, Sun Wukong was quickly angry, and his body quickly shuttled through the space like a phantom, perfectly avoiding all Vegeta's energy bombing. I want to see when you can hide, Kakarot. After Vegeta said, a golden light flashed through his eyes, the muscles in his arms swelled, and the energy output in his hands continuously. The number of bullets increased by quadratically. Vegeta, you guy! Sun Wukong felt Vegeta's attack frequency accelerated and suddenly felt huge pressure. Once Vegeta enters the state of fighting, he will be like crazy. His fighting style will never stop without defeating the other party in one breath. Faced with such a strong attack, Sun Wukong felt extremely pressured and even accidentally got rid of the practice suit by a Qigong wave. Forced by helplessness, Sun Wukong placed his right finger on his forehead with his right hand and directly moved instantly behind Vegeta. He gathered energy bomb with his right hand and pressed it towards Vegeta's back. Move instantly. I almost forgot that you know this move. How could Vegeta, whose combat nerves were highly tense, let Sun Wukong succeed and quickly condensed an energy bomb to deal with it? Bang! The energy bomb exploded. The flames swept across, and the after aftermath expanded. Both of them flew backwards more than 10 meters away to stabilize their bodies. Can you react to this? I underestimate you, Vegeta. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed and he was surprised by this. Even instant movements can be reflected. How sharp is this guy's combat nerve? This breath has improved a bit too much. This kind of trick is useless to me. Don't take it out and show it, shame. Kakarot. Vegeta was extremely proud and the corners of his mouth raised and he once again put on a classic fighting posture. It seems that instant movement will not have much effect on you. Since that's the case, I can only choose another way of fighting so that you can also see my improvements to my own combat method, which is specifically used to deal with yours. Sun Wukong's face was replaced by a strong seriousness and the golden aura erupted all over his body, and he also put on a classic fighting posture. The new version of the Turtle Fairy Flow battle technique that has been completed in the Spiritual Time House for nearly 2 years. The battle just now was just a small fight and the next battle was serious. Then let me see it. Well, don't just talk hard, Vegeta said contemptuously. The next second, a hysterical battle cry broke out from the two of them at the same time. Both sides turned into golden aurora and rushed towards each other. The moment the two collided, the deafening roar was heard. The sound spreads all over the world. In an instant the space was turbulent. The two of them had already collided with each other for dozens of moves in just a few seconds. Their powerful power caused storms in the space as if they could tear everything apart. This storm was also sweeping over the Temple of Heaven, but Talat took timely action to resolve it. Bobo and Dandy watched the battle in the sky, terrified and ashamed. They just hoped that these two people could be more at ease when fighting and not one of them was careless to blow up the Temple of Heaven. After all, they really can't withstand such a terrifying bombardment. As for Son Gohan, his expression was very calm. He could easily do this level of battle now. Moreover, he also knew that neither his father nor Vegeta were serious and the two were just laying around now. Gon, aren't you going to go up and play with them? With your current strength you are fully qualified, Talat said to Gohan on a whim. In his opinion, although Son Gohan has experienced more than a year of hard training in the spiritual time room, his potential has exploded and his strength has increased greatly. He is still just a child in his heart. He also needs to go through a cruel battle to be completely done. Awakening. Although I also want to go up and compete with my father and Uncle Vegeta, this is a battle between my father and Uncle Vegeta and they should not want to be disturbed. Son Gohan replied seriously. They are all Saiyans and such a fierce battle will definitely make him excited, but reason tells him to restrain himself and not be blinded by the desire to fight. After hearing Son Gohan's word, Talat nodded with satisfaction. I have to say that Son Gohan is very mature, steady, and has a proper attitude and will not act randomly. If he can always do this now, his future achievements will be limitless. Continuing to look up at the battle in the sky, Talat was also looking forward to which Sun Wukong or Vegeta burst out with real strength first. Chapter 295 Who will break through the Super 3 first? The fierce battle continued to heat up and the power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta exploded in the battle became stronger and stronger. The two of them were wandering around in the space and neither of them wanted to lose to each other. The space rippled under the impact of the two people's power and there were vague signs of being broken. Bang! The unstoppable blow hit Vegeta's chest. Vegeta, who was hit hard, suddenly spit out a mouthful of sour water from his mouth and he flew back hundreds of meters through the air. Tisk! Vegeta, who stabilized her body, snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. After adjusting her condition, her sharp eyes locked Sun Wukong again. At this moment, Sun Wukong had already put on the stance of the Turtle Sekigong wave and powerful energy continued to gather in the palms of his hands. The terrifying power was unimaginable. Do you think I can't react when using the Turtle Sekigong wave at this distance? Kakarot, Vegeta said disdainfully with his hands on his chest. With his reaction, let alone being so far apart, even if the distance between Sun Wukong and him is narrowed by 10 times, it would be impossible to hit him. Unfortunately, Vegeta's arrogant time was not more than 3 seconds before, and the slap came in the face. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Sun Wukong, who had accumulated energy, teleported to Vegeta in the blink of an eye. What? Vegeta's smile stopped abruptly, and his hands holding his chest were ready to let go because of nervousness. He miscalculated. Kakarot's use of instant movement has reached the point of perfection. Even in the process of accumulating energy and releasing the ultimate skill, he can use instant movement. Draining. With a swing of his hands, a powerful blue energy beam suddenly shot out from Sun Wukong's hands. Vegeta, who could not avoid, instinctively put on a defensive posture and devoted all his strength to the defense. Boom! There was a loud noise. The powerful Turtle Sekigong wave ruthlessly swallowed Vegeta's body body, and the hustle and bustling blue energy beam pierced the space and rushed straight to the universe. This sudden scene surprised everyone in the Temple of Heaven. I thought this was a close match and it would last a long time before someone would be at a disadvantage and break the balance. Unexpectedly, the balance was broken so quickly. Sun Wukong suddenly moved and instantly caught Vegeta off guard. Although Vegeta will not be defeated, it will definitely not feel good. The Vegetana guy, after all, paid the price for his arrogance. Talit murmured to himself. He had expected this scene. If the little Prince Vegeta is defeated, it would not be Vegeta. Now, the battlefield needs to be transferred, otherwise it will affect the Temple of Heaven. Talit waved his hand and the invisible space force wrapped Sun Gohan. The next second, the two of them disappeared on the platform of the Temple of Heaven at the same time. As for Sun Wukong, he stopped releasing the turtle Sekigong wave. His right hand, which had a smirk, was placed on his forehead with a sword finger, moved and used it instantly, leaving the sky above the Temple of Heaven. As the group left at the same time, the huge Temple of Heaven returned to peace. Dandy and Bobo breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and their tense nerves were relaxed at this moment. They were very glad that although the battle was fierce and exciting, but they were afraid that the exchange between Sun Wukong and Vegeta would inadvertently destroy the Temple of Heaven. At the same time, in a barren area on the southern continent, the blue energy light cut through the sky. Vegeta finally got rid of the energy of the turtle Sekigong wave and fell heavily to the ground, smashing an extremely huge deep pit. Injured? No, it's just that this level of attack wouldn't hurt him, but it's very embarrassing. At this time, his eyes were sharp, his body was surrounded by blue and white light, and his momentum was extremely amazing. You're really getting back and forth with sneak attack, Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fist, feeling very unhappy. In fact, he should have expected that Sun Wukong would merge with the turtle Sekigong wave in an instant, but he was not only slapped in the face but also forced out the second level of the Super Saiyan. To be honest, the reason why he was not injured was because at the critical moment of the energy explosion, he directly mobilized a deeper energy pool in his body and transformed into the second level state of the Super Saiyan. Otherwise, no matter how strong his body is, he will suffer huge trauma. Just as Vegeta was imagining, suddenly, a ripples appeared in the space in front of Vegeta. Swoosh! With a sound, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Vegeta out of thin air. It's true that it's you, Vegeta. In that case, you can even burst out with a higher level of power in an instant, and your Super Saiyan level is stronger. Sun Wukong looked at him as if he was undefeated. Vegeta, who was like a god of war, had a rush of fighting spirit in his eyes and smiled excitedly. In a sense, he won the battle. The competition between the first level full power of the Super Saiyan was the first to force Vegeta into a further transformation. Don't get so proud of Kakarot. The battle just now was just a warm-up exercise. Next, I will tell you with practical actions that I, Vegeta, the strongest Saiyan. Vegeta was slightly angry, and the huge energy in his body gushed out like an erupting volcano. At this moment, the peak power of the second level Super Saiyan was fully opened. This powerful aura shook the space and hit all directions. The entire southern continent was shaking under this amazing force. Obviously, Vegeta is serious. It's really amazing, but my second level Super Saiyan may not lose to you, Vegeta. Feeling the power of Vegeta gushing out of the extreme increase, Sun Wukong's fighting spirit was pulled and his eyes were lit up. A flash by, accompanied by a loud shout. Violent energy gushed out of Sun Wukong's body with a rush of force. The fierce and powerful aura was almost comparable to Vegeta. Sun Wukong made his debut in the second level Super Saiyan state like Vegeta. As expected, you have reached this level, but that's all. If it's only this level, you can't beat me, Kakarot. Vegeta felt the energy bursting in Sun Wukong's body. The corners of his eyes stormed, his muscles tightened, and he was fighting again. Who is stronger and who is weaker? You have to fight before you know, Vegeta. After a loud shout, Sun Wukong did not hesitate and took the lead in attacking, and his whole body turned into golden light and rushed straight to Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta crossed his arms to protect himself to form a defense, intending to block Sun Wukong's straight punch from the front, but the power that came next was far stronger than he expected and almost made him lose control of his body. Pound! There was a loud bang. Sun Wukong's iron fist, wrapped in blue and white light, bombarded Vegeta's arms like thunder. The impact force released by this punch even caused signs of collapse in the surrounding space. Vegeta, who suffered this blow, clenched his teeth tightly, waved his arms and suddenly forced Sun Wukong to retreat. The next second, a fierce attack like a storm swept towards Sun Wukong. The prince's tactics are fully fired, and every attack contains unparalleled power, sweeping across Sun Wukong's body like a hurricane. Faced with Vegeta's strong attack, Sun Wukong cleverly used his new combat method to confront him. The new Turtle Fairy Flow battle method, which is both offensive and defensive, perfectly offset Vegeta's offensive while launching a counterattack. Bang, bang, pound, pound. The storm that caused when the limbs collided was extremely terrifying. The two of them were shuttled through the space like aurora, aura, and the deafening explosion sounded in the sky and kept ringing in their ears. The two of them were so fast that they could not see at all with their naked eyes. Even the strong man with a combat power of more than 100 billion levels would appear extremely small in the battle between these two people. The afterimages of their two people traveling through each other intertwined in the space like dense silk thread, forming a huge net that was overwhelming. This scene is so spectacular and shocking. Even a strong man with tens of billions of combat power is afraid that he can't even see the afterimage clearly. At the edge of the battlefield, Talat and Son Gohan were on the same mountain top, and they watched the battle with their eyes fixed on them. For others, this kind of battle is a luxury to see the afterimage, but for Talat this level of the battle is still not enough. After all, his normal behavior is above the 6th dimension Jing. After 100 million, and then 100 million is Beijing. As for Son Gohan, his face was extremely calm. For him, this level of competition could actually be achieved with his strength. The battle situation became more and more intense, and the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta continued to heat up. One of them will be defeated if you are not careful when fighting skills and fighting experience. Boom! A dazzling light of destruction erupted from the sky again. After Sun Wukong and Vegeta fought hundreds of moves, they separated at the same time, and both retreated to 100 meters away. Happy. This is a battle, Kakarot. You didn't disappoint me. Vegeta wiped off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth and shouted with a more intense fighting spirit. At this moment the combat suit on his body had broken, and there were several wounds on the surface of his body. Before his hot blood could flow out, he was stopped by his powerful self-healing ability. As for Sun Wukong, he was also seriously injured in the battle with Vegeta, but although he was injured, there was no idea of retreating in his eyes, and he also showed a hot fighting spirit. Hey! Sun Wukong took a deep breath and vomited out again. Relaxing his nerves, he closed his eyes and felt the surging Saiyan blood in his body. The battle with Vegeta made him feel the changes that had happened to him. That special feeling is getting closer and closer. Sure enough, if you want to become stronger, fighting Vegeta is the best choice. You can completely let go of yourself and learn what you lack. When Vegeta saw this scene, he immediately guessed something and asked with his lips raised, "You have already realized that realm, right?" "Well, it seems you have already realized it." Sun Wukong opened his eyes and replied, "They have already reached the peak of the second level of the Super Saiyan, only one step away from the third level of the Super Saiyan. Now this even match battle has further released their physical potential, resulting in an improvement in their realm. They can already vaguely detect the third level of the Super Saiyan. As long as they take a step forward, they can do it in just one step. Fighting with you can indeed benefit me a lot. Why don't we compare and see who will be the first to break through the third level of the Super Saiyan in the next battle? How about it?" Sun Wukong was very playful. Proposed to Vegeta, if they continue to fight like this, it is estimated that it will be difficult for them to decide the outcome all day long. It is better to compete in this way. Whoever breaks through the third level of the Super Saiyan first will be considered to win. I will only be the one who breaks through the third level of the Super Saiyan. Be prepared to face the failure, Kakarot. After Vegeta finished speaking, he detonated the energy pool in his body again, which was violent and terrifying. The energy gushed out like a torrent, and its vast power was far more astonishing than the previous explosion. His golden aura became even stronger, and his body was covered with blue and white lightning, which continued to explode like a living creature. The heavy feeling of oppression rose with Vegeta as the center. His aura increased instead of reducing, but increasing compared to the battle just now. This is the characteristic of the Saiyan. When you encounter strong ones, you will be strong. What a strong aura! Since that's the case, I'll come too. The point. At this moment the entire southern continent was affected by their power and shook continuously, with wind and clouds surging and the sky and the earth shaking. If Talat hadn't been in charge here and used the power of space to isolate the battlefield, I'm afraid that the entire earth would be implicated when these two people exploded, and natural disasters of different sizes would occur around the world. The momentum of both sides continued to rise, and in a short while the limit was reached. The collision between the breath shot out extremely hot electric light. The fighting spirit that was more scorching than the flames appeared from the two of them, and the powerful aura collision caused the space to undergo a terrifying deformation visible to the naked eye. The atmosphere became anxious, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at each other, looking for opportunities to take action. Just when Sun Wukong was about to take the lead, Vegeta rushed to his front, raised his arm and fist, and shot straight. Bang! Vegeta's fist was blocked by Sun Wukong with a palm, perfectly resolving all the power impact contained in his fist. There was no success in one blow. Vegeta's right hand and attached a golden aura, turning into a sharp blade slashing towards Sun Wukong's eyebrows. With such a close-range attack, Sun Wukong did not dare to resist head-on. He leaned back and avoided the cutting, while accumulating strength to kick Vegeta out with one kick. Chapter 296. Both are more than 3. Target over 4. After repelling Vegeta strongly, Sun Wukong refused to give in and rose up again, taking advantage of the victory to pursue. Vegeta, who flew backward, perfectly offset the remaining power on his body and hit the ground with his legs and rushed out with the force. The two collided again. This fateful duel begins again. The unprecedentedly enthusiastic battle situation and the infinite destructive lightning have already enveloped everything within a radius of more than 10 miles. Anyone with poor strength may be knocked into pieces by this extremely destructive lightning. The earth collapsed and the air pressure changed. One huge stone after another stripped from the ground and floated in mid-air. After a while, it exploded and turned into gravel powder. Bang! Pound! After another round of fierce battle, Sun Wukong and Vegeta both linked each other and kept exerting force on each other, launching a pure power competition. The two of them had blue veins on their foreheads and their muscles were tight, and they both looked like they were trying their best. As their power exploded, the aura of the two men turned into a torrent and impacted the four directions. While tearing the earth apart, they twisted the space and looked like a stance that wanted to break the real world. Are you the only level? I remember you don't know the King of Realm Fist. Use it quickly, Kakarot. Vegeta grinned and provoked Sun Wukong. In that battle, he lost to Sun Wukong's Realm King's Fist. Now the two are of equal strength, and Realm King's Fist is the key to turning the situation around. If Sun Wukong uses the King of Realms, he will definitely lose, but what Vegeta needs is huge pressure and external stimulation. If Sun Wukong uses the King of Realms, it will be a great deal for him to break through the third level of the Super Saiyan. Hell, do you still remember this move? I want to use it too, but my body may not be able to bear it. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly and explained helplessly. The bug tricks like Realm King Fist have been forgotten since he mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan. While practicing in the spiritual time house, he tried to superimpose the King of Realm Fist in the transformation state of the Super Saiyan, but the result was not satisfactory and almost killed himself. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the load on his body is already huge. If the load on the King of Realms is added, the blood and energy in his body will be disordered. If he is not careful, he will explode and die on the spot. What's more, it is the peak of the second level Super Saiyan in the current extreme state. Once the World King Fist is used, it will be disabled at the least, and at worst it will turn into fragments on the ground. It's a pity that you can't use the King of Realms. I'm not polite. A smirk appeared on Vegeta's face, and in an instant the aura around her burst out thicker. With the help of the pressure brought by Sun Wukong, the barrier that had been plaguing him also loosened, and he went further. This change surprised Sun Wukong and shouted in disbelief, "Have you made another breakthrough?" "Damn it, that's right!" Vegeta roared loudly, and his hands suddenly exerted force to throw Sun Wukong away. After being swept by powerful forces, Sun Wukong flew out for a distance. A gorgeous backflip landed smoothly, but before he could breathe, Vegeta sprinted to him again, and the extremely powerful prince's tactics were used again. Faced with Vegeta's unyielding strong attack, Sun Wukong could only grit his teeth and confront him from the front, but this time Vegeta, who broke through his own limit, attacked was obviously faster and more ruthless than before, and every attack was extremely fierce. Sun Wukong's defense seemed unscrupulous under Vegeta's fierce attack, showing signs of defeat. "It's my turn to walk in front this time, Kakarot," Vegeta shouted with high fighting spirit. At the same time, he drove the iron fist with all his strength to fight hard, but the moment he swung his fist, there was a surprising change in Sun Wukong's body. Because Vegeta's pressing step by step, the barrier that plagued Sun Wukong was also broken at this moment. Bang! At the critical moment, Sun Wukong raised his hand to block Vegeta's super punch, perfectly dissolving all his power. "What? Did you actually break through too?" Vegeta naturally felt the changes of Sun Wukong and looked horrified. He completed the breakthrough so quickly and caught up with himself directly, which made him feel more and more angry. "You are too happy too early, Vegeta." Sun Wukong waved his arm and forced Vegeta back, entered a state of bursting breath, and began to press forward against Vegeta step by step. Faced with Sun Wukong's strong attack, Vegeta was at a disadvantage and could only defend passively. However, his attainment in defense was a little worse than Sun Wukong, and he successively resolved Sun Wukong's dozens of punches and kicks. Later, Sun Wukong caught the flaw. Pound! Sun Wukong made a powerful uppercut and hit Vegeta's jaw. The powerful force directly knocked Vegeta to a height of thousands of meters. Ensuring the pain from his jaw, Vegeta gritted his teeth and stabilized his body with violent anger. The lightning was lingering around his body, and bloodshot was covered in his eyes. "If you have the ability, you can resolve this move like you did back then." Vegeta simply took it straight and put on a killing move to release the stand. This kind of scene at this height perfectly reproduces the scene from their first war. Do you want to collect? Then come. Sun Wukong recognized Vegeta's ultimate skill released. He understood the truth and also put on the stance of releasing the turtle Sekigong wave, and energy continued to gather in his hands. This is a one-step decision. As the energy of the two people burst into greater and stronger, the sky was covered by darkness and the atmosphere became extremely depressing and heavy. This scene is like the arrival of the end of the world, which is terrifying and terrifying. Crack. In the darkness the lightning exploded, reflecting Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and the other two looked like God. Dad and Uncle Vegeta. They will decide the outcome in one move. Son Gohan, who was watching this scene outside the battlefield, had some sweat on his forehead. At this moment the aura of Sun Wukong and Vegeta had expanded to a very astonishing height. The power of the killing moves they burst out from the two of them would definitely be far beyond their imagination. If it is not curbed, I am afraid that the entire Earth will be unbearable. Even if it does not explode, this radius of thousands of miles will be destroyed. Gone. You have to look at it carefully. If nothing unexpected happens, the breakthrough between the two of them should be at this moment. See their transformation process clearly. I believe that in the near future you will also be able to reach the Super Saiyan. The third level can even be completed in the fourth level of the Super Saiyan before them. Talat instructed Son Gohan on the side. From his instructions we can tell how much expectations he had given to Son Gohan. If Gohan doesn't study, Yoshi Nian will cry. Although the route Son Gohan took in the later stages of the original work was in the form of a beast, Talat felt that it was not impossible to surpass the fourth. Well, Son Gohan nodded extremely cautiously, watching his father and Vegeta with all his attention, not letting go of the slightest change. On the battlefield, the white and purple light in the sky forms a sharp contrast with the blue light on the ground, and it blooms like two stars. The aura of Sun Wukong and Vegeta has both increased to a state that is infinitely close to Zhao at this moment. The energy condensed to the top, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta released their own condensed ultimate skill at the same time. Super Turtle School Kigong Wave vs Super Gallic Cannon. Boom. Two super energy beams that were enough to destroy the world collided, and the dazzling light of destruction devoured the world. Its unparalleled destructive power directly detonated the surrounding space. If Talat had not used the power of space in time to stabilize the surrounding space, he would have been afraid that these two people would break the alien space and be sucked into the alien world by the collapsed space. If you want to come back, then it's probably not that simple. Buzz buzz buzz. The energy of both sides continued to output, and a dazzling light was generated in the sky. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are overdrawing their physical strength and energy, competing with each other. In this even match ultimate skill competition, both of their bodies and souls ushered in a comprehensive sublimation. The barrier that had been plaguing them was finally completely opened at this moment. They themselves did not realize that their form had changed in the continuous energy output. The iconic golden angrily hair of the second level Super Saiyan no longer exists and is replaced by long blonde hair that reaches its waist. Boom. The energy output in the two of them expanded several times again due to changes in their form. Both sides broke through to the third level of the Super Saiyan at the same time, and their combat effectiveness entered a unit with a giant force. The energy output of the two men increased again, and the powerful aftermath released during the impact caused the entire Earth to sway continuously. The Earth was cut and crushed, and the space was twisted and destroyed and continued to recover. Outside the battlefield, Gohan and Talat watched as they broke through the limit and completed the scene of their transformation in form. Is this the third level of the Super Saiyan? Gray. Dad and Uncle Vegeta and others succeeded. After witnessing Sun Wukong and Vegeta's successful breakthrough, Son Gohan was ecstatic and said the two were extremely happy about their transformation. But before he could be happy for more than 3 seconds, he discovered something was wrong. Sun Wukong and Vegeta seem to have already hit the nail on the head. Neither of them is willing to admit defeat and are still increasing their energy output. If they continue to output energy like this, they are afraid that both of them will be backfired in this expanding energy. At the least they will be seriously injured, and at the worst they will die directly. They must be stopped, but it is impossible with his power. The third level of the Super Saiyan is obviously not in the same dimension as the second level of the Super Saiyan. It seems that they have succeeded, broken the original boundaries and mastered the third level transformation of the Super Saiyan. However, if they continue to release energy in this way, I am afraid that both of them will have to be exhausted due to their energy and pay a huge price. Talat watched the scene on the battlefield, knowing that it was time for him to take action. If it was a little later, these two guys would probably have to go to the underworld to report to the King of Yan. After making a decision in his heart, Talat raised his right hand and a faint purple particle appeared in his right palm. A purple particle that seemed insignificant contained the ultimate power to destroy everything. When this energy particle appeared, Sun Wuhan's body trembled instinctively. When he came to his senses, he turned tremblingly. He looked over and stared at the the purple energy particle in Talat palm. What is this, Uncle Talat? After confirming the source of the panic in his body, Son Gohan widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, why does such a small energy particle bring him such a strong sense of crisis? It seems that as long as you are infected with such a little bit, your body and soul will be completely wiped out. Is it an illusion? This is the power that can turn everything into nothingness. Talat smiled indifferently, drove the purple particle through his thought, and flew straight to the center of the collision between Sun Wukong and Vegeta's ultimate skill. At this moment Sun Wukong and Vegeta have completely attacked, and their attention is on their own ultimate skill. They have not noticed that outside this battlefield an insignificant destruction particle is attacking. This destructive particle was not hindered by any obstacles and was trapped in the center of the two people's ultimate skill. In just a moment the purple divine light flashed, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt that their ultimate skill became uncontrollable. What's going on? The energy of the Turtle School Qigong wave is dissipating uncontrollably. My Gaelic gun has been dissolved. How could it be? After Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt the output energy disconnected, they were stunned. Immediately afterward they witnessed their and the other party's ultimate moves disappearing and completely disappearing. This scene completely awakened the two of them. They were shocked, looked at each other carefully, and then looked down at their hands. Inadvertently, when the two of them collided with their ultimate skills, they had already broken their limits and quietly entered the third level of the Super Saiyan. So I have completed the third level of the Super Saiyan. This power is so strong. Sun Wukong, who came to his senses, felt the surging energy in his body, and his mind was extremely excited. Unexpectedly, this time the competition with Vegeta gained so much. The third level transformation of the Super Saiyan who had troubled him for so long was achieved in an instant. However, the consumption brought by this Super Saiyan level 3 is much greater than expected. It's not comparable to the second level of the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan level 3. I am finally done. Feeling his current strength, Vegeta's mind was excited and fell into ecstasy. Now that the third level of the Super Saiyan has been completed, the next goal is the fourth level of the Super Saiyan. That form is his ultimate goal. No matter what price he pays, he must complete it. Moreover, it is definitely earlier and faster than Kakarot. Chapter 297. Leave. Half a year later, after a while, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta came back from the joy of successfully breaking through the third level of the Super Saiyan. They keenly sensed the shortcomings of the third level Super Saiyan. Why? The chi in their bodies is constantly passing by as if it cannot gather. What's going on? Why is the power passing through so fast in the third level state of the Super Saiyan? Even if you maintain it with all your strength, you can't stop it. Sun Wukong said, incredibly surprised. The powerful increase in the third level of Super Saiyan really made him feel ecstatic. However, the energy in their bodies is passing uncontrollably. Their seemingly powerful form is now leaking like a funnel. Sun Wukong tried to block this gap so that his breath would not be leaked, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not do it. This feeling is like his body is incomplete. Unless the gap is blocked with something, it will not work at all. After trying various methods, he could not solve the problem of breath leakage. Sun Wukong simply directly removed the transformation of the Super Saiyan third level and returned to his normal state. But after he relieved his transformation, a huge sense of exhaustion suddenly came, causing him to fall down. The previous battle with Vegeta has consumed most of his physical strength, coupled with the mental pressure brought by the breakthrough in the battle and the huge consumption of the third level Super Saiyan. The multiple loads are superimposed, which directly makes his body couldn't bear it and was exhausted. Fortunately, his foundation is solid enough and he can withstand such a huge amount of consumption. If it were someone else, he would be afraid that his face would be pale and fainted. What exactly happened? Is it because my skills are not enough? Vegeta was also extremely confused about the issue of energy leakage. He couldn't find the reason and directly blamed the problem because his experience was not enough. Soon, Vegeta, whose mind returned, also removed the transformation of the third level Super Saiyan and returned to his normal state, which was not as obvious as Sun Wukong. Adjusting his state, Vegeta turned his gaze to Sun Wukong, his eyes sharp, locking the other party like an eagle eye. The two of them had a collision in their eyes, and neither of them was convinced. They agreed before that whoever completes the third level transformation of the Super Saiyan first will win. Now, the two of them have completed the third level of the Super Saiyan at the same time, and this battle can only be considered a draw. It seems that our duel is a draw, Sun Wukong said with a smile. You're lucky, Kakarot, Vegeta said unhappily. At this moment, a crisp applause came from not far away. When the two heard the sound, their eyes turned and found that the visitor was Talat and Son Gohan. I played well and I have successfully broken through the third level of the Super Saiyan, but you should be very puzzled. Why does your Super Saiyan continue to leak energy? Right, Talat said, hit the two of them directly. When Sun Wukong and Vegeta heard this, they nodded quickly. The huge energy consumption of the third level Super Saiyan is several times that of the second level Super Saiyan. I can understand this, but why can't our energy be stopped? What's the problem? Sun Wukong asked on his own initiative. Vegeta remained silent because Sun Wukong had asked all his questions. Of course the problem lies with you, because our bodies are incomplete. Talat explained. Incomplete? You mean I am missing something like cockroach? When Sun Wukong and Vegeta heard this, they were extremely surprised. They understood the meaning of Talat's word, but they did not understand what Talat's missing is. That's right, that thing is the source of our Saiyan power. Talat kept it a secret and did not directly point out what the two were missing. Hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were even more surprised, and Sun Wuhan also joined the association. The source of Saiyan power? What they lack is so important, and it is bound to be not simple to be called the source of the Saiyan. The three of them fell into deep thought. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan felt extremely immensely. Only Vegeta seemed to have thought of something after Talat's reminder. A passage that his father, King Vegeta, once warned him was recalled and echoed in his mind. Whenever the full moon night comes, it is the time when their Saiyans show their true power, and the key to showing that power is the tail. I understand. The thing you are referring to is the tail of our Saiyans. Right. Vegeta suddenly realized and spoke. Tail. Sun Gohan looked surprised. Yes, I remembered it. It's the tail. Sun Wukong continued with excitement. That's right. What you are missing is the tail. The tail is not only the source of our Saiyan power, but also the key to the third level stability of the Super Saiyan. Without a tail, you will never be able to make it happen. The third level Super Saiyan practices to the extreme level, and the problem of breath leakage cannot be solved. In addition, I also need to remind you that the tail is also the key to mastering the fourth level Super Saiyan. Talat gave it to you. Everyone's affirmative answer. After learning how important the tail is, the three of them couldn't help but take a breath. The tail they regarded as a burden before now has such a great effect. Not only can they perfectly master the power of the third level of the Super Saiyan, but they are even the key to reaching the fourth level of the Super Saiyan. After understanding the importance of the tail, Sun Wukong and Vegeta regretted it. The two of them had tails before, but unfortunately they mistakenly thought that tails were no longer important, so they gave up. Since their tails broke, they were also deliberately mobilizing energy to fill the part of the vacant flesh and blood, so much so that the missing area has been filled with flesh and blood, and the tail cannot grow easily. Even if they eat fairy beans, it will not grow. Damn it, I made such a low-level mistake. I should have thought that the tail is the key to our Saiyan's power. Vegeta clenched his fist, regretting his former stupid behavior. The fourth level of the Super Saiyan is the form he dreams of and a symbol of Saiyan bloodline. Vegeta's desire for that form is too paranoid, but now after learning that tail is the crucial key to the fourth level of the Super Saiyan, he felt his entire body rushing with blood and his anger was burning. It's over now, and my tail can never grow again, Sun Wukong said with a look of distress at this time. His tail has never grown since he was removed from the former Tian Shen temple. At first he didn't care much, and even felt that it was nothing to lose a tail, but now, it's too late to regret. About this issue, you can wait until the Dragon Ball is restored in half a year and complete it through the Dragon's Wish. Talat gave the suggestion. Since the tail cannot grow through normal method, won't the Shenlong just want to have a wish? Yes, there is also Dragon Ball. It seems that this is the only way. Sun Wukong thought about it again and seemed to have an idea. Half a year, it's not too long. Vegeta nodded after pondering for a moment. In the past 6 months he could just settle down, improve his normal combat effectiveness, and deeply understand the third Super Saiyan strength of the level. At that time, if you make a wish to the dragon and grow your tail again, his accumulation will also explode in one go. At that time, his Super Saiyan level 3 can also directly reach the peak level. It will be easier to try to break through the fourth level of the Super Saiyan after it can exert its strength far beyond its own limit. Vegeta thought very simply. He didn't know that if he wanted to complete the fourth order, there were still some conditions. Talat didn't say much. After a while, the conversation between several people ended. The purpose has been achieved, and there is no need to continue to stay here. After saying goodbye to Talat and Vegeta, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan moved away from here in an instant, saying that they still had to go to the Temple of Heaven. Talat originally wanted to take Vegeta back to Zidu, but was rejected. If he doesn't leave, Talat won't stay with him. At this point, the fateful duel between Sun Wukong and Vegeta came to an end in the form of a draw. Time flies. It has passed since the fateful battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta ended. It took half a year. In the past 6 months, everything has returned to peace. The earth in this world has not been invaded by foreign enemies, and everything has developed quietly and orderly. After this period of precipitation, Talat finally recovered from his injuries and refined all the remaining power of time and space in his body, and his strength has returned to its heyday. No, it should be said that he has surpassed his heyday. After the power of time and space remaining in his body was completely digested, at this moment both his physical strength and strength had broken through his limit. The normal combat power has reached an amazing unit. The 7th dimension of Yuan Gay. However, numbers are not the key to measuring a person's strength. Talat's strength cannot be simply measured by numbers. If he cooperated with the power of the laws he had mastered now at the same time, his power could even reach the true realm of the god of destruction. Then there are other people in this world who were influenced by him, and there have been considerable changes in the past 6 months. Not only the three scions Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan and Vegeta under his intervention mastered the third level of the Super Saiyan who transcended the era, but also made a wish to the dragon on Earth. He grew his tail again and planned to hit the fourth level of the Super Saiyan who was at a higher level. In this era when the magic Buu has not yet broken out, he has reached the third level and wants to reach the fourth level. Even if there are strong opponents in the future, I am afraid that they will not be able to hold on to them. Moreover, in addition to the three strong scions, the Piccolo, which was previously proposed by Talat to practice in Namek, also returned in the past 6 months. After he became complete, he showed an amazing understanding on the Mic Star. He has mastered the power of the Dragon God, and his strength has increased greatly as a result. However, it is still a little worse than Sun Wukong and Vegeta, two guys who have mastered the third level of the Super Saiyan. A few days ago, Talat had met him and knew that Piccolo would enter the spiritual time house to practice soon. When he comes out, his strength may be chasing Sun Bei and the others. In the past 6 months, Talat has not only recovered his strength, he also went to Namek in the past 6 months and upgraded his small world of storage with the help of the Dragon Ball there. With the help of the Dragon Bolunga, his storage area not only doubled but also appeared a planet the size of a moon can accommodate life. As long as Talat is willing, he can directly store others into his own storage world. Upgrading the storage world is also Talat's preparation for leaving. He set out to the space-time world of the future Ten Nox and met the future Ten Nox and the future Bulma. After a series of in-depth conversations, Talat brought the future Ten Nox and the future Bulma to this time and space of the past. The reason is that the world they live in is incomplete and also a world without hope. Instead of staying in that dilapidated future, it is better to go back to the past and now and start your own life again. Not only are family members here, but also friends. Originally, 10X could not accept it at first, but after Bulma agreed to live in the past era, 10X said nothing in the future. The past era is indeed much more stable than the future time and space, and everyone is here, especially the father. At that time, Talat realized that Bulma was reluctant to leave, but she agreed to it for the sake of Ten Nox's consideration. She also knew that Ten Nox would respect her choice, so she accepted the proposal. As the future 10X and the future Bulma return to this world, Talat naturally does not forget to make a wish with the dragon to help the future Bulma recover. This wish is the second wish after Sun Wukong and Vegeta made a wish to restore the scions to their tails. Everything was ready, and then his plan was officially launched. He wants to bring Bulma and the 18th of this time and space world back to his own time and space world. Also bring it on the 18th. That's right, men always make mistakes. After getting along with each other for the past 6 months, they naturally determined the relationship, which made Talat not know how to go back and explain. But now that's it, that's all. Because of knowing this news, people from this time and space world held a farewell banquet. After the banquet, Talat used the power of time and space to open the time and space tunnel. Bulma is still reluctant to leave. After all, she belongs to this time and space. I don't know when she will come back again after leaving. Don't worry, you can come back if you have the chance in the future. And the time and space are different, but people are all similar. Talat said, well, actually, I have already had a new idea. Recently, I have studied space-time communication equipment with my future self. Maybe after reaching your time and space, I can work with my time and space myself to study a cross-age machine. At that time, not only can direct transmission be realized, but perhaps a bridge between time and space can be directly constructed. Talat's bold conception was unimaginable. It's indeed Bulma. Chapter 298. Thousands of time and space. Only GT wins my heart. After a few greetings, Talat took Bulma and number 18 into the life planet of the storage small world. Immediately afterward, he instructed to the group of Z warriors, wait for you when one day in the future we are strong enough to go to other time and space world or break the world barrier. Perhaps we have the opportunity to see each other again. Of course, it is not ruled out that Bulma will create a directional machine that spans 2 time and space. In response to this, the Z warriors naturally gave their own responses. The leaders of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, and Piccolo made it clear that one day they will inevitably be strong enough to surpass this world. I just hope that Talat will not be scared by them when I see you next time. Listening to these words, Talat smiled indifferently, waved his hand and entered the space-time channel. As he entered, the entrance and exit of the time tunnel closed, and Talat immediately used his own thoughts to penetrate into the storage small world. After confirming the safety of Bulma and number 18, Talat took back his mind. In fact, before this, Talat had already done many experiments, and only after he was sure that he could do this was foolproof. Walking through the space-time tunnel, Talat continued to move in the designated direction through the coordinates he left in the main space-time and space, as well as the guidance of Weiss's ray of angel power. Walking along the space-time corridor on the way to find the main space-time world, you have also seen many strange space-time worlds along the way, but these time and space worlds are like the future time and space world, and for some reasons they are heading towards different futures. For example, one of the interesting time and space, when Sun Wukong and his group fought against Vegeta for the first time on Earth, they were killed by Vegeta and Naba, the giant ape. The future of this time and space is even more caused by Vegeta. Domination, in a sense, is a failed space and time. There is also a time and space. Sun Wukong was killed by Frieza on the Mix Star, and all the soldiers Z were destroyed. Frieza completely wiped out the Scion clan. There was also time and space in the human creation. After evolving into a complete body, Shuru drove all the Z warriors and his gang, leaving only one clan. However, the future development of this time and space world is quite interesting. After destroying all the Z warriors, Lightning Shuru thought he was invincible and was already the #1 master in the universe. Under this extreme conceited mentality, he left the Earth and threatened to blow the Earth up next time he came back, so that Klin would become stronger in his cultivation, and it would be best if he could defeat him. In fact, how is this possible? What's strange is that after the Z warriors reported in the underworld could have been resurrected with the help of the Mikian Dragon Ball, who could have thought that they actually refused to resurrect? Sun Wukong insisted that one generation should do the things of the other generation. They have done what they can do. Since they cannot eliminate Shuru, they will hand it over to the next generation, choose to stay in the underworld, and leave the troubles of the Lightning Shuru to the living masters in the universe. In desperation, Klin took the lever of the Earth. More than half a year after the Lightning Shuru left, Sun Wushan was born, and together with Trunk, who grew up, began to receive Klin's teachings. The two little ones have extremely high potential and their strength has improved very quickly. In the end, Klin completed a very despicable educational feat, allowing Trunks and Sun Wushan to break through the second level of the Super Saiyan at the age of 8 and 7. In the end, the two Super Saiyan second level little ghosts really destroyed the Lightning Shuru. If it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes, how could you think of it? Let Talat understand a truth, that is, if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Shuru failed, and Sun Wushan and Trunks became the protagonists of that time and space world. In the end, I can only complain that there are thousands of time and space, and these time and space that have gone to a new historical trajectory because of the protagonist's death are unified and called alternative time and space, because their world direction has completely deviated from the originally planned route of destiny. As Talat continued to advance, he saw an extremely strange world of time and space. Everyone on the Earth, including Sun Wukong and Vegeta, was swallowed up by the Bu. After devouring everyone, Big Bu directly evolved into Ultimate Bu, becoming the strongest existence in the universe. No one in the entire universe could fight against him. Another time and space world that deviates from the right track and moves towards a crooked and evil way. Seeing this, Talat stopped stopping at Will until he arrived at a very special parallel time and space before Talat stopped again. If it were those ordinary time and space, it would definitely not be able to attract his attention, but this time and space are different. This world, can you say? Talat looked at the picture displayed in the space-time light curtain in front of him and was slightly surprised. He is not unfamiliar with this world and even remembers it deeply. The picture played in this space-time light curtain is exactly what happened in the time and space-time. The evil dragon Chaos. At this moment in this time and space world, Sun Wukong, the 4th level Super Saiyan, and Vegeta, the 4th level Super Saiyan, merged into the strongest warrior in the entire dimension in order to defeat the evil dragon. The terrifying aura even crossed time and space, spread to the space-time corridor, and indirectly affected other space-time world. Even an existence as powerful as Talat could not help but be moved by it after feeling the anti-dramatic aura that erupted from Super 4 Vegeta. What a strong aura! No wonder it is known as the strongest warrior in the entire dimension, let alone the Super 4 Vegeta. At this stage, this aura is afraid that even the god of destruction comes shave to be treated with caution. Talat sighed in surprise. The power of Super 4 Vegeta is far beyond his imagination. This pure bloodline power can even be called the first person under the god of destruction. With the body of a mortal, he is comparable to the god, and even some destructive gods in other universes are not as powerful as the Super 4 Vegeta in front of him. The intensity of this energy is definitely the biggest impact on Talat so far. Talat, whose interest was raised, stayed in front of the time and space world of Dragon Ball GT and watched through the time and space light curtain, watching what happened in the time and space world of Dragon Ball GT. As a time traveler, he is very familiar with the subsequent plot development of Dragon Ball GT time and space. After all, this time and space world is also called the most tear-jerking time and space world. The plot in the original work is that because of the reason reason why it is too rogue. The time for the fusion of Super 4 Vegeta has come, and after the disintegration he was turned over by the Super 1-star dragon. If it weren't for the last critical moment, Sun Wukong would have resurrected like an alternative with the help of the dragon and gathered together. The vitality of the entire universe emits the strongest and largest energy bomb in history. If it destroys the superstar dragon, I am afraid that the entire world will be destroyed by the superstar dragon. After all, the meaning of this guy's birth is to pull the world into destruction and recreate a new world in destruction to release all negative energy. After that being said, what is the power of the evil dragon? It's not chi, nor is it the power of God. This extreme negative energy is quite interesting. Talat's right hand pinched his chin and began to attack the superstar dragon institute. The negative energy mastered has created a strong interest. He had a premonition that this negative energy was a bit similar to Badak's evil power, but it was not exactly the case. I don't know what changes will happen to this energy on the Scion. After feeling something, Talat decided to go to this GT space-time world before returning to his main space-time world. After all, I have been away for so long, so it doesn't matter if I stay in other time and space worlds for a while. Using the power of time and space, Talat opened a channel connecting the GT space and space world and entered it. At this moment, Dragon Ball GT in the time and space world. Vegeta, the strongest warrior in the entire dimension, is still teasing the superstar dragon. As a combination of the 4th level Super Saiyan, he was in the 4th level Super Saiyan state of breaking through the boundaries as soon as he appeared. This is a breakthrough of the 4 boundaries without the help of the power of God. Their strength is beyond imagination. No matter what trick is used by the superstar dragon, it is impossible to do anything. What's wrong, 1-star dragon? Is that all your ability? It seems that I have too high expectations for you. For guys like you, I can only use one finger. Super 4 Vegeta raised an index finger and said provocatively. There is no doubt that this was done on purpose by Vegeta. Stop being proud, bastard. The angry Super 1-star dragon burst out with an unparalleled speed and rushed straight to Super 4 Vegeta. A angrily fire-burning punched straight to the face of KSC Vegeta. Is that just that? Chaosu Vegeta looked down on her and raised her hand and hit the Super 1-star dragon in the face with an elbow. Bang! The superstar dragon who suffered this attack only felt confused and dizzy. Before he could react, Super Si Vegeta kicked the superstar dragon away with another whip leg. The superstar dragon with an out-of-control body flew backwards for more than 10 kilometers, smashing several huge ruined buildings into pieces. When a group of GT time and space warriors saw this scene, their minds became extremely excited. Their fists were clenched and they were excited. In the face of the absolute power of Super 4 Vegeta, no matter how terrifying the strength of the Super 1-star dragon is, it cannot cause any storm. The powerful strength shown by Super 4 Vegeta is something they have never seen before. It is an extremely powerful force that crushes everything. At this moment, it is located in a corner that no one notices. Ripples in space and space appeared, followed by a space-time tunnel. Talat flew out of this space-time tunnel and successfully arrived at this GT space-time world. It is far more shocking to feel their aura in this world than the one I feel outside the time and space world. Talat looked at the arrogant Super 4 Vegeta on the battlefield and murmured to himself. Said. Not long after he finished speaking, the Super 4 Vegeta, who knocked the superstar dragon away, exploded with an electric light in his mind, as if he felt something. With the guidance of his physical instinct, Super Si Vegeta looked at Talat. Hey, I didn't expect that I could be discovered even if I hide my own breath. The perception was even sharper than I thought. It was amazing, Talat said in surprise. In terms of breath hiding and perception, he believed that he had reached the extreme, but the perception ability shown by Super 4 Vegeta seems to be comparable to that of him. Who is he? When did he appear here? Or is he always there? Chao Siwu. After Gita noticed Talat, he muttered to himself in disbelief. Talat's appearance surprised him, and his intuition told him that this man was very powerful and extremely difficult. The two people's eyes collided at this moment, and Talat could feel the powerful power of Super 4 Vegeta more realistically. This energy has almost reached the limit of the 9th dimension and is already close to the 10th dimension. My guess is indeed correct. This guy is infinitely close to the realm of God of Destruction. Talat thought in his heart. For some reason, a strong sense of fighting arose in his heart. Super 4 worship is very strong. As a scion, the belligerent factors in his body are affected by the powerful aura released by the other party invisibly. Now Talat only feels itchy and longs for a fight. In the previous artificial human space-time world, he had been precipitated for a long time. His injuries were healed and his combat power increased dramatically. Now he met a guy who was so strong that he could rival the God of Destruction. As a scion, how could he hold it? However, it is obviously inappropriate to challenge Super Si Vegeta on this occasion. Let's talk about it after the evil dragon is solved. I can't see through the depth of this guy. Who is he? The 4 Vegeta looked at Talat with increasing fear and solemnity. The intuition of the fusion warrior told him that Talat in front of him had the power far beyond the Super 1-star dragon, and this power was not even below him. If such a powerful existence takes action and join forces with the evil dragon, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, this person does not seem to be with the superstar dragon, at least there is no action yet. At the same time, the GT warriors who were watching the battle from afar also looked in the direction of Super Sawageta's waiting and watching. They naturally noticed Talat. Who is that person? Hey, something is wrong. His breath cannot be sensed. It's true, I can't feel the breath at all, as if it doesn't exist. When did he appear? If it weren't for the way my fathers had discovered him after they merged, we would probably not have discovered this person. The GT warriors were incredible about the sudden appearance of Talat's mysterious existence, and then what poured into their hearts was a strong anxiety and deep panic. Is this unknown soldier an enemy or a friend? Just as the GT warriors were guessing Talat's position, the superstar dragon that was previously sent into the ruins by Super 4 Vegeta flew out of the ruins and came to 1,000 meters above the altitude. He was humiliated with dignity and could no longer bear it and decided to blow up the world. Chapter 299 Change. Sudden cracks in space and time. This guy, Yuxing Dragon. After Super 4 Vegeta noticed the intention of the Super 1-star dragon, he ignored Talat's mysterious identity and turned his attention to the Super 1-star dragon again. The superstar dragon is now crazy, and no one knows what extraordinary things this guy will do after he goes crazy. The superstar dragon had a ferocious face, and a bottomless anger flashed through his bloodthirsty pupils. Bastard! How dare you play tricks on me again and again? Unforgivable! Let you disappear with this world under the power of negative energy. The superstar dragon spread his arms wide. A hysterical roar broke out from his mouth. All evil dragon, lend me all your power. Let this world welcome the baptism of negative energy. With the sound of the superstar dragon's explosive shout, the evil dragon ball embedded in his chest happened. Resonant. The dark blue 5-pointed star located in these evil dragon balls suddenly appeared with a burst of creeping blood. Buzz. A soft sound. 7 evil dragon balls shot out 7 scarlet negative energy rays at the same time. In front of the superstar dragon, a blood-colored energy bomb containing extreme negative energy condensed into shape, and its volume continued to grow. It expanded to a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters in just a few seconds. The whole world, under this creeping blood light, became extremely depressed and heavy, as if it had completely entered the countdown to perish. The GT warriors located outside the battlefield became frightened after feeling this terrifying pressure. Once that terrifying power is contaminated with the slightest, it is afraid that it will be crushed to pieces in an instant and its soul will be scattered. Once that thing falls down, everything will be done. GT Oob was very nervous. His body was already trembling. GT Son Gohan behind him also had the same idea. I just hope that Super 4 Original can block this attack, otherwise everything will be finished. Outside the battlefield, Talat pinched his chin with one hand and thought. His keen insight swept across the super negative energy bomb that covered half of the sky. Judging by mental power perception, the destructive power of this move has reached at least the 9th dimension level, and because it is the ultimate killer move condensed by pure negative energy, its destructive power is much more terrifying than the average 9th dimension. Even if you resist it yourself, you have to transform into a Super 4 Border Breakthrough or Super Saiyan Blue. Full power is also the ultimate Super Saiyan Deep Blue. The destructiveness of this negative energy is far more amazing than I thought. I am afraid that it will take a lot of effort to purify it with the power of God, unless it is directly erased with destruction. Task. This 1-star dragon, the strength is indeed good, but pity. Talat gave an evaluation after roughly understanding the full strength of the Super 1-star dragon. It is the second only to the destruction god among all the existences he has encountered so far. However, facing the Super 4 Vegeta, who is only one step away from the realm of destruction god, no matter how strong the Super 1-star dragon is, it is just that. Just like Vegeta in the original work, she can completely ravage the superstar dragon. At this moment, Super 4 Vegeta had already made a decision in her mind after carefully feeling the negative energy condensed by the Super 1-star dragon. After releasing all the negative energy, the Super 1-star dragon, located at a height of 10,000 meters, quickly compressed the super negative energy bomb covering half of the sky into a blood-colored energy ball with a diameter of no more than 50 meters. This ball is the consequence of your abuse of Dragon Balls, representing the anger of the evil dragon. Under the baptism of the super negative energy bomb, disappear. The superstar dragon shouted again, and his hands suddenly moved forward. Fling, boom. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. This super negative energy bound through the air, driving the ultimate destructive power that was enough to melt everything, and headed straight for Super 4 Vegeta to crash. At this time, a confident smile suddenly appeared on the serious face of Chao Sawageta. This smile smile seems to be enough to defeat everything in the world. Draining. With a loud shout, Super SI Vegeta entered a state of bursting breath. Suddenly he jumped, quickly rushed to the front of the super negative energy bullet and kicked out with a kick. Bang! The super negative energy bomb suffered a terrifying deformation on the surface. Immediately afterward, this super negative energy bomb rushed straight into the direction of the superstar dragon like a cannonball, completely changing the offensive trajectory. Not only that, his blood-colored appearance is also pure by Vegeta's energy. At this moment, this is no longer a negative energy bomb, but a positive energy bomb. What? How is this possible? Seeing his killing blow be kicked back, the superstar dragon's face changed drastically. Without any time to think about it, he immediately set off and avoided the forward energy bomb without any danger. The positive energy bomb continues to advance towards high altitude, breaking through the atmosphere and hitting the negative energy layer that covers the entire Earth. Boom! In an instant, the dazzling light covered the sky and the Earth. When the light dissipates, the Earth returns to its former light again, just like dawn breaking. The layer of negative energy that covers the Earth's surface is fragmented with the impact and explosion of the positive energy bomb. The superstar dragon felt the changes of the Earth. His pupils trembled, pressing his restless heart, and questioned Super 4 Vegeta. What did you do to my negative energy bomb? Hearing this, KSC Vegeta shrugged with disdain and slapped the dust on her body. Isn't this obvious? Just now, when I rebounded your negative energy rebound, I used my own strength to reverse all negative energy, so the energy bomb just now was my positive energy bomb. Vegeta smiled demonically and explained to the superstar dragon patiently. The superstar dragon, who was explained, clenched his fist angrily, and he couldn't accept this cruel reality. Especially the face of Chao Si Vegeta's worthy of beating further aroused the anger in his heart. Bastard! Superstar dragon roared angrily and rushed straight to Super Si Vegeta again. Idiot! Chao Si Vegeta said disdainfully. At the moment when the superstar dragon approached, he arrived at the top of the superstar dragon in advance at a faster speed and stepped on it with one foot. Bang! The superstar dragon was instantly shot down to the ground and hit countless rocks. The super one-star dragon buried in rocks quickly crawled out of it but found that Super 4 Vegeta appeared in front of him again. The look of contempt for everything made him swell up his anger but was powerless. This time, as the strongest evil dragon, he is afraid he will really fall. The game time is over. One-star dragon, use this trick to send you on the road. Super Si Vegeta merged his hands and turned into an energy cannon, aiming at the super one-star dragon in front of him. Buzz! The blue energy light emerged and the prototype of the energy was completed in an instant. The moment the light appeared, the body of the superstar dragon was shocked. At this moment, the sense of crisis of death swept across his body and he couldn't even raise the courage to resist. After this move, I am afraid I will really die. Super large turtle Sekigong. The moment the words were finished, a violent blue energy beam shot out from the hands of Super Si Vegeta. The violent energy opened its bloody mouth like a roaring blue dragon, swallowing up the superstar dragon. The residual energy rubbed a huge gap that was thousands of miles long on the surface of the Earth. This evil dragon chaos seemed to have come to an end. 6 dragon balls ejected from the energy light and scattered around Super Si Vegeta's body. Super Si Vegeta smiled confidently, thinking that the Super One-Star Dragon is no longer alive. Successfully resolved. After the problem of the evil dragon, the only person with unknown identity is left. The smile on KSC Vegeta's face disappeared, replaced by a strong seriousness. He turned around and stared at Talat, who was located outside the battlefield. Is this person an enemy or a friend? Talat sighed. After feeling the scrutiny of Super 4 Vegeta, Talat just smiled and didn't care too much. He kindly reminded Super Si Vegeta with his eyes that the Yuxinglong was still alive. Hey, what does this guy mean? After noticing that Talat signaled himself to look to the left, Super Si Vegeta was stunned. Although she didn't understand Talat's intention, her body still turned naturally. Look at it. The star dragon that should have disappeared was still alive at this moment. However, the current one-star dragon is only in an ordinary form, and its strength has also decreased by 2 dimensions, only between the 7th and 8th dimensions. It can be imagined how huge the super large turtle Sekigong wave of Super Si Vegeta caused him. I didn't expect you to be alive, and your vitality is really tenacious. Since that's the case, I will use another trick to send you to the road. Vegeta's murderous intent was decided, and he planned to deal with the Yuxing dragon in one go. But damn, Yuxinglong was unwilling to accept it, but he was powerless. But just Just as the Super 4 Vegeta was about to take action, a sudden change occurred. Tear. A sound. The sky that had returned to normal was suddenly cut open by an unknown force, and a space crack exuding a strange aura appeared in the sky. The world has also changed its color at this moment. The power of time and space. Talat outside the battlefield keenly felt the power of time and space. He cheered up and turned his eyes to the crack in the sky that exuded a strange aura. This power of time and space is very strange. Even he can't tell what's going on. Many figures appear in the minds of those who master the power of time and space, but Talat cannot be sure of who it is without seeing. Talat's eyes narrowed and a creeping light flashed in his eyes. His eyes passed through the surface of the crack in time and space. When he wanted to go deeper, he was blocked by the other party with a dark force. It's interesting. Who would be the guy inside the crack in this time and space? Talat, whose eyes were blocked, became very interested. In his mind, he began to recall the people who could use the power of time and space in the Dragon Ball world. The crack in front of me didn't seem to be made by Shi Jin's, and it was filled with an unknown aura of evil. This evil power is very similar to the power of the Dark Demon realm, but it is essentially different. It is certain that the initiator of this crack must have something to do with the Dark Demon realm. So, who is the other party? Mechacapura, the king of the demon world in the Dark Demon world, or those demon gods, or the former king of time, Ios? Just as Talat speculated, a deep evil light suddenly shot out in the center of this slender crack. This evil light injected into the body of a star dragon into everyone's surprised eyes. With the injection of this evil light, the whole body of the star dragon began to twist and twitch. The evil power quickly took root and sprouted in his body, perfectly blending with the origin of his negative energy pool and repairing the injuries on his body extremely domineeringly. The majestic evil spirit began to expand with a star dragon as the center room. In an instant, the wind and clouds rose and the sky shook and the earth moved. Under the stimulation of this evil light, the one star dragon not only returned to its heyday, but even its aura was impacting towards a higher realm. His violent infiltration of evil spirits even made Chao Sawujita look ugly. What is the light just now? Is the guy in the crack a new enemy? Really? One wave has not yet subsided and another wave has risen again and again. Chao Sawujita's face changed again and again, and his eyes flashed. In his eyes the sharp light and the sharp murderous intent surged. He knew that he could no longer continue to roam. The situation was out of control at this moment. He had to solve the problem of a star dragon as soon as possible, and then figure out the source of the light and the crack in the sky. Super Sawageta mobilized all his energy again and took the stance of a classic killing skill. But just when Super Sawageta was accumulating super large turtle school Kigong wave, an accident happened again. The previous plays and the release of the super large turtle Kigong wave have left little energy in his body. This time, the energy is mobilized again, which directly relieves the fusion state in advance. The Super 4 Vegetas were divided into the Super 4 Sun Wukong and the Super 4 Vegetas. After the separation, the two men stared at their small eyes, their faces full of horror and confusion. Damn, what's the situation? Shouldn't there be more than 20 minutes left in the fusion time? It's only 5 minutes now. Why did it suddenly disintegrate? However, the current situation is special and they cannot think too much. The transformation of the one-star dragon continues. A star dragon bathed in the evil aura and sublimated suddenly burst out from his mouth. Evil dragons gather. With his order, the 6 dragon balls that had been scattered around him rushed towards the direction of a star dragon again and were swallowed by him again. 7 dragon balls gathered again, and with this special evil force, the body of the star dragon happened. There is an indescribable change. His body was shrouded in the blood-colored ball turned into by evil energy. Chapter 300. When the god of destruction appears in GT, the whole world seemed to have become quiet at this moment. No one dared to relax because no one knew what would happen to the star dragon in the blood-colored ball. This situation is beyond imagination. Damn it, what the hell is this? Why does it make me feel so uneasy? Super 4 Vegeta tried hard to restrain his restless heart and asked Super 4 Sun Wukong, I don't know what's going on, but now it seems we are in big trouble. Super Sun Wukong looked serious, and the sweat on his forehead fell like raindrops. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and his body's instinct told him that when this blood-colored energy ball disappeared, a super evil that could destroy everything in one thought would be born. Buzz! There was a muffled sound, the space shock, and a blood light flashed by on the surface of this blood-colored energy ball. The surface of this blood-colored ball appeared, and a deep and terrifying aura was revealed. Not good. Super 4 Vegeta was about to attack, but found that his body had been blocked by evil spirits and could not move. Oh no! Super 4 Sun Wukong suddenly felt something was wrong, so he tried his best to resist, but it was useless. At this moment, the blood-colored energy ball has turned into fragments in the sky and floated in the surrounding space. The energy burned like a liquid, and the superstar dragon came to this world like a demon. The demonized body, which was stronger than before, was stained with white skin on on her body and the black barbs turned into blood red and her eye sockets were completely replaced by bloody aura. The 7 evil dragon balls on the chest were also infected by the unknown evil power and turned into a creepy scarlet red. This is the magical transformation of the superstar dragon after bathing in evil power. Okay, what a terrible evil aura. What kind of form is this? This guy has evolved again. Super 4 Vegeta stared at the superstar dragon with a big change in form in front of him in a daze. His anger is far more evil than before. Damn it, if he had known that he would have solved him in one go after fusion, he should have done something in one go and he should not have played it. Super 4 Sun Wukong, who had reacted to how big a mistake he had made, regretted it now. And the magical superstar dragon's energy has expanded to a level far beyond their imagination. Even compared to their fusion body Super 4 Vegeta, it is not much different. The so-called if you don't commit suicide you won't die. This time it really made a mistake. The demonized superstar dragon let out a wild roar that was more infiltrating than a wild beast, causing the evil aura that was enough to corrode everything to sweep across the world quickly. The ruined earth was instantly torn out several deep gaps by this violent force. Super 4 Sun Wukong and Super 4 Vegeta were under the pressure of this evil aura at close range and their bodies reached the critical point and were almost unable to hold on. The demonized Super 1 Star Dragon that vented his power, the pair of eyes emitting bloody aura swept over the 4 Sun Bei and the other two, and a strange evil smile flashed across their faces. Swoosh! The demonized Superstar Dragon waved his arm and the evil chopping wave burst out and the chests of the 4 Chinese Super League Sun Wukong and the 4 Chinese Super League Vegeta. The two men who were hit hard suddenly spurted a blood arrow from their mouth. Their bodies lost control, flew back tens of thousands of meters and hit a ruin. The entire ruins were completely shattered by the collision of the two. The Super 4 Monk and Super 4 Vegeta, who suffered a devastating blow, have retreated to normal, fell into the ruins dyingly and almost lost their self-awareness. He instantly killed Super 4 Sun Wukong and Super 4 Vegeta in Super 4 forms in one move. Even if it is not in its heyday, it is enough to prove how powerful the current demonized Super 1 Star Dragon is. It is extremely terrifying and terrifying. The GT warriors located outside the battlefield after witnessing the instant kill of Super 4 Monkey King and Super 4 Vegeta, the hope that had finally arisen in their hearts was directly knocked to the bottom of the valley, and the one that surged out immediately afterwards was bottomless despair. At the same time, after completing the demonization of the Superstar Dragon in the sky, the gloomy and seductive space-time crack in the sky also disappeared as if it had never appeared before. This world has changed drastically with this inclined evil force. Ha 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 ha. The demonized Superstar Dragon was in a good mood, and the laughter filled with evil aura resounded throughout the sky. Although I don't know what the source of this evil force is and who helped him, this evil force is so perfectly compatible with his negative energy. His body, mind, and soul felt extremely happy. With just one move, the two annoying wild monkeys were paralyzed. In his previous attitude, although he was confident that he could do it, he could not do it as cleanly and neatly as he is now. This feeling of being full of power in the whole body is so wonderful. Now I can destroy this world in an instant. The demonized Superstar Dragon calmed down and felt the abundant evil power in his body, the destruction of his heart. Desire is also increasing rapidly. The surge in power made him think boldly. Now he is probably enough to match the superstar just now. Vegeta competed and could even defeat the opponent. Soon, the demonized Superstar Dragon came back from ecstasy, and the blood-colored eyes swept across this messy battlefield. What caught my eye were the dying GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta, as well as the trembling GT warriors on the edge of the battlefield. They were just some little bugs that could be killed casually, so he didn't have to care at all. In addition to them, a face-to-face guy appeared. However, he did not take it seriously. No matter who it is in front of you in this state, you are just a tiny bug and can be crushed to death at will. Now, it's time to complete his mission and destroy the world. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, your efforts are just in vain. In the end, nothing can be protected. Now I will destroy you together with this world. The demonized Superstar Dragon grinned fierce. His body slowly floated into the sky and came to hundreds of meters of air. Crazy. The rich evil aura turned into a demonic fire that was enough to burn everything surrounding the demonized Superstar Dragon, burning wildly. The entire earth was shaking due to the power of the demonized Superstar Dragon, and different catastrophes occurred around the world. In addition to the earth, the power of the demonized Super 1 Star Dragon has affected the origin of the entire universe and even other dimensions, such as the world of different dimensions, the underworld, the king of the realm, and the gods of the realm have been affected to varying degrees. The old king god Jabet, Shaguro, and Kogora, who are in the realm of 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 the realm, were already scared and changed their faces. The demonized demonized Super 1-star dragon is planning to destroy everything in this world. Once this guy succeed, the World King Gods will also be affected. At that time, these World King Gods will also be in extreme negative direction. It's gone by energy. Located on the Great Star of the Great Realm in the underworld, the Great Realm King and the 4 Great Realm Kings were all in panic. They naturally know what happened on Earth, but they can't do anything. Once the demonized superstar dragon condenses enough power, not only the universe will be destroyed, but the entire underworld will also be destroyed. It's over. Everything is over. Goku and Vegeta both lost. Who else can stop him? The king of the North World in this world fell into deep despair and could not imagine the possibility of winning. Everything will be dragged into the palace of destruction by the power of the evil dragon. On Earth, under the power of the demonized superstar dragon, the Earth fell into darkness again. The 7 evil dragon balls embedded in the chest of the demonized superstar dragon were increasingly richer, and the negative energy quickly gathered, and a super negative energy bomb with infinite destructive power condensed into shape. As a bystander, Talat watched the scene without saying a word. I came in on a whim and didn't expect that things would change like this. Since he met him, he naturally would not sit idly. It's over. This world. The demonized superstar dragon raised his hand and waved it forward. Under his control, this powerful super negative energy bomb fell straight to the ground. Everything will be destroyed by this extreme negative energy. After the GT warriors felt this attack full of death, a deep sense of powerlessness enveloped their body and mind. Resist? Where can I have the courage at this time? Just when despair was already engulfing everyone's heart, Talat took action. Talat crossed the space in an instant, came to the front of the super negative energy bomb, and raised his right hand. Boom! A violent vibration came from the space. The strong aftermath shattered the space around Talat, but the extremely powerful super negative energy bomb stopped advancing at this moment. At some point, the magic superstar dragon, who was already 10,000 meters above the sky, stopped abruptly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes filled with blood. His attack was actually blocked. Impossible. The demonized superstar dragon frowned. This is a super negative energy bomb he used without reservation. Its destructive power is thousands of times stronger than the super negative energy bomb he released before. Even the Super 4 worships cannot stop it. But just like that, I stopped moving forward. Who is it? Who blocked my attack? The demonized superstar dragon was furious. At this time, everything should be a foregone conclusion and should not change again. On the ground, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, who had given up everything and were waiting for death to come, saw the super negative energy bomb blocked, and then, it is a strong ecstasy. Although I don't know what's going on, but according to what they saw, this unknown existence actually blocked the attack of the demonized superstar dragon. That person is he a god? Sun Xiaofang stared at Talat figure intently. After despair, you will transform the deepest desire in your heart into imagine. This scene was also firmly remembered by her in her mind and will never be forgotten. On the battlefield, Talat, who blocked the super negative energy bomb with one hand, has now transformed into a state of self-desire. With the blessing of the destructive power, his power directly broke through to the 10th dimension. Even though the destructive attack of the demonized superstar dragon is very destructive, in his hands it is just a toy that can be played with at will. Destruction, Talat said in a word, and the invisible destructive power expanded from his palm. In just a moment, the super negative energy bomb distorted and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye until it finally turned into nothingness. The demonized superstar dragon was approaching and happened to see this scene. His mouth was wide enough to stuff a big watermelon into it, and his concept was subverted again. The final kill released after exceeding the limit was directly erased by this unknown guy, and this guy looked relaxed, as if he had done something trivial. The most terrifying thing was that the sudden emergence of power made him feel a little afraid. Just like if you are swept by this force, you will be gone. The extreme negative energy is indeed a bit powerful. It is really difficult to purify it if it is ordinary divine power. However, in the face of destruction of divine power, this kind of power is absolutely restrained. Talat stood in the posture of the destruction of the god. Above the ruins, the destructive power that invisibly exuded directly crushed the evil aura of the demonized superstar dragon. All living organisms on the earth who are still alive have felt the change, and they seem to have been pulled into a brand new world. Who are you? The demonized superstar dragon shouted in a deep voice. Intuition told him that Talat was very dangerous, and his danger coefficient was even greater than that of the Super 4 Vegeta he had dealt with before. What's going on in this world? He was obviously about to successfully destroy, but there were some unexpected surprises that he unexpectedly appeared one after another. Now, another unimaginable guy appeared to stop him. I'm just a passing scion. Of course, you can also call me the god of destruction. After all, what I am using now is the power of destruction. Talat's mouth turned and borrowed the god of destruction call. Anyway, he has mastered the power of destruction. Although he does not intend to become a destruction god, he is qualified to become become a destruction god no matter what. I have to say that it is really a bit satisfying to call myself the god of destruction. No wonder Baruth and Elephant Pana have been emphasizing this point, and other destruction gods will blow their identities to heaven. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the demonized superstar dragon, but soon this surprise was replaced by a strong anger. God of destruction? It's extremely boring. If you say you are the god of destruction, then I am the god of destruction who pulls this world into the destruction of the world. Chapter 301. A star dragon disappears. Everything returns to peace. In the eyes of the demonized superstar dragon, even the so-called gods are just a group of high-ranking ants. Dragon Ball Lightning. The demonized superstar dragon locked in Talat's position and took the lead in attacking Talat. The blood-colored Dragon Ball on his chest reacted, and in an instant two powerful blood-colored lightning shot out from the hands of the demonized superstar dragon and rushed straight to Taro. The destructive power of this blow is enough to make a planet into powder in an instant. Unfortunately, in front of Talat in his extreme state of self-extreme mind, this level of attack did not even have the qualification to break his divine defense. Facing the oncoming Dragon Ball Lightning, Talat raised his brows and a purple divine light flashed deep in his eyes. Invisible destructive power permeated, and the moment when the Dragon Ball Lightning approached, it turned into energy particles in the sky and dissipated in the surrounding space. Don't take this boring trick out. You can't embarrass you. Talat's mouth raised. His right hand hooked his index finger at the demonized superstar dragon in the sky and said provocatively. Seeing this scene, how could the demonized star dragon accept it? He is the strongest evil dragon. What's more, it's the enhanced posture now. Anyone who dares to provoke the power of the evil dragon will die without a complete corpse. The 7 evil dragon balls on his chest also emitted a creeping blood at this moment. When the energy was raised to its peak, the demonized superstar dragon launched an attack on Talat. The evil shockwave of the 7-star dragon, the whirlwind spiral blade of the 6-star dragon, the evil thunder strike of the 5-star dragon, the explosion bombing of the 4-star dragon, the frozen beam of Samsung dragon, the corrupt energy ray of the 2-star dragon. Super 1-star dragon used all the tricks of other evil dragons. Facing this endless variety of attack, Talat didn't care much. Just a 9th dimensional attack. How could he do anything to reach the 10th dimensional level? The gap between the real realm of the god of destruction and the realm of the god of destruction is not an ordinary big one. Let me see if you can survive the power of destruction. Talat raised his right hand and exerted force with his 5 fingers. Buzz. A dull sound. This sound. In Talat's palm, a creeping purple light bloomed, but a destructive energy ball formed in a flash. Go, Talat thought, and the destructive energy ball was driven and hit all the attacks of the demonized superstar dragon. When the two sides collided, an incredible scene happened. All the attacks of the demonized superstar dragon were destroyed by Talat's destructive power with crushing force. All negative energy disappeared under the destruction of the power of destruction, and this destructive energy bomb is still advancing towards the demonized superstar dragon, and it is still expanding on the way, and its power is increasing sharply. At this moment, the demonized superstar dragon faced the large destruction energy bomb that was attacking towards him. His face was heavy and he gritted his teeth. If he wanted to do this angle, he could completely avoid it, but as the strongest evil dragon, he had his own dignity. The demonized superstar dragon burst out all its evil power, pushed forward with both hands, and all the negative energy in its body gushed out, hitting the destructive energy ball. With the impact of the evil energy light, the destructive energy ball stopped advancing, as if it was really blocked. Seeing this, the evil smile on his face became even stronger, but after only 3 seconds of happiness, the power of the destructive energy ball exploded in full swing. The powerful pressure expanded from the inside of the destructive energy ball, instantly offsetting the power of all evil energy lights and advancing to the front of the demonized Super 1-star dragon. Under the suppression of the destructive energy ball, the demonized superstar dragon's face changed drastically. He kept trying to exert force to block the destructive energy ball, but found that his power was as weak as if it was sinking into the sea. Stop! Stop it for me! The demonized superstar dragon roared hysterically. His evil power continued to explode, even reaching a point beyond his limit, but no matter how hard he exerted, he could no longer stop the destructive energy ball from advancing. As his hands were swallowed by the destructive energy bomb, his entire face was distorted and deformed due to tension and fear. Impossible. I am the most strong evil dragon. I absolutely cannot lose now. Even if you are the god of destruction, the demonized superstar dragon is constantly struggling, but it is too late to get out. His pitiful self-esteem seemed so useless at this moment. Originally he was already seriously injured. but was strengthened by unknown evil forces and surpassed his own limit. After evolving again, the demonized superstar dragon began to be arrogant, but he didn't know that he had committed a big taboo. His strength is indeed strong, and he is even considered to be at the level of the god of destruction. However, the quasi-destructive god level and the destructive god level are still incomparable. His existence was just a slightly larger ant in front of Talat, but it's hateful. Amid the hysterical screams, the body of the demonized superstar dragon was gradually swallowed up. The body was destroyed by the destructive power, and the negative energy and evil power in the body were traumatized. His demonized body was shattered, and the 6 dragon balls in his body were beaten out again, and his state also retreated from the demonized super form to the ordinary form. He should be grateful for the negative energy of this evil force and the other 6 dragon balls. It is precisely because of the extremely evil energy source generated by the combination of this force and negative energy that he lucky enough to save his life to avoid the ending of being scattered. The destruction of divine power is not only aimed at the body but also at the soul. Once killed by the destructive power, it means real death. Body disappears and souls are scattered. Existence itself has been completely erased. It's really surprising. You have to bear it. I just held the move that kills you and released the energy intensity of the energy that kills you. I have to say that as a product of extreme negative energy creation, your existence itself is indeed very special, but that's all. Talat had already sentenced the ending of Yuxinglong while talking and laughing. The origin of the evil power was shattered, and his own evil power was severely damaged, and even the super form could not be maintained. The current Yuxing dragon has a sharp decline in strength, and it has dropped from the late magnitude of the 9th dimension to the 6th dimension. Even in the 7th dimension, his current strength is probably the teaming of Ub or Sun Gohan among the GT warriors to defeat him. No, me power has all disappeared. What did you do? Yuxinglong roared in fear, but angrily. He could not accept that his ultimate form was defeated so easily, and he was defeated so thoroughly. As the strongest evil dragon, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. The more I thought about it, the more angry I became. The more I made a crazy decision. He squeezed out the last trace of power left in this broken body. Kill you. I must kill you. The red-eyed star dragon rushed towards Talat. This is the last masterpiece of Yuxinglong. Looking for death. Talat snorted coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the next second turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. The next second, Talat appeared directly above the star dragon at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Talat's sudden approaching made Yuxinglong tense all over his body and shock. He had no time to react, and Talat kicked him in the back. A star dragon, who suffered this devastating blow, spurted a blood arrow from his mouth. Boom! The deafening roar spread all over the world. The broken body of a star dragon fell on the dilapidated earth like a meteor. In an instant the sky collapsed and the earth broke. The wind swelled, and the earth within a radius of dozens of miles continued to shake, which shows how powerful this blow was. Located at the position where a star dragon fell, a super pit that was 10,000 meters wide and nearly 100 meters deep appeared. The star dragon was lying dyingly in the center of the deep pit. The breath of life still exists, but it is extremely weak and will be extinguished at any time. At this moment the outcome has been announced. Locked the position of a star dragon, crossed the space with one thought, and teleported to the front of a star dragon. Talat, who emitted purple divine light all over his body, looked down at the half-dead star dragon in the posture of a victor. The pair of purple pupils exuded a divine power of contempt for everything. The source of that evil force was also wiped out by the destructive power. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to track it down and didn't know who that guy was. Talat thought secretly after observing the situation of a star dragon. This evil power can strengthen the one star dragon to the 9th dimension, which is enough to show how strong the master of this power is. Conservatively estimated, it should be at the 10th level. Talat returned to his mind and raised his right hand and pointed it at the half-dead star dragon. Destruction, said a word, and the invisible destructive power swept across the entire body of a star dragon. Under the destruction of the destructive power, the body of a star dragon turned into pieces and disappeared, leaving only a star dragon ball. At this point, the evil dragon chaos has come to an end. Outside the battlefield, GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta, lying in the ruins, have just recovered. The two of them stood up, enduring the severe pain that was as if they were broken into pieces. The aura of the one-star dragon has disappeared. Was that person the move? GT Vegeta said in surprise. He deeply understood the horror of demonized super one-star dragon. Even in the 4th level Super Saiyan form, he was beaten back to the prototype with one move. Such a terrifying guy. Even if he and Kakarot merged into Super 4 Vegeta again, I am afraid he is not an opponent. But now, the demonized super one-star dragon no longer exists and everything seems to be over. GT Sun Wukong, who was standing beside him, also endured the pain on his body and his eyes fixed on Talat, who slowly came out of the 10,000 meter pit. He tried to feel Talat's chi but found that he could not feel the other person's chi at all. He used another way to perceive it and could only feel a sense of oppression that penetrated into his soul. Vegeta, can you feel that person's anger? GT Sun Wukong turned his head and asked. Hey. Hearing this, GT Vegeta immediately began to try to sense Talat's breath. After discovering that Talat's anger could not be sensed, he looked horrified. Although he couldn't feel the air, this special sense of oppression made his body and soul tremble uncontrollably. I can't sense the anger. What does that guy come from? GT Vegeta was still vigilant. Talat's identity was unknown, which made him dare not relax. The most powerful man who can instantly kill the Super 1-star dragon is also at the level of the 4 Vegeta. I don't know, but it seems that he is not an enemy. GT Sun Wukong said with a serious face. Intuition told him that Talat should not be a bad person, otherwise you will not kill. On the other side, Sun Gohan, Sun Goten, Trunks, Sun Xiaofang, Bra, Satan, Kikai, Bulma, and others were all stunned, vanished. The aura of the Star Dragon no longer exists. After repeated confirmation, Boob confirmed that the Star Dragon had died. A strong joy surged in my heart. This battle that concerns the survival of the Earth is finally over. I didn't expect that the ending would end in this way. That person shouldn't be the enemy, right? Sun Gohan was in a mess and was in awe of Talat's mysterious and powerful existence. The other party easily dealt with the evil dragon. Such a powerful existence is fine if it is a friend, but if it is an enemy, it would be terrible. The remaining people also sighed that no one was willing to experience this feeling of being on the verge of life and death. The underworld, on the great realm of kings, the great realm king, the 4 great realm kings, and all the people in the underworld who were watching the war on Earth were stunned at this moment. A monster of the level as strong as a demonized superstar dragon was easily killed. What is this person's origin? Thank God, the evil dragon was finally solved. But what is the origin of this person? He easily killed all monsters like a star dragon. He had never heard of such a number 1 character in the universe before. The King of Northern Realm breathed a sigh of relief and his tense nerves relaxed. However, the King of Northern Realm also felt strong curiosity about Talat's identity. He continued to watch what happened on Earth and waited for subsequent development. Realm King God Realm, the old King God, the god of Jebai, Shaguro, and Kogora. The group is in the process of, after seeing the changes in the war on Earth through the crystal ball, they all breathed a sigh of relief one after another, and the big hanging stone in their heart finally put down. Old ancestor, do you have any impression of this person who has solved the 1-star dragon? God Jabit turned his head and asked the old King God. Although he was just watching the game through the crystal ball, God Jabit could feel the terrifying power of gods that burst out from Talat. Although that power of God is essentially different from the power of gods mastered by the kings of the realm, the power of gods is indeed the same. In addition, what Talat said about the god of destruction, is there a character named Destruction God in the universe? As the Supreme World King God, he has never heard of it. Chapter 302 Shenlong, Lord Destruction. The old King God at this moment looked serious. Through the crystal ball, he naturally felt the terrifying power of the gods in Talat's body, and the most incredible thing was that there was a special mark left by himself in this person's body. There is his power in this mark. God of Destruction. I haven't heard of this title for many years. This person has the mark left by my power. Could it be that he is a god of destruction from other time and space world? The old King God thought to himself in a heavy mood. How could the old King God not know about the god of destruction? However, in their world there is no existence of God. The god of destruction is a god that exists in other time and space world. In their time and space, only his experienced existence knows some secret. The world is not complete. In a sense, this is a space-time world that is heading towards an unknown route. The old King God thinking continues to broaden, and the deeper he thinks, he has great suspicion about Talat's identity. At this moment, it is located in the space-time corridor. The mastermind behind the release of evil powers to interfere with the Dragon Ball GT space-time world is watching the situation in the GT world through the space-time light curtain. He happened to pass by and was attracted by the evil power of the superstar dragon. Demigura, the demon god of the dark demon world. The evil power that had been before was his masterpiece, is the power of the god of destruction. It's amazing. I didn't expect you to have mastered this power. Not only that, you can also travel through time and space independently. It's amazing. Demigula pinched his chin with his right hand. The pair of eyes filled with bloody smell looked up and down through the space-time light curtain. He is not unfamiliar with Talat. More than half a year ago, the air patrolman Vegeta sneaked into the dark world together and rescued Badak, who was transformed into a masked warrior. When he noticed Talat, he just thought that the other party was just an ant who had mastered the power of the gods and had a little strength. Now it seems that he is too clumsy. The Scion's strength is far stronger than he thought. He can even use the power of the destruction god, which can only be mastered by the destruction god. It was just a whim to do an experiment to control this evil dragon in time and space to complete my plan, but I didn't expect that you would would disrupt the plan. Forget it. Give you a face. We will see you again in the future. Then you will be a qualified piece. Demigura grinned and pointed the demon scepter in her hand. In an instant the power of time and space burst out and directly teleported him away from the time and space corridor. In the GT space-time world, GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta both came to Talat with their scarred bodies. Thank you, although I don't know who you are. If you hadn't helped you save Vegeta and this world would probably have been destroyed by the guy Yuxing Long. GT Sun Wukong took the lead in thanking. It's okay, it's just a simple task. But Kakarot of this world, you have become so small. Talat lowered his head and joked at GT Sun Wukong. You know me? GT Sun Wukong asked curiously with a cute look on his face. The name Kakarot is usually only Vegeta calls it like this. Now Talat is the second one. Of course, in my time and space world, I not only know you but also Vegeta. You have to call me Big Brother. Talat's words made GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta feel incredible. They figured it out that the powerful man in front of them was not in existence in their world, but like the future Ten Nox who came to their world through the time machine, came from another time and space world. Kakarot Big Brother? No, Kakarot only has red eyes. One brother. Are you also a scion? GT Vegeta asked tentatively with a serious face. I'm not his big brother. You are a little old in this time and space. Vegeta, I'm a scion, so it shouldn't be difficult to see, Talat said with a smile. In the next second, in order to prove it, accompanied by a golden breath swept across his body from his feet, Talat transformed into a state of self-extreme mind and transformed from the state of Super Saiyan first level full power. After witnessing Talat transforming into the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta already had the answer in their minds. Talat, it's right to be a scion. However, strangely, after transformation, Talat seemed to have become weaker, but this weak is also extremely powerful for them. How could they know how special the self-extreme form is? They only think that it is Talat's common sense. Stay. Don't be surprised, I'm not your enemy. Speaking of which, you actually have the ability to deal with the evil dragon at the beginning, which is a pity, Talat said. After hearing Talat's word, Vegeta was the first to react and scolded Kakarot in a desperate situation. It's all my fault for Kakarot. The personality after the fusion should have been dominated by me. That's right, he forced himself to dominate. The battle that could have ended easily was influenced by Sun Wukong's personality and turned into a superstar dragon playing with it and finally failed. It can't be entirely blamed on me. Who knew that the time of fusion was shortened so much? It should have been half an hour, but it disintegrated in less than 5 minutes. Moreover, for this matter, Vegeta, you also want to take half of the responsibility. Don't you want to show such a powerful force? Sun Wukong retorted. What did you say? Kakarot, how dare you blame me? Vegeta was furious and turned around and was about to argue with Sun Wukong. This scene looks like a father scolding his son. Sun Wukong was scolded by Vegeta and he didn't even have the chance to talk back. The key is that Vegeta was very clear and Sun Wukong really had no reason to refute for a while. Talat just watched the destined opponent performing with you and me, laughing without saying a word. At this moment the star dragon ball in Talat's hand suddenly resonated and the orange 5-pointed star inside suddenly flashed with golden light. Not far away, the other 6 dragon balls seemed to have been summoned by some kind of summons and flew over one after another. Seeing this, Talat threw the 1-star dragon ball over. The 7 dragon balls gathered together and the dragon also appeared from the 7 dragon balls on its own initiative. However, the appearance of the dragon did not cause changes in the world this time and the sky was still clear and everything was as before. Divine dragon, that's great. This time it's not an evil dragon. Sun Wukong looked at the divine dragon who appeared again and said with joy, wait Kakarot, don't you think the appearance of the dragon this time is a bit strange? Vegeta's eyes swept around and he vaguely noticed something was wrong. Not only did the sky not darken, but even the inexplicable pressure did not appear when summoning the dragon. Moreover, the Shenlong appeared on his own initiative without anyone summoning him, which was the first time in history. God of destruction from other time and space world, thank you for purifying all negative energy for me. The earth dragon that just appeared respectfully thanked Talat. These words also attracted all the attention of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two no longer targeted each other but looked at Talat after a glance. This person's identity is even worse than they thought. This is the first time they have heard of the title of God of Destruction. I always feel very domineering. It's just a matter of raising your hands. No thanks. Taro nodded and replied. Seeing this, the dragon nodded respectfully again, then turned his eyes and looked at Sun Wukong and said in a deep voice, Sun Wukong, you must have understood the reason why the evil dragon appeared. It is precisely because of your abuse of the dragon ball that everything is unbalanced. The negative energy has skyrocketed and the evil dragon appeared. From now on, the dragon ball can no longer be used at will. Well, we have realized our mistakes in this evil dragon incident, but Shenlong, can I make another wish before you leave? leave? The last one. GT Sun Wukong looked up at Shenlong and asked politely. After hearing this, Shenlong pondered for a moment. He said in a deep voice, yes, because this battle has caused all the lives on the earth to die. My last wish is to resurrect all the dead lives on the earth and to restore the earth to what it was before it was destroyed by the evil dragon. Is it okay? Sun Wukong expressed his selfless wish. It has to be said that Sun Wukong in this time and space is mature enough and selfless enough. I understand. After learning Sun Wukong's wish, the dragon understood Sun Wukong's heart and a blood-colored light flashed in his eyes. The invisible power of wish expanded, covering the entire earth. Those earthlings who died due to the evil dragon chaos and even the animals on the earth are also resurrected at this moment. All the buildings that turned into ruins were restored to their original state at this moment, as if time had flowed back and everything had returned to the evil dragon chaos. Your wish has come true. Goodbye, Sun Wukong. After the dragon said that, he looked at Talit again. Little dragon will retreat. Lord Destruction. Well, go. Talit smiled without saying anything and without stopping. The dragon received the approval and flew into the air toward the cloud. The 7 dragon balls also disappeared into the sky. Sun Wukong waved goodbye. Everything that happens in the future will depend on their own strength and no dragon will be able to help them again. No, it should be said that there will be no dragon ball in recent years. After all, the departure of the dragon is somewhat related to the serious damage to the vital energy caused by this evil dragon incident. The dragon needs to be cultivated for a long time before it can reappear in the human world. Actually, according to the original GT World plot trajectory, Shenlong will take Sun Wukong with him this time, with the purpose of using the huge positive energy in Sun Wukong's body to purify the remaining negative energy for him. But now, because of his appearance, the reason why he used the destructive power to erase the evil dragon directly from the root of the negative energy, this also indirectly led to a shift in the trajectory of fate. Sun Wukong was not taken away by the dragon, and this world has embarked on a brand new path. Soon, a group of GT warriors outside the battlefield all came over. They are very glad that this crisis that concerns the survival of the universe has ended, and they pay tribute to Talit for his gratitude. After learning about Talit's identity and in order to thank Talit for solving this crisis, everyone in the GT world invited Talit to go back to Zeta together. Talit did not refuse. When he came to the GT world, he decided to stay in this world for a while. Before we knew it, it was already dusk. Under the arrangement of Bulma in the GT world, the celebration banquet was arranged as fast as possible and enough food was prepared to entertain everyone. All the GT fighters gathered together to relax their tense nerve through food and exchanges with each other's life. Although Talit did not fully integrate into this atmosphere, he also took this opportunity to enjoy the food on the table. At this time, next to him, Sun Wukong was like a clingy child, constantly asking about him. Talit did not hide this and told him some things about his time and space world, from the Big Bang of Vegeta to the subsequent floating and destroying Frisia's base in the universe until the final decisive battle with Frisia on Earth. A storyline that is completely different from the past of the GT world also makes everyone feel incredible. They never thought that there would be such a big difference between different time and space world. These are two completely different worlds. Especially Vegeta's combat effectiveness when he first arrived on Earth actually exceeded 100,000 points. As a young follower, Naba's combat effectiveness even exceeded 25,000 points when she arrived on Earth for the first time. In addition, Latize is still alive and everyone has mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Everyone recalled the bald Saiyan at the time, and for a moment they couldn't imagine what Naba would look like after she transformed into a Super Saiyan. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were attracted by this story. Sun Gohan, Sun Goten, Trunks, Sun Xiaofang, and Bra were all fascinated by the side. At the end, everyone focused on Golden Frieza. Talit just said it casually, and it turned out that Sun Bei cares about this time and space. Frieza guy, there is such power, Vegeta said in disbelief. Frieza's combat power was indeed very powerful in the past, strong enough to suppress all of them to breathe, but in today's era, Frieza is just a mouse crossing the street and he only needs one finger can stab that guy to death, and you don't need to transform into a Super Saiyan. It seems that if I go to the underworld next time, I have to make a special trip to hell. Maybe Frieza from our time and space can also break through to that form. At that time, he will be a good opponent. Sun Wukong recalled not long ago. He murmured, this idea was born and naturally attracted the attention of others. In fact, no one wants to have trouble now, but I just hope that Sun Wukong will not do anything randomly. Chapter 303. A week later, the decisive battle against GT Sun Bei. Everyone was still a little terrified when recalling the chaos that happened not long ago. Talit didn't want to be confused about this. Suddenly, a fun idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He turned his eyes and looked at GT Vegeta beside him and said, it's interesting to say it. In my time and space world, Vegeta, your strength is far greater than Kakarot. Kakarot. I didn't expect that in this time and space world the situation will turn around. There was a teasing smile between the words. After hearing this, all the GT soldiers present were stunned for a moment and then showed an incredible expression. What did you say? GT Vegeta was completely uneasy after hearing this. This was undoubtedly explosive news for him. Beyond Kakarot is his lifelong wish. Since the incident with Mahuo, he has been completely impressed and no longer pursued to surpass Kakarot but wanted to see where his limit lies. But who would have thought that in another time and space world he actually surpassed Kakarot, and according to Talat it seemed that he was still far ahead of the top. Vegeta from another world actually surpassed me? Really fate? Sun Wukong felt incredible about this, although he also hopes that Vegeta's strength can be improved to the point where he surpasses himself. He will be very upset after he really knows that Vegeta surpasses him, even if this Vegeta is Vegeta in another time and space. Before I leave my time and space, Vegeta's strength is indeed ahead of you, and his strength is second only to me and Leitais among all Scion. Talat said again. Leitais? Are you talking about my brother? Leitais. After Sun Wukong learned the news, he even more shocked. Although he knew from Talat's previous commentary that Leitais was still alive, he was also shocked after learning that Leitais' strength was actually better than him and Vegeta and was second only to Talat. Now, what kind of world is that time and space? It is completely different from their current world. I was surpassed by Leitais in another time and space? What a joke. GT Vegeta was messy in the wind. This news was even more unacceptable than Kakarot surpassing him. That's Leitais, the younger brother who was dispensable under his command back then. The ultimate combat power is only 1500 points. Vegeta's face turned pale and became increasingly ugly. Immediately afterward, Talat began to tell about Leitais. In short, it is just to talk about some things that are not, which is considered to exchange information and also provides some turning points for changes in this time and space. Time flies fast. Before we knew it, it has been a week since the demonized Superstar Dragon was solved by Talat. During this week, Talat was not idle, traveling through the entire GT space-time universe and even perceiving a higher dimension. Talat did this for two purposes. First is to determine whether there is a destruction of the God realm in the GT world. The second is to determine whether there are two bosses in the Dragon Ball AF fan series in the GT world. After all, even the GT time and space world has appeared. Will the future of this world be connected to the plot of AF? After traveling through many corners of the GT universe, first of all, it is about whether there are destruction gods and angels in the GT world. He got the answer from the old king god. The GT space-time world is a broken world, and there is no complete system of gods in this world. In this world, the highest status is their king god. Whether it is the god of destruction or the angel, it does not exist. This answer shocked Talat, but he couldn't delve into it, so he could only think of it. Then, he began to verify the second guess, looking for the existence that appeared in the AF series of space-time. For example, Sun Wukong's third son Zai Kao and Friesia's son Ace. After a full week of searching, there was no trace. From this, Talat concluded that the GT space-time world is an independent space-time world, and it may derive other parallel space-time, but this space-time world will not, because it is the Dragon Ball GT universe itself, not the derivative universe. On Earth, Baizai Mountain, Sun Wukong was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff and entered meditation. He practiced in his spiritual world, further improving the fourth level of the Super Saiyan, while also digesting the experience and gains of fighting the evil dragon. The 1 week-long insight has greatly improved for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who perfectly digests all his insight, has his strength that is different from the past. Successful, feeling the huge energy in his body, Sun Wukong said excitedly. Compared to a week ago, he has exploded with all his strength. Although he still cannot reach the powerful realm of a superstar dragon, he already has the strength to fight head-on with a superstar dragon without losing his advantage. Moreover, the initial confrontation is no less than the superstar dragon. If he fights to the back, he will definitely win. The fourth level state of the Super Saiyan fully activates the power of bloodline and also exerts the characteristics of Saions as strong as they meet. If you really want to fight the Super 1-star dragon again, the winner will be able to fight to the back. It must be him. It's almost time to calculate it. That guy should be back. Sun Wukong returned with his heart and looked at the universe with his eyes. Just at this moment, an extremely deep breath entered his perception. Reflecting on this fierce aura, a splendid light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He rubbed his nose bridge, and his smile became more and more straightforward. This breath is exactly Talat's aura. Sun Wukong smiled excitedly, then couldn't wait to move instantly, disappearing on the cliff of Baizai Mountain. He is going to fight. This is a war letter set up by Talat 7 days ago before he set out to travel to the universe Zidu. Inside the luxurious manor in the backyard of Universal Capsule Company, Vegeta's cultivation area. Since he learned from Talat that he had already possessed the power to surpass Kakarot, Vegeta seemed to have taken stimulant, regaining gained the motivation for cultivation and gained confidence. During this week he has been undergoing high-intensity exercises and his body has returned to his peak state. Not only that, he pulled out the lost tail in these 7 days. As his tail grows back, Vegeta's combat power has increased by another order of magnitude. He can already complete the 4th level transformation of the Super Saiyan without using the Bruise Light Wave launch device. At this moment Vegeta, whose physical function has returned to her peak, is repeating single finger push ups over and over again. Not an ordinary single finger push up, but a single finger push up under thousands of times the gravity environment. It is also a unique warm-up exercise for Vegeta. At this moment Vegeta, who had been practicing halfway through, suddenly felt Talat's breath. His movements were paused and the next second he exerted force. After spinning in the air for several times, he landed perfectly. Vegeta's cold eyes stared at the distant horizon and a confident and awe-inspiring smile appeared on his face again. It's just right. It's worth the time. I've done such a long warm-up exercise. Now I'm different from a week ago. Vegeta clenched his fists with high spirit and his eyes were full of passion. Vegeta, who returned to his peak state and perfectly mastered the 4th level Super Saiyan, had extremely confident in his strength. Although he was unable to defeat Talat, he was also confident and comparable to Sun Wukong. Moreover, this battle is not a fair contest in essence, but rather that he and Kakarot teamed up to deal with Talat alone. Leaving the gravity training room, Vegeta slowly floated into the sky. After locking Talat's position, he instantly burst out. His speed was so fast that he caused layers of sonic booms in the space. Located in a barren area on the southern continent of the Earth, Talat chose this place as the combat area, quietly waiting for the arrival of Sun Wukong and Vegeta with his hands in his chest. After a week of precipitation, we can feel that their strength has become stronger. This also made Talat start to look forward to whether the Super 4 Originala after the two people merged will have a qualitative change compared to the Super 4 Originala a week ago. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Sun Wukong moved instantly and appeared in front of Talat. It coming very quickly. Talat quipped, "Hehe, this day finally comes." Talat. Sun Wukong showed his iconic smile and greeted Talat. It is worth mentioning that his body has changed back to its original state and is no longer a child. Taro didn't say much. It seems that Vegeta will take a while to arrive. Why don't we start first? Sun Wukong couldn't wait. He couldn't help but want to fight Talat quickly. The week's precipitation was for this day, and now is the best time for him to test his own strength. Of course, the most important thing is that he is afraid that Vegeta will take the opportunity to take action first after he comes. Are you so impatient? Yes. Talat understood what Sun Wukong meant and agreed to his request. Sun Wukong, who was allowed, had a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes. He shouted excitedly, and the blood power in his body was activated in an instant. With the explosion of golden light, he completed the 4th level transformation of the Super Saiyan in an instant. Did you complete the 4th level transformation of the Super Saiyan in an instant? It seems that you have perfectly digested the insights of fighting the evil dragon. Talat's eyes wandered back and forth on the Super 4 Sun Wukong. Just a few short times you can see how strong the combat power of the current 4-year-old Sun Wukong is. It has reached the late stage of the 8th dimension. Although it is a little weaker than the Superstar Dragon, it is not much weaker. That's natural. We Scions will improve every time we fight. Although I am not as strong as the Superstar Dragon now, I am not much different. Come on, you can transform. Talat, let me see your transformation. Super 4 Sun Wukong urged with high fighting spirit. Once he enters the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, he will not be able to control his emotions, especially when facing an opponent as strong as Talat. He could hardly resist the restless desire to fight in his body. Okay, as you wish. Talat's mouth raised and the S cells in his body were activated in a thought. The Super Sport energy pool was mobilized. In a flash, he entered the state of full power of the 1st level Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan's 1st level full power state? Do you think you only need to become a Super Saiyan's 1st level can deal with me? Are you not afraid of being beaten by me later? Super 4 Sun Wukong, the corners of his mouth raised and he joked to Talat. Although it is very unpleasant, Sun Wukong knows that Talat's strength is here and he may not be the opponent even if he is fighting alone. If you can defeat my Super Saiyan 1st level, then I will let you see the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4th level breakthrough. Talat put up 2 consecutively. Finger introduced 2 different forms to Super 4 Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Super 4 Sun Wukong showed seriousness. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan level 4 and breakthrough of boundary. Interesting. He has never heard of the God of Super Saiyan, but what is certain is that this form must be a brand new transformation, maybe even stronger than the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. The brand new transformation aroused the interest of the 4th Sun Wukong, making him full of expectations for the future path to become stronger. As for the 4th level Super Saiyan and the boundary breakthrough, this transformation is certainly a form above the 4th level Super Saiyan, and it is also the path he will take next. If you can learn how to transform from Talat, it will only be a matter of time before he break through to the 4th level limit of the Super Saiyan. Come on, Kakarot. Talat hooked his index finger at Super 4 Sun Wukong. Then I'm better obey my destiny than respect. The moment I finished speaking, the powerful bloodline power came from the 4th grandson Wukong's body gushed out. It is comparable to the scorching breath of the sun, and it mercilessly swallowed everything within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The aura burst to its peak. The Super 4 Sun Wukong raised his right hand, and his palm turned into a blade of destruction that could cut through everything, slashing towards Talat from the air. Tear. The blade of iron cutting aura, slashing through the space, driving the temperature that was enough to burn everything, and attacking Talat head-on. Facing the burning blade attack of the Super 4 Sun Wukong, a bright light flashed in Talat's eyes. In an instant, an invisible energy expanded, perfectly offsetting the attack of the burning blade that was cut into iron like mud. The attack failed, and the Super 4 Sun Wukong suddenly rushed out with both legs, and a sunlight rushed towards Talat, driving the iron fist to penetrate the power of his body. Heaven and earth penetrate the fist. Super 4 Sun Wukong's offensive was fierce, fast and powerful, but in Talat's eyes he was still very weak. At the moment when the attack of Super 4 Monkey King was about to hit, Talat burst out at a speed that crossed the space. While perfectly avoiding this powerful attack, he also left a afterimage on the spot. The full strength attack of Super 4 Sun Wukong penetrated the afterimage left by Talat. Chapter 304 Bloodline Explosion. Super Dragon Fist. After a shadow, the attack failed, and the Super 4 Sun Wukong suddenly came to his senses and realized that something was wrong. Where are you looking at, Kakarot? Talat voice sounded from behind the Super 4 Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Super 4 Sun Wukong's face changed drastically. He suddenly turned around and launched a fierce and terrifying attack on Talat again. He knew that if he stopped, he would face Talat's attack. Before this, he must show all his strength. The powerful iron fist that is destroyed and destroyed. Each attack contains extremely terrifying destructive power, and a random blow is enough to turn an asteroid into dust in the universe. But his attack method seemed to have been seen through by Talat. No matter how the Super 4 Sun Wukong attacked, he failed to cause substantial damage to Talat. All the attacks were resolved by Talat, which made the Super 4 Sun Wukong's face change again, and he was shocked and his whole body was in a bad mood. I knew Talat was very strong, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Before he could take action, Talat took the lead and launched an attack first with a powerful punch, which was in the heart of the 4 Chinese Super League Sun Wukong. Huff! The Super 4 Sun Wukong, who was hit hard, looked ugly, and a stream of sour water was sprayed out from his mouth, and a trace of blood could be seen vaguely. It hurts and it hurts. Super Si Sun Wukong retreated in pain. Fortunately, his current form is the 4th level Super Saiyan form, otherwise Talat punch would probably kill him. I didn't expect that all my attacks were invalid for you. It's hard to imagine how Talat you practiced. Super 4 Sun Wukong said with high fighting spirit. He was not angry when he suffered this blow, but seemed extremely excited. The belligerent factor in his body became even more exciting because of this piercing pain. I just luckily got some guidance from powerful existences. The god system in your world is not complete, otherwise the realm you and Vegeta can reach will be further away. Talat encouraged him after the 4 Sun Wukong's word. In fact, it is a bit self-deprecating to say this because Talat's efforts are definitely more than several times that of others. With a snatch, powerful energy gathered in Talat palm, and a powerful energy shot out a powerful energy cannon to blast the Super 4 Sun Wukong 10 times. Turtle card Higong wave. Super 4 Sun Wukong did not dare to slack off and used his strongest killing skill to deal with it immediately. Boom! The two energy collided, causing a super explosion that vibrated the world, and the dazzling light of flames soared into the sky. The killing skills of both sides offset each other, and the flames generated by the explosion were dispersed by the powerful auras of the two of them in the next second. Talat and Super 4 Sun Wukong had 4 eyes facing each other. After this tentative battle, the two had an accurate positioning of each other's strength. The warm-up exercise has ended here. I will be serious now, Kakarot. After Talat said, a blue and white light flashed in his eyes, and the second-level energy pool of the Super Saiyan in his body was mobilized. Crack! The blue and white light sounded around Talat. The powerful aura took shape in an instant, and the terrifying aura instantly overshadowed Sun Wukong's 4th-level Super Saiyan form. At this moment, Talat's golden anger rose into the sky. Surrounded by dense blue and white light, his aura soared. His face was cold and filled with a kingly aura that despises everything. Witnessing Talat's transformation into the second-level peak form of the Super Saiyan, Super 4 Sun Wukong couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Talat, who is in the first-level full power state of Super Saiyan, has surpassed his 4th-level Super Saiyan by relying on his super-level combat power alone. Now he has transformed into the second level of the Super Saiyan and it seems he has no chance to fight. However, Sun Wukong is always Sun Wukong and will not give up easily. Can the second level of Super Saiyan be so powerful? It's obviously dangerous, but I feel very excited. Super 4 Sun Wukong, whose fighting spirit was completely aroused, gritted his teeth and let out a loud shout. In an instant his aura expanded and his powerful aura condensed and formed in a short period of time. The domineering blood force attacked Talat. Feeling the aura impact of the Super 4 Sun Wukong's active explosion, Talat smiled indifferently and a light flashed in his eyes and the majestic aura spread out like a torrent. This majestic aura that was enough to destroy the world in an instant overwhelmed the blood pressure of the 4 Sun Wukong. As the wind and lightning flashed, the two of them turned into an aurora and disappeared from the spot at the same time. Their bodies were disillusioned and they were like ghosts and shuttled and collided in the space. But in a flash, Talat and Super 4 Sun Wukong collided with astonishing dozens of times. The aftermath of the battle is so intense that space is distorted and the world is turbulent. The aftermath of destruction ruthlessly tear the earth apart. Several astonishing gaps. Bang pound, bang pound. The battle between the two sides continued to intensify and became more and more intense, but the aftermath of the battle distorted the space. If Talat hadn't used the power of God to maintain the stability of the earth during the battle, I'd be afraid that the earth will be in chaos now. Outside the battlefield, it seems that the battle between Kakarot and Talat is about to be decided. Cut. Vegeta came late and watched the battle between Talat and Talat fighting. He didn't mind Kakarot taking the lead in fighting Talat but was very lucky. At least you can take this opportunity to judge and have a greater confidence in fighting Talat. On the battlefield, the battle between Talat and Super 4 Sun Wukong is getting worse and worse. Faced with the pressure brought by Talat, Super 4 Sun Wukong showed his amazing growth ability. He learned and evolved in battle and slowly adapted to Talat fighting rhythm, and he also changed his fighting style to make up for his shortcomings and make his fighting style more perfect. Boom! The sound of a loud bang. Talat and Sun Wukong punched each other, causing a super explosion in the space that was enough to destroy the world. The Super 4 Sun Wukong, who was impacted by the force, flew backwards like a cannonball. On the other hand, Talat is like an unshakable mountain, standing still. It's really a headache. My Super Saiyan level 4 seems to be no match for your Super Saiyan level 2 at all. This cruel strength gap was in front of me, and Super 4 Sun Wukong was so funny and felt very unwilling to accept it, but he was convinced by Talat's strength. If the Super Saiyan had not sublimated his own bloodline in the 4th level and increased his physical strength to an extremely high level, relying solely on his current combat power, I would probably not even be qualified to fight against Talat in a head-on manner. Don't underestimate yourself. The power of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan is far more than that. The constantly burning Saiyan blood will prompt you to continue to evolve. If you can realize something in the battle with me, maybe you don't need it. With my help you can complete the 4th level boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan. Talat's words made Super 4 Sun Wukong feel excited, and his original loss was also wiped out, and instead it is a strong excitement and a desire for powerful power. Super Saiyan's 4th level and boundary breakthrough is his next goal. If he can successfully achieve it, how much will his strength be improved? Not to mention reaching the realm of Super 4 worships. I'm afraid it's enough to crush the Super 1-star dragon. It is even possible to reach the realm of demonized Super 1-star dragon. Then I'm going to try it out. Super 4 Sun Wukong was excited, with blue veins on his forehead, and the blood power in his body was restless, soaring into the sky like an erupting volcano. His bloodline expanded rapidly, and a golden aura swept across his body from the solace of his feet. The intensity of his aura was far more amazing than before, and a trace of red lightning could be vaguely seen. In a sense, this red light has a lot to do with the breakthrough of the 4th order boundary of the Super Saiyan. This is interesting. Talat smiled slightly and hooked up at the Super 4 Sun Wukong, who was in a state of explosion of breath, indicating that he could continue to attack. Seeing this, Super 4 Sun Wukong suddenly rushed out with his leg, and the sound of air explosion sounded continuously. The right fist was clenched, and a blow condensed by the hot blood force, and the roar of the dragon could be vaguely heard. This attack carries the ultimate destructive power that runs through everything. Dragon fist, explode! Super 4 Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and the iron fist that condensed the power of the dragon god hit it hard. Faced with the oncoming destruction dragon fist, Talat did not dodge or avoid, and stood still. He raised his right hand and gathered his strength in his palm. Judging from his posture, he wanted to block the dragon fist of Super 4 Super Sun Wukong from the front, but then, a powerful impact force beyond imagination surprised Talat. This force was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. Roar! A deafening dragon roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. The ultimate fist that drives boundless dragon power penetrates Talat's body and pushes Talat's back, cut everything and crush it. Even if it is just an aftermath, it is not something that ordinary people can block. Even if it is as strong as the peak level of the 7th dimension, it will be severely injured at the least, and if it is severely dead at the worst, it will be eliminated. This is just the beginning. It's not over yet. Break it for me. Sun Wukong burst out a super dragon fist that surpassed the limit. Boom! The golden aura suddenly soared into the sky, and the violent and terrifying blood power suddenly burst out. The power that Sun Wukong burst out in this moment even reached the level of the 9th dimension. Very good, Kakarot. The performance of Super 4 Monkey King surprised Talat. The power of the super dragon fist burst out, pushing Talat's body and rushing towards the universe. During the explosion of power, Super 4 Sun Wukong was surrounded by substantial bloodline power, and his entire aura became stronger. The power of the dragon fist guides the blood power in Kakarot's body in disguise. If he can detonate the blood power in his body, he may be able to complete the 4-dimensional one without the help of the power of the god. Breakthrough of boundaries. Talat guessed in his heart. Of course, the most urgent task at the moment is to resolve the super dragon fist of the Super 4 Sun Wukong. Otherwise, I would have been sent to the universe by this punch. Buzz. Talat liberated the power of the god in his body in one thought. With the addition of the power of the god, Talat entered the 2nd level Super Saiyan Divine Power Enhancement state, and his combat power showed explosive growth, and he instantly stabilized his body. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who used the super dragon fist, it could no longer shake Talat. With Talat's divine power suppressed, the explosion of dragon power and bloodline on Super 4 Sun Wukong dissipated. He was unable to move while maintaining his punching posture. No matter how hard he exerted, he could not shake Talat again. The super dragon fist that exploded with all its strength could not hurt Talat, which made Super 4 Sun Wukong shocked. He had thought that the super dragon fist would be resolved by Talat, but he didn't expect Talat to resolve it so easily. This power is the same as the feeling before. It is not chi, but it is even stronger than chi. Super 4 Sun Wukong keenly sensed the changes in Talat aura. This power, which is not a breath, is far more powerful than he thought. Talat smiled indifferently and kicked out with a knee, which was in the abdomen of the 4th Super League Sun Wukong. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Super 4 Sun Wukong, who was hit hard, spurted a stream of sour water from his mouth, and his muscles twitched all over his body, temporarily losing his ability to move. Taking advantage of the stalemate between Super 4 Sun Wukong, Talat raised his hand and punched him again. Bang! The unstoppable punch hit the face of Super 4 Sun Wukong. This punch was too sudden and its destructive power was quite terrifying. Just one punch made Super 4 Sun Wukong lose control of his body. His whole body fell from the sky like a meteorite and crashed hard towards the earth. After a brief sense of disintegration, Super 4 Sun Wukong regained control of his body in time before he was about to fall to the ground, and a gorgeous backflip landed smoothly. So dangerous. After regaining control of the body without any danger, Super 4 Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. If the Super Saiyan's 4th level physique was not strong enough, Talat's 2 attacks could directly cause him to lose his combat ability. Talat's strength is far more terrifying than he thought. At this time, Sun Wukong didn't know that Talat had already shown mercy, otherwise how could he resist? Is the special force just now the key to completing the boundary breakthrough? Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Are you the only level? If it ends here, it will disappoint me. Kakarot. Talat's voice crossed the space and came into the ears of the Super 4 Sun Wukong. Hearing this, a hint of angry but helpless smile appeared on the face of Super 4 Sun Wukong. Of course my limit is more than that. Come again, Talat. Super 4 Sun Wukong attacked again. Chapter 305. The King of Realm Fist of the 40-20 times. The bloodline power burned, and the Super 4 Sun Wukong entered a state of abrupt explosion in an instant, and he launched a hand-to-hand attack on Talat again without leaving any room. His fighting style this time has undergone a huge change compared to before. His attack speed is fast and ruthless, and he has no shadow of the Turtle Fairy Flow's fighting technique at all. Instead, he is a special combat state that is entered by physical instinct alone. This offensive made Talat's eyes shine. These actions and fighting methods of Super 4 Sun Wukong made him see the possibility of the free and extreme mind. But it is just like this. This is not the ultimate mind skill of freedom, but a state of selflessness that appears after the combat instinct has been developed to the extreme. In this state, Sun Wukong's perception and reaction will be magnified by the limit, and each attack will become sharper and more decisive than before. Although this state is strong, it is not enough to do anything to Talat. Talat teleported away and disappeared from the spot, directly disrupting the battle battle rhythm of the Super 4 Sun Wukong. Where did you go? Sun Wukong, the Super 4, was shocked when he saw this, raised his vigilance and devoted himself to the defense. But suddenly, an aurora that was so fast that the naked eye and breath sense had no time to react appeared in front of him with lightning speed. Bang! Talat punched hard at the face of the 4 Chinese Super League Sun Wukong. Talat's tough, the ultimate power, instantly knocked the 4 Sun Wukong to fly hundreds of meters away. At the moment when Super 4 Sun Wukong flew backward, Talat took advantage of the victory to chase and escaped into the space. At the next moment he arrived at the position where Super 4 Sun Wukong was about to arrive early. He kicked Super 4 Sun Wukong to the sky and gathered with his hands. A powerful energy cannon was released to bombard the Super 4 Sun Wukong. It's so fast, there's no time to react, damn it. Super 4 Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and forcibly regained control of his body and took out a trick at the bottom of the box. The King of Realm Fist. With a loud shout, the blood and energy around Super 4 Sun Wukong burst out and his strength and speed were quantitatively changed, and he avoided Talat's energy cannon bombardment without any danger. Oh, is the King of Realm Fist. Talat's eyes lit up after seeing the Super 4 Sun Wukong use the King of Realm Fist. Unexpectedly, the Super 4th Sun Wukong in this world can already use the trick of the World King Fist to the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Outside the battlefield, Vegeta was uneasy after seeing Kakarot's move using the King of Realms. The trick of the King of Realms is full of bitter memories for him. When he first came to Earth, he suffered a lot of defeat in Kakarot's hands because of the King of Realms. Beat it hard, but since they all mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan, the World King Fist's move has faded out of sight, because after transforming into a Super Saiyan, coupled with the huge load generated by the World King Fist, it exceeds the limit that the body can bear. Damn it, is this guy Kakarot walking in front of me again? Vegeta clenched his fists unwillingly. Knowing the power of the King of Realm, he had already guessed why Kakarot chose to use the King of Realm in the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. The 4th level of the Super Saiyan can fully guide the Saiyan's bloodline power, causing the strength of the body to rise to a higher level, and the ability to control the body as you please is to perfectly use the World King's Fist. With the current physical strength of Kakarot over 4, he might really burst out the highest multiple of the Realm King Fist. Vegeta thought he had finally caught up with the Super 4 Kakarot. Who would have thought that this guy would surpass himself in one go? On the battlefield, Talat and Super 4 Sun Wukong slowly descended from the sky. The two of them looked at each other, and Talat looked at the 4 Sun Wukong in front of him with interest. Not to mention Sun Wukong, who is superimposed on the World King Fist in the 4th level state of the Super Saiyan, is really good in terms of strength. Just the Realm King Fist in the ordinary state can burst out the combat power of the 9th dimension level. You finally brought me some unexpected surprises, but how many times can the World King Fist multiple you can bear at present? Talat looked at Sun Wukong for a moment and said again, although I haven't tried it specifically, with my current physical strength it should be no problem to bear the 20 times the King of Realms. It's just that the energy consumption caused by that state that exceeds the limit is huge. In the extreme state, the battle is only afraid of fighting in the extreme state. It won't last long, Sun Wukong replied. How long can't last? Well, let's decide the outcome with one move. Talat signaled the Super 4 Sun Wukong to take all his strength to let him see it. The 4th level of the Super Saiyan is superimposed on the 20-fold Realm King Fist, and there is definitely no problem in hitting the 9th dimension. I just don't know which strength is stronger than that of the demonized Super 1-star Dragon. Then I'd better obey my destiny than respect. Super SI Sun Wukong took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly became sharp. The next second, Super 4 Sun Wukong clenched his fist, his muscles tensed, and his facial features became ferocious. Crazy. The surging blood began to burn around his body. As the multiples of the King of Realms continue to increase, the aura that the Super 4 Sun Wukong burst out into a storm of destruction that shattered all things in the world and expanded towards all directions. His combat power also officially broke through from the 8th dimension to the 9th dimension at this moment, and was still expanding. Talat felt the powerful aura coming towards him, and the corners of his mouth were slightly fluctuating. This is just like this. Talat cheered up a little. Judging from the breath perception, the power that the current Super 4 Sun Wukong burst out with the blessing of the King of Realms is almost comparable to his Super Saiyan's 2nd level divine power enhancement state. Vegeta, outside the battlefield, was baptized by this oncoming aura storm, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. The intensity of this energy is far greater than that of him now, and the two are simply incomparable. The King of Realm Fist 20 times. A fierce and terrifying roar broke out from the mouth of Super 4 Sun Wukong. In an instant, the overwhelming energy poured out in all directions. The extremely fierce momentum tore apart the earth and twisted the space, causing all things in the world to turmoil. This power is not bad, although it is not as good as the Super 1-star Dragon in the demonized demonized state, it is not much different. You have broken through again. Talat gave a very high evaluation of the combat effectiveness of the Super 4 Sun Wukong at this moment, second only to the demonized Superstar Dragon. The explosion of the 20-fold Realm King Fist has stabilized. Over the 4th Sun Wukong took a deep breath, emptied his brain, and put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind. His hands were clasped together and placed them on his waist, and energy gathered in the hearts of his hands. A creeping red light flashed in his eyes, locking directly in front of him Talat in the distance. With the use of the ultimate skill, the aura of the Super 4 Sun Wukong once again expanded, and his fierce combat power was sprinting towards a higher realm. As energy gathers, space swells, atmosphere sways, and storms rapidly in the world. The whole world changes in color. Although things like aura are not as powerful as the power of the god, the power burst out from the extremely powerful aura may not be worse than the power of the god. The crimson red light condensed in Sun Wukong's hands expanded for a large circle at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then stabilized again. The prototype of the ultimate move has been stable 20 times. The Turtle School Qigong Bo. Hysterical shouts erupted from the mouth of Super 4 Sun Wukong, and his hands pushed forward, locking Talat's position. Boom! The deafening roar suddenly exploded at this moment. The crimson energy beam that was enough to destroy the world carried the ultimate destructive power that could overturn all things and rushed towards Talat. The destructive power of this move is so terrifying that it can completely kill the Superstar Dragon. Spiral Energy Cannon. Talat condensed his ultimate skill at the fastest speed. In an instant, the golden energy beam roared like a mad dragon, roared and teared the space, and directly hit the 20-fold Turtle Sekigong wave that was attacking towards the 4th Sun Wukong. The killing attack of both sides has the power of destruction that can dissolve the entire universe. Boom! A burst of explosions resounded throughout the world. The two's ultimate skill collided, and the light of destruction burst out, swallowed all things in the world. The terrifying destructive power caused the space to collapse, directly implicating the entire Earth. Not only is the Earth affected by this force, but the universe is also in turmoil. Outside the battlefield, Vegeta, who had been watching the game, was under the aftermath of the final moves of both sides. As a last resort, he directly transformed into the 4th level Super Saiyan state, which was able to withstand this terrifying energy impact. After resolving the oncoming energy impact, Super 4 Vegeta stared at the battlefield area directly in front of her with an ugly face. With his strength, it is impossible to achieve such a level of energy-based trick collision. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the cruel reality. On the battlefield, Super 4 Sun Wukong was gritting his teeth and pressing the last trace of energy in his body. This is his last attack. Even if the final result is failure, he must show his ultimate strength. Even if he loses, he will have no regret. From the outside, you can know how much the Super 4 Sun Wukong paid at this moment. Where is Talat? Super 4 Sun Wukong is already the limit of the limit, but he seems extremely relaxed and is far from showing his true ability. His situation is much better than Sun Wukong. Although the energy release at the 9th dimension level is also consumed a lot, such a little consumption is not worth mentioning compared to the majestic 10th dimension level energy see in the body. It really made me admire you when I can do this, but it is not necessarily a good thing to continue to maintain the release of energy like this. Just look until Kakarot. After Talat said, he directly increased his strength, the output of energy. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the volume of the spiral energy cannon output from Talat's hands expanded violently, and the violent and terrifying energy directly increased by a full circle. With overwhelming power, the 20-fold turtle sect that exceeded the 4 Sun Wukong's 20-fold turtle Sekigong waves were pushed back. The pressure surged, making Super 4 Sun Wukong look horrified. Is this the state you are in now? It is hard to imagine that I can reach this level by relying on the 2nd level of the Super Saiyan, and I can easily bounce back my 20-fold turtle Sekigong wave. Super 4 Sun Wukong has already realized the reality at this moment. The gap in strength between him and Talat is no longer able to be filled by the blessing of the King of Realms. With Talat's exertion of force, Super 4 Sun Wukong finally could not bear the double pressure from inside and outside. His aura dissipated and his hands drooped weakly. Due to the high-strength pressing energy, the muscles of the arms are atrophy and the arms are weak and sagging. The 20-fold turtle Sekigong wave lost its energy delivery and fell apart in an instant. Talat's spiral energy cannon tear apart the space and rushed towards him like a giant dragon with its teeth and claws. The defeat has been decided, and there is no suspense. Looking at the spiral energy cannon that was getting closer and closer to him, Super 4 Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Although he was very unwilling to give up, he was powerless. Once hit, his Super 4 forms will be shattered in an instant. Even if you can live, you will definitely be in a state of being half dead. Even this continent will turn into ashes due to the big explosion of energy. Talat would not let such a thing happen. The moment the spiral energy cannon was about to hit Sun Wukong, he raised his hand and threw it forcefully forcibly changed the attack route of the spiral energy cannon, passed by Sun Wukong, and flew towards the universe. The spiral energy cannon that destroyed the Earth's atmosphere until it finally disappeared at the end of the universe. Passing by the god of death more than 4 grandsons, Wukong's face was full of bitterness and there was no desire to fight in his eyes. Seeing this, Talat smiled faintly, took out a fairy bean from the storage world and threw it to the seriously injured Super 4 Sun Wukong. Hey! After sensing this green bean, Super 4 Sun Wukong was a little surprised and raised his hand to catch the flying fairy bean. Xiandu. After the Super 4 Sun Wukong looked closely, he found that it was Xiandu, and an unexpected look flashed in his eyes. He is not unfamiliar with Xiandu, but in their era, Xiandu almost no longer exists. Otherwise, it would be so difficult to fight against the evil dragon. Whenever he is given a few fairy beans when dealing with a superstar dragon, he can fight the superstar dragon all day. It can even kill the superstar dragon alive. Good fortune makes people feel good. Xiandu was not a rare thing before, but when he was a child, he sent a meat-filled Yasuo to Kalin Tower. From then on, there was such a meat-filled Yasuo there, and no matter how many fairy beans were, it was not enough to make it. It can be said that the situation of insufficient fairy beans in this world was also caused by Yakilo. Thank you. After coming to his senses, the Super 4 Sun Wukong thanked Talat, gave the fairy beans into his mouth. As the fairy beans were drunk, the Super 4 Sun Wukong, who was still in a state of sluggishness, was instantly resurrected with full blood. His energy and spirit returned to his peak state, and even his strength was greatly improved. Chapter 306. The Watershed. Vegeta arrived. I really miss the feeling of Xiandu. I suddenly made me live. Super 4 Sun Wukong, who was resurrected in full blood, said with full vitality. If it were the past, he would have wanted to fight Talat again, but this time he no longer had the idea of fighting Talat one-on-one again. The battle with Talat has benefited him a lot, not only in terms of combat but also in his understanding of a higher level. He has already had a preliminary direction. Talat looked at him like this, and the two of them exchanged a few more words before they diverted their attention. Then next Talat's eyes turned, looked at a hill outside the battlefield, and shouted, "I've been watching for so long. Aren't you planning to come out yet, Vegeta?" Vegeta. After hearing this, Super 4 Sun Wukong looked in the direction Talat was looking. The figure of Vegeta of the Super 4 also caught his eye. The battle just now was so fascinating. I didn't notice that Vegeta had already arrived nearby, but he just didn't show up. After being discovered, Vegeta, the Super 4, looked solemn, rushed out of violence quickly, and soon fell from the sky and landed beside the two of them. It's so embarrassing. Kakarot, the just arrived Super 4 Vegeta, mocked the Super 4 Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you guy. Super 4 Sun Wukong twitched his mouth, feeling very unhappy with Super 4 Vegeta's ridicule. This little look seemed to be saying, you can do it. Coincidentally, Vegeta, the Super 4, really had the idea of playing against Talat, even if you already know that you are not strong enough. Super 4 Vegeta faced Talat directly, and his wild aura was restrained inwardly back into his body. After watching the battle between Kakarot, do you still want to challenge me? This courage is indeed commendable. Talat saw the intention of Vegeta of the 4-4. This guy has been watching the battle by the side. He must have seen how intense the previous battle was. All of them want to compete with me. If he guessed correctly, Vegeta, the Super 4, was probably hiding some kind of trump card. Of course, Kakarot has fought with you, so I will naturally not leave. I will remind you before the war begins that I am different from Kakarot. If you underestimate me, you will regret it. 4 Vegetas directly expressed their attitude. He was also telling Talat that he had to fight with Super 4 Sun Wukong before. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. How could Talat not understand what Vegeta was thinking? Seeing this, Super 4 Sun Wukong could already guess Vegeta's fate and waved his hand to Vegeta and said, "Good luck, Vegeta." Without intending to intervene in this duel, Super 4 Sun Wukong took the initiative to leave and act as a spectator. Without Sun Wukong, Vegeta's expression became extremely solemn. Talat narrowed his eyes and guessed the previous Super 4 Sun Wukong could use the strengthening of the 20-fold Realm King Fist to maximize his combat power, but I don't know what kind of surprise Vegeta could bring to him. The atmosphere around became heavier as the two confronted each other. The two looked at each other and looked at each other. Talat was unmoved, while Vegeta, the fourth largest, could no longer sit still. This feeling of oppression that ruined the world seemed to crush Talat. Faced with the aura impact released by Vegeta over the fourth, Talat was unmoved and easily resolved it with just a look. The two auras collided and bursts of creeping dark red light into the space. In the dark, a heavy and terrifying sense of oppression expanded, covering everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. In an instant the sky was dim and the earth was dark and the wind and clouds were surging. Dense lightning shot out from the dark thunder cloud, scattering teeth and claws in the space like a poisonous snake rumbling. The earth began to vibrate because of the explosion of the two. The air pressure changed and huge stones were peeled off from the ground into the air and were crushed and shattered by the terrifying aura that erupted from the two of them. It's almost done, Vegeta. You know my strength in your heart and this boring temptation will end, Talat urged impatiently. Then I'm as you wish. With a loud shout the Super 4 Vegeta burst out. All the energy in his body and the power of his blood gushed out. Vegeta took the lead in attacking, locked Talat with both hands and took the lead in releasing an energy cannon with extremely destructive power to kill Talat. Seeing this, Talat slapped it out with a casual palm. Bang! A blast! The entire energy cannon was easily dispersed by Talat's lap, turning into energy particles in the sky floating in the surrounding space. In one blow, Vegeta jumped to the sky and locked Talat with both hands. The dense energy bomb fell towards Talat like a rainy pear blossom. He wanted to use the bombing of the energy bomb to force Talat to reveal his flaws and finally seize the opportunity himself and then severely damage Talat. However, this level of energy bomb attack does not even have the qualification to approach Talat. The moment the energy bomb was bombing at him, a red light flashed in Talat's eyes. The next second, the invisible power of the gods spread. Boom! The overwhelming energy bomb attack was detonated in an instant and the thick wall of flames filled most of the sky. This is also the plan of the 4 Vegetas in the Super League. The next second, the 4-year Vegeta appeared quietly behind Talat. The prince used his full strength to attack Talat with his unstoppable fierce attack. Talat, who had expected this, turned around naturally and took action one by one to resolve the attacks of the 4 Vegetas. What? All the offensives were completely resolved by Talat, which made the Super 4 Vegeta widen his eyes in surprise. His fighting style was completely seen through. Talat's unthinking response once made him wonder how many times he had been beaten by this guy in another time and space world. His attack method, especially his recent insight, are there no effect at all? When Vegeta was distracted by the Super 4, Talat kicked his jaw into the sky. Seeing this, Super 4 Vegeta quickly came back to his senses, crossed his arms, forcibly blocking Talat's kick, but his body was still sent to heaven by this irresistible huge force. After finally stabilizing his body, Talat raised his hand and released a powerful divine power attack cannon, heading straight for the Super 4 Vegeta. Gallic Cannon. The Super 4 Vegeta condensed the ultimate skill at the fastest speed, releasing the white and purple energy cannon to resist Talat's divine power impact cannon. Boom! The two sides collided with each other and burst into shocking waves of destructive lightning in the sky. At the beginning, the Gallic gun of the Vegeta Super 4 can also compete with Talat's divine power impact cannon, but the next second, with Talat's exertion of force, the divine power impact cannon completely crushed the Gallic cannon and bombed him fiercely in the terrified gaze of Vegeta. Room! A scorching flame covered the sky, and Talat's divine power striking cannon head-on hit the body of the Super 4 Vegeta. This is not over yet. Talat is still outputting energy and continuing to destroy Vegeta's body. The Super 4 Sun Wukong, who watched the battle outside the battlefield, already believed that the Super 4 Vegeta was severely damaged by Talat's destructive blow, but after observing for a while, he keenly realized something wrong. Although the energy light output by Talat caused an explosion, the intensity of the explosion was far lower than expected. Vegeta, you guys can always bring people some unexpected surprises. Have you fully mastered the powerful energy absorption ability of the 4th level Super Saiyan? Super 4 Sun Wukong saw that Vegeta's plan to surpass 4. Knowing that his strength is not as strong as Talat, he chose to risk taking the energy rays output by Talat. Either absorb this energy to take your strength to a higher level and use this power to break the shell of your potential possibility. Either the body was turned upside down by this force until it finally exploded and died. Has my power been absorbed? Talat keenly noticed that the energy he output was absorbed and immediately interrupted the output of energy light. He was surprised by Vegeta's bold move. You should know that the two energies, the power of gods and the power of blood, are opposite to each other. The consequences of rash absorption are unimaginable. Talat and Super 4 Sun Wukong were both looking at the flames of the big explosion in the sky at this moment. Time passes by minute. As this thick flame dissipated, the figure of Super 4 Vegeta was once again reflected in the eyes of Talat and Super 4 Monkey King. Although his appearance looks a little embarrassed, his aura is calm and you can even vaguely feel the explosive power contained in his body. Dring! Super 4 Bay! A loud shout suddenly broke out from Gita's mouth. In an instant the blood power in his body was excavated deeper, and the golden aura also ushered in a qualitative change at this moment, turning into blood red. With the explosion of this bloody aura, the aura of the Super 4 Vegeta increased explosively, and her fierce combat power was even sprinting towards the limit of the 8th dimension. This power has the bloodline intensified. Talat saw what state Vegeta was in at the moment. After the divine power he released was absorbed by the 4 Vegetas, he further liberated Vegeta's bloodline power, allowing him to strengthen his combat power. This is a very similar state of aura explosion that is very similar to the King of Realms. It is a watershed breaking through the 4th level black hair of the Super Saiyan and the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan. It's finally successful. My guess is indeed correct. You can use the method of energy absorption to absorb external forces to break your own limits. Super 4 Vegeta clenched his fist and a sensational light flashed through his blue pupils. In a good mood, he withdrew his mind and looked at Talat below. His fighting spirit in his eyes increased instead of decreasing. Just when he was about to attack and fight with Talat, Talat took the lead in stopping him. It would be too boring if you just fight alone. Now, you should quickly integrate. After the integration, you may make me feel a little interested. You should also want to see my full strength, right? Toluo said. Special reminder, the warm-up exercise ends here. The stop. Super 4 Vegeta was not angry. His purpose had been achieved. It seems that there is no meaning to continue to compete with Talat. The Super 4 Sun Wukong, who was fighting on the battlefield, understood the battle and immediately set off to the battlefield between the two. Seeing this scene, Super 4 Vegeta also landed next to Super 4 Sun Wukong. It seems you have already thought about it, Vegeta. Super 4 Sun Wukong said with a smile. Don't waste time. Start fusion quickly, Kakarot. Super 4 Vegeta urged. The two people who reached a consensus both looked very serious. They first opened a certain distance, then raised their hands and were about to start fusion. It's finally time to wait for this moment. Both Kakarot and Vegeta's strength have improved. How will the combat power of Vegeta born after this fusion? Talat is looking forward to this. The strongest warrior in the entire dimension, Super 4 Vegeta, is the best opponent after he recovers to his heyday. In this battle, he may also break his own limits and achieve another higher realm. Super 4 Sun Wukong fusion. Super 4 Vegeta fusion. As the two of them shouted at the same time, they immediately moved closer with the same Metamor star dance steps, and the confrontation of the index fingers was successful. Boom! Such brilliant white light penetrates the world. The huge momentum swept the world, and the terrifying power seemed to tear the whole world apart. In this brilliant white light, the breath and soul of Super 4 Sun Wukong and Super 4 Vegeta blended with each other and finally merged into one, forming a unique special energy. Seeing this scene, Talat's smile became stronger and stronger. His fists were clenched involuntarily, and his eyes flashed with a strong look of expectation and excitement. Judging from the intensity of this energy, it was even stronger than he expected. I'm finally here. I've been waiting for a long time, Talat said with a thrilling heart. Buzz! Suddenly, a breath as terrifying as the awakening of an ancient giant beast came to this world. Under Talat's gaze, the fusion light that rose from the ground disappeared without a trace, replaced by a red-haired ape wearing a red vest standing on the earth. KSC Vegeta's figure is so wild and powerful. In the 4th level state of the Super Saiyan, he has reached the 10th dimension by relying solely on the strength of his breath. This extremely fierce aura is the strongest one to meet except the God of Destruction. Looking at the world of thousands of time and space, if you exclude the God of Destruction, there are probably only a few existences in the complete system world that can be compared with it. Chapter 307 The Strongest vs the Strongest. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Talat Vegeta, who had just been born, expressed his name confidently. Under the rendering of the two magic sounds, his confidence seemed to be enough to overcome everything. He was so satisfied with his opponent this time. Although the previous superstar dragon was strong, in his opinion, it could win the opponent with just 3 moves. Talat is different. He can feel the magnificent power contained in Talat's body. Super 4 Vegeta, who was highly anticipated by this battle, directly removed the transformation of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan and returned to normal. Did you take the initiative to remove the transformation and use your normal state to compete with me? It seems that you are planning to have a good fight with me. Talat saw what Vegeta was thinking. The power of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan is too strong. If we use the strongest form to fight at the beginning, we may not be able to support it for 10 minutes. In order to enjoy this battle, let's play it slowly. Vegeta moved his body, and his arrogant words were spoken. After the integration, not only has its strength improved but even its personality has become more arrogant. It's a family that deserves a beating. Partner. Talat grinned, also lifting the Super Saiyan's 2nd level divine power enhancement state. Since Vegeta has not transformed into a Super Saiyan, why should he transform? Upon hearing this, Vegeta was not angry and used his unique double magic sound to tease Talat. Arrogance is based on an absolute absolutely powerful force, and I happen to have this power." The moment he finished speaking, Vegeta's normal firepower was fully opened and his terrifying power soared into the sky. He accumulated strength to sprint, burst out at an unexpected speed in an instant and rushed to Talat with lightning speed and the iron fist that drove all his strength to hit him. Pounds. There was a shocking explosion. The space was turbulent and the wind and clouds were changing. The ground at Talat feet burst, forming a large pit more than 10 meters deep. This attack that was enough to break the asteroid was blocked by Talat's hand, perfectly resolving its terrifying destructive power. The first test attack was easily resolved by Talat. The smile on Vegeta's face became stronger and stronger, and the fiery fighting spirit in his eyes was burning. This attack is very powerful, but it's a pity that the fire is still lacking. After that, Talat raised his hand and forced Vegeta back and launched an attack. After countless improved combat method, he exerted his fierce and terrifying offensive, and his fierce and terrifying attacks were like a storm. Each attack was full of strength, and at the same time, it also left a lot of room for himself. Bang, bang, bang. The extremely powerful attack hit Vegeta's body, and his domineering power even forced Vegeta to retreat continuously. Feeling the hot and stinging pain from his body, Vegeta laughed instead of anger, and the belligerent factors in his body were activated by pain. "This is considered a battle." Dring! Vegeta shouted loudly, bursting out of breath. The next second he jumped and rushed into the sky. Seeing this, Talat's divine power was stimulating around him. With the blessing of the power of the god, he turned into a white aurora and chased Vegeta. Fierce battle broke out. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between the two people shot out a harsh roar, and the forces collided with each other and exploded in space. The aftermath visible to the naked eye expands in the void. One wave is even bigger than the other. People who are not at a high level cannot see their movement trajectory clearly. There is not much difference in strength between Talat and Vegeta. However, Talat mastered the power of the god. In terms of energy intensity, the power of the gods is undoubtedly better than the aura used by Vegeta. Of course, Vegeta is a fusion warrior after all. Although there is a slight gap in energy intensity, he can also use his unique fusion combat method to reduce the disadvantages and even convert them into advantages. The battle between the two was extremely hot, and no one could do anything to each other. In a short period of time, it was difficult to decide the winner. The fused warrior is indeed well known. "This is the first time I have met an opponent who can match me under normal circumstances." Talat was very excited, and the blood that had been silent in his body for many years began to restless. The scion instinct drove him to fight. "Since I was born, it was also my honor to meet an opponent like you," Vegeta praised without hesitation. As a fusion warrior, he has a limited time to exist. Except for the time he appeared once when he fought against the evil thought wave, he only appeared second when he dealt with the one-star dragon. "This is the third time I am fighting against Talat. Every time he appears, he defeats his opponent with overwhelming power, and this even match battle is what he longs for." As the battle continues to heat up, Vegeta's fusion becomes more and more perfect, and his attack and speed are increasing. The battle with Talat is prompting him to go further. Talat also noticed this. The flaws of fusion warriors compared to fusion warriors are probably this in addition to their personality. Talat clearly noticed the changes in Vegeta. As the battle continues to heat up, some of the forces in Vegeta's body that have not yet been fully integrated are blending little by little. When all this force is integrated, it means that he can take out more than 100% of the power. The long-lost sense of expectation surged into Talat's heart, but this level of battle could no longer satisfy him. "The boring test ends here. Transform!" Talat shouted with high morale. Boom! The moment the words fell, Talat's breath swelled, and the golden aura swept across his body from the soles of his feet. In an instant he completed the transformation of the first level Super Saiyan full power. "You-guy!" When Vegeta saw this scene, her eyes widened in confusion. Talat is not good at martial arts and takes the initiative to transform into the first level Super Saiyan full power. After transformation, Talat's combat effectiveness increased explosively, instantly crushing the normal Vegeta. Bang! There was a loud bang. Vegeta was hit hard by Talat, and her whole body was overturned by unrivaled force, and her body flew backwards out of control. After flying backwards for dozens of meters, Vegeta forced himself to stabilize his body. "It hurts so much," Vegeta said, grinning. After a while, Vegeta adjusted his condition and showed a strong sense of fighting in his eyes. As a fusion scion, his combat power is stronger than that of a single scion. Similarly, his desire to fight is far higher than that of an average single scion. The cells in his body surged with his shout. In just a moment he completed his transformation, transforming from normal to the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. An unparalleled energy penetrates the sky and covers the world. The intensity of this aura is even stronger than Talat's first level full power state, but Talat, who has mastered the power of the god, is more than that powerful. The first level full power of the two Super Saiyans floats in the air to confront each other. The auras of the two collided and shocking lightning shot out from the void. The terrifying aura caused everyone on the earth to become restless. It seems that I'm a little stronger than you. Hehe. Vegeta smiled confidently. The strength of the breath cannot determine the direction of this battle. I still have the power of God. Talat replied. The power of God? It's the invisible power that lingers around your body, right? It's really unfair, but this is how the battle is interesting. After Vegeta said, the golden aura surrounding her became stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Talat also raised his breath and met Vegeta. The two continued to raise their aura, causing the space to undergo a terrifying deformation, with dark clouds spreading in the sky and thunder roaring. Both of them reached their peak and their fighting spirit could no longer be suppressed. Accept it, Gogeta. Who is afraid of whom? Come on. The two of them turned into golden aurora at the same time and rushed towards each other. They were shining with golden light like the light of dawn in the dark, dazzling. Ultra-high intensity forces collided, smashing space and tearing everything apart. The collision of energy bombs caused an explosion of tens of thousands of meters high, which was extremely terrifying. This situation is like the arrival of the end of the world, and no one can stop it. The space of the earth is almost unable to withstand the contest between them. Outside the battlefield, in a corner where no one noticed it, Sun Gohan, Tenek, Sun Goshen, Oob, and Xiao Fang have quietly arrived at this battlefield. Not long after we arrived, we met this extraordinary battle between Gogeta vs Talat. Can the Super Saiyan burst out so fast at the first level? It's invisible to the naked eye. Sun Gohan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and exclaimed. The warrior who merged Dad and Uncle Talat's anger were so strong that he could imagine. Trunks exclaimed. I was worried. I originally planned to come over and see if I could learn something, but they were so fast that they couldn't see it at all. Sun Mushin complained. Has the combination of Master Wukong and Uncle Vegeta not gained the upper hand? Oob murmured to himself. The world is far bigger than they thought. Although Gogeta is stronger, Talat is not bad either. No one knows what the outcome will be until the last moment of this battle. In this endless pursuit of power, no one knows what level Talat and Vegeta can reach. Xiao Fang was beside the four of them, her eyes motionlessly looking at the sky ahead. Even if she couldn't see it, she was still very serious. On the battlefield, the fierce battle became more and more intense, and the two sides had fought each other with thousands of moves, even tens of thousands, in just a few dozen seconds. With the strengthening of the power of the gods and his unique fighting style, Talat surpassed Vegeta in combat skills. The suppressed Vegeta was unwilling to accept it and immediately changed his combat strategy, chose to distance himself from Talat and look for a way to break the deadlock. Do you think I will get what you want? Talat saw Gogeta's intention, grinned, chased after him violently, and continued to release energy bombs on the way to attack Gogeta. The dense energy bomb attack seemed to have eyes, and he was chasing Vegeta, but Vegeta had long expected this. His figure was disillusioned and wandered in the surrounding space like a ghost, cleverly avoiding all the bombings of energy bombs. It's now. A glimmer flashed in Gogeta's eyes, and his keen fighting intuition seized the opportunity. With his right hand, a colorful particle condensed a rainbow energy bomb in his palm. This is the ultimate skill he used to solve the evil thought waves and soul snatcher. Noting the oncoming rainbow energy bomb, Talat frowned and felt a terrifying threat from it. He stopped chasing and at the same time used the power of the gods to turn into a vortex that rotated in reverse, swallowed the rainbow energy bomb and wiped out the energy therein. You're fooled, Talat. Seeing this, Vegeta rushed towards Talat. His body was disillusioned and passed through Talat's body like a ghost. The next second, dozens or hundreds of extremely powerful strikes attacked Talat from all directions. Under so many high-intensity attack, waves of white smoke emerged from Talat's body. The dense fist prints came into view, so thrilling and terrifying. This move makes people feel illuminated and the strength is also good. Toluo Special commented on Vegeta's move. Unpredictable body movements and mysterious attack. Neck, how do you plan to deal with me? Vegeta grinned and decided to use the same trick again, and once again launched a full-scale attack on Talat. However, this time he disappeared directly from the spot as if he had suddenly entered the space. No one has told you that you should not take out the tricks you have used. Talat chuckled. After mastering the power of space, he easily noticed the location of Vegeta. The next second, Talat's aura suddenly burst out, combined with the power of space, directly crushing the surrounding space, forcibly blowing out Vegeta, who had escaped into the space. You guy, had you seen through my tricks with just one glance? Vegeta's expression looked extremely wonderful when he was forcibly exploded from the space. He had thought that Talat would escape into into the space and beat him out, but he didn't expect that this guy would blow up the space directly. Space shock. Talat locked Vegeta's position, gathered the power of space in his hands, rushed to Vegeta, and chased and fought hard. With the support of the power of space, Talat's offensive seemed even more fierce and astonishing. The destruction of the power of space seeped into the body from the skin and carried out deeper damage, which once made Vegeta unable to resist and felt his scalp numb. His nerves were very tight, and the pressure brought by Talat made him dare not relax at all. The dense beads of sweat floated on his forehead like raindrops. Pressure turned into power. Power turned into power. Vegeta evolved in this battle, and the energy in his body that had not yet been completely digested was also transformed into the purest combat power at this moment. At this moment he finally exerted 100% of his strength. Chapter 308 Super God vs Super 4. Boom! Vegeta's golden aura increased sharply, and he forced a punch against Talat. The two of them were beaten by the force at the same time and were knocked away dozens of meters away. It seems that he has completely digested the power in his body and achieved perfect fusion. Now this is his real strength. Talat was heavy and very tense and dared not slacken at all. Crack! Around Vegeta's body, dense golden light burst, and Vegeta's breath increased by at least 1/3. When the strength increased to the peak, Vegeta's mouth raised and she couldn't express her joy in her heart. Space collapse fist. Talat's eyes became sharp and he crossed the space in one thought to Vegeta, with 5 fingers in his right hand tightly driving the power of space to force it to hit. Pounds. Space is turbulent and the storm is raging. Talat punch directly shattered the space within 100 meters around and even saw the world of different dimensions from these broken spaces. A brute force attack containing the power of space can be resolved even if the 8th dimensional powerhouse is not seen. However, as a fusion warrior, Vegeta blocked it. However, although it was blocked, his appearance looked very embarrassed. The power of space penetrated deep into his body and directly tore his skin. The bright red blood was repaired by a powerful self-healing ability before it could fall from the wound. It hurts and it hurt. The power of space is more dangerous than I thought, but this battle is unexpectedly interesting. Vegeta, who recovered from his injuries, had his fighting spirit in his eyes increased instead of reducing. The pain turned into fighting spirit, making him more and more excited and more eager to fight. Neither of the two launched an attack first this time. Both sides looked at each other and looked for opportunities to take action. Time passed by minute, and after half a minute passed, Vegeta took the initiative to speak. This battle is really exciting. As a single scion, I can compete with me as a fusion warrior to this extent. I can't imagine how cruel you have undergone. Vegeta's face was satisfied. The smile. Talat's strength was recognized by him. Although he was very dissatisfied, Talat's strength was here, and the increase brought by the mysterious divine power was far greater than he thought. In addition to the god of destruction, you are also the first opponent to compete with me to this level. Talat responded. At this point, the first round has officially come to an end. Next, the second round will be started. Vegeta gritted his teeth and activated the S cells in his body again. The golden aura became more and more intense. In an instant, the roaring golden energy beam suddenly rose up with Vegeta as the center. Boom! There was a shocking sound. The vast golden light mercilessly tore the sky apart. The terrifying pressure seemed to drag the world into the abyss. Extremely terrifying. Vegeta's breath rose rapidly. Talat felt the rising aura. His face calm, but ripples were stirred in his heart. This kind of aura is no exaggeration to say it is even stronger than his Super Saiyan 3rd level. At this moment, Vegeta, bathed in the golden light, changed greatly. The eyebrows disappeared. The eyebrows were pulled down. The long golden hair reached the waist, and the whole body was surrounded by blue and white light. The whole person's aura suddenly changed, as cold as ice. This form is the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan, and it is at its peak and ultimate state. Is the Super Saiyan level 3? Since you are not planning to transform into the Super Saiyan level 4 yet, then I will play with you for a while. After the moment he finished speaking, Talat activated the Super 3 energy pool in his body in an instant. With a flash of golden light, he also entered the 3rd level transformation state of Super Saiyan in an instant. His transformation was not as powerful as Vegeta and extremely powerful. The process is extremely natural. The breath is restrained and there is no sign of leakage, making people unable to feel the depth of their strength, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Is the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan? It's just my wish. Vegeta moved. Seeing this, Talat also turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot, fighting with Vegeta again. The aftermath of their battle in the Super 3 forms once caused the earth under their feet to shake continuously. It seems that if they let them continue to fight, the planet under their feet will be broken. Cover the bomb. Vegeta opened his arms and flashed a creeping blue light in his palm. The next second, Vegeta moved his hands together, and hundreds or thousands of blue energy rays shot out from his palms. These energy rays seemed to have self-awareness, locking in Talat and completely blocking the scope of his activities. Faced with this dense offensive like stars, Talat had no choice but to use a deeper layer of time and space power to resolve it. Time and space twist. Talat's hands merged and the invisible space and space power expanded with him as the center. Buzz. The power of time and space bloomed, and in an instant the dense blue energy light around it transferred to the space and space corridor. Vegeta, who launched the attack, was stunned at this moment. He stared at Talat with horror and asked in disbelief, "What did you do?" "It's just some tricks." Talat grinned and used the power of space the next second, but in a blink of an eye, Vegeta was teleported to him. Talat showed no mercy and charged his strength to hit Vegeta's face. Seeing this, Vegeta was shocked and raised her hand to defend herself. However, she was one step too late and was punched by Talat. His body was overturned by Talat's fist, but he still used this force to swerve sideways and hit Talat's neck. After stabilizing his body, Vegeta raised his hand to wipe off the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. His sharp eyes locked Taro and asked word by word, "The power of space just now is not that you have crossed the space, but have you changed the location of the space?" "You are right." Talat did not hide it. The next second his hands spread out and the surrounding space was rhythmic. In an instant dozens of powerful energy bombs condensed and formed around his body, locking in Vegeta. "Go!" Talat waved his hand and all the energy bombs attacked Gogeta under his control. This is not as simple as a simple energy bombing. Talat also used some space force to adjust it. These energy bombs are transmitted by the power of space, and every time they appear they will be in unexpected corners, which makes Vegeta's pressure soar. But in this regard Vegeta is not without a solution. Just like Talat had blown him out of the space before, since you cannot lock the position, you might as well destroy these energy bombs and the surrounding space. Vegeta instantly detonated the energy pool in his body. In an instant everything within a radius of 10 miles was swallowed by this extreme expansion energy. Boom! A super big explosion that shocked the world happened. The power of the explosion crushed the surrounding space and melted all the invading energy bombs together. After consuming part of the energy and dissolving Talat's attack, Gogeta rushed out of the center of the explosion and headed straight for Talat to kill. Faced with Gogeta's active attack, Talat chose to face it head-on. The two of them fought again in the void, and the battlefield was constantly changing, sometimes in midair and sometimes on the ground. After colliding with each other for hundreds of times, they might have realized that the Earth was on the verge of collapse, so they simply moved the battlefield, rushed out of the Earth and came to the universe. Outside the battlefield, the GT soldiers who witnessed the whole process couldn't help but swallowed their saliva. After all, this is going to the universe. Have they reached the universe? Does this mean that they have reached a certain level of strength and can survive in the universe no matter what? Fortunately I changed my place. Otherwise, if I was still fighting on Earth, the Earth might really explode. But if we fight in the universe, we won't see it. There is no way. Next, I can only use breath perception to roughly simulate the battle situation. I don't know what the final result will be. The picture changes. In the universe, Talat and Gogeta looked at each other, and both sides were surprised by each other. Talat, who already possesses the ability to survive in the universe, did not expect that Vegeta also has the ability to survive in the universe. It seems that there are many secrets about the fusion warrior that he does not know. You are even more special than I think to be able to survive in a vacuum environment. It seems that the changes brought about by fusion are more than I think. It's even bigger. Talat said in surprise as he stared at Gogeta. Nothing special. It's so powerful that we are. The level of life has long been sublimated to a realm that others cannot imagine. It's just living in the universe. For us, it's easy to use and no pressure. Can't you survive in the universe? Vegeta asked back. Obviously, he regarded Talat as the same type as himself, but the reason why Talat can survive in the universe is because of the ability to make a wish to the dragon in his early years. After the two sides confronted each other for a while, Gogeta once again offered. It's almost time to show off his real skills. From the beginning of the battle to the present, they have been testing each other, and the same is true for the third level of the Super Saiyan. He already knew Talat's strength. If he didn't show his real skills to compete, he would be afraid of a big loss later. It seems you have played enough. I thought you would play with me for a while. Come on, let me see your Super Saiyan level 4. Talat urged. Whether it is the first level of the Super Saiyan or the third level of the Super Saiyan, there is not much fun to compete at this level of transformation. Only the collision between the power of gods and the power of blood seems a bit eye-catching. Don't you also haven't transformed into the fourth level Super Saiyan or the god of Super Saiyan? If you don't take out those transformations first, I took them out first, that would be too embarrassing, so let's change together. Vegeta shouted, and the blood power in his body was restless at this moment. Hearing this, Talat smiled without saying a word, repelling the transformation of the third level Super Saiyan, and the energy pool of the divine power in his body rioted. Crazy. The substantial flames burned around Talat's body. The crimson divine light was released from the inside out. A divine and undesecrated pressure expanded rapidly with Talat as the center, and soon enveloped the entire universe. This powerful divine power silenced this restless world. Vegeta, who had observed Talat's transformation from close range, felt the face became heavier after sensing this divine power. Even though he had already prepared his mind, he was still shocked. This power is completely different from the power of blood. The pressure given to him is not only physically but also for the soul. Is this the power of God? I can already feel the intensity. It's really a special power. If I don't transform into the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, I really can't compete with you. So drink. After determining the strength of this divine power, Vegeta also directly liberated the blood power in his body. The golden aura turned into violent waves sweeping across this world. Unlike the power of God, Vegeta uses the essential power of the Saiyans, and the essence of the Saiyans is absolutely violent and powerful. Vegeta, bathed in the golden aura, also evolved his life level. Talat's transformation has also come to an end. Under the nourishment of the power of God, Talat's body, soul, and life level were fully sublimated, and he transformed into a stronger Super Saiyan God. The power of God burns around the body like endless flame, and all the energy is restrained in the body without revealing any trace. Both sides were suspended in the void in a new posture of transformation, with their eyes facing each other. Vegeta has transformed from the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan with long blonde hair and waist to the 4th level of the Super Saiyan with wild figure and extreme strength. Around his body, the breath flowed, and the temperature released was enough to be comparable to the sun. No, even hotter than the sun. Is this the Super Saiyan God you mentioned before? It looks different from what I imagined. Although I can't feel the energy, if you judge by the strength of your God, your current Super Saiyan is the God of man is not as good as my Super Saiyan level 4. Vegeta said confidently. His keen insight can judge the strength of Talat in front of him, which is even worse than his 4th level Super Saiyan. Who is stronger and who is weaker? You have to know after fighting. It's too early to make a conclusion now. Talat's smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the Super Saiyan God is not as good as the 4 in his aura, he is in terms of the use of power. It is not inferior to the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. In the midst of lightning, Talat took the initiative to attack. He transformed into a Super God, and in just a moment of action he crossed the space and rushed into Vegeta's body like thunder. The iron fist containing the power of the God went straight to Vegeta's face, but was easily blocked by Vegeta's raised his hand and perfectly dissolved all the power. Chapter 309. This is Super Saiyan Blue. Just with such a soft fist, I can't hurt me. After Vegeta finished speaking, she grinned and waved her hand with one hand. Her domineering power drove Talat away. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Vegeta took the initiative to attack. With the blessing of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, his speed was as fast as lightning, and he rushed behind Talat like thunder, and his unstoppable whip legs swept out. Talat, who flew backward, had expected it, so he quickly turned around and raised his hand to block it. Pounds. In an instant, space was turbulent and storms continued. Under the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan, who burst out with blood power, Vegeta's power was beyond imagination. Even if he is as strong as Talat, he will pay a considerable price to block this attack. Attack is transformed. Understand? Vegeta smiled indifferently, without any wrath, as if he had expected this ending. With the help of centrifugal force, he strengthened his own strength. After spinning for dozens of times, he threw his strength and threw Vegeta out. It is very strong in terms of strength, but compared to the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, it is not enough. Vegeta, who flew backwards in the universe, quickly digested the impact force in his body and regained control of the body as fast as possible. But in less than one breath, Talat's attack came again. A destructive energy cannon roaring like a mad dragon rushed straight to Vegeta. Before he could dodge, Vegeta gritted his teeth. His bloodline was restless, his golden aura swelled, and his hands were straightened to lock on the destructive energy cannon in front of him with infinite destructive power. Boom! The unstoppable destruction energy cannon landed in Gogeta's hands. With the strong physical fitness of the Super Saiyan level 4, Gogeta blocked the attack. Don't think it's over. Talat's mouth raised. His hands exerted force again, instantly increasing the release intensity of the ultimate skill. With Talat's exertion of force, Gogeta could no longer stabilize her body, and her whole body was pushed backwards by this energy beam. Stop! Vegeta gritted his teeth and burst out his bloodline again, forcibly blocking the destructive energy cannon released by Talat. The next second, he threw his hands suddenly, and this powerful destructive energy cannon was sent to the depths of the universe. This is the moment that Talat is waiting for. In an instant, Talat crossed the space and descended behind Vegeta. The moment he appeared, Vegeta felt a chill sweeping over his back. His whole face changed drastically, and he had a premonition of the arrival of the crisis. It's this space power again. Don't don't think I will suffer a loss in this power. Vegeta turned around quickly, his right fist flashed red light and suddenly blasted out. Talat's iron fist containing the power of space was also strongly shot at this moment. Boom! The moment the two sides collided, the whole universe trembled. 3. The dazzling light of destruction flashed, and Talat's divine power and Vegeta's bloodline power met fiercely. The instantaneous backlash swept across the bodies of the two people. Vegeta was bombarded hundreds of kilometers away by this blow, but Talat crashed into the interior of Mars at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. With his impact, the entire surface of Mars ushered in a terrifying twist. Looking around, dense cracks instantly enveloped the entire surface of Mars. This shows how huge backlash Talat has suffered. The backlash of this attack is so great, even my fist feels like it's going to be broken. But you shouldn't be defeated so easily, right? Vegeta looked at the surface of Mars, still maintaining his life. Be alert and dare not relax at all. During perception, Talat's divine power showed up, and there were signs of vague decline. It can be imagined how huge the impact of the backlash of the collision between the power of blood and the power of God just now had on him. Time passes by minute by minute. After a full half-minute pass, Vegeta felt something was wrong. Strange, he should have come out long ago. What is brewing? Vegeta frowned, feeling that this matter was not simple. Talat divine power fluctuates at the center of Mars, and it is certain that he is not seriously injured. At this moment, a brilliant and dazzling blue light suddenly began to bloom on the surface of Mars. Vegeta could clearly feel how amazing this divine power had expanded. The power of the gods has expanded again. The blue light, could it be a transformation above the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta felt the qualitative change in the power of the gods on Talat's body, and in his eyes the burning fighting spirit became even hotter. When he started war with Talat, he had a premonition that this possibility was, and what he wants is this level of battle. It would be a pity that I finally came out like this once and didn't use all my strength to fight in a grand manner. Boom! The vast power of gods covers the entire surface of Mars. With the explosion of this divine power, the entire Mars fell apart at this moment, and countless huge planet fragments disappeared under the extermination of the divine power. Located in the center of the vast divine light, Talat stood in the void with a new posture. Now he is no longer in the state of the Super Saiyan God, but in the Super Saiyan Blue. Under the baptism of this powerful divine power, the injuries caused during the battle just now have recovered as before. Soon, this pure divine power was restrained back into Talat. His face was filled with a faint smile, and he looked at Vegeta from the air. Blue hair? This is the transformation above the Super Saiyan God, right? Asked Vegeta. His voice crossed the vacuum environment through energy and entered Talat's ears. That's right, this is a Super Saiyan who surpasses the Super Saiyan God, named Super Saiyan Blue. Talat explained to Vegeta. Under the transformation of the Super Saiyan Blue, he already has the combat ability to confront Super Sai Vegeta head-on without falling into a disadvantage. Even in terms of momentum, he is better. Is Super Saiyan Blue an interesting transformation? I don't know how much your combat power can be improved after entering this state. Vegeta moved his limbs, and the fighting spirit burning in his eyes became even more lush. You are so confident that you can defeat me by relying solely on the 4th level of the current Super Saiyan. Talat narrowed his eyes slightly, and his aura continued to expand, becoming stronger and stronger. He has many trump cards. Without counting the power of space and the power of law, he still has the power of the Giant Ape Super League to mobilize. However, unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not mobilize the power of the Giant Ape Super League. Once that force is mobilized, the nature of this battle will change. To deal with you now, there is no need to have a higher level of Super Saiyan level 4. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta's body disappeared in an instant. Through instant movement, he descended directly behind Talat, raised his leg and hit him hard, but was easily blocked by Talat's hand. I am in the blue state of Super Saiyan, but I am different from before. After Talat said the cold word, he began his own counterattack. The power of the blue god erupted in full swing, and Talat's speed and power ushered in a qualitative change. The dense attack like rain continued to fall towards Vegeta. Faced with Talat's strong attack, Vegeta fought in a roundabout way and retreated to advance. Bang, bang, pound, pound. The ultimate contest between fist and flesh has set off a terrifying cosmic storm in the universe. Every time the two people encounter, the shock wave will sweep across the universe at a speed that exceeds the light. Whether it is the planet or the sun, or other special living organisms, they will disappear and turn into nothingness after being swept by this wave of destruction. Talat's breathing was steady and his offensive accelerated. He devoted himself to the attack without giving Vegeta a chance to breathe. Faced with Talat's fierce offensive, even Vegeta felt a little pressure. He found that Talat's offensive method and frequency have completely changed, and compared with before, it is not at the same level. It's getting more and more interesting. Vegeta was very excited, and the pressure turned into motivation. The agitation in his body was restless. Accidentally traction to release access the deeper blood power in his body. Pounds. Abruptly, a blue light broke the balance. Vegeta's weakness was hit hard, and his whole person was instantly bombarded tens of thousands of meters away. Even with the support of the Super Saiyan's 4th level powerful body, this divine strike fell firmly on his body, which made Vegeta unable to bear it. After being knocked away for more than 10 kilometers, Vegeta stabilized his body and raised his hand to rub the soft rib. The piercing pain made his aura increase instead of reducing. It hurts so much. This is the first time I have felt such a severe pain. Vegeta grinned, and his breath continued to rise. The terrifying fist pressure twisted the space, driving the terrifying power of shattering everything, and headed straight for Talat. This is not an ordinary chi combination fist. Talat did not dodge and raised his arms to block it. Bang! The sound of a loud bang. A strange thing happened. Not only did Vegeta's energy fist break Talat's divine defense, it also penetrated his body, leaving a red mark on his arms and chest. Talat, who was hit by this, had a touch of bright red blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured, and he was seriously injured. Invisible is better than tangible. This blow can actually ignore physical defense. Talat frowned, and he found that he still underestimated this guy Vegeta. After all, he is a fusion warrior known as the strongest in the entire dimension, and is far from as simple as he thought. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. After succeeding with the blow, Vegeta's mouth raised and she joked to Talat. Hearing Vegeta's provocation, Talat wiped off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth, smiled, and replied, "Is this trick that can be learned in just one glance? Is it necessary to teach me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Talat gathered his divine power and raised his hand to shoot an invisible fist containing boundless divine power. After seeing this move, Vegeta's face changed drastically. It's impossible to be wrong. This guy Talat actually learned it at a glance. Don't think this move worked for me. As the founder of Invisible Fist, Vegeta is very clear about the flaws of this move. He condensed energy and planned to offset the Invisible Fist from the front, but found that the Invisible Fist disappeared from his sight. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise, and then a tearing pain came from his back. The blue light penetrated his chest. Huff! Vegeta was injured and a blood arrow suddenly spurted out of her mouth. The bright red blood bead floated in the universe and did not dissipate for a long time. Do you really think I just simply imitated your trick? Although this invisible fist is strong, its weakness is also obvious, so I simply upgraded it. How about it? The nourishment that is penetrated by the power of gods, how does it taste? Talat said with a playful smile on his face. Vegeta, who was penetrated by the power of God, grinned in pain until the power of gods that penetrated his chest dissipated. That he was relieved. He endured this piercing pain and struggled to stand firm. I wiped off the blood stains at the corner of my mouth and it took a while to recover. The upgrade after imitation is indeed very good, but only this level of attack is far from enough to defeat me. After the words came, a golden aura surged from Vegeta's body, and the golden aura was still facing him. Another advanced direction change. The breath that had just declined slightly due to injury has now expanded significantly again. The intensity of this energy is far greater than before. Have you finally come up with real skills? That's interesting. Seeing this, Talat's face turned right and he was cheered up. Although there was no big change in the form of Vegeta in front of him, if we judged from the perception of breath, Vegeta's aura had increased to a point that was enough to crush the 9th dimension strongman. With his explosion, the entire GT universe began to vibrate violently, and even other time and space worlds were vaguely affected. The breath is expanding. Is it a special boundary breakthrough without the power of God? It doesn't look like. Talat's expression became more and more serious, and he saw Vegeta's changes in his eyes. According to his understanding of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, in order to reach a boundary breakthrough, the use of the power of God is the fastest and most effective way. Before, when Sun Wukong and Vegeta competed with him, they must have had some understanding of the power of God. Vegeta even absorbed his power of God to strengthen himself. In addition to the power of the gods used in the battle with Vegeta, it is not difficult to comprehend the warrior's talent. This guy, can it be achieved to this extent? This strength has reached the extreme of this dimension, Talat said in his heart. Chapter 310. Outside the world. Vegeta finally completed the final transformation. Although his form is still the 4th level Super Saiyan, the color of his hair has changed to a bright red. This is his boundary breakthrough state, and there is no need for the strengthening of the power of God. With the blessing of this form, Vegeta's combat power has expanded to a level far beyond the previous one. As long as he is willing, he can even reach the late stage of the 10th dimension. As you can see, see, this is my Super Saiyan level 4. The boundary breakthrough is very different from your boundary breakthrough, right? Vegeta put his hands on his hip and showed him confidently to Talat. Holding on to your current strength, without the help of the power of the god, he can burst out the combat power of the middle stage of the 10th dimension. At this moment, Vegeta is undoubtedly the first person under the destruction of the god. There is indeed a big difference. As for the strength, let me experience it myself. Talat smiled without hesitation, mobilized the power of space to cross the space, and took the initiative to attack Vegeta. The crushing iron fist, which condensed the power of space, swung it out strongly and headed straight for Vegeta's face and smashed it down. If it were Vegeta who was in the normal state of Super 4, he would definitely be caught off guard. But in front of Gogeta, who is in the 4th level of the Super Saiyan and has broken through the boundary, both speed and strength are not enough. Now, the gap in strength seems to have been widened, Vegeta said jokingly while avoiding Talat's heavy punch. At the same time, he raised his leg and hit Talat's abdomen. Talat, who was hit hard, sprayed a stream of sour water from his mouth and a brief stalemate appeared in his body. After adjusting his condition as quickly as possible, Talat's eyes changed drastically and hesitated to punch Vegeta again without hesitation. However, Gogeta disappeared without a trace. Talat's face changed. Before he could use other means, he felt an unparalleled powerful force sweeping over. But in a blink of an eye, Talat was sent hundreds of kilometers away by this huge force. Vegeta, located in the starry sky of the universe, directly locked Talat's position and pushed forward with both hands to form a stance for energy release. Buzz! The blue light of energy flashed in his hands. Talat, who flew backward, keenly sensed the attack of the crisis, exploded the power of the gods to stabilize his body, and at the same time he took the stance of releasing his ultimate skill. Both sides are condensing energy, and the power of gods and bloodlines expands at the same time, causing unprecedented super turmoil in this universe, the underworld, on the great realm of kings. Since the moment this battle caused the universe to turmoil, the great realm king and the 4 realm kings were observing at the same time. Obviously, this battle has already scared them. The showdown between Talat, who instantly killed the demonized superstar dragon, and the fusion warrior Gogeta, realm king god realm, the old king god and the god of Gebert, were watching the battle of the universe through the crystal ball. The contest between Talat and Gogeta made them so frightened that they had difficulty breathing. Old ancestors, if they continue to release energy waves like this, is the universe really okay? God Gebet asked worriedly. At this time, the picture displayed in the crystal ball is that Talat and Gogeta are gathering their ultimate skill. With their strength, any killing skill may affect the entire universe. How could it be that not hangs? Once this thing explodes, not only the universe will be destroyed, but we are afraid that we will not be spared. The old king god scolded him. Then, what should we do? Jobit was crying without tears. It's too hard to stop it. What else can we do? We can't stop it, and now we can only wait and see. The old king Shen sighed. He looks as stable as an old dog, but in fact he is very nervous. Unfortunately, the strength of these kings and gods in the realm is only this little bit, and they can't do anything except wait and see. In the universe, Talat and Gogeta's ultimate moves have been condensed and formed. Double spiral destruction cannon. Talat exerted force suddenly, and the energy beam of the divine power in his hand burst out. Super large turtle Sekigong wave. Vegeta also released his strongest killing skill, the rich dark blue light, carrying the destructive power that was enough to blow up the entire galaxy, ejected straight from the palm. The strength of the two of them is that even if the 11th level powerful man takes action, it will take some effort to resolve it. Boom! 2 10th dimensional energy collided, accompanied by the blooming of a white light, and the space barrier faintly showed signs of collapse. The entire GT universe was constantly vibrating under the collision of the two forces. The incalculable energy shock wave swept the universe at a speed that spans space, and everything that touches it will be wiped out. The continuous collision of the ultimate moves also indirectly awakened the independent consciousness of the GT space-time universe. I didn't expect that even my super large turtle Sekigong wave was blocked by you. This alone is enough to make me recognize you. Talat, your power should be more than this, right? Take it out and kill you. Come on, the power of the death demonic super 1-star dragon. Vegeta shouted loudly. He could feel that a more terrifying force was brewing in Talat's body. Once that power explodes, I am afraid that I can't resist it even if I rely solely on the current Super Saiyan level 4 and boundary breakthrough state. Don't worry, the show has just begun. A dazzling blue light flashed in Talat's eyes, and the energy pool of the divine power in his body was further stimulated. His blue light surged upward, reflecting the dark blue light at this moment, and the power of the god further purified, but did not enter the ultimate state of the Super Saiyan Deep Blue, but was in the watershed between Super Blue and Deep Blue. Seeing that the situation was in stalemate, Gogeta decided to make another move to break the deadlock. Under the control of his mind, the blood power in his body further expanded, and the majestic energy gushed out like an erupting volcano. Accompanied accompanied by two muffled sounds. The muscles on Vegeta's arms suddenly expanded and the super-large turtle school Qigong wave output in his hand increased several times. The energy output intensifies and the balance is broken. At this moment the power of the god was ruthlessly suppressed by the power of blood. Talat, who was releasing energy on the other end, felt the strong pressure of this dramatic increase, raised his eyebrows and understood Vegeta's plan. Since you can't wait, then I'm as you wish. As soon as Talat finished speaking, his divine power expanded, instantly breaking from the Super Saiyan Blue full power to the Super Saiyan Dark Blue Extreme. Talat, who transformed again, had a qualitative change in his strength and his strong combat power reached the level of the 10th dimension. Boom! The strength of the power of God has increased dramatically. The super large turtle Qigong wave, which originally had the advantage, was forcibly pushed back by Talat's double spiral destruction cannon and remained flat again. Sensing Talat's sublimation of the power of the god, the intensity was approaching the realm he was in. The smile on Vegeta's face became even stronger. You finally transformed again, but what I want to see is that stronger state, Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, who has a stronger fighting spirit, has a bulging veins on his forehead, further increasing the energy output of the super large turtle school Qigong wave. Talat, located at the other end, had a calm expression. Buzz, located at the center of the collision of the ultimate move, Vegeta's bloodline power and Talat's divine power reached the critical point after being strongly squeezed by both sides without any room for anything. Until the end. Boom! The unparalleled light of destruction expanded rapidly, and in a flash, it swallowed the surrounding star field. All matter will turn into nothingness when it is touched. At this critical moment, the GT space-time universe's autonomous consciousness had to take the final measures. At the moment when this light of destruction was about to lose control, it took the initiative to open a hole leading to the outside world, forcibly transmitting this power of destruction, and at the same time, it also sucked Talat and Gogeta in. No, it should be that the GT space-time universe spit out Talat and Gogeta. As everything was calmed down, Talat and Gogeta were gone. On Earth, Sun Gohan, Sun Goshen, Tenek, Oob, Xiao Fang, everyone is carefully sensing the changes in the aura in the universe. The shock that just happened once made them think that the world was about to be destroyed. Now I suddenly returned to peace. It's so incredible. The battle is over? No. The breath of Gogeta that the father and Uncle Vegeta merged with each other and Uncle Talat's aura have all disappeared. Sun Gohan said with lingering fear. I really can't feel what's going on. Sun Mushin was eager to know the specific situation. Is it because the fusion warrior between Dad and Uncle Goku was defeated? After all, Uncle Talat breath is difficult to sense. Tennock said. The great world king star. It finally over, but fortunately, the universe has not been destroyed. The king of great realm breathed a sigh of relief and the big stone hanging in his heart could finally be put down. He was afraid that after the explosion of that energy would destroy the universe and the underworld and let the gods doom together. The other three kings of the realm also breathed a sigh of relief one after another. Only the king of northern realm still kept his nerves very tight and did not dare to slack off at all. It can't be found. It can't be found at all. Could it be that they all died because of the explosion of energy? No. Impossible. The king of the north is struggling to find the whereabouts of Vegeta and Talat, but even though he activated his ability and searched every corner of the universe, he could not find the whereabouts of Talat and Gogeta. The only explanation is that the two people died at the moment when the ultimate skill exploded because they could not bear the backlash of power. Of course, there is also an outrageous possibility, that is, their power is too strong, exceeding the limit that this world can withstand, and they are forcibly bombed into other dimensions or other time and space world. After all, Talat comes from other time and space world. Realm King God Realm. After seeing the energy explosion through the crystal ball, the old King God and the Jebedite God were frightened and lost. With such a large energy explosion, the realm of the King of Realms is also within the scope of its impact. Fortunately, the situation did not develop in the worst direction. Old ancestors, they seem to be missing, and the crystal ball cannot be located in their position. God Jebet asked in confusion. The old king of the world beside him heard this, but he didn't answer and fell into deep thought. It was not until 10 seconds passed that the old king God said cautiously, it seems that they broke the world because of their power and went outside the world. Outside the world? Ancestors, what you mean is that when the explosion was just now, the gap in the world was exploded and they left this world? God Jebet asked. Well, it seems that there is only this explanation, the old king of the world said earnestly. Outside the GT space-time world, this is not a different dimension world, nor a time and space corridor, nor is it another time and space world. This is another primitive realm outside the world. Simply put, it is the unevolved place of chaos. The power that Talat and Gogeta burst out was too strong, so powerful that they had exceeded the limit that the world could bear. With the intervention of the consciousness of the GT universe, the two were exiled to this realm. Here, there is nothing, only endless chaos and bottomless nothing. nothingness. Talat and Vegeta became the most dazzling light in this chaos. The dark blue divine light and bright red blood light reflect this huge chaotic world with extraordinary changes, bringing this world to an incredible change. Under the light of their power, the fog of chaos began to squirm. It seems that the energy explosion just now sent us to a place outside the world. Even I have come here for the first time. But okay, if you fight in this place, don't worry about using too much force. The world is destroyed and you and I can completely let go of our hands and feet. Talat chuckled. His voice passed through the endless fog of chaos through energy and came into Vegeta's ears. It is just right to be sent to this place to have a vigorous battle. You are right. We will have no worries in fighting in this place, so don't waste our time. Let's fight again. The fighting-spirited Vegeta held up his hands high and the blue light flashed in his palm, accompanied by the fact that he was full of energy. His hands waved hard and the dense energy bomb rushed towards Talat like a rainstorm. Faced with these airtight energy attack, if Talat in the Super Saiyan Blue state, it may be a bit difficult to deal with, but now he is in the extreme deep blue of Super Saiyan. He wants to resolve these energy bombs. Easy. Room. Talat raised his hand and set off a powerful storm of divine power, detonating all the incoming energy bombs. The aftermath was so intense that the chaos was dispersed. Did you resolve all the attacks with just a wave of your hand? You guy is so amazing. Vegeta looked at the explosion fire in the center of the battlefield and his emotions became more and more excited. P.S. Thank you readers for your support of 16272832 reward 588 reading coin. Thanks to book friends for their support for 100 yuan in 20186588 reward. Thanks to Yushin _reward 100 starting point coins for support. Chapter 311 Super 4 Gods vs Deep Blue Giant Ape Legend Super. The huge perception ability locked Talat's position and Vegeta rushed out instantly, slashing through the explosion of the flames and sprinting straight for Talat. Faced with Vegeta's proactive attack, Talat seemed to have not taken action, but in fact he was ready. Buzz. The moment when Vegeta approached, a red light flashed in Talat's eyes. In an instant, countless strength of force attack was launched in an instant and all the bombardments hit Vegeta. Vegeta, who had suffered dozens or hundreds of heavy blows, was knocked out and fist marks appeared everywhere in his body. Even his strong Super 4 body could not stand this kind of offensive. After flying backwards for a long time, Vegeta only stabilized her body with a gorgeous backlip. The severe pain from his body made him grin and his face looked extremely ugly. Looking at the injuries on his body, Talat fell into deep thought. The eyes were staring at Talat with a smile on his face, with the scrutiny in his eyes. At that moment just now, how did you make so many attacks at the same time? Vegeta asked in a deep voice. What? Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Talat teased with a smile. When Vegeta heard this, she was a little amused when she thought of her previous joke. Seeing that he did not answer, Talat continued to smile and said, I have to say that your body is strong enough. If it were someone else, you have fallen down at this time. If you want to defeat me, this level of attack is far from enough. Your moves are even more powerful than I expected. Now it seems that it is impossible not to show off your real skills to fight. Vegeta's eyes changed again and again, and the energy that was sleeping in his body was awakened little by little with his thought. A layer of faint pink particles appeared around his body. These energy particles were the power of gods, he realized, with the help of fighting against Talat. No, it should be the power that Vegeta and Sun Wukong realized, but they were unable to guide it, and now it has become the basis for Vegeta to comprehend the divine power. After feeling the sudden burst of divine power, Talat's expression became a little serious. Interesting. After breaking the boundaries, this is worth learning from me. Talat was cheered up. The real battle has just begun now. Without strengthening the power of the god, Vegeta completed the transformation of the 4th level boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan. Now, with the strengthening of the power of the god, you can reach a higher level, and this is also a state that Talat has not reached. Now, let's start the last round of competition. It's time for you to take out that purple hair realm. Ha ha ha. The words were said, accompanied by Vegeta's roar. The light pink god's name, the force, gushed out, covering Vegeta's whole body in an instant. His body shines with brilliant light like stars, so dazzling and sacred. The intensity of energy expanded at the limit, but in the blink of an eye it crossed the middle stage of the 10th dimension and reached the peak of the late stage of the 10th dimension. After reaching the middle and late stages of the 10th dimension, there is no doubt that it is the realm of destroying the god. Did the bloodline power reach this level under the catalysis of the power of God? What a strong sense of oppression. However, this feeling is also the pressure I need. Let me use you to break through. Vegeta. Talat felt the huge pressure coming towards him, and the militant factors in his body were further aroused, and his desire for this battle also increased to a higher order of magnitude. Although Vegeta was not as powerful as the destruction god Beerus and the destruction god Xiongpa, he also reached their realm. Abruptly, with Vegeta as the center, a brilliant light pink divine light rose from the ground, sweeping across this chaotic realm like a torrent. With stable momentum and converging strength, Vegeta entered a new state. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," said Vegeta's transformation was stable. At this moment, although he was still in the 4th level Super Saiyan appearance, he was covered with a cloak of the power of the god. With the blessing of the light pink divine power, its strength is far greater than that of Talat. What an amazing guy! Talat had seen the pink-haired blood sublimation realm that appeared in the original work. Neck, he will not hide anymore. At this moment, I happened to try it with the help of the power of Chuan Chao. In fact, Talat had already used some of the battles just now, otherwise how could he fight across borders? As a result of a dull sound from his body expanded a circle at a speed visible to the naked eye. The green flames and the deep blue divine light blend together, sublimating and transforming. Talat's aura expanded rapidly, and with the support of the power of the Giant Ape Super League, it quickly reached the mid-stage level of the 10th dimension. However, compared to Vegeta in front of him, it is still much worse. Hey, isn't this the state of that purple hair? You guy is hiding so much. Vegeta was a little surprised when he saw Talat's form transformation. He also thought that after he showed all his true strength, Talat would become a transformation state that killed the demonized Super 1-star dragon. This transformation looks very special, with the majesty of the power of God and a violent power. Moreover, he always felt familiar with this violent force, but he couldn't remember when he had met it for a while. That purple hair has a very special state. In a sense, it is not a transformation. Using this form to compete with you is also a challenge for me. The momentum is stable, and the power of the Giant Ape Legends Super League with blessings. Talat appears stronger and full of oppression. Is that so? Then let me see it. After the words fell, Vegeta took the position of a killer move. The next second teleport to Talat's front and shouted loudly, "Super Big Type Turd School Kigong Wave." Boom! The violent blue energy cannon shot out, and he was about to swallow Talat's body, but Talat used the power of space to transfer his position. Don't think of running. Vegeta, keenly locked in Talat position, controlled the super large turtle Sekigong wave to change direction and chased Talat's relentlessly. The power of space cannot be used. Talat, hiding in the chaotic space, was surprised to find that the surrounding space had been fixed and his space power was blocked. This is also Vegeta's new method. The super large turtle Sekigong wave that was chased crushed the space, drove the power of destroying the world, and bombed Talat. The violent energy pushed Talat's body backwards and headed straight to the end of the chaotic world. Talat, caught off guard, exploded, and the power of Giant Ape Super and the power of time and space to strengthen himself, forcibly resisting the advancement of the super large turtle Sekigong wave. The light of time and space disappear. Talat forced the power of time and space to bless the energy light released by himself, successfully pushing back the super large turtle Sekigong wave. Feeling the pressure coming from his hands, Vegeta did not choose to fight to the end and decisively changed his combat strategy. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Vegeta used his movement again and disappeared into chaos. The pressure in his hand disappeared, and Talat raised his brow and felt the crisis had arrived. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction where the crisis came, and saw Vegeta staring at him with a smile on his face. His clenched right fist was now shrouded in the rich light pink divine power. The fist that was enough to break the space suddenly swung out. Feeling this sense of crisis, Talat was shocked and his body instinctively took a defensive posture. Boom! The chaos world is collapsing. Talat was swept by this force and was knocked away for no reason. After stabilizing his body, Talat looked down at his skinny arms, his eyes becoming cautious. But soon, this prudent look was replaced by the fanatical fighting spirit, and the power of the gods and the power of the giant apes continued to intensify. It's a big taboo to be distracted in the battle. Vegeta's whisper echoed in Talat's ears. At this moment, Vegeta, under the state of strengthening the power of the god, has surpassed the law of space by relying solely on the speed of explosion. He appeared quietly beside Talat and launched dozens or hundreds of destructive attacks in an instant. This guy is learning his fighting style. Shield of time and space. Talat mobilized the power of time and space to form a defense around his body, but Vegeta's attack was too fierce, and the attack launched in an instant could even shatter time and space. But in an instant the shield of time and space collapsed, and Talat was once again bombarded by this force. Good guy, his power is so domineering, even time and space are broken. An opponent like you will be killed by you if you are not careful. Talat, who was flying backward, burst into breath and stabilized his body. Shape. The power of space blesses both fists, and the hands of both hands can produce the ultimate space fist pressure, and the real invisible fist is exerted. This offensive that mobilizes the power of space makes Vegeta unable to avoid it and can only condense a wall of energy to resist. But what he didn't expect was that Talat's invisible fist could pass through the wall of energy and pour all over him. Not good. Vegeta suddenly felt something was wrong and tightened his muscles all over his body. The power of bloodline and the power of gods exploded at the same time to form form a defense to resist the bombardment of these forces. But this is not an ordinary invisible fist. It drives the power of space and is enough to tear the target from the inside out. No matter how perfect Vegeta's defense is, he will suffer irresistible injuries. Space, time, and space, and this power that cannot be said to be so much harm to me. Vegeta gritted her teeth, and a divine light flashed in her eyes, and instantly burst out the power of the divine to resist the impact of the invisible fist. He knew that continuing like this was not a solution, and he had to find a way to break the deadlock. At this moment, Talat was constantly accelerating the attack of the invisible fist. As his attack became stronger and stronger, Vegeta's pressure also increased. But pressure is pressure, and it is not that easy to completely defeat Vegeta. After just a few seconds of adaptation, Gogeta found an opportunity and started his own counterattack. His arms began to tremble slightly and were located in the center of the invisible fist advancement, and suddenly an electric spark exploded. Have you found a way to crack it? But it's not that easy to resolve my invisible fist from the front, Talat said. The power of the giant ape super and the power of the gods exploded in full force, and it was so powerful that 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 the attacks continued. The invisible fist formed by the overwhelming power and the power of the law of space were successively shot out, and the speed and strength had undergone qualitative changes, and the range of its destruction increased dramatically. The extremely powerful invisible fist defeated Vegeta step by step, but unlike at the beginning facing this attack, Vegeta seemed very calm and did not mess up at all. Vegeta Tower seemed to have entered a magical state. He was already used to Talat's attack and grew further under the pressure brought by the invisible fist. At this moment his spirit was highly concentrated and his perception was sublimated, and he could clearly feel the trajectory of each invisible fist running. Talat is becoming stronger with the help of Gogeta, but Gogeta is becoming stronger faster. This is the gap in talent. Your weakness. He found it. As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed in Vegeta's eyes. The power of gods and bloodlines exploded in full swing, and the light of destruction after the fusion burst out strongly. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. The extremely sharp light instantly passed through all the invisible fists and bombarded Talat's chest like thunder. Talat, who was hit by this blow, his body was filled with blood, and a hot stream of divine blood mixed with sour water sprayed out of his mouth. This move was fast and fierce, and in just an instant shattering Talat's protective power. Fortunately, the power of the giant ape legend super was strengthened, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. I have seen through your attack completely. Just take out any means, otherwise you will definitely lose. Vegeta shouted, put his hands on his waist to condense energy. Judging from this posture, he wanted to one move to end the rhythm of the battle. The power of bloodline and the power of gods exploded in full swing, blending with each other, condensing into a super killer move that was enough to destroy chaos. Feeling the ever-expanding energy of Gogeta, Talat wiped off the blood stains from the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly. The next second, the green evil spirit and dark blue divine power burned around his body, and his aura continued to rise. He clasped his hands together and pulled them apart again, and a deep burst of energy bomb appeared in his palm. Buzz buzz! The majestic energy gathered towards Talat's hands. Because of the restlessness of the giant ape's power, Talat's body continued to expand. His height was more than 2 meters, and his veins were raised all over his body, containing extremely terrifying power. If you can hurt me to this point, I have to say that you are really strong now. You can take this trick. With his force, the body of this energy bomb that destroyed the body was actively expanding 10 meters, 100 meters, 1000 meters, 10,000 meters, 10,000 meters, until it turns into the size of an asteroid, and it is still in extreme expansion. Chapter 312 Dragon God Sarama. Super Blue 3 is coming. Super Damn Bomb. Talat let out a cathartic roar. His power expanded to its peak and even passed through the chaotic land and intervened in other time and space world. What an amazing power! After sensing the power of Talat's ultimate skill condensed, Vegeta became more and more excited. The two of them were traction with each other, and Vegeta's pink power further sublimated. Their power polarized this chaotic land and rendered it into different colors. Half pink world, the other half blue and green world. This huge chaotic land, under the extreme expansion of the two, there were signs of being torn apart. The top powerhouses located in other time and space worlds also felt something at this moment. It is not easy to break through the shackles of time and space. The intuition and instinct of the strong tell these existences that there is an earth-shaking battle somewhere. Talat and Vegeta's ultimate moves finally gathered to the strongest eight. Come on, Vegeta, let me see how you can resolve my super destruction bomb. Accompanied by a hysterical shout, Talat used the strongest killing skill that had infused all his body's strength to bombard the strongest killing skill that had filled his entire body. Out. In an instant, the entire chaotic world changed color. This super destruction bomb that could destroy everything crashed towards Vegeta like a planet. How terrifying and terrifying this scene. The sense of oppression alone has reached the point of crushing everything. If it explodes, it is hard to imagine how much damage it will cause. Then you open your eyes and see clearly. I'll resolve it now, show it to you. Ultimate Turtle Sekigong Wave. Vegeta directly took out his ultimate killing skill at the bottom of the box. In an instant, the dark blue light of destruction led to the power of gods and bloodlines burst out, colliding with Talat's super destruction bomb. Boom! Two energy that was enough to destroy the world collided, and the entire chaotic world changed in a shocking way. The fog of chaos is dispersed, space collapses, turbulence in time and space appears, and the world collapses from the inside out. The power of Talat and Vegeta is destroying the world from the inside out. If this continues, this chaotic land will be destroyed. The battle between the ultimate Turtle Sekigong Wave and the super destruction bomb is still continuing. No one could gain the upper hand. Talat maintains the stability of the super destruction bomb and continuously strengthens its output. In fact, if he wants, he can use the destructive power to strengthen the super destructive bomb, but he does not want to win in this way. Fighting with Vegeta is an excellent experience. With the help of his battle with Vegeta, he released his accumulated potential and vaguely touched the higher realm of God. He could see that the Super Saiyan realm above the extreme blue of the deep blue was waving to him. At this moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Vegeta's face. He still has more energy. It seems that I won this battle. After the words fell, Vegeta's body, the power of the divine, suddenly entered a state of extreme explosion. The light pink divine light soared into the sky, and his arms' muscles suddenly expanded, and the energy output of the ultimate Turtle School Kigong Wave directly expanded a large circle. You guy, are you still hiding your strength? Talat felt the sudden increase in pressure on his hand, and his expression was extremely solemn. Although I have guessed it, I am still shocked if I am really sure. Boom! There was a loud bang. Talat's super destruction bomb was penetrated by Vegeta's ultimate Turtle Kigong Wave. The violent blue energy beam arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. At such a fast speed, he could not escape. The crazy energy instantly swallowed Talat ruthlessly. His body was suffering from destruction, and unprecedented severe pain surged all over his body, making his expression distorted and unable to do so. The violent divine power entered his body and ran around through his skin. There was even a part of him entering his divine power energy pool. If it were someone else, I would be afraid that the body would explode due to this external force, but this may not be a bad thing for Talat. While bearing the dual pressures of internal and external forces brought by this powerful force, Talat finally broke through the shell of his potential possibility. In his eyes, an extremely gorgeous blue divine light flashed. Boom! Inside the ultimate Turtle Sekigong Wave, an unparalleled divine pressure expanded at the extreme, disintegrating the ultimate Turtle Sekigong Wave and covering the entire chaotic world. What? The sudden burst of divine power made Vegeta's face change suddenly. The strength of this divine power was extraordinary, and things began to get wrong. This power of God gave him a very dangerous signal. In this huge chaotic world, Talat's shouts echoed throughout the chaos with the expansion of the power of the god. The extremely rich dark blue streaming light filled the chaotic world. Located in this dark chaos, a brilliant divine sound suddenly sounded. It indicates that the true God is coming. The chaotic barrier was torn apart, and through the gap you can see its violent turbulent time and space turbulent. The world in the turbulent flow of time and space is the corridor of time and space. Thousands of time and space were distorted by the power of the defiant gods that Talat burst out. out. At this moment the world outside the Chaos Land was also impacted by this divine power against the heaven. Vegeta raised his hand to resist the impact of the power of God. His face was horrified and he grinned. His eyes, filled with horror, stared straight at the blue energy ball transformed from the power of the pure spirit. In this energy ball, Talat is undergoing his final transformation. At the same time, in a place that no one noticed, inside a special dimension entrance outside the GT universe. This is the entrance to the Dragon Realm. In the Dragon World, as the most mysterious dragon god in the Dragon Ball world, Sarama is located on the throne of the Dragon God, the highest point in the Dragon World. He was supposed to be sleeping on the Dragon God throne and suddenly felt a powerful divine pressure coming into the Dragon Realm. This strange power of God made the Dragon God, who had been sleeping for countless years, open his eyes. Has another young new god been born? Sarama had a strong interest in his heart. This strange power of God successfully won his attention. A flash of splendor, Sarama's golden pupils flashed, and an invisible power of wishes accompanied his eyes expanding. Soon, this willingness was traced back to the source. What happened in the Chaos Land was reflected in his eyes. Are you a scion? A sharp light flashed in Sarama's eyes, and he had a clear understanding of the identities of the two people in a moment. It is certain that the divine power that was transmitted to the Dragon World just now was emitted by this blue divine light ball. After sleeping for too long, he couldn't remember when the last time he saw the wonderful magic war. Sarama, who was interested, swept away his fatigue and planned to observe the battle that took place in Chaos, the land of Chaos. Vegeta stared at the dark blue divine energy ball in front of her. Her nerves were very tense and she dared not slacken at all. Has it evolved again? What would it look like if you once again surpass the ultimate state of Super Saiyan? Vegeta is both nervous and looking forward to it at this moment. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly, it was located in this blue energy ball, making a sound like muffled thunder. As this sound rang out, the huge chaotic world also became restless. Every dull sound will make the chaotic world tremble 3 times. On the surface of this huge energy cluster, cracks appeared one after another. Vegeta secretly mobilized the little energy left in his body and was ready to defend. Boom! In an instant the energy ball collapsed and the storm of the destruction of the power of the god swept across the chaotic world. Vegeta, he was the first to be swept by this storm of terrifying god power. Even if he was prepared, he was still forced to retreat 10,000 meters away. Through the dark blue light of the god, Talat's figure could be vaguely seen. The entire chaos was stained into dark blue by this divine power. This huge chaotic world is completely for Talat's realm. You guy, it's really unhappy. I didn't expect you to succeed. After the words came to an end, Vegeta's eyes were full of envy. Buzz! The divine light shrank at this moment and Talat descended to the Chaos Land with a brand new posture. The appearance is almost the same as the 3rd level Super Saiyan. The only difference is the color change of the pupils and hair. The long hair that reached the waist was as crystal clear as sapphire. This form is the 3rd level of Super Saiyan Blue. Finally it succeeded. Talat felt the powerful divine power flowing in his body and was excited. He has accumulated so long in another space-time world and has perfectly absorbed the power of space-time. This is his goal. After accumulating potential for more than half a year, he made a full release in one go, which allowed him to achieve a breakthrough feat that is both a peak. At this moment he not only mastered the 3rd level of Super Saiyan Blue, the normal combat power has expanded to the 8th dimension. Under normal circumstances, the 8th dimensional combat power, coupled with the blessing of the Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level peak, Talat's combat power suddenly expanded to the late peak of the 10th dimensional. Like Vegeta at this time, it is only one step away from the higher 11th element. Talat, whose mind returned, had a faint smile on his face. His deep blue eyes with boundless divine power looked at Vegeta's position, deliberately showing his posture, and said, "How does it feel? This is me, another Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level who surpassed the limit of the Super Saiyan God." Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level, Vegeta said word by word, suppressing her restless heart. Although I am very unwilling to give up, I must admit that the strength of this divine power has exceeded that of him now. Suppressing his restless heart, Vegeta looked down at his trembling hands, trying hard to restrain his body, but to no avail. Have my body surrendered? Vegeta felt the strangeness in her body, clenched her fist, and tried her best to relax her tense nerves. It took a long time to return to normal. After his physical condition was adjusted, Vegeta's eyes turned and locked in Talat in front of him again, sensing this bottomless and powerful power of the god. Although it's very unhappy to be treated as a step further by you, the battle is just like this and constantly challenging the limit. After expelling the feeling of retreat, Vegeta's eyes showed a fiery fighting spirit. At this moment he looks even more excited. Can I still show this fighting spirit when facing my Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level? It's worthy of being you. I'm so brave. Talat praised. Do you think I will be afraid to admit defeat? Even if you are better than me now, I can't admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, the light pink god power around Vegeta erupted. In addition, Then, there was a wave of light pink god. The powerful blood evil spirit gushed out from his body. Along with a hysterical shout, Vegeta's breath expanded again, and an extremely powerful divine light rose again in this world infected by the power of Talat's god Buzz. At the periphery of the light pink divine power, a rich scarlet evil aura emerged, completely wrapping the divine power energy ball from the outside, and the two energy sources blended with each other, thus forming a new dark red energy. Under the rendering of this special energy group, Vegeta's Super 4 Gods is slightly dark like a super villain. Is the Realm King's Fist? This move is used to maximize your strength in a short period of time. It can indeed compete with my Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level, but your current fusion time is approaching. The Realm King's Fist is here. The tricks will greatly shorten your fusion time, Talat said expressionlessly. He has broken through to the peak state of the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan Blue, and is already a real old-fashioned destruction god. If he is willing, he can even use the power of the Giant Ape Super League to break through to the higher 11th element. In front of him now, Vegeta in the state of Super 4 Gods is not enough to see. Even if the World King Fist will shorten the fusion time, I will burn everything in this duel 10 times. World King Fist. Vegeta's loud shout spread. The energy that is enough to destroy the world swept across the world like a torrent. With the blessing of the tenfold Realm King Fist, Vegeta has finally reached the realm where Talat is. After the energy stabilized, Vegeta quickly acted as a killer move and released a super large turtle Sekigong wave with infinite destructive power at the fastest speed. The violent blue energy beam rushed straight to Talat. Boom! The energy beam exploded with a bang, and the terrifying energy crushed the chaotic world. Some of the power even came into the space-time corridor, affecting other space-time world. Chapter 313 Obsession. Goodbye to yourself and your extreme intentions. I saw you, Vegeta roared. After locking in Talat position, he turned into a bloody light and shot out. Faced with Gogeta's proactive attack, Talat did not dodge and chose to confront him head-on. Boom! The two collided, and the dazzling light of destruction expanded rapidly. The fierce battle broke out at this moment. With the blessing of the tenfold Realm King Fist, Vegeta has indeed reached the current state of Talat, but this force that has been forced to improve is ultimately a flashy external force. Compared with the true 10th dimensional peak combat power, there is still some gap. At the beginning, Gogeta was able to compete with Talat, but as Talat began to fight back, he was at a disadvantage. How powerful is Talat, who is at the peak of the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan Blue? Just take a slight move to surpass Vegeta's limit. The vast power of divine despising everything was shown to the extreme in this battle. The damage caused by the power of the gods contained in each attack is the order of magnitude that crushes the entire universe, destroying and terrifying. Moreover, this is the tip of the iceberg shown in the 3rd level of the Talat Super Saiyan Blue. Even if Vegeta was superimposed with the tenfold King Fist in the state of the Super 4 Gods that surpassed the limit, he was mercilessly playing with it in his palm. No matter it is close combat, energy-based moves, or special moves he created alone, it cannot have a substantial impact on Talat. All his attacks were seen through by Talat and resolved one by one. Do you understand the gap in strength now? There is no suspense in this battle. You and I are no longer at the same level. Talat's arrogant words revealed boundless confidence. Even Vegeta, known as the strongest warrior in the entire dimension, seems so small in front of him now. These arrogant words made Vegeta feel quite unhappy, but she was helpless. As Talat said, the gap in strength is too big. To break the balance, he must come up with a higher multiple of the Realm King Fist, but it is a bit difficult. If he took out 20 times the King of Realm Fist in his heyday, his body could bear it. But the problem is that before this, he had been fighting for so long, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. We should continue to increase the boundary. The multiple of Wang Chuan poses huge risk. If you are not careful, the violent energy in his body will lose control, which will cause him to disintegrate on the spot. Vegeta. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis swept across his body, and Vegeta's eyes widened with horror. Talat's sword finger had already landed at his mouth. This strong sense of crisis made Vegeta dare not act rashly. The next second, Talat pointed his sword at the transformed fist and criticized Vegeta hard. Hounds. There was a muffled sound. Vegeta, who was hit hard, was swept by an irresistible force and flew backward until it hits the space barrier of the Chaos Land. But damn, Vegeta struggled to regain control of his body. Talat's move caused him trauma that cannot be ignored. A bright red blood stain overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta gasped for breath. His face turned pale. His chest was constantly rising and falling, and his power of God decreased. Just a casual blow. He was severely injured. It can be imagined that the transformation of the Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level is no longer just the limit of the 10th dimension. It is the 11th level of the original level. Even if the Super Saiyan's 4th level body and the power of the gods are strengthened, it will be difficult to get this blow. The result is already obvious. Vegeta, you lose. Talat was at the highest point of the Chaos Land and looked down at the embarrassing Vegeta with the attitude of a winner. Ha ha ha. Vegeta smiled helplessly. At this moment he was relieved. He is not as good as Talat. If I'm not mistaken, this form should not be your full strength. The state of purple hair is your real everything, right? Vegeta asked, stabilizing his state. That's true. Not all. Talat nodded slightly and replied, although the third level of Super Saiyan Blue is powerful, it is still weaker than the self-extreme state. However, if he uses his own extreme state on the basis of Super Blue 3, he will be stronger. Not only is it self-extreme intention, but also freedom and extreme intention. Although the blessing of magical skills can be regarded as transformation, it is actually an increase in skills. Before I completely dissipate, let me see the state of that purple hair. How about it? Vegeta said expectantly. He wanted to see how wide the unknown realm was. What direction did the evolution of the Saiyan people have in addition to the power of blood and the power of God? Ken Talat pondered for a moment and said. The next second, Talat detonated the destructive power in his body while maintaining the third level of the Super Saiyan Blue. As Talat's destructive power became stronger and stronger, in an instant the dark purple divine light swept across the entire chaos with him as the center. Buzz buzz. Under the rendering of this deep purple light, Talat's hair and pupils turned into dark purple. The third level of the Super Saiyan Blue, more vast and heavier pressure from the gods swept across the entire chaos land. At this moment the barrier of the chaotic world was overwhelmed and collapsed with a bang, turning into fragments floating in the surrounding space, reflecting Talat's invincible posture. XXXX. This state has almost reached the extreme of the 11th element and even touched the 12th element. Vegeta, who witnessed Talat's transformation, widened his eyes in horror. This extreme divine power far exceeded his cognition. How do you feel? This form is called self-extreme intention. Talat's sharp eyes were staring at Vegeta. Just a shock released by his eyes made Vegeta take a breath and his mind was greatly affected. Impact. Ha ha ha. It turns out that the gap in strength between us is so big. Thank you for playing this game with me before. To be honest, I am really curious about how you practiced lose to you like this. The strong man. My wish is over as the final will dissipated. Vegeta's fusion state was lifted and it was redifferentiated into Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two of them became victims of Vegeta's overload overdraft, which also led to their current fall into a deep coma. Of course, this battle will make them make greater progress. Seeing this, Talat crossed the space to check the situation of the two. After scanning the power of the god, it was confirmed that the two of them were just unconscious due to excessive consumption and the rest were not seriously injured, so they breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, Talat's face changed suddenly, as if he had noticed something. He raised his head and looked at the dilapidated chaotic world with sharp eyes. He could vaguely feel something seemed to be observing here. Who is it? Talat narrowed his eyes slightly. His mental perception continued to expand and he continued to advance in this direction, crossing the chaotic land, entering other dimensions and even delving into other worlds. At the same time, in the dragon world, the dragon god Sarama, who was paying attention to the battle situation in Chaos Land, noticed that Talat was looking in his direction. A hint of surprise appeared on his face that had never been turbulent for countless epochs. Oh, he mastered the destructive power and could detect my existence. What an interesting little guy. Sarama pinched his chin with one hand and a special smile appeared on his face. This scion named Talat has successfully attracted his attention. Located under the dragon god throne are several dragon men with golden colors. After noticing the fluctuations of Sarama's face, they showed a look of surprise. They couldn't remember when the last time Lord Sarama of Dragon God showed this expression. What is special about this mortal with powerful god power that can attract the attention of Lord Sarama of the Dragon God? After a meaningful look at Talat, Salama waved his hand and dispelled the special light curtain in front of him. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and the huge persuasion of the willpower expanded, sweeping across the entire dragon world. After a long time passed, Dragon God Salama sighed and sighed. There are more and more negative energy in thousands of time and space. If negative energy exceeds positive energy, the positive world will be crushed. This scion who has mastered the power of destruction may be a good choice, and he has also killed the evil dragon in the side universe. Sarama thought in his heart. He has strong combat power and has mastered the power of destruction. Looking at the thousands of time and space, he can indeed find this level of existence and only a handful of people. As a mortal, it is already very terrifying to be able to do this. Okay, just treat it as a test. If he can defeat the evil dragonborn in the Super Dragon Ball, he will be qualified to become my spokesperson. Salama has already made arrangements for Talat future. Inside the Chaos Land, Talat continued to deepen with his huge mental power. Just as he was about to lock in the target, the feeling of being monitored suddenly disappeared. Who is that guy who is observing me from other world? Is he an angel or the demon god in the dark demon world? No, it shouldn't be either. Talat fell into deep thought. His brain was running rapidly, raising everything in the Dragon Ball world with its special ability can associate existences that can transcend time and space. But but he still couldn't determine who the person who observed him was. Thoughts drifted in his heart. Talat put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. No matter who it is, since I have paid attention to him this time, I may notice it again next time, so let's find out again. At this time, Talat would not know that his existence had been noticed by the most mysterious dragon god Sarama in the Dragon Ball world. He shifted his attention to the unconscious Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. The power of time and space operated and opened up a space-time tunnel leading to the GT space-time universe in front of him. Immediately afterward, Talat grabbed the two unconscious people and entered the space-time tunnel. As he brought the two of them in, the time and space tunnel closed and the broken chaotic world finally returned to its previous peace. This chaos will return to its original state soon. GT space-time universe. Located in the depths of the universe, in a dark area that no one notices, a space-time crack exuding an evil aura appeared here. In the center of this time and space crack, a dark and infiltrating evil aura emerged from it. In the center of this evil aura, you can vaguely see Adeo's hideous and terrifying appearance. Immediately afterward, this terrifying creature appeared from the cracks in this time and space. If Talat was here, he would definitely know him. This guy is an invader from other time and space world, and is also the most brutal and terrifying monster in thousands of time and space. The demon Ozat. Did the power that shook thousands of time and space just now come from this time and space? Now the power fluctuation has disappeared. Ozat, who came to the GT space-time universe, showed a greedy smile on his face. As a super existence that is known as a demon like Bu, he is much more terrifying than Bu. Especially his devouring ability is cruel to eat. Whenever he devours an existence, he can perfectly inherit the opponent's power and even turn into the opponent's appearance to fight. Delicious food requires patience to search for. If I can get their strength, maybe I can eat this world. Ozat showed his crazy ambition. He wants to eat this side branch of time and space. On Earth, Sun Gohan, Sun Goten, Oob, Tenek, and Xiao Fang have been waiting in place for a long time. They have been waiting for the return of Talat and Gogeta. Not long after, a space-time channel appeared out of thin air in front of them, and the breath that came out of them made them feel 12 points of energy. Talat returns to Earth with the unconscious Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It seems that the fusion warrior of Dad and Uncle Vegeta lost. Sun Wushan immediately understood what was going on. Unbelievable, even Gogeta, who merged with Dad and Uncle Goku, was defeated. Uncle Talat, how strong are you? Tenex exclaimed. We have seen all the battles before, but we cannot spy on the battles after leaving the Earth. Your strength is beyond our reach. I wonder if you can give us some advice. Sun Gohan pondered for a moment. Talat said. When Noob heard this, although he did not show any emotional fluctuations, his mind became excited. He also hopes that Talat can give him some advice. After hearing Sun Gohan ask for advice, Talat was a little surprised. His eyes fell on Sun Gohan and he looked at Sun Gohan carefully. As Kakarot-san, your body contains an extremely huge potential, but because you have been neglecting to exercise for many years, this potential has fallen into a deep sleep. If I guess correctly, you now can't even play half of the peak strength. Talat's eyes revealed all the problems of Sun Gohan. Chapter 314 Super Saiyan Level 5. It must exist. Hearing Talat's words, Sun Gohan's mind trembled. He did not hide it and said to Talat, yes, now I can only transform into the second level of the Super Saiyan at most. Well, it's actually very easy to guide you, because in other time and space world you have already mastered higher level transformation and power, and the method is not difficult. But with your current situation, what you need is only enough time. Talat pointed out his path for Gohan. As a time traveler, I know so much about the plot of the Dragon Ball world. Although it is Sun Gohan from the GT space-time world, it is still Sun Gohan. Perhaps, in the near future, Gohan in this time and space can also become a Super Saiyan beast. For Talat, since he has arrived in the GT space-time world, he doesn't plan to leave immediately. He gives some advice before leaving, just a simple task. I understand. From now on, I will work hard to practice. Sun Wuhan nodded. He remembered what Talat said in his heart. Forget it today. If you really want to practice, you can come to me tomorrow. I will stay in the Temple of Heaven on Earth for the time being. Talat said. Hearing this, Sun Gohan was extremely excited and nodded repeatedly. Talat didn't say anything to Sun Gohan anymore. His eyes turned and fell on Oob, who was beside him. Although Oob didn't say it clearly, the little thoughts were already very obvious, and he also hoped to get his guidance. About your cultivation questions, I am sorry, I can't provide you with an effective route. You are very special. As the reincarnation of Magi Bu, you have merged with Fat Magi Bu. Now you are a pure one, the demon. But the earthlings in your body, there is a huge potential waiting to be developed, and to develop it requires your own strength. Talat spoke. There is no way. He just studied the Scion's ways to become stronger. Even though he knew many ways to become stronger, it may not be useful to Oob. Is this true? It seems that I still have to use my own way to become stronger. Oob was a little disappointed, but fortunately his personality is pretty good and he won't get into a stubborn position. Although I can't develop your potential, I can tell you a trick. If you have perfect control, you can improve your combat power by about 10 to 20 times in a short period of time. Seeing Oob's mood, Taro Special spoke. He wanted to see how strong Oob could become after learning that move. After all, in a sense, Oob and Sun Wukong are very similar. Tactic. Oob asked impatiently. This move is the King of Realm Fist. After Kakarot wakes up, you can let him teach you, which will be of great benefit to you. Talat said the name of the move. Hearing the King of Realm Fist, it's not just European bulletin. Everyone else was surprised. Then Talat gave 2 or 3 instructions to Sun Wushan, Trunks, and Sun Xiaofeng. In this way, time flies. More than a month has passed since the battle between Talat and Vegeta. This month, in addition to some of the beginnings of time, he guided the Z warriors to become stronger. Talat has been in seclusion and insights in the following time. Located on a remote cliff in the south of the earth, Talat sat cross-legged in a state of deep enlightenment. His divine power circled around his body, calm like a waveless sea, but once it exploded, it would turn into turbulent waves and swept the entire world. After a while, all the divine power lingering on the surface of Talat's body was taken into his body. After a long period of deep meditation, Talat finally woke up from his state of enlightenment. As he stood on the edge of the cliff and felt the tremendous energy filled with his body, Talat felt a surging feeling. His strength has indeed improved one more time. I finally fully mastered this power of God. The competition with Vegeta Nagai has benefited a lot. Now, I have reached the peak of the 8th dimension, and I am only far from breaking through to the 9th dimension. One step away. Since mastering the 3rd level of Super Saiyan Blue, the powerful divine power has continuously stimulated his body and released all his potential. After digesting the insights he felt when fighting Gogeta, his power went to the next level. Now you only need to accumulate again and complete the accumulation of strength and achieve the 9th dimension in normal time. Now, the limit of the Super Saiyan God has been reached. Although I can use the power of the giant ape super to strengthen it after this, I cannot break through to the higher realm of the God. In the next direction, I can only major in the practice. The power of blood is here. Talat already has some plans for the future in his mind. He has mastered the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan, including the stronger fusion and transformation of the Super 4 God, and he has also perfectly mastered it. According to the normal route, we have almost reached the end, and we can only improve the normal state. But Talat would not stop here. Super Saiyan level 5. It must exist. Just as Talat thoughts drifted, his super perception sensed a more gloomy and terrifying evil aura than the demonized superstar dragon, and was approaching the earth at an extremely fast speed. Hey, this breath is very special. Talat immediately noticed this special evil aura, turned his eyes and looked towards the sky. At this moment, outside the earth, the demon Ozot, who came from the cracks in the time and space, finally locked the earth after a long search in the universe. The familiar tasty. It seems that this planet is good. The source of the 2 divine powers was on this planet. A greedy and evil smile appeared on Ozot's face. The next second, a special evil mist appeared around his body, and his body shape changed surprisingly. From the previously twisted image of a demon, it turned into a monster of special shape. This looks like a wave of evil thought, and also like a magician view. As a monster traveling between thousands of parallel space and time, he has the strongest devouring ability. Whether it is the magic view or the evil thought wave, it will only become his food in other time and space world. Just use this form of evil thought Babuyu to test it. Before you taste the big meal, there must be a fighting ceremony. Ozot smiled greedily and flew towards the earth temple of heaven. Since Gohan and Noob, who were instructed by Talat a month ago, went to practice in the upgraded spiritual time house. Many years ago, the spirit time house was upgraded by Dandy once again, perfectly solving the problem that the export will disappear in more than 2 years. At this moment, Obu and Son Gohan, who had completed 2 years of hard practice, have been reborn. Not only have their energy and spirit sublimated, but their strong fighting power has also reached an incredible level. Son Gohan not only restored his power in his heyday, but even surpassed his own peak. Oob also released his potential in his body and mastered the deeper power of the demon. According to the direction Talat gave him, he mastered the King of Realm Fist from Sun Wukong, which was to use the power of the King of Realm Fist to break through his own limit. Mr. Bobo and Dandy, thank you for your care this time. Otherwise my practice and Noob would not have gone so smoothly. Son Gohan thanked the 2 of them. It's just a simple task. Gohan, you don't have to be polite to us, Dandy said with a smile. But to be honest, it's really surprising. You have practiced in the spiritual time room for 2 years, which has broken the record. Bobo sighed. Yes, hehe. I believe that after this practice, Master Wukong will be shocked after feeling my current power. Oob felt the surging energy in his body and said excitedly. The communication continued, but at this moment of relaxation, the smiles on the faces of the 2 of them suddenly stopped, and they suddenly raised their heads and looked into the distance. A powerful evil aura suddenly descended on the earth. This breath is so dark and a little familiar. Oob felt this dark evil aura. For some reason his body seemed to have a resonance. The power of the demon in his body was restless, as if he could sense the resonance of some kind of power. What an evil chi! There is an essential difference between the evil dragon's chi. Is it said that there is another new enemy? Son Gohan cheered up and said with a serious expression, this was the solution to the superstar dragon. Not long after, the earth actually ushered in a new crisis again. However, this time they can show their skills. Son Gohan and Noob were a little excited after being surprised. They who have just finished their cultivation took this opportunity to test how powerful they are now. The two looked at each other, understood it, bid farewell to Bobo and Dandy, and flew to the source of the evil aura. Zidu, Vegeta's side. Since he merged with Sun Wukong into Vegeta and fought with Talat, Vegeta has seen how small he is. In this time and space world he may be at the peak of the universe, but looking at other time and space his power is insignificant. Since his competitive spirit was aroused, his desire to become stronger, which had been silent for many years, also became restless, and his goals also changed. Don't seek to surpass Kakarot, just be the strongest self and the strongest. Vegeta. The great stimulation suffered during this period made Vegeta work hard to practice hard, accumulating 10 years of potential in his body, and was detonated in one go. Now his normal combat power has increased significantly, not inferior to Sun Wukong at all, and he has made a huge breakthrough in his transformation. He has cultivated the 4th level of the Super Saiyan to the state of breaking the boundary, and has also gained certain achievements in the power of God. Although he cannot use the power of God to complete the transformation of the Super Saiyan God, as long as he is given enough time he can do it. Vegeta, who was in the cultivation area at this moment, paused in his hand, obviously feeling the evil aura that was descending to the earth. After careful perception for a while, Vegeta had a rough judgment on this evil aura. Very strong, but not as good as a star dragon. Strangely, he seemed to be very familiar with this anger, but he just couldn't remember it. In the perception of breath, Son Gohan and Noob were already heading towards that area. Han and Noob's strength have improved so much. It seems that the cultivation effect in the spiritual time house is still good. I just have nothing to do. Let's see how your cultivation achieved. Vegeta. He closed the gravity device in the cultivation area, then walked out of the gravity training room and set out to fly towards the source of the evil energy. At the same time, this side of Baizai Mountain. At this time, Sun Wukong was driving a tillage machine to cultivate the land in the vegetable garden in Baizai Mountain. Extremely boring. At this time, Sun Wukong was dozing while driving. I can only say that I am really the first Saiyan to get a driver's license. Even if I drive, I will not fall off the cliff. Even if I fall asleep, my driving skills are even more amazing. Sun Wukong, who was snoring on the plowing machine, suddenly opened his eyes in a daze. Then the culturing machine stopped. He looked around strangely, and after his consciousness was fully awake, he felt a huge evil aura suddenly emerged from the earth. There is a familiar feeling in this breath. He couldn't say what it felt specifically. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed the breath of his son Sun Gohan and his disciple Oob, and his body shook. This is Gohan and Oob's breath. It has become much stronger. It seems that their cultivation in the spiritual time house is very successful. Sun Wukong slapped his hands and gave the strength of Oob and Oob's extremely high evaluation. At this time, they were heading towards the evil aura. If nothing unexpected happens, you will meet it soon. Sun Wukong had an idea in his heart. It is impossible for them to come forward to anything, and the younger generation will take the lead sooner or later. This time, you can just look at Gohan and Oob's performance and also determine how strong their strength has improved, especially Gohan, who once surpassed all of them and became the strongest single warrior. Although it is a bit late to regain the practice with Son Gohan's potential, it is only a matter of time to catch up with them. Has that guy Vegeta rushed over? Then I must go over and join in the fun to prevent any accident. He pinched his right hand into a sword finger and placed it on his forehead. Sun Wukong moved instantly. In a moment disappeared on the back slope of Baizai Mountain. Only the culturing machine has not yet been turned off. What is certain is that when Sun Wukong comes back, he will inevitably be scolded by Kikai again. Located in the extremely cold land of the northern continent, the demon Ozat, who transformed into the evil thought of Babuyu, is now standing in the center of this snowy world. He deliberately released the evil aura on himself, attracting powerful existences on Earth to encircle him. The purpose has been achieved. They are all here. He. Ozat said with a treacherous smile. In the huge perception of evil thought, he could clearly sense 3 auras rushing towards him. There was another wave that suddenly appeared in this area just now. Although he did not show up, he could be sure that he was nearby. Ozat doesn't care about this, the guy hiding in the dark, because he has absolute confidence, but he didn't know that there were more than one person hiding in the dark. Chapter 315 The Power of the Demon. Oob was abused. Is that just this guy? Sun Wukong, hiding in the dark, looked at the demon Ozat very seriously. The characteristic characteristics of this guy reminded him of the evil thought waves and Little Bu from back then. In other words, this monster exudes a terrifying aura on his body, is like a combination of those two guys. On the other side, it is located at the top of a towering glacier. Talat looked down at the demon Ozot. He didn't know Ozot's identity, but after seeing the evil thought Babuo, he was shocked. Because of his arrival, the world seemed to have become a little crooked, and even such a guy appeared. What is certain is that this guy is not an existence in local time and space. From other time and space world, it seems that there are far more existences traveling through time and space than I imagined. Talat developed a strong interest. At this time, I guess why this existence came to the GT space-time universe where birds do not shit. It must have been a month ago when the extraordinary battle between him and Vegeta broke the world barrier and attracted it. It just so happened that Gohan and Noob also came out of seclusion. Let's see how their practice has achieved. How far can they fight with this demon? Talat murmured to himself, and his eyes turned to look at him. Horizon. Two white lights rushed over, and it was Son Gohan and Noob. Humph is finally here. Food came to Ozot's eyes, flashed with greed. Although these two people look average, they are also good appetizing dessert. When they arrived in front of Ozot, Son Gohan and Noob looked at each other carefully. This guy looks so much like Mahuo. Is it an alternative demon? Son Gohan thought in his heart. You are the source of the evil aura. Oob was extremely sure that the distorted monster in front of him was the guy who resonated with the power of the demon in his body. So that's it. You are also a demon. It's just that your evil nature is falling into a deep sleep. Looking at Oob, Ozot's eyes were filled with a playful look. Oob was shocked when he heard this. You guy is indeed a demon. As a demon, what do you want to do when you come to Earth? Son Gohan remained vigilant. As long as he is sure that he is an enemy, he will not show mercy. Let me introduce myself. I am Ozot, a demon from other time and space. The reason why I came here is very simple. I want to eat your world or be killed by you. Ozot said extremely perverted words very calmly. This was also heard by Talat outside the battlefield. After understanding that the monster with a twisted shape in front of him was Ozot, Talat suddenly realized. So that's it. I just said that evil monsters like Evil Mind Bu, which spans the era, should not appear. It turned out that this guy Ozot had eaten the magic Bu and Evil Mind Bu and used his ability to merge them together. As a time traveler, I will not be unfamiliar with Ozot. After all, this guy is a super boss that appeared in the later stage of Dragon Ball. On the battlefield, after confirming Ozot's purpose, Son Gohan and Noob's faces changed and murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Ozot smiled without saying a word, and the joking look on his face became more and more intense. He just wanted to stimulate these two guys, let their anger reach its peak, burst out with the strongest power, and then eat it. In this way, the strength and ability obtained can be maximized. Son Gohan's aura surged around him, and his fierce aura would burst out at any time. Just when Son Gohan was about to take action, Oob stopped him. Gone, leave him to me to deal with it. Oob's eyes were firm. In his opinion, this battle may be his destiny battle. Since he is a demon, he should take action to solve it. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan looked at Oob solemnly, then he took back his breath and decided to give the opponent to Oob. Seeing Son Gohan nodding, Oob smiled softly, then he came to Ozot's face. Around his body, the evil white aura continued to surge, and the seventh dimensional power swept across like a storm. Feeling the oncoming pressure, Ozot chuckled. The greed in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Oob's strength is not bad, especially as a demon, which is his best food ration. Ozot crossed his arms in front of his chest, forming an indestructible defense. Bang! With a loud bang, Obu's extremely fierce iron fist drove Ozot out in one breath. The next second, Oob caught up again with another straight punch. This powerful attack was fierce and terrifying, enough to smash an asteroid, but it was nothing to Ozot. As a demon, Oob's power is indeed good, but compared to him, it is still too weak. As a demon, is that all your strength? I am a little disappointed with your strength, my compatriot, Ozot said with a playful smile on his face. Under Ozot's contempt, Oob's frown became even tighter. No longer hiding his own strength, the next moment the power of the demon in his body exploded, and dark aura flowed around him, and two deep dark black magic patterns appeared on Oob's forehead. This is a symbol representing the power of the demon. At this moment, Oob entered a state of demonization. With the blessing of this form, his combat power will increase tenfold in a row. Dring! Amid a loud roar, Obi launched a fierce and terrifying offensive against Ozot. Faced with Obi's strong attack, Ozot became more and more excited as he played. The power of the demon is bursting out, which is very good, but it is not strong enough. Let me help you. Ozot ignited a black evil spirit all over his body, and the power of the demon is also bursting out from his body to resist Oob's attack. During the battle, Ozot's demonic power quietly invaded Oob's body, releasing the evil demonic nature deep in the sea of spirituality. Stimulated by external forces, the evil power that Oob exploded became stronger and stronger, and the fierce attack poured towards Ozot like a heavy rain. Such a fast offensive frequency seems to completely suppress Ozot from a visual perspective. Ozot was very satisfied with Obu's strong attack. After enduring the attack and finding the flaw, he raised his hand and punched Oob away, crashing into an iceberg several kilometers away. It's still too weak. Your demonic power is the weakest I've ever seen. Even if I'm here to help you, guide you, I can only do this. Ozot quickly approached and mocked Oob. At the same time, his evil power further invaded Oob's body. Shut up! Blood flashed in Oob's eyes, and the power of the demon burst out again. Unfortunately, after his sharp increase in strength, he was still no match for Ozot and was easily suppressed by Ozot in 3 moves and 2 moves. During the battle, he gradually lost his reason. The power of the demon has indeed increased a lot after completely releasing its magical nature, but unfortunately it is still too weak and can only be regarded as a tooth puncture sacrifice. Ozot already had the idea of eating Oob in his hands. Outside the battlefield, Son Gohan, who was watching the game, Son Goku, who was hiding in the dark, and Vegeta, who had just arrived, couldn't help but feel nervous. Now Obu has begun to lose his rationality, completely fell into Ozot's trap, and was led by Ozot. Although the power of the demon is powerful, it will also make the user lose his own reason. Sun Wukong sighed. In fact, he discovered the power of the demon and deliberately restricted Oob from developing this power. Now, no one can help Oob. He can only see his own, whether he becomes the controller of power or a slave of power. The game time is over. Ozot no longer had the mood to continue playing. The extremely heavy fist was in Oob's stomach. The terrifying force directly knocked Oob to his mouth and spit out blood, and the power of the demon dissipated. Before it was over, a creeping red light flashed at Ozot's fist, and the energy cannon that drove the power of the different dimensions to blast out from his fist. The manic energy knocked Oob out. A deep trace was left on the earth, stretching for more than 10 kilometers, and a boiling fire light rose. Ozot smiled ferociously. He walked towards the explosion area like a demon, but just as he was halfway through, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a strong look of surprise, because Oob, who had suffered a dimensional cannon in front of him, was not seriously traumatized, and thanks to Ozot's punch, he dispelled the demonic power in his body, and his mind also recovered. My willpower is good, and my dimensional cannon has only caused some skin trauma to you. Ozot was surprised by Obu's condition at this moment. I thought this move would completely lose Oob's combat ability, but who would have thought that this guy would bear it? This also just proves that Oob has great potential and is more valuable to swallow. Oob, who was stable in the power of the demon, had his eyes constantly changing. In just a few rounds of battle, he already understood Ozot's strength. This demon is definitely not an ordinary person. He will definitely not be able to beat him without showing his real skills. Previously, I planned to test the power of the demon, but I almost capsized in the gutter. But now it is different. The King of Realm Fist 10 times. After gritting his teeth, Oob used the King of Realm Fist. Boom! The blood-colored light suddenly rose from the ground, and the majestic and infiltrating aura penetrated the sky and swept across all directions. Oh, can the energy be strengthened? Ozot became more and more happy, looking forward to how far Oob's limit could reach. At this moment, Oob, who had activated the tenfold Realm King Fist, expanded his combat power to the peak of the 7th dimension, just 10 times the King of Realms. His body can easily withstand this load. Although it can be used for 20 times, the side effects will be great, and even if it is not easy to use it, it will not dare to use it easily. Take it! With a loud shout, Obu rushed out violently and rushed straight to Ozot. The extremely terrifying speed seemed to be like a shocking aurora, sprinting to Ozot with lightning speed. Just as the attack was about to succeed, a sudden change occurred. Second Yuan Crush attack. Ozot mobilized the power to control the different dimensions, and the surrounding space was distorted as if it was substantial to drive the different times. The Yuan power bombed Oob hard. Oob, who was crushed by the dimensional impact, was knocked away 10 miles away. A blood arrow spurted out from his mouth, and the blood in his body rolled, and the blood-colored evil energy of the tenfold Realm King's fist was also suppressed. What a joke! In the tenfold King's state, he couldn't even see his attack clearly. Oob's face turned pale, and a cold sweat of bean size slipped off his forehead. He recognized the strength gap between himself and Ozot. The strength of this demon is far above him. He has almost put out his full strength, and Ozot is far from showing his real ability. Outside the battlefield, Son Gohan, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, had shock flashed in his eyes. Even a fool can see the gap in strength clearly. Ozot's strength is too strong and has far surpassed Oob. If he continues to fight, the situation will be very unfavorable to Oob. Although Oob can still use the King of Realm Fist 20 times, even if he really uses the King of Realm Fist 20 times, the effect it will probably not be satisfactory. I thought Oob could solve this opponent, but I didn't expect that both the demons would be suppressed so thoroughly. In order to prevent accident, Son Gohan is preparing to intervene. At this time, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who were hiding in the dark, also developed a little fear of Ozot. After a brief observation, this demon named Ozot is probably far from being as simple as it is. Talitzide, he had roughly judged Ozot's strength. In this state of evil thought, his combat power should have reached the peak of the 8th dimension, and the highest level will not exceed the 9th dimension. It's just that it's not clear whether he has other forms and powers hidden. However, with him here, Ozot cannot make any storms. After a month of precipitation, he was very curious about Son Gohan's strength. On the battlefield, Ozot did not attack again. He stared at Oob with his hands on his chest and continued to stimulate through words. Is it over here? It's so embarrassing to be a demon. Hearing this, Oob gritted his teeth and even ignored the injuries on his body and stared at Ozot angrily. After 2 years of spiritual time house cultivation, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He thought that a huge increase in strength could prove himself, but he did not expect that he would end up so miserably. Damn it, don't be too proud. I have more powerful power but cannot be used. Oob shouted angrily. Is that so? Then use it quickly, otherwise there will be no chance. After all, I'm very hungry. Ozot's sarcasm was even more thorough. Oob was angry and couldn't bear it anymore. He immediately decided to explode the 20-fold King of Realm to deal with Ozot. But at this moment, Son Gohan stopped him. Stop, Oob, that guy is deliberately stimulating you to use that power and don't be fooled by him. Son Gohan shouted calmly. Hearing this, Oob, who was about to explode the 20-fold King of Realm to decide the outcome, calmed down. The hostility in his eyes began to dissipate and his eyes returned to calm. Chapter 316 Super Saiyan Beast. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Gohan. Oob, who calmed down, nodded and responded. Impulse is the most terrifying devil. If he really falls into the trap set by Ozot, what awaits him will be doomed. Ozot didn't care about Obu, who had regained his awakening in front of him, even though he knew that he was deliberately guiding him. Those who should be swallowed will never escape the fate of being swallowed. Obu, who had no idea of fighting again, quickly retreated, distanced himself from Ozot, and came behind Son Gohan. I'm not his opponent. Please give me a message, Brother Gohan. There is no doubt that Son Gohan's strength is much stronger than him. Although I don't want to admit it, the gap between the two people has widened after 2 years of spiritual time house cultivation. Don't worry, leave it to me. Son Gohan's lips raised and a confident smile appeared on his face. Although he is no longer the strongest single warrior, the huge potential contained in his body has been transformed into controllable combat power. Although Ozot is strong, he also has the power to fight. Son Gohan, who had a rising fighting spirit in his eyes, raised his foot and took a step forward. The mysterious state exploded, almost with full firepower, and a majestic white aura burst out, reaching the early stage of the 8th dimension level in one breath. Feeling the explosion of this aura, Tala, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, who were watching the battle in secret, all their faces changed. After 2 years of hard practice in the spiritual time room, Son Gohan's strength is much stronger than before, and it is not in the same dimension at all. Now he has the posture of a strong man who despises everything. The God Feast is returning. It's quite amazing, but if it's only this level, it's still not worth mentioning in front of me, Ozot said with a contemptuous smile. Feeling the contempt in Ozot's words, Son Gohan sneered. Don't worry, my strength is far more than the one you see. It's just the beginning. Son Gohan grinned. The next second, the silver-white aura around him began to surge rapidly. A force that was sleeping deep in his blood was awakened. With Son Gohan as the center, the violent evil energy turned into huge waves and hit the 4 directions, and the earth within a radius of hundreds of miles was shrouded in darkness. The sky shakes, the earth, the wind, and clouds surging, and the whole world seemed to have entered the doomsday. Boom! A deafening loud noise exploded. The devastating silver-white aura expanded from the inside out, and the powerful aura formed instantly enveloped the entire combat area. The demon Ozot, who was right in front of Son Gohan, showed surprise after feeling this amazing anger. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan could burst out such amazing power, but he underestimated this space-time and space scion. Oob, who was standing aside, had long expected this. He practiced in the spiritual time house with Son Gohan. He had already seen Son Gohan's powerful power that surpassed his limit. In the ultimate form, the shackles of the Super Saions were opened and the power of liberated beasts were opened. Outside the battlefield, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Talat were all shocked by the aura of Sun Wuhan and the changes in their bodies. The intensity of this aura alone reached the peak level of the 8th dimension, even comparable to them some time ago. This momentum isn't the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, but is it Gohan's own transformation? It's unbelievable that this sense of oppression is the 4th level of the Super Super Saiyan who has transformed into by liberating the power of blood, the same level as the one. Sun Wukong sighed in surprise. After mastering the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, he had a stronger sense of bloodline. He could clearly feel that the restless bloodline power in Gohan's body was liberated. This transformation is not the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, nor the god of the Super Saiyan, but the power belonging to Son Gohan himself. So that's it. On the basis of the mysterious state, I broke the shackles of the Super Saiyans and liberated the blood power in my body. Good job, Gohan. You kid finally awakened. Vegeta gave Son Gohan to. I was surprised by the transformation. Son Gohan surpassed him back then. Although he was unwilling to give up, he also accepted the fact that this kid had unlimited potential. Now, Son Gohan has regained his cultivation and released all his potential abilities, which is also good news for him, because he has actually always wanted to have a good fight with Son Gohan. Talat on the other side also cheered up his spirit, staring at the center of the battlefield and transformed and sublimated in his energy. Super Saiyan Beast. Interesting. I didn't expect it to be born in this time and space world. The new form produced after the fusion of Saiyan bloodline and the bloodline of Earthlings. In terms of power increase, I'm afraid even the Super Saiyan is extremely blue. It's hard to match. Talat murmured to himself. Unexpectedly, his inadvertent reminder made Son Gohan come to this point. Create miracles, break all the shackles in the mysterious state, and master the transformation of the Super Saiyan Beast. In fact, before traveling through time, the transformation of the Super Saiyan Beast caused a lot of controversy. Some people believe that this transformation can only be compared to the Super Saiyan Blue at most, while others believe that it is enough to match the Super Saiyan Blue. Or your own extreme intentions. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, Talat has a rough understanding of the level of this transformation. In terms of strengthening oneself, the Super Saiyan Beast surpassed the Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution, second only to the Super Saiyan Blue. 3rd level crack is located at the center of energy sublimation. In the center of this energy ball that blends silver and red, Son Gohan's body appears faintly, until the dazzling violent energy completely dissipated. Son Gohan arrived in a brand new posture. The bloody pupils, the silver anger that soared into the sky, were filled with a layer of wild and creeping lightning. The momentum was so fierce that it was as wild and terrifying as a giant beast in the wild. At this time, Son Gohan exuded the power of an extremely fierce beast. Ozat, who witnessed the whole process of Son Gohan's transformation, was ecstatic. Is this form your current full strength? Very good, Ozat said with a smile. His eyes looked at Son Gohan's body unscrupulously, and his greedy nature was fully exposed. He has never encountered such food before. Your eyes are really unpleasant. If I guess correctly, you want to eat me, right? Son Gohan's mouth raised, showing endless confidence. This confidence is exactly the same as Vegeta, as if no opponent in the world is his enemy. This is one of the habitual characteristics of Saiyan. Once they master powerful power, they will start to wave when facing some seemingly ordinary opponent. I not only want to eat you, but also this world. A playful smile appeared on Ozat's face, and a faint dimensional light flashed on his right index finger. His index finger slashed through the air, and a dimensional crack appeared. Crazy. From this UN crack, countless dimensional fragments of iron cut like mud burst out, and went straight to Son Gohan to kill. Faced with the attack of the dimensional fragment, Son Gohan raised his right hand, and a golden light flashed in his palm, and an aurora shot out from his palm. Boom! There was a loud bang. All the dimensional fragments were destroyed in the explosion, and Son Gohan's cold and bloody pupils locked Ozat through the flames. The next second, Son Gohan's legs were accumulating strength, turning into an aurora and disappearing. Got it in place. Ozat had a warning and also used super high-speed movement and disappeared on the ground. Boom! At a height of 1,000 meters, a shocking sound suddenly came. The violent energy set off a huge wave of destruction in the space. The two of them had their forces impacted each other, and the unparalleled wave of destruction swept the world, and all the substances affected would turn into ashes in an instant. However, there is Talat guarding in the dark here, and the invisible power of divine covers the entire far north, offsetting all the impact of power. The storm turned into by the bitter ice swept across the world, and it was biting cold. Bang! Pound! The fierce battle between Son Gohan and Ozat started at this moment. The wild power of the Super Saiyan Beast has extremely amazing destructive power every time it is released. Ozat's magic power is also quite powerful, and the momentum caused by each collision between the two is extremely huge. If there were no Talat's restrictions, I was afraid that the earth would have been turned upside down because of their power. Son Gohan, who took out all his strength, was very satisfied with the battle. His attack became more and more fierce, and the instinct of the beast became stronger and stronger. His body and soul were sublimated in the battle, and the true power of the Super Saiyan Beast was liberated bit by bit in this battle. His power is still increasing in battle. In my current form, it is a little difficult to eat him, but Ozat thought about it and secretly locked in the European alien who was watching the battle from afar. Cloth. Son Gohan is very strong in the Super Saiyan Beast state. It will be difficult to win the state of evil thoughts Babuyu alone, but if you can eat Obu as a material for power enhancement, it will be much easier to deal with this guy. Where are you looking at? Son Gohan accurately captured Ozot's with his keen beast intuition. Bang! Pound! There were 2 consecutive shocks and bombarded Ozot's body. Ozot, swept by such force, was bombed to a height of 10,000 meters. On his chest, 2 fist marks were flashing with dazzling white light. Son Gohan's power is constantly deepening into his body through these wounds for deeper damage. Ozot looked down at the 2 fist marks in his chest, and in a moment he activated the power of the demon in his body, dispersing the remaining power of the beast in his body out of his body. He very good. Ozot smiled gloomily. This level of pain was nothing to him as a demon. Feeling the ridicule from Ozot's laughter, a sharp cold light flashed in Son Gohan's eyes. Demon Flash. Son Gohan merged his hands and instantly released his ultimate skill, heading straight for Ozot to bombard him. Faced with this unparalleled energy bombing, Ozot's smile became stronger and stronger, and Son Gohan's actions hit his mind. Dimensional Storm. Ozot roared to the sky, spreading his hands, and the powerful demonic power tiered the space, leading to a stronger power of the different dimension. The power from the alien world continued to expand in all directions under Ozot's control, and Son Gohan's magic flash was swept by the alien world storm and dissipated with a bang. Feeling the oncoming energy storm of alien dimensions in front of him, Son Gohan's face changed drastically. He quickly cut off the magic flash output from his hand, used all his strength to open the protective barrier, and resisted the sweeping of the storm of the different dimensions. With the power of the Super Saiyan Beast, he had no problem with resisting the storm of the different dimensions, but he could not spare any action to deal with Ozot. It was Ozot's plan to trap Son Gohan through the storm of the different dimension. He just wanted Son Gohan to move and then watched him eat his companion. You just get entangled with the power of the other dimension. Ozot's eyes turned and locked on Noob on the ice below. The next second, Ozot jumped and burst out with a speed of instantaneous shuttle, attacking Oob's position like a meteor. Obi. After discovering Ozot's intention, Son Gohan shouted. He tried to explode with stronger blood power to resist the storm of the different dimensions, and was about to turn around and catch up with Ozot, but found that it was too late. At this time, Ozot was less than 100 meters away from Oob. On the ice, faced with Ozot's active attack, Oob did not show any weakness. Although my strength is not as strong as brother Gohan, don't think I'm easy to bully. 20 times. Realm King Fist. Oob gritted his teeth and burst out his extreme power on the spot. 20 times. King of Fist. Boom. Scarlet blood light soared into the sky, and Oob's fierce aura instantly condensed and formed, and the violent energy swept across the 4 directions like a storm. His combat power also broke through to the 8th dimension in an instant. Oob, whose combat power exploded to the peak, charged his strength with both legs and rushed out with all his might, heading straight for Ozot. Oob drove all his strength and rushed straight to Ozot's face. Just as he swung his fist, Ozot's figure became weird. His whole body had a terrifying deformation, instantly turning into a ball of pink mud. Seeing this, Oob suddenly felt something was wrong, and he instinctively wanted to break free, but it was too late. In Ozot's view, he took the initiative to deliver it to the door. The pink mud paste instantly swallowed Oob. These mud pastes contain extremely strong energy absorption ability, which makes Oob unable to resist at all. Obi. When Son Gohan, who was at the center of the dimensional storm, saw this scene, he became angry and further stimulated the power of the beast form and dispersed the dimensional storm that enveloped his body on the spot. He turned around and looked at Ozot downstairs, who had completely swallowed Oob. The pink mud paste was changing toward human form. Chapter 317. Sunbei joins forces and Ozot is seriously injured. Ozot arrived in a brand new form. At this moment he was no longer the posture of evil thought Babuyu, but Obuyu. Ozot, who became Oob's appearance, perfectly stimulated the power of the demon in Oob's body, and the power of the demon he originally held was so terrifying. Now, the feeling of oppression that he exudes invisibly is extremely terrifying. Ozot controlled his new body, landed on the ice, looked down at his hands, feeling the powerful force in his body. It seems that devouring this guy is a good choice. As a demon, our power belongs to the same source. His power can be controlled by me as I wish, Ozot said after sensing for a moment. Son Gohan followed him, and a cold and harsh murderous intent flashed in the angry eyes. He practiced with Oob in the spiritual time room for 2 years, and he and Oob have long become unyielding partners. Now that Obu is eaten, Son Gohan's anger at Ozot also explodes to the peak. I'm very angry, right? Your friend is very delicious. If you want to take him back, then defeat me. Ozot turned around and said to Son Gohan in Oob's posture. This strange laughter is full of evil. I will do this without you saying that I will do it too. I will not only take Oob back but also crush you to ashes. Anger erupted, and Son Gohan turned into a ferocious beast and and rushed straight to Ozot to kill. The powerful iron fist was shrouded in the strong power of the beast and suddenly waved out pounds. After the sound of the two of them collapse, the ice surface under their feet collapsed, and Ozot was swept by huge force and was directly bombarded. Son Gohan took advantage of the victory to pursue, danced quickly with his hands, and fired dozens of powerful energy bombs in succession to bomb Ozot in full swing. During the flight backward, Ozot turned around and landed perfectly, with demonic energy lingering around him, and a pink energy cannon shot out of his mouth, swallowing all the energy bombs that came and detonated. Boom! The hot fire was overwhelming. The temperature in the entire far north was increased due to this big explosion. This is just the beginning. The angry Gohan used super high-speed movement to break through the flames, sprinting to Ozot, and the violent attack swept Ozot like a storm. His offensive was entirely exerted by his physical instinct. Every attack was extremely fierce and had the ultimate murderous intent, which brought his power to the extreme. Coupled with Son Gohan's anger, his tricks were enough to tear up opponents of the same level. If Ozot was replaced by the evil thought Babuya form, he would have to lose his skin even if he did not die. But now he has absorbed Obu. The superimposed qualitative change brought by the demons has brought Ozot's power to a breakthrough in the dimension level. Now his superficial strength has reached the extreme of the 8th dimension, or even the 9th dimension. No matter how Son Gohan launches an attack, Ozot can easily resolve it, and it seems that he has already understood all of Son Gohan's trick. After resolving Son Gohan's dozens or hundreds of attacks in succession, a fishy light flashed in Ozot's eyes. In an instant the surging demonic energy burst out. His counterattack began. In an instant Ozot suddenly exerted force, disrupting Sun Wukong's offensive rhythm, and his devastating offensive turned towards Sun Wukong. You should be very familiar with these tricks, right? Ozot said with a sarcastic smile. The trick he used at this moment was Oob's combat skills, but the intensity was higher. During the years he practiced with Oob in the spiritual time room, Son Gohan had already figured out Oob's ways of making move. He was naturally familiar with these attacks and became even more angry. Although there is a solution to the problem, Ozot's hard power has surpassed him now. In just a dozen moves, Son Gohan's defense was defeated and was directly knocked away by Ozot's punch and crashed into an iceberg. Ozot did not let Gohan go like this. His muscles swelled, turned into pink evil light and rushed into Gohan quickly. After driving all his strength to knock Son Gohan out of the iceberg, he launched continuous attacks on him. The 9th dimensional attack is so fierce, Son Gohan was completely suppressed by Ozot and had no power to fight back. The strong unwillingness in my heart and the pressure brought by the outside world caused Son Gohan's Super Saiyan Beast to further improve his strength, which made him barely qualified to fight against Ozot. But unfortunately, after his strength increased, Ozot's power was still above him, forcing him to a desperate situation. The gap between dimensions cannot be crossed so easily. If Son Gohan still hides a stronger transformation or masters the King of Realm Fist, it would be easy to say, but he didn't have either. The power he has shown now is his ultimate combat power. Hand-to-hand combat cannot suppress Ozot, and energy combat cannot suppress Ozot. With the limitations everywhere, Son Gohan was a little panicked. Such an opponent is not something he can compete with at all. Could it be that when you meet an unbeatable opponent like before, you will cry and ask your father to deal with it? No, he is no longer the Son Gohan of the past, and the power of the Super Saiyan Beast is far more than that. As long as he is angry, after being angry, nothing in this world can win him. Son Gohan, who made up his mind, gritted his teeth to fight against Ozot. Don't you understand the gap in strength? That's right. After all, Saiyans have always been a tenacious race. As soon as he finished speaking, Ozot truly showed some of his strength, and he hit Son Gohan with one punch and put him in a heavy blow. He vomited blood from his mouth and almost lost his form. It's almost time. Seeing that Son Gohan was unable to fight again, just as Ozot planned to swallow Son Gohan, a sudden change occurred. Big bang attack! Vegeta's voice echoed in the space. The next second, a blue energy ball burst into the air and hit Ozot's body accurately. Did the two guys watching the battle in secret finally take action? Interestingly, are they you? Ozot had expected all this. After being repelled by this blue energy ball for several miles, he used his own uniqueness. Absorption capacity resolves it. Haha. Son Gohan, who finally had a chance to breathe, gasped heavily, and his breath dropped rapidly. Above his head, Vegeta, who had broken through the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, slowly landed in front of him. Uncle Vegeta, thank you. Son Gohan endured the pain on his body and thanked Vegeta. Your strength has improved a lot, but this guy in front of you is no longer something you can deal with. Leave it to me to deal with it, Vegeta said expressionlessly. Yes. Sun Wuhan nodded, finally unable to hold on, and removed the transformation form of the Super Saiyan Beast. Faced with the current crisis, he could only rely on the power of others once again, but he swears this will be the last time. As Son Gohan retreated from the battlefield, Vegeta's sharp eyes locked on Ozot. The pure and powerful powerful blood power in the body burst out and the 9th dimensional power swept across the 4 directions like a torrent. A very powerful aura. Vegeta in this world is enough to compete with me now. After feeling the energy of Vegeta's bursting, Ozot frowned and felt a lot of pressure. He is not unfamiliar with Vegeta. Once upon a time he also met a Vegeta in other time and space world. At that time I was not that strong. I wanted to swallow Vegeta, but I never thought that I would almost lose my life by being suppressed by the other party with overwhelming force. Although he is just a trivial clone of his original body, he also has an independent consciousness. As long as there are enough strong people who can swallow, after he grows to a certain level, he even wants to swallow his original body and become the only deity. 10 times turtle Sekigong wave. Suddenly, a loud roar rang behind Ozot. Hearing the sound, Ozot's body trembled violently. He quickly turned around, and what caught his eye was an unparalleled dark red energy beam. Is this Sun Wukong's move? Ozot recognized who this move came from at a glance. Without having time to dodge, he quickly raised his arms to form a defense. The 10-time turtle Sekigong wave bombarded his arms, constantly forcing him backward. With his physical fitness after devouring Oob and his monstrous demonic energy, Ozot could withstand Sun Wukong's 10 times the turtle Sekigong wave from the front. However, Vegeta's unfair actions. After noticing the flaws exposed by Ozot, he also decisively accumulating his strength to release his ultimate skill, Super Gallic Cannon. After a brief accumulation of power, Vegeta waved his hands violently. In an instant, a white and purple energy beam shot out and bombarded Ozot's back accurately. The double pain of attacking from the front and back made Ozot's body twist and a painful cry came out. In the end, under the front and back attacks of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Ozot's body suffered a severe injury, and the 10-time turtle Sekigong wave and Super Gallic Cannon also dissipated. Ozot, who suffered a devastating blow, fell forward involuntarily. At this moment he no longer looked like Oob but showed his original appearance. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately set off to sprint to Ozot. They surrounded the guy one by one, fearing that the guy would run away. Is this what you really look like? He's such an ugly guy, Vegeta said with disdain. If it were normal, he would be angry that Kakarot intervened in his battle, but now the situation is special. This guy Ozot is too threatening. To avoid foolproof, it is necessary for the two to join forces. I didn't expect that the arrogant Scion Prince would choose to attack behind his back like a despicable means. Ozot mocked Vegeta. If it were Vegeta, he would be furious when he heard Ozot's life and death provocation and would kill Ozot without mercy in the next second. But now Vegeta is calm, and can't he be? Ozot easily infuriated. Bedbugs from other time and space. This trick of provoking is useless to me. If I guess correctly, you should have seen us in other time and space world, right? Unfortunately, I will meet you. The Vegetas they have lived are different. Vegeta put his hands on his chest, his heart as calm as water, without causing any slight turmoil. After seeing through his mind, Ozot's face changed, and he was very surprised. If it weren't for the same appearance and aura, he would have doubted whether the guy in front of him was Vegeta. Compared with Vegeta in other time and space world, they are completely different types. Kakarot, if you have any other things to ask, please ask quickly, or I will kill this guy, Vegeta said to Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Sun Wukong, with a serious expression, looked down at Ozot, who was bent down from the bottom of his body, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Return Obia back, maybe you can spare your life. Sun Wukong suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Ozot, oh, it seems that you care about that demon. By the way, I saw his memory. He seemed to be your disciple. I felt very uncomfortable when I saw his disciple being swallowed up. Right, Ozot. He grinned and didn't care about the murderous intent condensed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Sun Wukong, who was ridiculed, was not angry but was very calm. But the calmer it is, the more it means how angry Sun Wukong is now. I'll say it again, return Noob. I can let you go, Sun Wukong whispered. At this moment he was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his anger was about to reach a peak. After feeling Sun Wukong's anger, Ozot did not speak, he just closed his eyes. At the same time, on Sun Gohan's back, a slight pink mud paste was constantly secreting and expanding. This is Ozot's backing hand. He had long noticed the existence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, just in case. Time passes by minute. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at Ozot in this way, not paying any attention to the abnormality in Sun Wuhan, including Sun Gohan himself. He didn't notice it. Everything is not over yet. Don't think you will win. After the words fell, Ozot suddenly opened his eyes, quickly condensed the energy bomb with one hand and pressed it on the ground. Boom! The explosion of fire rose into the sky, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta were forced to distance themselves. At this time, Ozot jumped up and rushed into the air. He opened his arms and shouted, "Come on, boy, be a part of me." As Ozot finished speaking, the pink meatball secreted on Sun Gohan's back swelled, turning into a huge pink net that covered the sky and covered it with covers. This scene scene look so familiar? Something similar happened before. Oh no, when did this guy set this thing up? Faced with the fate of being swallowed up again, Son Gohan's face changed drastically. The memories that were once swallowed by the magic Buu came to his mind. He was obviously very alert, but when did this guy Ozot leave this thing on him? The protective barrier was not too late to open. Son Gohan was swallowed by the pink mud and rushed towards Ozot's body. Chapter 318. The mutation suddenly arises and is swallowed one after another. Gone. Sun Wukong came back to his senses first, quickly condensed his energy and fired a tenfold turtle Sekigong wave against Ozot again. Vegeta rushed towards the pink mud that wrapped Sun Gohan, trying to rescue Sun Gohan. However, Ozot was prepared for Sun Bei and his two actions. With a thought, he decisively used the ability of evil thought waves to control the alien space and also transmitted the pink mud paste that wrapped Sun Gohan into it and himself. In a different dimension world, the sudden disappearance of Ozot and Sun Gohan made Son Goku and Vegetaton feel something was wrong. A moment of carelessness led to one step late. In the alien world, after Ozot perfectly merged with Sun Gohan, he transformed into the posture of a Super Saiyan beast of Sun Gohan. After getting used to a powerful body of power, he returned to the real world. Gohan, looking at Sun Gohan who was in the form of a wild beast in front of him, Son Gokong understood that what he saw was no longer his son. Tisk. If you solve this guy earlier, you will not be as troubles as you are now. Kakarot, you guy is always dragging your feet. Vegeta snorted coldly, setting up a battle pose. An intuition tell him that the guy in front of him is no longer as easy to deal with as before. This is indeed the case. After devouring Son Gohan, Ozot's strength has increased to an extremely terrifying level. Although it has not reached the 10th dimension, it is not much different. Hehehe, what a perfect power. Sun Wukong, your son and your apprentice are really delicious food. After devouring them, the feeling of this power flowing all over my body intoxicated me. Ozo, he opened his arms and provoked Sun Wukong with an extremely arrogant attitude. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's forehead was bulging and his anger swelled. The 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan people were fully fired, and the powerful aura of the 9th dimensional level was raging in all directions. Bastard! Return Gohan and noob to me. Son Goku was so angry that he couldn't bear it anymore and burst out all his strength and rushed straight to Ozot. Kakarot. Vegeta's face changed when he saw Sun Wukong's impulsiveness. The Ozot in front of him was difficult to deal with, so he was very arrogant. If you act, the consequences will be unimaginable. Faced with Sun Wukong's active attack, Ozot smiled jokingly and launched an attack at the moment when Sun Wukong approached at a speed that the other party could not react. Bang! The sound of a loud bang. Sun Wukong flew backwards and crashed into an iceberg not far away. This scene made Vegeta grin and was shocked to see it and had a new understanding of Ozot's strength. After devouring Sun Gohan, this guy's strength is no longer on the same level as before. The next second, Ozot crossed the space and came to Vegeta. At the moment when Vegeta had no time to react, he punched him hard in the abdomen. Puff! The powerful blow made Vegeta spit sore water. Ensuring the severe pain in his abdomen, Vegeta raised his hand and waved his punch and hit Ozot in the face, but was easily blocked by the other party's hand. Don't waste your time. Come and be a part of me too. After all, you are the main meal. Ozot locked Vegeta's fist and his whole body instantly broke into a ball of overwhelming pink mud heading towards Vegeta. Cover down. Not good. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately mobilized the power of his bloodline and the power of his god and opened the protective barrier with all his strength. But Ozot's devouring ability was beyond imagination. In just a few seconds, Vegeta's protective barrier was torn apart and his whole person was swallowed by Ozot and became part of it. After eating Vegeta, Ozot also became Vegeta. As he ate Vegeta, his strength once again ushered in a leap forward. He increased from the peak of the 9th dimension to the 10th dimension in one go. Everything about Vegeta belongs to him. Next, as long as you eat Sun Wukong again, he will become the most powerful existence in this world, and it will be easy to eat this universe. Ecstatic Ozot, his sharp eyes locked Sun Wukong, who was embedded in the iceberg not far away. Sun Wukong, who was in the iceberg, had a drastic expression after feeling Ozot's gaze. Has Vegeta been swallowed by? Damn it! Sun Wukong endured the severe pain and broke free from the shackles of the iceberg. After feeling this outrageous aura that was exactly the same as Vegeta, he was stunned. First it was Oob, then to Sun Gohan, and now it was Vegeta again. All three of them were eaten by Ozot. If I had known that he would have killed the other party directly from the beginning. The situation is out of control now, and he alone is no match for Ozot. It's perfect for you to be my last main course, Sun Wukong. Ozot grinned, merged his hands, and put out Vegeta's signature ultimate skill. Sun Wukong was very familiar with this move. You have an impression of this move, right, Sun Wukong? Let me see how you will resolve Vegeta's move. And finally, flash. As soon as he finished speaking, Ozot shot out an extremely powerful lightning energy cannon with both hands, drives the power of destroying the world, and goes straight to Sun Wukong and kills it. After feeling the destructive power of this move, Sun Wukong sweated coldly on his forehead. He had no time to fight back and resist, and immediately used a momentary movement to avoid the final flash bombing. The iceberg behind him was instantly flattened by the final flash, and the violent energy rubbed against the earth, forming an extremely wide and huge gap. In the end, Ozot was not surprised. He also perfectly predicted the appearance of Sun Wukong and punched him behind him. Sun Wukong, who had just appeared, showed horror on his face when he saw the oncoming fist and was unprepared to be hit hard. Pounds. There was a harsh explosion. Sun Wukong was blown away by Ozot, and Ozot did not stop. He caught up with Sun Wukong, who was flying backward. The prince used his tactics, and his fierce attack quickly swept across Sun Wukong's body. Faced with this stormy offensive, Sun Wukong could only be forced to defend, and even had difficulty defending. Damn it, the tenfold Realm King Fist. After being forced, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and exploded the tenfold Realm King Fist, barely getting rid of Ozot's offensive. With the blessing of the tenfold Realm King Fist, his combat power increased explosively. It's a pity that such a tiny improvement is still not enough to fight against Ozot, who has absorbed Vegeta. Ozot still played him in his palms. All Sun Wukong's moves are recorded in Vegeta's memory. He only needs to attack in Vegeta's way to easily resolve them. Coupled with the gap in dimension, the battle situation is still one-sided. There is no chance of winning in hand-to-hand combat, and there is no chance to release energy-based attack, which makes Sun Wukong extremely frightened. But now he can't get out of here at all, so he can only bite the bullet and fight against Ozot. The battle situation is so hot that it is far beyond any battle. No one can see clearly except for a strong man of level like Talat. Relying on the increase in the power of the tenfold Realm King Fist, Sun Wukong fought with Ozot for half a minute, but in the end he was defeated under Ozot's fierce offensive. Ozot's powerful punch hit his chest. Terrifying power. The storm pierced through Sun Wukong's Super 4 body and instantly dispersed the scarlet blood energy of the tenfold Realm King's fist. Sun Wukong, who suffered this powerful blow, had blood gushed out of his mouth and temporarily lost his combat ability. Ozot did not attack anymore. Sun Wukong fell forward weakly, holding his hands on the ground, and blood flowed down his mouth and his whole body became in a trance. Even the Super Saiyan's 4th level and boundary breakthrough state can be so traumatized. It is conceivable how much Ozot is ahead of him now. Defeat you is Vegeta's lifelong wish. I helped him do something that he can't do. This is also a good ending. Ozot smiled jokingly and kicked it hard, hitting Sun Wukong's in an instant. Sun Wukong was sent to a height of 100 meters. The next second, Ozot acted like a Gallic gun, and white and purple light flashed around him. The next second, the Super Garrick cannon was released from his hands and bombarded Sun Wukong directly, bombing Sun Wukong into a height of 10,000 meters. And finally, boom! The flames produced by the explosion were overwhelming. Sun Wukong was swallowed up by this amazing explosion, and his life and death were unknown. Ozot did not launch another attack. In his opinion, it was enough to bear the powerful Garrick gun head-on, defeating Sun Wukong. But next, a strong blood-colored aura storm suddenly appeared in the center of the explosion. While dispersing the explosion flame, it also dyed the entire battlefield into a bloody environment. At the center of this blood-colored aura storm, Sun Wukong's figure appeared. At the critical moment, he took out 20 times the Realm King Fist, which offset most of the destructive power of Ozot's Garrick gun. But even so, he still suffered a lot of trauma. Feeling the momentum that Sun Wukong burst out, Ozot looked surprised. This Sun Wukong is more than a little stronger than Vegeta. The improvement after eating him may be far beyond my imagination. 20 times Realm King's Fist. Sun Wukong whistled to the sky, and the power of the Realm King's Fist completely exploded at this moment. The power reached its peak, and he burst out all the power in one go, and swooped straight to Ozot. It's amazing momentum, but it's far from me now. Ozot grinned. At the moment when Sun Wukong approached, he used a different dimension impact, and the surrounding space collapsed. The invisible power of the alien dimension was used by him, and he instantly launched hundreds or thousands of terrifying attacks. At the same time, Sun Wukong had no time to defend, so his body suffered a devastating blow and was directly bombarded hundreds of kilometers away, smashing dozens of icebergs one after another before it could stop. The magnet Sun Wukong stood up tremblingly with his hands on the ruined ice surface. At this moment he was covered in a mess. Did that guy use the power of the alien dimension world to launch countless attacks at this moment? Sun Wukong was shocked. If it weren't for the 4th level Super Saiyan body that was strong enough, plus the strengthening brought by the 20-fold King's Fist, he would have been crushed to pieces under Ozot's devastating offensive. This also made him recognize recognize the gap in strength. At this time, Ozot had exceeded the level he could handle. Swoosh! Abruptly, Ozot broke through the air and descended behind Sun Wukong with a lightning speed. The fierce murderous intent behind him made Sun Wukong suddenly feel something was wrong. He endured the pain on his body and quickly turned around and punched him, but he never thought that Ozot had slammed his head with one hand. As Ozot exerted his 5 fingers, Sun Wukong's head was squeezed. A wailing sound came from Sun Wukong's mouth. He, I'll send you to accompany Vegeta. Ozot grinned, his body made of pink mud, but he swallowed Sun Wukong in a blink of an eye. As Sun Wukong was swallowed, blue and white lights exploded around Ozot. At this moment he had eaten the 4 strongest existences in the GT space-time universe. Ozot showed his true form. His light pink aura soared into the sky, and the violent and terrifying power of the demon was enough to subvert the entire world. The violent energy soared into the sky, and the terrifying momentum in the middle of the 10th dimension caused turmoil in the entire GT space-time universe. It's a great harvest this time. Although I haven't found the source of the powerful divine power, eating them will also greatly increase my power. At this moment, Ozo very ecstatic. This feeling of being full of strength in the whole body is simply wonderful. Now he is strong enough to match his own deity. As long as he eats this universe, he can reach the point where he surpasses his original deity. When he eats his original deity, he will become the strongest deity. While Ozot was excited, a crisp clapping suddenly came from above his head. When Ozot heard the sound, the smile on his face suddenly stopped. He slowly looked up into the sky and saw Talat applauding him with a slight smile. You have eaten Vegeta and Kakarot one after another. Your strength has indeed improved amazingly. Do you want to try it and eat me? Talat hid in his smile the sword's way. Hearing this, Ozot looked at Talat with a serious look on his face. Intuition told him that this person who suddenly appeared was not simple. Who are you? Ozot calmed down and asked sternly. He has traveled countless parallel spaces and seen many powerful existences, but in those space-time world there is no Talat's existence. Intuition told him that this human being is very dangerous. He must be careful. Even now he may die. Chapter 319 Absolutely Strong. Leave the GT universe. What's wrong? You're not afraid of me, are you? Look at your trembling look. Don't you want to eat me? The moment Talat's words fell, a dark blue charm flashed in Talat's eyes. The next second, the gate of the energy pool of the divine power in his body was opened. The vast and boundless power of the god burst out, sweeping like a torrent, but it enveloped the entire earth in a blink of an eye. The extremely terrifying divine power instantly broke through to the 9th dimension and soared to the peak of the 9th dimension in just a few seconds. Just that? No, it is still expanding, reaching the magnitude of the 10th dimension and then to the peak of the 10th dimension. This power of God, it turns out to be you. Ozot felt this extremely familiar power of God and his pupils shrank. It's impossible to be wrong. This power of God is the power of God you perceive. His goal this time. Oh, it seems that I am your target too. Don't you want to eat this world? Then let me see if you can eat me too. Talat voice with boundless divine power echoed in space. The extremely terrifying power of the god centered on the earth envelopes the entire GT space-time universe. The dark blue streaming energy is dazzling and dazzling, making the whole world bathed in divine light, making it look sacred and extraordinary. At this moment the earth, including the entire solar system, was filled with this dark blue divine light, becoming Talat combat area. Immediately afterward, this powerful divine power quickly retracted and was retracted into Talat. At this moment, not only the GT space-time universe was affected, but even the space-time corridor appeared. In the dazzling divine light, Talat posture was revealed. The cold eyes are enough to despise everything. This form is the ultimate state of the 3rd level blue super scion, the 11th level of the Yuan level power. Yukai. Ozot, whose strength has increased dramatically, was frightened by the power of the defiant gods that Talat burst out. On his face, dense cold sweat fell like raindrops, and he couldn't help but tremble. Now, do you still have the confidence to eat me? Talat's whisper, as if the demons in hell were intimidating, lingering in Ozot's ears. Hearing the sound, Ozot's face changed drastically, and his body, mind, and soul were greatly impacted. When he came to his senses, his body was soaked in cold sweat. What kind of monster is this guy? The pressure brought by just one sentence has affected me so much. His strength is probably enough to match the original body. Ozot's heartbeat accelerated, and his eyes were filled with awe and horror when he looked at Talat. Before he could react, Talat crossed the space and came to him. Talat, whose who suddenly appeared in front of him, scared Ozot again. He instinctively punched Talit but was hit by Talit's faster attack. Ozot only felt a blue aurora flashing by in front of his eyes. Bang! A harsh explosion came from the space. Space is turbulent and aftermath is everywhere. Ozot, who suffered a devastating blow, soared into the sky like a stunning ray of light, but in just a few seconds he was bombarded out of the Earth's atmosphere and was in the universe, hitting a huge meteorite in the universe. Boom! The meteorite, dozens of miles large, collapsed and turned into countless pieces floating in the universe. Ozot's body was twitching at this moment and his facial features had a terrifying deformation due to this blow. Talit punch almost killed him. Ozot endured the pain in his body and swayed and stabilized his body. The distorted facial features gradually returned to their original state, but the whole person was still in a state of confusion. But when he recovered from his awakening, the Super Blue 3 Talit, which was reflected in front of him, was shocked directly. Ozot, who was frightened, quickly distanced himself from Talit and was almost scared to death. "Don't be nervous, I'm not that scary," Talit said with his hands on his chest and smiled. "You guy, I'm so proud." Ozot burst out all his power and the mid-stage power of the 10th dimension burst out in full swing, and an unparalleled energy storm quickly swept across the entire GT space-time universe. Ozot blended the ultimate skill of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, releasing a powerful fusion ultimate skill. Gali defeated the Turtle Sekigong wave. Faced with this extremely powerful energy attack, Talit casually raised his right hand and a deep blue aurora shot out from his palm. Boom! The explosion of flames rendered most of the universe and the two people's energy attacks each other offset. The energy-generating attack was resolved casually. When Ozot was about to launch an attack, he found that the surroundings of his body had been blocked by an invisible spatial force. He can't act anymore. How could the power of space be like this? Who are you? Ozot was shocked and suddenly felt something was wrong. He tried to use his space power to break the space shackles that trapped him, but found that his attainment in the power of space was far less than that of Talit. He could not break the space blockade set by Talit. Immediately afterward, the space power around Ozot was activated, and Ozot directly teleported Ozot to Talit. Again facing Talit at close range, Ozot was extremely frightened. He instinctively wanted to defend, but found that his limbs were firmly fixed by the invisible power of space and could not move at all. Talit's right fist clenched, and the power of gods and space turned into a blue and white cover attached to the fist. The ultimate power contained in it was even enough to tear the barrier of the world. Space shock. Talit's heavy punch suddenly burst out. Bang! The destruction fist that drives the power of space and the power of extreme gods suddenly hits out. Boom! The power of a punch expands and the space barrier collapses at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ozot was swept by the power of space and the power of God, and his body suffered a devastating blow. It was torn into countless pieces and then destroyed by the power of gods so that only a tiny piece of flesh and blood remained. Talit deliberately did this flesh and blood, otherwise this punch alone would be enough to kill Ozot without a single cell. The remaining flesh and blood curled up and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. After dozens of seconds, Ozot's body recondensed. After rebirth, Ozot looked at Talit with great horror and quickly begged for mercy. You can't kill me. If you kill me, they will die. Let me go. I can put it. They let it go. Oh, what are you? You are qualified to negotiate with me, and you are so sure. Can't I peel them out of your body? Talit said with a playful smile. As soon as these words came out, Ozot's whole body seemed to be knocked into the abyss of fear. He knew that Talit was not joking with him. It was of such a strong presence, and lying was meaningless, but he still didn't want to believe it. I admit you are strong, but do you think this can deceive me? Since you said you can strip other people in my body, let's give it a try, Ozot said simply with a tough bullet. Hearing this, Talit's mouth rose up evilly, and a smile full of evil appeared. The next second, Talit mobilized the deeper pool of destructive power in his body. Buzz! A divine power that was extremely suppressed and filled with destructive aura erupted from Talit's body. At this moment, the entire GT universe seemed to have stopped operating. The deep and dazzling purple light blooms with Talit as the center, and his Super Saiyan Blue third level is mutating at an astonishing speed. Ozot, who was right in front of Talit, witnessed the changes in Talit with his own eyes. He only felt that breathing became difficult and his body and soul were frozen by a deep cold air. This power, he has seen, belongs to the power of God of Destruction. Brainith power of the God of Destruction. Are you the God of Destruction born in this world? Ozot knew very well about the power of the God of Destruction. Thinking back to the beginning, a clone separated from the body met the God of Destruction in a time and space world. The clone swallowed most of the powerful existences in the space-time world, and its strength was unparalleled. But just when the other party's confidence was so strong that he thought he could eat the God of Destruction together, the cruel reality gave the clone a lesson. The majesty and power of the God of Destruction cannot be desecrated. Just one destruction will destroy the powerful clone. With the explosion of the destructive power, the dark blue divine power and dark blue long hair around Talat turned purple, looking like an alternative transformation. This transformation is the self-extreme state of Super Saiyan in the third level blue state. Oh, you actually know how to destroy the power of God? Then I don't need to introduce it. Do you still think I don't have the ability to peel them out of your body? Talat said with a smile. With the blessing of the destructive power, his current power is infinitely close to the peak of the 11th Yuan. A mere 10th dimensional Ozot is not even qualified to carry his shoes in front of him. Master Destruction God, it is a villain who has no eyes and offended you. Please give up your hands and let go of the villain. As long as you let me go, I can release them and become your slave for your life or your use. Seeing that the situation is not good, I can do it. Ozot directly abandoned his dignity as a demon. He just wants to live, and only by living can he see hope. Hearing this, Talat smiled contemptuously and looked down on Ozot's surrender. Correction, I am not the destruction god of this time and space world. Also, I don't need you to surrender like you, I just need you to die obediently. After the words came, Talat's right hand was attached to a deep look. With his right hand, the power of the god suddenly penetrated Ozot's body. Huff! A blood arrow spurted out from Ozot's mouth. Under the stimulation of Talat's destructive power, Ozot was in a state of pain. Talat's right hand followed the energy fluctuations in his body and found the area where the GT warriors were sealed. He grabbed one of them with one hand and pulled it hard. Tear! The sound of flesh and blood separation sounded, and Sun Wukong, who had been absorbed by Ozot before, was pulled out by Talat with one hand. Talat's simple and rough method of peeling off made Ozot feel in pain, and his facial features were even more terrifying. Due to the loss of Sun Wukong, Ozot's strength has dropped sharply. Not until this was over, Talat poked out his right hand and stabbed Ozot's body again, pulling Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Noob out in turn. After losing food one after another, Ozot fell into a weak state and his whole body seemed half dead, and his strength also dropped from the 10th dimension to the 8th dimension, and there were even signs of falling below the 7th dimension. It's over. After saying that, Talat raised his right hand and pointed it at Ozot in front of him, with deep destructive power flashing in his palm. Destruction! Talat said. Invisible destruction sweeping Ozot's whole body. In an instant, Ozot's body and soul were dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! Don't think that everything is over, God of Destruction. I am just a clone you killed, and my body will come to settle the score with you. Before Ozot's death, he said a harsh sentence, but in Talat's view, this sentence is not threatening, impossible and furious. Even if your body appears, I can kill it. And Talat said domineeringly. With Ozot's complete death, Talat's eyes turned to the four unconscious people. In a moment of thought, space teleportation was used, bringing all of the people back to Earth. After returning to Earth, Talat settled down on Monkey King, Vegeta, Monkey Gohan, and Noob in turn. This battle was an excellent lesson for them. Seeing powerful enemies outside time and space will benefit them without any harm to their future. Otherwise, Talat would have rescued them from the beginning. After solving the Devil Ozot, he also knew that there were many borers in other time and space world, and Talat also became worried about his own time and space world. He has been staying in GT space and space for enough time, and now he is time to leave this space-time world. With a wave of his hand, Talat used the power of time and space to open up a space-time channel beside him. At the end of this space-time channel, there is the space-time corridor connecting all the space-time world. I hope that when we meet again next time, you already have the power to transcend the world. So let's go, Kakarot and Vegeta of this world. This is the final farewell, but in fact only he can hear it himself. Because Talat's entry, the space-time channel quickly closed. It seems that it has never been opened. Shortly after Talat left, the unconscious GT soldiers woke up one after another. After learning that he was not dead, he probably guessed that it was Talat who saved them. But if you didn't see Talat, everyone also felt a resonance in their heart, that is, Talat has left. P.S. GT time and space are over, and next is the original work Super Time and Space. It will be relatively exciting because it is going to be a power conference. Chapter 320, Arrival in Time and Space. In the space-time corridor, the extremely powerful space-time power burst out with Talat as the center, sweeping through all the time-space storms that are coming. After experiencing the encounter of GT space-time universe, Talat's strength has reached a higher level. Along the way, Talat once again witnessed one novel world of time and space. There is rebirth and destruction. Witness the birth of different time and space, and witness the disappearance of one time and space world after another due to certain major factors. If he had been the past, he would have stopped because of some of his feelings, but now there are no more feelings. Even if he encounters a very outrageous time and space, he cannot hinder his progress. Talat didn't know how long he had been walking, nor how many parallel worlds he had passed by. It was not until a special time and space conveyed a strange attraction to him that Talat's pace stopped. Is this world the original space-time? Talat stayed outside this special space-time world, looking at what is happening in this time and and space. It has to be said that it has indeed attracted Talit, which made Talit unable to help but imagine. At this moment in this time and space world there is a second time and space arrival in this time and space for help in the future. In addition to the future 10x coming across time and space, there are also dark people from the future time and space world appearing and descending in this time and space and are in a confrontation with the protagonist Sun Wukong of this time and space. Interesting. I thought there was nothing that could attract my attention, but I didn't expect it to be a super time and space. In this way, I couldn't say I had to go in and walk. Talit felt a strong curiosity in his heart. He has been to the GT space-time universe and now he has passed by the super time space. It would be a pity if he doesn't go in and take a look. With his hands raised, Talit stepped into the space-time channel. Super time and space. On Earth, the battle between Sun Wukong and the Dark Man is in progress. At this time, Sun Wukong was full of curiosity about the identity of the Dark Man. This guy looks exactly the same as him, but his fighting style is completely different from him. It was obvious that he felt very familiar, but he felt a strange power of divine from this man. Sun Wukong is looking for the answer in the battle. The Dark Man is enjoying this battle. There is no doubt that he is growing up with the help of fighting with Sun Wukong. Learn Sun Wukong's combat skills and try to completely awaken this body. Bang, pound, bang. The two sides continued to fight until the fists fell on each other's face at the end. Then the two gave up and retreated to set a distance between each other. Sun Wukong maintains the form of a Super Saiyan with a hint of seriousness on his face. After the battle just now, he had already figured out the approximate strength of this Dark Man. You are very strong, but this shouldn't be your full strength. Now it's almost time to show your true skills. Right? Sun Wukong shouted sternly. I am worthy of being the strongest warrior in the combat nation. I discovered my hiding so easily, but don't worry, we just lay slowly. After all, I haven't fully adapted. The Dark Man was not. He was anxious to use all his strength, and he also wanted to use Sun Wukong's hand to let himself master more power. Is that true? A glimmer flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Since this Dark Man is unwilling to show his true skills, he can only force him to take it out. Crack! In an instant the lightning of Sun Wukong exploded, and the second level Super Saiyan firepower was fully opened. The powerful aura took shape in an instant, and he rushed into the Dark Man with lightning speed and instantly launched dozens of powerful attacks. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound, bang. The dull explosion exploded in the space. Sun Wukong's fierce attack instantly defeated the Dark Man's defense. The fierce attack shook the Dark Man's pupils, spitting sour water on his mouth, and retreated continuously. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong burst out with such a level of power. The Dark Man realized that something was wrong and immediately took out his real skills. He seized the opportunity to lock Sun Wukong's right arm and threw it away. Boom! The flying backward Sun Wukong hit the cliff in the distance straight, and his whole body was embedded in the rock wall. The Dark Man's cold eyes locked. Sun Wukong raised his hands with one hand, and the energy gathered. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he suddenly felt an astonishing suction coming from behind him, causing him to distract himself. Hey. Sun Wukong didn't know the situation, but he would not miss such a good opportunity. He turned into a golden aurora and rushed out with great force and a heavy kick on the Dark Man. Bang! The sound of the Dark Man flew backward. He struggled to stabilize his body, but the attraction from the huge distorted space-time hole behind him made him unable to continue to stay in this space-time. What's going on? Sun Wukong realized something was wrong. The fight was very good, and he didn't use all his strength. The current situation of the Dark Man cannot stabilize at all. Damn it, the twisted time and space are about to return to its original appearance. I can no longer stay in this time and space. The Dark Man struggled, and while flying backward, his eyes swept below, just locking in the future Tennock and the future Tyrant. The time machine of Nangs. Is it a time machine? As long as this thing is destroyed, no one can stop me again. The Dark Man thought and forcibly regained control of his body and quickly shot an energy bomb from his hand. Boom! The energy bomb accurately hits the time machine, causing a big explosion. This situation has greatly changed the face of Tennox and Bulma in the future. No one expected that the Dark Man would actually launch an attack on the time machine. Sun Wukong, it is my honor to be able to fight you, but from now on, we will never see you again. The Dark Man grinned, then gave up his resistance, allowing the suction of the black hole to distort it. As he disappeared, the distorted black hole in space-time also disappeared. Everything returned to peace, as if there had never been any change. Sun Wukong looked at the direction where the Dark Man disappeared, his face becoming heavy. During the fight with the Dark Man just now, he noticed the change of the other party. That guy was far less simple than he thought. However, if you show all your strength, you should still be able to solve it. It has to be said that the battle ended like this, which made him a little angry. If he had known this, he would have used all his strength to keep the other party from the beginning. Just the second after he had this idea, a gap in time was opened in the air just just 100 meters ahead. This change once again attracted everyone's attention. Did it appear again? No, this aura is so strong. Sun Wukong, who was closest to him, sensed the huge aura in the dark vortex and his face changed. This amazing momentum is much more powerful than the dark man just now. In the manner, everyone looked at the sky suddenly. However, there was a sudden vision that disappeared. After sensing the powerful aura that could not be discovered, the people present kept changing their expressions on their faces and were shocked to not know how to speak. Visions happen one after another. In addition to the dark man, which guy came from other time and space world, Vegeta's mind was shocked. This extremely tough aura obviously has to be taken seriously. Judging from the breath, this power is not at the same level as the dark man. At the same time, he became excited. Kakarot was fighting with the dark man just now, and he felt itchy. The guy who was about to appear in this dark vortex is obviously stronger than the dark man, which can satisfy his desire to fight. The destruction god Beerus and the angel Wise, who were enjoying food, all had strange emotions on their faces. Today, there are a series of guys from other time and space world, and they are just under your nose. It's okay once or twice, but now it's the third time. Beerus can't ignore it. Wise, who was standing beside him, had a strange look on his face because he sensed a force from him in this crack in time and space, and in addition, it seemed that there was also the original power to destroy God. Did the appearance of the dark man, and then the sudden appearance of this mysterious aura, all caused by my arrival. In the future, 10x fell into self-doubt. This is how he is. He has always been indecisive and will think randomly when he goes through some things. 10x, what have you been doing all these years? When you encounter an accident, don't even have any courage. Vegeta, who could not bear it, scolded the future 10x. What shit is caused by your arrival? Now it is not just a dark person. In the dark vortex located in the center of the space-time crack, the terrifying momentum expanded with a bang. With the powerful momentum, even Sun Wukong, who was in the second-level Super Saiyan state, was almost blown away. The wind and clouds are surging, and lightning is thunder and lightning is roaring. The whole world seems to have entered the doomsday. So amazingly angry. Hehe. I didn't fight enough just now. After feeling this amazing aura, Sun Wukong's eyes burst out with fighting spirit and was about to move again. In this time and space world, he is a purely warlike madman. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he is. He never thought about whether he could defeat the enemy. Not long after, Talat escaped from the dark vortex and descended to this time and space world. With his appearance, the vision disappeared and the torn space-time cracks returned to their original state. His appearance attracted everyone's attention. Although the incomparable aura just now dissipated, it was from this person. It finally here. It seems that my time is a little late. Has that disgusting guy been driven back? Talat's eyes swept around the super second Sun Wukong in front of him, and in the manner not far away, familiar faces were one by one. The fighting spirit in Sun Wukong's eyes became stronger, and his intuition told him that the unknown guy in front of him was very powerful. Kakarot, you in this time and space world are different from those in other time and space world. Talat noticed the fighting spirit emitted in Sun Wukong's eyes. Sun Wukong in this time period is far behind Kakarot in GT time and space. Do you know me? Then I don't need to introduce myself. Sun Wukong rubbed his nose and said he didn't want to say too much, just wanted to fight. In the manner, the destruction god Beruth gave orders to Vegeta to expel this guy from other time and space world. Angel Wise, who was standing beside him, remained silent. As an angel, he had actually sensed that Talat had his own mark in his body and roughly knew the other party's origin. He also saw Talat's strength far above Sun Wukong and Vegeta at this time. However, although it is a battle that will definitely be defeated, it may be an opportunity to go further for Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Since the martial art conference with the 6th universe ended, these two people seem to be more arrogant and they believe that there are very few people in the universe who can compete with them. It is a good thing to suppress it appropriately. The orders of the god of destruction, Beerus, were exactly the same as Vegeta's intention. He immediately rushed to the sky violently and stopped Kakarot directly. Don't be too greedy, Kakarot. You have dealt with the dark man. Leave this guy from other time and space worlds to me. This is what Beerus means, Vegeta shouted. Sun Wukong was in a bad mood when he heard this. After finally having such a strong opponent appeared, but Vegeta would snatch him away. Anyone felt uncomfortable if they were replaced, but he couldn't object because God of Destruction Beerus had spoken. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong, and his eyes seemed to say, if you are dissatisfied, go to Beerus for an explanation. Sun Wukong had no choice but to disperse the second-level transformation of the Super Saiyan, waved his hand and said, okay, then I'll give it to you. After saying that, Sun Wukong silently retreated outside the battlefield and no longer interfered in Vegeta's battle. From beginning to end, he never thought about whether to ask Talat's identity and purpose of his arrival. Vegeta snorted coldly at Kakarot, then his sharp eyes locked on Talat. He was looking at Talat, and Talat was also looking at him. The unfathomable aura, the feeling at close range is much stronger than when the aura burst out just now, and it is interesting. Vegeta made a basic judgment. I have to say that he, like Kakarot, didn't even want to ask who Talat is. What's the purpose? As for Talat, after just a few glances he had seen through the approximate strength of Vegeta, who had super time and space. The normal combat power has reached the mid-stage of the 7th dimension and has transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, which should be able to reach the mid-stage level of the 8th dimension. At most that is half of your normal combat effectiveness. This strength is indeed weak compared to GT Monkey King and GT Vegeta, who have become stronger after being influenced by themselves. The difference is not a little bit worse. No, even compared to GT Sunbei, who is not affected by him, it is far inferior to that of GT. Chapter 321 Normal Abuse of Super Blue. What? Do you want to fight me? Vegeta, after looking at each other for a long time, Talat said in a playful tone. Oh, I didn't expect that the existence from other time and space would know my name. Well, Vegeta grinned. Blue light appeared in his eyes. Divine power surged around him, and in an instant he entered the blue color of Super Saiyan state. Oh, Super Saiyan Blue, although it has not reached full power, it is indeed good, but it's not enough for you to defeat me with this little power. Talat put his hands on his chest. Indifferent to the word, not to mention the 8th dimension, even the 10th dimension does not pose a threat to Talat. Youngster is so proud. That guy. Vegeta, who was ruthless and speechless, condensed energy at the fastest speed and released Galac's gun toward Talat. It is indeed his personality to come up and make a move. Facing the oncoming Galic cannon, Talat did not dodge or avoid, and a light flashed in his eyes. Boom! In an instant a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. The violent aura impact swept the world like a torrent. Not only the earth but also the universe caused a cosmic storm because of the terrifying momentum that Talat exploded. The attacking Galic cannon was crushed to pieces, and Vegeta was first swept by this terrifying aura. His face was horrified and his whole body and soul were pulled into a strange field. Is this guy? Has he reached this level with just the impact of momentum? What a joke! Vegeta's body and heart trembled at this moment. This is the first time in his life that he felt such a terrifying aura. Okay, so strong. That guy's angry. How did that guy practice? Sun Wukong, who was outside the battlefield, was full of horror and a cold sweat of beans fell on his forehead. My mind was greatly affected by the anti-dramatic momentum of Talat's outbreak. Just the intensity of the aura has reached this level. How strong should it be if it is fought? He knew very well that Vegeta was probably going to suffer this time. In the distance, in the universal capsule manner, when Talat burst out of this level of energy, even the destruction god Beerus was not calm. Although this level of energy is also an ant that can be destroyed by him, it is impossible for Vegeta and Sun Wukong to overcome it. On the other hand, although the angel Weiss was surprised by this, she was still more happy. I didn't expect that this person who came from other time and space worlds and was chosen by me was so strong. This level of energy I felt for the first time in my life that Vegeta could win. Plin asked tremblingly, suppressing the frightened mood. Although he could not feel the strength of the power of God, he could feel the aura that Talat burst out. The terrifying sense of oppression was real. In terms of momentum, Talat surpassed Vegeta too much. Believe in Vegeta. The power of the Super Saiyan Blue is much stronger than we think, and he controls the power of God. Piccolo wiped the sweat beads on his forehead and said, in his opinion, even if Vegeta lost, Goku still had it. Even if they lost, Barut and Weiss were there, so there should be no big problem. On the battlefield, Talat retracted his momentum and hugged his chest with both hands. Just now, he showed some of his strength and burst out with a 9th dimensional energy, bringing Vegeta a million points of shock. Now it seems that the effect is very obvious, and Vegeta is completely stunned now. How do you feel? Do you want to fight me again now, Vegeta? Talat's lips raised and he joked to Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta's face was pale, and the power of the gods was dispersed. Although they were not substantially damaged, their spirit and soul were greatly impacted by the anti-dramatic aura that Talat had just burst out. Now that he was relieved, Vegeta's eyes at Talat became complicated. Howdn't it just that she released from a meeting made me feel so great, but it was just my wish. Vegeta looked down at his trembling hands, forcibly regained control of his body, and exuded a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Thing is starting to get interesting. Vegeta regained his fighting spirit and put on his classic fighting posture. His sharp eyes looked at Talat like an eagle-eyed look, waiting for an opportunity to move. Seeing this, Talat still kept holding his hands in his chest and remained motionless. He wanted to see how Vegeta would deal with him. In Vegeta's eyes, Talat seemed to be full of flaws, but in fact he was impeccable, making him unable to find an opportunity to attack. Dring! Suddenly, Vegeta let out a loud roar. He instantly entered a state of explosion of divine power, and his whole body turned into a blue aurora and headed straight for Talat. Seeing this, Talat was still unmoved. He had already seen through what Vegeta thought in his heart. Vegeta first rushed to Talat's body and swung for a while, then instantly exploded and reached behind Talat's body at a speed that exceeded the limit and swept out the whip legs that were full of strength. Just as Vegeta's attack was about to hit, Talat disappeared in an instant and came behind Vegeta in an instant. Not good. How did this guy come here? I didn't see any trace at all. The strong sense of crisis coming from behind made Vegeta's face change drastically, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Pounds. The sound of a loud bang. Talat hit the sky and sent Vegeta to the sky. Vegeta, who was hit hard, burst into tears with a shrill scream, and he was able to stabilize his body until 1,000 meters above sea level. Vegeta looked at Talat with fear. Although he didn't know what methods the other party used at that moment, he wrote down this humiliation. Vegeta burst out all the divine power in his body. His hands danced quickly, and the prince used his tactic, and the dense energy bomb fell downward in the direction of Talat like a storm. Faced with this airtight energy bombing, Talat remained silent and raised his hand and shot an energy aurora. Boom! The explosion of fire was overwhelming, and all the energy bombs were detonated in an instant. The attack of the energy bomb was resolved, and Vegeta did not lose his position because of this. On the contrary, this was his combat strategy. Swoosh! Vegeta's body turned into a blue divine light and broke through the flame. It rushed to Talat like thunder, and the dense attacks like rain fell down at Talat. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Vegeta's offensive was extremely fierce, and the iron fist, which contained extremely powerful destructive power, every time he waved it, it was enough to smash an asteroid to pieces. But in front of Talat, his strength seemed a little insignificant. Talat's figure was like a ghost, and he easily avoided all Vegeta's attacks and did not take the initiative from beginning to end. Did this guy have completely seen through my attack? Vegeta was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent in his life. No matter how you attack, you can't hit the opponent from any angle. Do you only have this strength? After all, I'm more proud of you than Vegeta. Kakarot seems to be stronger over there. Let him fight me. Talat deliberately stimulated Vegeta to be thrilled. Road. This is really useful. When Vegeta heard this, he seemed to have something broken in his mind. The power of the gods swelled and his intensity increased by an order of magnitude. Shut up. I am the strongest Ion. Vegeta roared word by word. The power of the blue god gathered in the fist, burning like a raging fire, and Vegeta swung this angry blow. Bang! The sound of a loud bang. Vegeta's angry iron fist was easily blocked by Talat's raised hand and perfectly dissolved all the power in it. What? The attack was blocked. Vegeta's pupils shrank, and he felt something was wrong. Your anger is meaningless and insignificant. As soon as Talat finished speaking, he launched a counterattack, kicking Vegeta into a mouth with a kick. Immediately afterward, he kicked him away casually. Vegeta, who stabilized his body, locked Talat with sharp eyes for fear that Talat would attack, but he didn't know that Talat had no motivation to take the initiative. Damn it, arrogant guy, I will make you laugh later. Vegeta used the power of the god to suppress the injury and then soared into the sky and came to a height of 10,000 meters. His hands were wide open and his whole body was filled with divine power. Judging from his posture, it was obvious that he wanted to use his big move. Hand-to-hand combat will not work, and ordinary energy-based attacks cannot affect Talat, so the only option is to use the ultimate move. Under this blow, if you fail, you will be successful. Hey, Vegeta, you don't want to use that move, right? This is the Earth. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta at a height of 10,000 meters and saw Vegeta's move. Speaking of which, he had never seen Vegeta use this move in the Super Saiyan Blue state, and his destructive power would be unimaginable. Is it really okay if it is just launched from this angle? In the luxury estate of Universal Capsule Company, when watching after seeing this familiar scene, Piccolo and Klin were not calm. Would you like to use that move? The picture of Vegeta using the final flash appeared in Piccolo's mind. Once when he was dealing with the full-body Shuru 10 years ago, Vegeta's final flash directly crossed the border and half of the full-body Shuru was blown away. The second time was when he was playing against the player of the 6th universe, Woda Magata, not long ago. Vegeta used his final flash to knock that guy Woda Magata to the edge of the ring, but that was not all. This level of skills is not only an invincible skill at the same level, but also a killing skill to kill enemies beyond the level. If you use the final flash in the Super Saiyan Blue state, wouldn't there really be any accident? The entire Earth, no, the entire galaxy may be blown up by Vegeta's move. Klin, his face was full of horror and he had already expected the possible ending. When future Ten Nok, who was standing by, felt a little sad when he heard this. After only 10 years of seeing each other, his father Vegeta's strength has skyrocketed to such a terrifying state. Don't worry, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is still here. If something happens, Lord Beerus can also save us, Bulma explained from the side. She was very at ease and had absolutely absolute security around her. Hearing this, Beerus raised his eyebrows, but he didn't know how to refute it. The next second, Beerus gave Weiss a look. Seeing this, Weiss immediately understood it and gently tapped the angel scepter in his hand, and the invisible angel power enveloped the world to ensure that accidents did not happen. Under the influence of the power of the angel, let alone Vegeta's full strength, even if the destruction god of the next universe comes over, it may not be able to break this layer of defense. High in the sky, as the energy condensed by Vegeta became stronger and stronger, the sky became dim, the storm swept across the world, golden lights continued to whip the earth, and vibrations of varying degrees occurred around the world. The whole world was trembling because of Vegeta's power. There is quite amazing energy. It has reached the 9th dimension. Talat saw the final magnitude of Vegeta's move at a glance. The 9th dimension attack is nothing to him now. It is barely enough to let yourself exercise your muscles and bones normally. A self-righteous guy. If you have the ability, take this move. Vegeta's hands merged, the golden energy in his palm fusion, and the muscles in his body swelled violently. This is a blow from Vegeta that exerted all his energy. Come on. Talat casually hooked Vegeta. This behavior completely stimulated Vegeta. Go to die. Finally, flash. Vegeta pushed forward with his hands, and the infinitely powerful lightning energy beam turned into a roaring golden thunder dragon, driving the ultimate destructive power to destroy everything, and blasted towards Talat. Down. Faced with this extremely destructive blow, Talat just raised his right hand casually. Boom. The sound of a loud bang. The space vibrates and the white light flickers. But when the vibrating light disappeared, something unexpected happened to everyone. Talat blocked Vegeta's final flash with one hand alone. What? Vegeta's face was full of horror. He had thought that the flash would be resolved in the end, but he did not expect it would be blocked in this way. At this moment, not only Vegeta was stunned, but even Sun Wukong was stunned, including the destruction god Beerus also used it at this moment. This level of killing skill can be easily resolved. This guy from other time and space worlds is far more powerful than he imagined. Vegeta, I hope you can maintain the same confidence as you are now. Blocking the final flash, Talat's mouth raised, and the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body was mobilized. As a golden aura emerged from his body, Talat's power instantly broke through to the 9th dimension, and his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Chapter 322 Beat Super Blue Sun Wukong. Boom. A blast. Vegeta's final flash burst, turning into countless golden particles floating in the space. At this moment, the whole world fell into dead silence, and time seemed to be frozen in this moment. Everyone who witnessed this scene with their own eyes opened their mouths in horror. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how could they believe that the final flash released by Vegeta in the Super Saiyan Blue state was shattered by the visitor? I'm afraid that only God of Destruction, Beerus, can do such a thing. Vegeta is the one who has been hit the most. How could it be this is possible? The flash was shattered in the end, and Vegeta was incredible. At this time, he deeply realized how powerful he was facing. He thought that the power of the Super Saiyan Blue was almost invincible, but what he had now made him realize how stupid he was. The outside world is even more ingrained than he imagined. Is that the end? Talat's soft hum sounded across the sky. In an instant, the breath expanded. Vegeta felt Talat's energy and was shocked. After coming back to his senses, a terrifying scene happened under his gaze. Dring, accompanied by Talat's loud shout, the violent and terrifying Saiyan energy turned into a hurricane and swept the world. The entire earth was filled with the terrifying aura that erupted from Talat at this moment. The first level full power of the Super Saiyan is coming. Everyone was stunned when they witnessed Talat's transformation into the first level full power of the Super Saiyan. This person is actually a Saiyan, and now he has transformed into a Super Saiyan. It is still absolutely crushing to use ordinary Super Saiyans to fight Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan, you guy is actually a Saiyan. Vegeta shouted in horror. As a Saiyan prince, he was surpassed so much by a fellow tribe. In addition to Kakarot, another Saiyan appeared who surpassed him. What a joke. Sun Wukong, who was fighting on the battlefield, was greatly affected. Can you burst out with such amazing and terrifying anger just by transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan? How strong is he? At this moment, Sun Wukong had a new understanding of strongness. Talat can play Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue with his normal state alone. This kind of strength is not something they can compete with. Even if he goes on, plus the King of Realm Fist, he is probably far from his opponent. Obviously, this person has much more than one. What they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. When you reach this level of strength, you cannot just master ordinary Super Saiyan. From the first level of Super Saiyan to the third level of Super Saiyan, this person will definitely know, and it is possible that he can master the same Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue as they are. Otherwise, he would not be surprised at all. The inner thoughts stabilized, and Sun Wukong was already breathing rapidly. This is impossible to fight at all. Not even more undeal with it. In the universal capsule manner, everyone was frightened by Talat's transformation. That guy is actually Scion 2. Vegeta is over, Piccolo said with a panic look on his face. He knew very well how much the transformation of the Super Saiyan brought. This person's normal state can hang up the blue Vegeta of the Super Saiyan, and the result after turning into a Super Saiyan can be imagined. Even if Sun Wukong adds the tenfold Realm King Fist on the Super Saiyan blue, it will probably be useless. This is the first time in my life that I feel such a terrifying aura. Klin, suppressed by Talat's breath, had difficulty breathing and his body was trembling constantly. After sensing this anti-divine aura, his body and soul were already subdued. The same goes for others, except for the destruction god Beerus. He was silent at this time, but his eyebrows were already frowning. The fact that this person is a Scion is not good news. He knew very well how difficult the Scion race was. Even if its strength was far less than that of the enemy, he only needed to change continuously to shorten the strength gap with his opponent. Even as the battle continues to advance, the strength will become stronger and stronger until there is a high probability that the opponent will be surpassed in the end. Beerus had already made a decision in his mind. Master Beerus, are you planning to move? Weiss saw what Beerus was thinking, raised his lips and joked. Well, Beerus murmured in a deep voice. These words made Piccolo, Klin, Bulma, and others on the side stunned, and then they felt a little safe. As long as God of Destruction comes forward, is there any trouble that cannot be solved? No matter how strong you are, the God of Destruction is above you. This is the concept in the minds of everyone in this time and space today, because they cannot get stronger contact. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Klin, and Mom seem to be very at ease with the power of God of Destruction. How strong is he? Although 10x knows about the God of Destruction in the future, he still has some doubts about the strength of the God of Destruction in his heart. In the sky, after Talat stabilized the transformation of the first level Super Saiyan, he had a light smile on his face and looked at Vegeta, who was extremely vigilant. When he transformed, it indicates that the battle could be declared over. It's over, Vegeta. As soon as he finished speaking, Talat sprinted instantly with the ultimate speed so fast that neither the naked eye nor the perception could capture it. But in a flash, Talat descended directly in front of Vegeta. So fast, didn't see it at all. How is that possible? Vegeta's face changed drastically, and every cell in his body was sending dangerous signals. He instinctively fisted and fought back, but Talat's attack was one step ahead of him. Bang! A thrilling sound of flesh sounded. Talat's heavy punch hit Vegeta's abdomen. This iron fist, which was enough to crush everything, instantly shattered Vegeta's protective power, and the powerful fist pressed through his body, causing a storm in the space. Vegeta's eyes were bleeding, his body of divine power dissipated, and his whole person suddenly spewed out a blood arrow, and his breath dropped sharply in a cliff-like manner. Vegeta only felt like his body was about to break, and his consciousness was dazed as if he was about to faint. Talat's fist was so heavy that it made him temporarily lose his mind. Some fighting method. Not finished yet. Talat's hands merged, turned into a war hammer, aimed at Vegeta's back neck, and dunked it hard. Pounds. A sound of flesh entering the flesh sounded. Vegeta, who was hit by a devastating blow again, fell to the ground like a meteorite. Just as Vegeta was about to land, Sun Wukong took action in time, caught the falling Vegeta and offset all the impact. Vegeta, are you okay? Sun Wukong looked down at Vegeta, who was dying in his arms, and used his chi to see the injury. Fortunately, I just fell into a coma and it was not a big deal. This also made Sun Wukong breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Talat would beat Vegeta to death in 2 moves. Now it seems that the other party is showing mercy. Otherwise, the 2 moves just now could completely penetrate Vegeta's body. After his mind returned, Sun Wukong glanced at Talat, turned his right hand into a sword finger, used his instant movement, and returned to the safe area with Vegeta. After settling Vegeta, Sun Wukong used his instant move to return to the battlefield and appeared opposite Talat again. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Feeling Talat's power at close range has a greater impact on Sun Wukong. Such a strong and powerful aura I met for the first time in my life. Even before he fought with him, he felt his skin tingling and painful, which was the most direct feeling brought by perception. It's obviously very dangerous, but I feel very excited. Sun Wukong grinned, with a burning fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Fighting with the strong is exactly what he longs for. This battle was his chance. Even though the hope of winning was slim and it could be said that there was no such thing as at all, he still had to fight. No matter what the result is, you have to fight until the last moment. It turns out to be an absolute battle, madman. Compared to you in other world, you in this world are a bit disappointing. Talat shook his head and sighed. It seems that in your eyes, I am very different from me in other time and space world, but my power is also incomparable to them. Haha. After that, Sun Wukong let out a loud shout. A steady stream of divine power gushed out from his body. With a flash of blue divine light, Sun Wukong directly entered the Super Saiyan blue state. Judging from the strength of the power of the god, Sun Wukong is indeed a little stronger than Vegeta just now, but it is only a little bit. This level of divine power seems a little fragile in the face of Talat's powerful aura. Sun Wukong put on a battle posture and entered a state of waiting for the battle. But Sun Wukong ignored a point, and Talat's eyes when he looked at him were constantly changing. Facing him, is it self-confident or stupid? Kakarot, it seems that you have to teach you a lesson. As soon as Talat finished speaking, his breath burst out. Boom! The violent and terrifying destructive momentum swept across Sun Wukong's body like a torrent. This Sun Wukong, swept by the breath, looked horrified and his expression changed drastically. The power of the divine body was like a candle in the wind, showing signs of extinguishing at any time. Although the aura impact of Talat's explosion failed to cause substantial damage to him, it affected his spirit and made him feel afraid. In the horrified gaze of Sun Wukong, Talat moved. Swoosh! In less than a breath, Talat suddenly appeared in front of him, and his merciless iron fist went straight to Sun Wukong's face. Not good! Sun Wukong quickly raised his arms and posed for defense. Bang! Under this blow, the space was turbulent. Sun Wukong flew backwards for dozens of kilometers, smashing several huge mountains one after another, and was able to stop until he was finally embedded in a huge rock. Sun Wukong, who was embedded in the huge rock, wailed in pain. Just one punch made him doubt his life. His hands seemed to be breaking. Vegeta just now took the attack of this strength. This also made Sun Wukong realize that he could never hide it anymore, and this was also Talat's warning to him. Otherwise he would have died. After knocking Sun Wukong away with one punch, Talat rushed out again. He descended to Sun Wukong like an aurora and kicked it out with great force. Bang! The power of this attack is extremely terrifying. The whole mountain collapsed and Sun Wukong flew out again. After gliding for no reason, he was grabbed by Talat, who was rushing into one hand and smashed it down to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth collapsed and smoke and dust rose. Sun Wukong only felt a severe pain that was crushed to pieces swept across his body, and a wailing sound broke out from his mouth. Talat made him feel like he was about to break. Just as Talat planned to use his body to smash the ground again, Sun Wukong's blood and energy burst out forcibly, and he decisively took out his ultimate move, the King of Realm Fist. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong quickly entered the state of twice the King of Realm Fist. After forcibly breaking free from Talat's shackles, he quickly distanced himself from Talat, but Talat would not give him a chance to breathe. He rushed forward quickly and caught up with the retreating Sun Wukong again, and another collapse punch was knocked out. This time, Sun Wukong had a solution to it, and he deliberately sold his flaws to lure him. Talat made a punch, and after he cleverly turned around, he punched straight to Talat's face. Talat snorted coldly. He had already understood Sun Wukong's thoughts and locked Sun Wukong's arm with his right hand. The next second, he clenched his left fist and headed straight to Sun Wukong's heart. The King of Realm Fist 10 times. Sun Wukong suddenly felt something was wrong, so he directly used the King of Realm Fist to forcibly get rid of Talat's shackles. His combat power instantly soared to the 9th dimension. The fierce attack containing deep divine power swept towards Talat's body like raindrops. If it were someone else, I would be beaten to pieces by this fierce offensive in an instant, but unfortunately, Sun Wukong faces Talat. His attack speed and power are not worth mentioning in Talat's opinion. After resolving Sun Wukong's 100 attacks one after another, a hint of impatient expression flashed in Talat's eyes. Bang! Talat decisively punched Sun Wukong and planned to put some pressure on him. Sun Wukong, who was knocked away by a punch, endured the pain and used several backflips to offset the strength of his body and condensed energy at the fastest speed. After adjusting his body shape, he fired a turtle Qigong wave and hit Taro. The next scene made Sun Wukong doubt life. Talat smashed his turtle Qigong wave with one hand, and in the moment he was close, he punched him up and threw him into the air. Immediately afterward, he jumped directly above Sun Wukong and condensed an energy bomb in his hand. Chapter 323: The Undead Xiaoqiang. Beerus takes action. Boom! The terrifying energy bomb fell on Sun Wukong's body, causing Sun Wukong's body to fall continuously. This kind of momentum is unstoppable and seems to be invincible at all. Damn it, I can't continue like this anymore. Feeling the hot power of the energy bomb, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. In any case, this energy bomb must be dissolved, otherwise if the energy explodes, he will be half dead even if he does not die. The power of the gods surged, and Sun Wukong used his mixed skills to resist and squeeze the energy bomb in his chest with all his strength. However, no matter how he acted, he he could not do anything to this energy bomb. In this case, the tenfold Realm King Fist is obviously not enough, but if he uses the Realm King Fist of a higher multiple, can his body withstand it? That was a field he had never tried. Sun Wukong's mind was in chaos and he didn't know what to do for a moment. It was not until I was about to fall to the ground that I made up my mind that even if my body collapsed, it would be better than a hemiplegia. The King of Realm Fist 15 times. Boom. There was a muffled sound. The blood-colored evil spirit exploded further, and Sun Wukong, who had gained more powerful strength, exerted force with both hands and flew into the sky with his energy bomb that was squeezing his chest. When the crisis was resolved, Sun Wukong quickly stabilized his body to avoid contact with the ground. Oh, is the 15-fold King of Realm? Can you have achieved this level in this period? It's really good. Talit was a little surprised. After all, according to the original work's time period, Sun Wukong's attainment in the King of Realm should not have reached the point of doing whatever he wants. Otherwise, it would not take such a lot of effort to deal with the dark people in the early stages to the future time and space. You can at least easily suppress the King's Fist 10 times or more than 10 times. What's more, it 15 times that now. Unfortunately, the situation became like that in the end. Crack! A bloody lightning fell from the sky. Due to the influence of Sun Wukong's explosion, the sky within a radius of more than 10 miles became dim. This extremely expanding divine power seemed to have reached the point where it could compete with Talit. But is it really enough to compete with Talit? Definitely not. Until now, Talit has not even taken out half of the power of the first level Super Saiyan, and has always been ravaging Sun Wukong with a playful attitude. Hey. Sun Wukong whistled to the sky. His muscles swelled and his divine power continued to grow like a volcano erupting. When the breath rose to the peak, Sun Wukong's legs were accumulating strength, stomped on the ground, and his whole person turned into a bloody light and rushed towards Talit. For Sun Wukong, he just wants to fight until the last moment. Talit was disdainful of this and did not care about Sun Wukong's counterattack at all. Behind him, Sun Wukong launched a fierce and terrifying attack on Talit, a powerful attack that was enough to destroy the world and attack Talit one after another. The two wrestled together and started a hand-to-hand combat again. Sun Wukong attacked Talit without leaving any room for anything, and he gave all his strength to force Talit to reveal his flaws through his full attack. But as the battle continued, Sun Wukong was frightened to find that Talit was far more unfathomable than he thought. This man has reached a height that he cannot reach. No matter how he launches an attack, it has been easily offset and resolved. As if he is everything I thought in my heart was seen through casually. I won't play with you anymore, Kakarot. After a series of resumptions, Talit lost the patience to continue playing with Sun Wukong. Immediately afterward, he exerted his force suddenly, disrupting Sun Wukong's offensive rhythm in one breath, and at the same time knocked Sun Wukong away with one punch. Sun Wukong, swept by huge force, flew back hundreds of meters. Before he could take a breath, Talit had already arrived in front of him. The extremely powerful Iron Fist continued to hit Sun Wukong. At the beginning, Sun Wukong could barely resist. As Talit's punch became heavier and heavier, Sun Wukong's defense was at the verge of being unable to resist. How many times can you block it with the help of the King of Realms? Talit's face showed a smirk, and the golden aura compressed on the fist, and a powerful blow suddenly burst out. Bang! The power of this punch is so terrifying. Sun Wukong's defense was torn apart on the spot, and he flew backwards out of control and crashed into a mountain. Talit took advantage of the victory to pursue and advanced again. He raised his hand to release his breath and combined cannon to blow up the entire mountain less than 10 meters away from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was hit by the Kihi cannon and flew backwards again. Before the attack was over, Talit made a breakthrough again, catching up with Sun Wukong, who was flying backward, and launched a continuous attack. At this time, even with the blessing of the 15-fold Realm King Fist, Sun Wukong was like a 3-year-old child in Talit's hands. Strong, too strong. Even the 15 times the Realm King Fist can't do anything to him. Sun Wukong clearly realized the gap. He wanted to fight back, but he couldn't do it anymore. Even the extreme of the explosion is of no use. It's over, Kakarot. Talit grinned. Sun Wukong was shocked and tried his best to watch Talit Fist approaching. In this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly disappeared into the space. Talit's fist stopped in mid-air, and he murmured with an incredible look on his face. Did it move in an instant? He actually made a breakthrough at such a critical moment. On the other hand, after Sun Wukong appeared, he tried his best to control his emotions. At this time, he put his hands together and placed them on his waist, and the power of the divine gathered in his hands as fast as possible. The prototype of the turtle Sekigong wave had already appeared. Dring! Sun Wukong waved his hands suddenly, and the turtle Sekigong wave, blessed by the 15-fold Realm King's Fist, like a roaring blue dragon, bombarded in the direction of Talit. Boom! The crazy energy swallowed Talit's body, causing a shocking super explosion. Sun Wukong continued to output energy, continuously increased the intensity of the turtle Sekigong wave, and tried to completely defeat Talat through this move, but he could not imagine that Talat had withstood the turtle Sekigong wave of the King of Realm fist 15 times with his physical strength and rushed into front of him. This situation made Sun Wukong stunned, and a sense of despair swept across his body. Under Sun Wukong's horrified gaze, Talat's right hand poked out from the energy beam and grabbed his neck with great domineering attitude. The energy output of the turtle school Kigong wave was forced to be interrupted. Talat grabbed Sun Wukong's neck with one hand and stood in the sky with an invincible posture. The gesture of despising everything, even God compared it to it, looks eclipsed. Although I was surprised your strength was only this level, Talat said, lifted his other hand to condense energy and aimed it at Sun Wukong's belly. As one of his thoughts fell, the energy ball shot out loud, driving Sun Wukong's body to rush out. Boom! The energy explosion was huge, and the scorching flames were overwhelming, and the aftermath of the explosion caused turmoil in all directions. Sun Wukong was swallowed by the flames, and his life and death were unknown. This situation made everyone watching the battle outside the battlefield tense up. Vegeta, who had just recovered under the treatment of Weiss, looked at the terrifying explosion in the sky, looked ugly and felt heavy. With such an amazing explosion, even if Sun Wukong doesn't die, he will have to lose half of his life. Wukong Klin was nervous and sweating profusely, and his heart was full of worries about Sun Wukong. Believe in Lao Sun, he won't die. Piccolo could only suppress the emotional fluctuations in his heart and pray that Sun Wukong would be safe. Bulma and Future 10X widened their eyes and even shivered. Such a one-sided situation is really unimaginable. However, the destruction god Beerus and the angel Weiss on the side looked very calm. As god and angels, they can observe more nature. Although the Big Bang was amazing, at the critical moment Sun Wukong seemed to have broken through himself and offset the destructive power. On the battlefield, Talat noticed it and looked at the amazing explosion in the sky. Things seemed to be starting to get interesting. Can this be broken through? Talat's lips raised, waiting for Sun Wukong to appear again. I have to say that Sun Wukong, who is in the super time and space, is the indestructible Xiao Qiang, and he keeps cheating and then cheating. The original power meeting was so short, from being Jillian in seconds to being able to fight Jillian and finally surpass Jillian. Talat didn't expect that he would have the chance to face such a Sun Wukong. The next second, a powerful blood-colored storm in the sky swept across the world, and the explosion flames were instantly dispelled. Sun Wukong, who was surrounded by rich blood, entered everyone's sight again. At this moment, Sun Wukong, the blood and energy in the whole body swelled unusually, and the muscles on the body seemed to be inflated, and the blue veins were prominent on the surface of the body, as if there were signs of explosion at any time. Is the 20-fold King's Fist? It's really amazing to break through your own limits in a desperate situation, but what's the point of this state? Talat said in his words that Sun Wukong's biggest flaw, relying too much on the King of Realm, the Super Saiyan Blue, which has not reached the full power level, plus the 20-fold King of Realms, plus the double load brought by the inside and outside of the body. If you are not careful at this time, he will explode directly. At this time, Sun Wukong was obviously very clear about his physical condition. The damage caused by the previous battle, coupled with the big explosion just now, his body had reached the verge of collapse. Although the 20-fold King of Realm was lucky enough to succeed with his current physical condition, it will not last long. Even without fighting, 30 seconds will be great. The only way is to take a gamble and use the final killing skill. Have you made a desperate bet? Well, let me break your delusion. Talat saw Sun Wukong's determination and said provocatively. Seeing this, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, slowed down his breath, and suddenly exerted force into the state of abrupt explosion. In the next second, he sprinted, and blood flashed on his right fist, and the powerful energy caused the color change in the world. Judging from this posture, it is not the Turtle School Kigong Wave or the Dragon Fist. It's more like some kind of special killing move. This move is. Talat frowned slightly. Sun Wukong's posture made him look familiar. He seemed to have seen it, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Buzz! Above Sun Wukong's fist, the blue divine light and the bloody aura blended with each other, and the power of the divine was condensed to the extreme at this moment. That's mine is all. Accompanied by a roar, Sun Wukong swooped towards Talat at full speed. The super god fist, which infused all his strength, went straight to Talat's face and fell down. Boom! The moment when Sun Wukong swung his fist, his divine power was turbulent, his space trembled, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in this dazzling light. All the observers' heartstrings were lifted up at the same time. It was not until the light disappeared that they could see clearly what was going on. Sun Wukong infused all the super god fist and was blocked by Talat with one hand, and easily resolved all the power in it. What Sun Wukong was stunned. He never expected that his punch that surpassed his own limit would be caught by Talat so easily. The power he is proud of is so small in other time and space outside the world. Who is this mysterious scion? The power of this punch is pretty good. At that moment I took a little serious attention, but being able to do this is your limit. After the word came, name. Golden light flashed in Talat's hand. Powerful energy flashed with shocked out of his palm and instantly blasted Sun Wukong away. At this moment his super blue 20-fold Realm King fist collapsed and he carried Talat's energy to destroy him as usual. At this critical moment Angel Weiss, located in the manor, took action. The invisible power of space turned into a space gate behind Sun Wukong, teleporting Sun Wukong back. After being saved, Sun Wukong was tortured in pain and could not speak. I hope this battle will make you awaken, Wukong. Weiss smiled slightly and instructed Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong heard this, he wanted to speak but he couldn't speak at all. Everyone looked at it with concern until the destruction god Beerus suddenly stood up and attracted everyone's attention. Invisible destructive power permeated and powerful divine power enveloped the entire manor. A terrifying feeling from the depths of the soul breeds in the hearts of everyone. The strongest destruction god in the universe, Beerus, is finally going to take action. It has to be said that the pressure of the god of destruction is too powerful. Even if it is not the first time these people feel it, it also makes their bodies and souls tremble. Mastered by Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong suppressed the pain and was scared by Beerus' look. Don't think that if you have some strength you can be arrogant. Apart from this god, there are many people who can suppress you. I don't want to see such a brainless battle next time. Beerus commented sharply on Sun Wukong. At the same time, he warned Vegeta. Chapter 324. The shock brought by Super 4. The gaze of the great priest. The two felt the warning in Beerus's word, realized that Beerus was not a joke this time, and nodded cautiously, not daring to refute at all. Seeing that the two of them were very sensible, Beerus snorted coldly and gave up. Immediately afterward, his cold eyes locked Talat in the distant sky, and his mind moved, and an invisible space power expanded with him as the center. In just a moment, Beerus directly crossed the space and descended to Talat. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at the disappearing position of Beerus in horror. What's this tip? They had never seen it before. Is it moving instantly? Wrong. This trick is more advanced than instant movement. Weiss looked at this scene and smiled. On the battlefield, Talat looked at the destruction god Beerus in this space-time in front of him with a smile. Are you planning to take action? It's really rare. If it's just yours, it's much more interesting. Talat was not Talat of the past. At this time, even if he was facing the original Beerus, he was not afraid at all. Teased with a smile on his face. Speaking of which, in that time and space 5 million years ago, there were many battles with Beerus. Oh, do you know this god? It seems that something wonderful has happened in other time and space world. Beerus was not surprised that Talat knew him, but he still needed to maintain the majesty of the destruction god. For the sake of your understanding of this god, you can leave this time and space world. I can leave the past without any blame, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Beerus warned Talat with a serious face. Are you so anxious to expel me? What if I don't leave? Talat said with a smile. He came to this time and space world because it was interesting. After only a while, Beerus was about to bombard him. There was no such simple thing. Hearing this, Beerus' expression changed again and again. His face was as dark as ink, and the mighty power of the god of destruction was pressing towards Talat. Since I don't want to leave, there is only destruction left. The responsibility of the god of destruction is to prevent unstable factors in the universe that disrupt balance. Talat appeared in front of him so blatantly. As the god of destruction, he would never sit idly by. Feeling the huge sense of oppression that was coming towards him, Talat grinned. Apart from the pressure he felt when he last fought with Vegeta, it was indeed the first time he felt this sense of crisis. Sure enough, only a top-level powerful man like Destruction Beerus can make him excited. I have fought with you in another parallel space and time. Although I lost that battle, the ending this time must be different. Beerus. The Scion blood in Talat's body began to roll. As he became boiling, a fiery fighting spirit shot out from his eyes, trying to resonate with the destruction god Beerus. A boy who doesn't know how to live or die. Don't think that he can shout in front of me with some strength. Since I can bomb you in another time and space world, then I can do it too. Ruth didn't know what was going on. His eyes flashed with a gleam, and he put on that supreme posture of despising everything. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to what method you will use to fight me out of this time and space world. Talat was not afraid at all, and was ready to compete with Beerus again. Beerus didn't plan to continue talking nonsense to Talat. The powerful destruction power expanded rapidly, and the vast power of the destruction shrouded the world. This caused the sky and the earth to be dark, the wind and clouds to surging, and the whole world was shrouded in the mighty power of the god of destruction. The peak of the 9th dimension, or even the 10th dimension, shrouded the world, and the terrifying aura made made all living creatures on the earth feel panic. As the strongest god of destruction, Beerus only needs to take a slight move to the extreme of today's universe, but Talat's strength is so strong that he has to pay attention to it. Talat, who is closest to Beerus, personally experienced this almost unparalleled pressure. The familiar feeling surged all over his body, making Talat even more excited. Is it such a big formation right from the beginning? It's just my wish. The shout was inspired. He was facing the strongest god of destruction. If he maintained a playful attitude, he would probably not even know how he died. Sensing the tremendous power of Talat's explosion, a different look flashed in Beerus's eyes. He found that the guy from other time and space worlds in front of him was far stronger than he thought. Although there is some god power in this power, the mortal power is indeed powerful enough to attract his attention. This guy's transformation doesn't look like the Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue. Can you say that the Saiyans in other time and space have evolved into a new form? Beerus thought to himself. He has a deep understanding of the transformation of the Saiyan race. Soon, under Beerus's gaze, the blood light that burst out with Talat as the center retreated. The Super Four-shaped body is reflected in everyone's eyes. Talat's image made Beerus's eyes shine. Intuition told him that Talat was really strong. This is the 4th level Super Saiyan breeding. I've been waiting for a long time. Beerus. Talat's lips raised. He smiled evilly and put on a fighting posture. In the state of the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan, his strength reached the same peak of the 9th dimension as Beerus, and even reached the magnitude of the 10th dimension. Is the 4th level of the Super Saiyan? It seems that Saiyans in other time and space worlds have independently evolved into quite good forms without the guidance of God. However, you use the power of God to assist you with your thin body. The power of mortals is really a foolish thing. In Beerus's view, if you don't become a god, you will eventually become an ant. Whether the power of a mortal or the power of a god is a controllable force for me. Whoever is stronger or weaker must be beaten to know. Law didn't intend to say too much to Beerus, and the truth was revealed under his fists and feet. Your power is insignificant in front of God. Beerus ignited his destructive power all over his body, his eyes becoming sharp as if he would launch a fatal attack on Talat the next second. The power of bloodline collided with the power of destruction, causing the space around the earth to undergo terrifying deformation. In an instant, boom, there was a shocking sound. Beerus and Talat attacked at the same time, and the two collided and shot an amazing divine light. Fierce battle broke out in the manner. After witnessing Talat transforming into the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, everyone present showed a look of shock on their faces. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not believe that there was such a Super Saiyan 4th level existence in this world. The 4th level of the Super Saiyan is actually the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Looking at the light curtain created by Weiss in front of him, Plin said in disbelief. The overwhelming aura of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan and the boundary breakthrough contained some powerful charm, but even so, as a mortal, he could truly feel the power and horror of the Super 4. This overwhelming aura, the power of the 4th level Super Saiyan, is so powerful, and it is also the blessing of the power of gods. Piccolo was shocked by the terrifying aura of Super 4. What a terrifying race is the Saiyan. In addition to the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, it can also evolve into the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, and the Super 4 may even be stronger than the Super Blue, at least according to the current performance of the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Talat Super Saiyan. It can fight against the God of Destruction, Beerus. This record is not comparable to the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, the 4th level of the Super Saiyan has appeared. Will there be a higher level of the Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan level 4. Damn, we know nothing. After Sun Wukong recovered through Weiss, he looked shocked at the battle in the light curtain. The appearance of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan completely subverted all his understanding of the Saiyans in the past. If they have not been exposed to the power of God, they may have evolved into the 4th level of the Super Saiyan in the future. Super Saiyan level 4. How could this happen? Could it be that the path I have been going wrong? The appearance of Super 4 also greatly stimulated Vegeta's spirit. No matter how you look at this form, it is the correct direction of evolution for Saiyan. The Super Saiyan God and the Super Saiyan Blue are instead mutated by external forces. He and Kakarot seem to have taken the wrong path. It's really unbelievable. There is a layer of transformation above the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan, but this invisible expansion of the aura made my body tremble. It's too strong. Sun Wukong's teeth. He clenched his cognition of his own weakness. The power he is proud of is not worth mentioning in front of a real strong man. In this vast space of time, he is too small. There are many more powerful beings than him. Damn it, if I had known about the 4th level transformation of the Super Saiyan, I wouldn't have to. That's it. Vegeta recalled the scene when he gave up his dignity for his strength. He did not hesitate to kneel in front of Whis and sought the cultivation method of divine power to become stronger. Finally, he obtained the permission of Whis and went to the Destruction God realm to practice. However, the power of God is ultimately external force, and the 4th level of the Super Saiyan is the essential power of the Saiyan. He gained a tiny amount of power but lost his arrogant self. As the prince of the Saiyan clan, his bloodline is more critical in his opinion. Super 4 has an extraordinary meaning for him. If he had known the existence of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan earlier, he would not have had to give up his dignity and learn the power of God. For a moment the atmosphere began to become heavier. Whis, who acted as a little transparent silent angel, quietly paying attention to everyone's changes. To be honest, the appearance of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan also shocked him. Whether it is strength or appearance, Super 4 is the best choice to become a candidate for the God of Destruction. At this moment, Whis seemed to understand why Talat had a mark left by himself from other time and space world. I'm afraid it was because of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan that he was the self in another time and space world who chose him. Whether the 4th level of the Super Saiyan or the God of the Super Saiyan, although the paths are different, each form has its own special features. No one knows which direction evolved into a stronger transformation. Goku, Vegeta, the reason why you are not as good as this Saiyan from other time and space worlds is because your own cultivation is far from enough. If your body is strong enough, then the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue may not be inferior to this Super Saiyan level 4. Whis analyzed to everyone calmly. Having said that, Whis is more inclined to the Super Saiyan God. After all, the power of God still exceeds the power of mortals in terms of strength. After hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's restless hearts were calmer. Whis is indeed right. There is never a difference between strength and weakness in transformation. Some are only the user's strength. High and low. As long as they are strong enough, they don't even need to transform and can deal with all enemies outside the 12 universes. This is the temple of the All Kings that transcends all dimensions and divine realms. A supreme angel wearing a blue divine costume with a special divine ring floating on his back was watching the battle in the 7th universe through the sacred light curtain in front of him. There is no doubt that he is the supreme angel and the great master. The picture in the light curtain at this moment is the scene where Talat and the god of destruction Beerus compete. Since the appearance of the Dark Man caused the distortion of time and space, he has been watching what happened in the 7th universe. Until now, Talat arrived and fought against the destruction god Beerus. The Scions from other time and space worlds not only have strong strength but also have the logo left by Whis. This world has also begun to develop in an interesting direction. The great priest murmured to himself, and to the tower Lot's existence became more and more curious. From his eyes it can be seen that Talat is very special. As the supreme angel, as long as he is not rejected by the world, he will not bomb Talat. He was very curious about what changes Talat would bring to this time and space world after coming to this time and space world. After all, there are thousands of worlds in time and space, and each world of time and space will undergo some wonderful changes, resulting in the unknown fate of the world. Only a very small number of worlds can give birth to a powerful existence, and Talat is one of them. The great priest who was drifting in his heart waved his light curtain to dissipate with a wave. His deep divine thought, accompanied by his consciousness, were transmitted to the 7th universe and contacted his son who was far away from the 7th universe Earth. Talat, a Scion, is very unusual and he intends to keep him, but he can't come forward. Only Whis can do it. Chapter 325. The plan of the great priest is to surpass the 4 gods in the 7th universe Earth. Zidu. At this moment, Whis is acting as a melon-eating crowd protecting the Earth while admiring the contest between Talat and Beerus with great interest. This battle must be very intense and interesting, and Beerus will definitely be able to fight Talat with pleasure. Even if things are uncontrollable with him in charge, he can recover even if he goes back. I just don't know how far Talat can fight Beerus. At this moment, the voice of the great priest suddenly sounded in Whis's mind. Vis. The familiar voice echoed in Whis's mind, instantly making Whis stunned. This extremely familiar voice made Whis tremble. How could he not know who was contacting him? Master, master. Whis's face turned right and he communicated with the great priest through divine thought. You and I are father-son relationships, so you don't need to be so serious in private, the great priest instructed. Hearing this, Whis' expression calmed down a little. Okay, my father, Whis answered and then said, it seems that my father noticed what happened on the Earth early in the morning. If you have any instructions, please give me instructions. I have indeed understood what happened in the 7th universe. The scion from other time and space worlds does not need to drive him out and keep him in this world, the great priest ordered. Hearing this, Weiss looked incredible. Unexpectedly, the great priest would take the initiative to order Talat to stay in this time and space world. Doesn't that mean that the other party has been recognized by the great priest? Although Weiss was puzzled why the great priest wanted to keep Talat, this was not what he should ask, since the great priest said that there must be a reason. I understand, my father, Weiss answered to the great priest through divine thought. He must follow the instructions of the great priest. The great priest whispered softly and then took the initiative to cut off the communication with Weiss's divine thought. As the great priest's divine consciousness disappeared, Weiss changed his previous state and looked at Talat and the god of destruction, who were fighting fiercely in the sky in the distance. The arrival of Talat has brought their world to an unknown direction. On the battlefield, in just a few dozen seconds, the two sides had fought for more than 100 moves. Every time the two of them collided with each other, the entire earth would shake. If it weren't for the protection of the angel's power, the entire earth would have fallen apart under their power. After fighting so many moves in a row, Beerus had some understanding of Talat's strength. A warm current surged from his body that had not been moved for a long time, and his attack became more and more fierce and fierce. But Talat was no less than him. With the competition with Beerus, his free and extreme mind skills were constantly sublimating and transforming, gradually developing in a perfect direction. The power of the fourth level of the Super Scion is indeed very strong, which has changed my view on the power of mortals. But is this your limit? Beerus was jokingly in the process of fighting Talat, said with a smile. How could Talat not understand that Beerus was deliberately stimulating him? But how could he be fooled? Talat smiled slightly. His figure was like a ghost. He rushed to Beerus and rushed out with great force and heavy force. Beerus, who was prepared for a long time, cleverly avoided Talat's heavy punch and responded with a sweeping leg. Seeing this, Talat raised his hand to block it. Bang! Under this blow, the space collapsed and the atmosphere was destroyed. Beerus's whip leg containing destructive power is extraordinary, but Talat's Super Scion is not inferior to him in the fourth level. This attack was easily resolved by Talat, and he grabbed Beerus's ankle with his backhand, threw it hard, and threw Beerus away. Beerus quickly regained control of his body. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he felt very entertained in an instant. Hey, 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 hey! Talat shouted loudly, and the scorching bloody aura lingered around his body. He instantly burst out at a speed far beyond his own limit and rushed towards Beerus. The dense attack was like rain pouring down ruthlessly towards Beerus's body. Beerus smiled coldly. At this moment he seemed to have entered a special realm. His figure was like a ghost, and his figure was extremely fast without any pause, and it looked impeccable. Talat's attack was completely lost and was completely disintegrated by Beerus' strange body movement. Free and extreme mind power. How could Talat not be able to see that the body technique that Beerus performed at this time was the free and extreme mind power? Although he can do it, his attainment to the ultimate level of freedom and extreme morality has not reached the point of truly reaching the pinnacle, and he is still a little bit short of it. Perhaps he can use this battle to improve his mastery of the extreme intentional practice. After all, Beerus also has the existence of the two polar intentions. Speaking of which, Beerus's situation should be similar to his. After all, the information provided by the original work describes that Beerus's practice of the extreme improvisation of the freedom spiritual practice has not reached its peak. So after seeing Sun Wukong reach the point, he will show that expression. I won't play with you. Destruction. Beerus grinned and quickly burst out the destructive power to force Talat back. At the same time, his arms were spread out and countless deep purple energy bombs were bombarded in all directions. Leave Talat nowhere to hide. Feeling the destructive power contained in these energy bombs, Talat gritted his teeth, and after stabilizing his body, his arms spread out, turning into an energy protective cover to protect him, blocking all the bombing of the destructive energy bombs. The energy bomb was successfully offset, but it also revealed a fatal flaw. Beerus decisively used the power of space and appeared quietly behind Talat. Not good. Talat had a premonition of the crisis behind him and understood that Beerus was going to play trick, but fortunately he also mastered the power of space and had solutions to deal with it. The farce is over, boy. Beerus's right hand turned into a sharp claw, and the rich destructive power surged, stabbed towards Talat. At this moment, Talat used his space power to change his position with Beerus. Beerus's claw attack failed, and Talat appeared behind Beerus. Space replacement. You kid actually controls the power of space. Beerus was stunned. He never expected that Talat would use the power of space as skillfully as he did. What surprised you is still behind. Now it's my turn. Talat seized the opportunity and gathered all his strength on his right leg, driving the destructive blow of the power of space. Kicked out instantly. Boom. The sound of a loud bang. Under this blow, the space burst, and Beerus was beaten up directly, with bloodshot in his eyes, and he flew backward, but in just a few seconds it broke through the Earth's atmosphere and went straight to the universe. After succeeding in one blow, Talat was not proud of it because he knew that the real battle had just begun. The next second, Talat had a thought and crossed space to the universe. In the universe, Beerus stabilized his body, flying backward, and the hot and severe pain from his back made him surging anger, and his destructive power burst out all over his body, and there was a vague tendency to go wild. The attack just now hurts so much. How many years have he not felt this severe pain? I can't remember it clearly. Swoosh! There was a ripples in the space, and Talat appeared in front of Beerus again. His fist hit Beerus, but he was blocked by Beerus's hand. Bang, bang. The two of them crossed their fingers, and their strength continued to pour towards each other. The reaction is quite fast. Talat grinned. His forehead was bulging with blue veins, and the Super Saiyan level 4 and boundary breakthroughs were constantly putting pressure on Beerus. This brute force reminds me of that damn smelly mouse. I admit that you have some strength, but the farce is over here. With a loud shout, a deep haze flashed in Beerus's eyes. The next second, the fickle destructive power exploded with the destructive god Beerus as the center. At this moment, Beerus showed off his real skills, and his combat power instantly increased to the 10th dimension, and this destructive power completely surpassed Talat's Super 4 boundary breakthrough. Are you finally starting to take it seriously? Very good. Talat grinned, expecting it. Beerus exerted force with both hands and threw Talat out directly. This is not over. While throwing Talat away, Beerus merged his hands and pulled them apart again. A destructive bomb that is more dazzling than the sun is condensed and formed. Outsider, disappear under the power of destruction. Beerus threw his hands and threw the infinitely powerful destructive bomb towards Talat. Talat, who flew backward, quickly regained control of his body, raised his head to face the powerful destructive bomb, and his bloodline was restless all over his body, and he had no intention of dodging. Buzz! Talat's eyes froze, and a light pink divine light flashed in his eyes. The next second, he raised his right hand and aimed at the powerful destructive bullet. Boom! The destruction bomb hit Talat's palm, and the terrifying impact force caused a terrifying cosmic storm in the universe. When Beerus saw this scene, he frowned, and a sense of ominous premonition arose in his heart. That guy won't be able to transform, right? Beerus guessed. The next second, Beerus's guess came true. Dring! Talat let out a loud roar. The bright red aura around him ushered in a qualitative change, and the energy pool of divine power in his body exploded, turning it into a more dazzling light pink. The four gods are coming. Boom! The sound of a loud bang. Under the explosion of Talat power, the destruction bomb exploded instantly, turning into light pink energy particles floating in the space. What? Beerus, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, opened his mouth and looked in disbelief. His destruction bomb was so easily resolved. Let's look at Talat form at this time. Compared with the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan just now, there have been considerable changes, especially the strength of that force increased to the point of competing with him. You guy can actually transform? Is this your strength? Beerus asked in surprise. This power has undoubtedly reached the point where he can compete with him. Looking at other universes, it is definitely a material that can become a destruction god. My strength is far more unfathomable than you think, Beerus. Talat raised his head, staring at the destruction god Beerus with his cold eyes. Although the state of the Super 4 gods is not as strong as the 3rd level of Super Saiyan Blue, it is also quite powerful. It seems that it is not that easy to destroy you. Beerus grinned, feeling itchy inside, and he wished he could beat Talat hard. Talat didn't care about this. He was also very curious about how strong Beerus' real strength had reached. The first round of confrontation ended, and the two confronted each other again in the universe, and the second round was about to begin. The Super 4 god Talat vs the strongest destruction god Beerus. This huge universe is the stage for them to fight. The dark world fell into a dead silence, and the universe had undergone terrifying deformation due to their power. The two people who seemed to have no action actually started another confrontation. Their powerful aura collision has diverted the polarization of the universe into their own combat areas. As long as the other party reveals a little flaw, they will launch a fatal blow in an instant. Time minute by second. The confrontation of breath was fruitless, and the universe was in turmoil. Do you want to wait for me to take the initiative? Then I will satisfy you. Talat took the lead in launching the attack, turning into a pink stream of light, and rushed straight to Beerus. Faced with Talat's active attack, Beerus was not afraid at all, and exploded into destructive power and confronted him head-on. Boom! The sound of a destructive explosion resounded throughout the universe. The universe exploded with one blow, and the devastating cosmic storm expanded at an unthinkable speed. The ultimate shock wave swept across all directions with the power of annihilation. Anything that is affected, whether it is human or the planet is the tiniest matter, will instantly turn into nothingness. Both Talat and Beerus shuttled around the universe at an unthinkable speed with the power of space. The combat ability of hand-to-hand combat has been fully exerted. The aftermath generated when they collided was infinitely lethal. The existence under the 10th dimension, if it touched the slightest, it would be destroyed. In just a few seconds, one person and one god had already competed with each other for thousands of moves. waves, and the fierce battle also became more and more intense, which was extremely terrifying. The destructive shock wave generated by the collision of Talat's blood power and Berutha's destructive power is heading towards the depths of the universe at an unthinkable speed. If the power of an angel was not blocking it in the dark, offsetting most of the shock waves and maintaining spatial balance, otherwise the entire universe would have been destruction at this moment. This battle is the most intense and exciting battle that has been in great intensity since the birth of the universe, no doubt about it.